Hashtag C621 Secret Base. Hearing this, Su Xing looked at Sun Jia. This 9-star demon king who caused the Black Blood Temple a headache, had been besieged and killed by the Black Blood Temple many times, so he was naturally the most aware of their strength. The Black Blood Temple is located in the Hongya Empire. There are 50 experts in the Heaven Transformation realm. That's why they can sweep the entire Luoyang kingdom. At present, their main force is concentrated in the Hongya Empire, and they are fighting fiercely with the Yi family. Sun Jia explained softly. More than 50 Heaven Transformation realm powerhouses. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded. However, judging from the strength of the 2 Heaven Transformation realm warriors I just beheaded, the situation of the Heaven Transformation realm warriors in the Black Blood Temple is extremely special. Although their cultivation has reached the Heaven Transformation realm, their combat power is much weaker than those of the same level. In this case, it is extremely unlikely that they were forced to improve in a short period of time by using some kind of secret technique and special technique, resulting in a weak foundation of cultivation, which made their combat power so weak. With Chu Yan's current combat power, it is enough to deal with dozens of such fighters in the Heaven Transformation realm. Afterwards, Chu Yan chatted with them in detail for a long time to understand the current situation of Luoyang Kingdom and Hongya Empire. Brother Chu, your current cultivation level? Sun Jia asked, curiously. 9th level of True Martial Realm, ordinary 3rd level Heavenly Martial Artist of Transforming Heaven Realm, can be killed with one move. Chu Yan said calmly. Hiss. Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone gasped, dumbfounded. It's only been a few months, and Chu Yan's cultivation has reached such a level that he can even fight with a 3rd-level Sky Warrior of the Heaven Transformation realm. This is too terrifying. The one who was most excited was Chu Yan's father, Chu Jiang. Hearing this, his eyes were even wet. With Chu Yan's current strength, it is enough to sweep the entire Luoyang kingdom. Even the 3 previous sects are not his opponents. Moreover, with this strength, even if a sect is established in the Luoyang kingdom, the sect's power may be enough to crush the 3 major sects. After a long time, Chu Yan got up slowly, glanced at a few people, and said in a deep voice. Organize everyone and go to Ling Tianzong. I will go out and come back in about 2 days. Since Ling Tianzong can block the attack of the Black Blood Temple, he must have something to rely on, so Chu Yan is not worried. Xiao Yan, what are you going to do? Chu Jiang asked suspiciously. Chu Yan just came back, but he was leaving soon, which made some people puzzled. I want to destroy the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan said softly. The words fell to the ground like thunder and bangs. What? Everyone was stunned at the same time, their faces were full of horror, and they stared at Chu Yan as if they had seen a ghost. Destroy the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan, alone. Going to destroy the Black Blood Temple, with more than 50 powerful people in the heavenly realm. Open. What are you kidding? How is it possible? Moreover, even if it is the branch of the Black Blood Temple in the Luoyang Kingdom, there are probably tens of thousands of warriors guarding it. How can it be possible for one person? Chu Yan, are you crazy? Tongue. 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 Everyone present stood up in shock, looking at Chu Yandao with twitching eyes. Even if Chu Yan can leapfrog the ranks and fight against the powerhouses of the 4th level of Heaven Transformation realm, but there is not one person there. Tens of thousands of people gather around, even if hundreds of random people join forces to attack. I am afraid Chu Yan is a strong man in the Huatian realm, and he will be drowned alive. Little Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. Chu Zhong's face turned pale with fright, and he quickly spoke to dissuade him. That's right, Brother Chu, with your talent, at least half a year, at most a year, you will surely be able to improve your cultivation. By then, the Black Blood Temple will definitely not be your opponent. Moreover, you should consider developing your own power. After all, you will be alone, the power is too limited. Xuxing looked at Chu Yan, and said anxiously. Based on his understanding of Chu Yan, he knew very well that almost no one could stop what Chu Yan decided to do, so he hurriedly tried his best to persuade him. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Chu Yan couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. After all, these are his new friends and people who really care about him. Don't worry, since I dare to go, I am absolutely sure. Chu Yan smiled lightly, pondered for a while, and then said. If there is danger, there is full confidence that you can retreat completely. You can see this point by looking at Sun Jia. I taught him his exercises. Facing these people, Chu Yan explained patiently. Well, most of the powerhouses in the branch hall of the Luoyang kingdom have been transferred to the Hongye Empire. There should be less than 10 people in the heaven transformation realm. With Brother Chu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to retreat completely. A gleam of light flashed in Sun Jia's eyes, and then he explained to everyone. Hearing Sun Jia's words, remembering that Sun Jia had fought with that strong man in the heaven transformation realm before, although he was unable to win, but he was unharmed after several consecutive moves, everyone believed his words to some extent. When Chu Jiang was held as a hostage by the 4 major families, he had seen with his own eyes the phantom of the 100-foot-tall demon god behind Chu Yan, which was almost exactly the same as that of Sun Jia. But, although Chu Jiang had some beliefs in his heart, he really didn't want Chu Yan to take risks alone. Bai Chu Yan was all his hopes. I'll accompany Brother Chu. If something happens, I will try my best to protect Brother Chu. Seeing the hesitation on the faces of several people, Sun Jia quickly spoke. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then, after a moment of pondering, nodded slowly, saying, Okay, let's go together. Immediately, Chu Yan turned around and walked out. Sun Jia followed closely with an excited face. Swish! Swish! The two jumped up straight away, turned into 2 black streamers, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan and Sun Jia flew in the sky, flying like lightning all the way. Sun Jia has always been against the Black Blood Temple, and he is well aware of some of their strongholds and branch halls. With Sun Jia leading the way, Chu Yan doesn't have to bother looking for it anymore. Brother Chu, there is a secret base of the Black Blood Temple 300 miles ahead. I rushed several times, but failed. The defense is extremely strict. There may be some secret. Sun Jia said to Chu Yan. Secret base. Chu Yan frowned, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Pick the small one first, and then go to the branch hall. Chu Yan was curious about how this Black Blood Temple had so many strong men in a short period of time, which is obviously a bit weird. I just took this opportunity to investigate and make preparations for the complete destruction of this behemoth in the future. Moreover, the base of the Black Blood Temple is too close to the Luoyang King city, which is also a threat to Ling Tianzong. Now that they have encountered it, they will naturally not let it go. It is good. Sun Jia nodded, and descended towards a big mountain with an excited look on his face, obviously very familiar with the road. The two of them flew for less than half an hour before they landed in the mountain where the secret base of the Black Blood Temple is located. This tall mountain is connected to the Tianfeng mountain range, with a radius of thousands of miles, but it is remote. After landing, Chu Yan fully opened his spiritual consciousness, covering a radius of 500 miles in an instant, swept his spiritual consciousness, and soon discovered the entrance to the secret base of the Black Blood Temple. Swish! The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, his figure flashed, and he flew towards the depths of the mountains, followed by Sun Jia. After 100 breaths, the two came to a valley, hid their figures, and looked into the valley. #C6220 people burned. The area of this valley is not big, only tens of miles away. In the valley, in the dense forest, some figures can be faintly seen flickering in it. Through the woods, under the cliff deep in the valley, there is a huge stone cave, which is the entrance. Brother Chu, there are 300 or 400 real martial arts practitioners here, and no less than 5 heaven transformation realm experts. What shall we do? Sun Jia's eyes flickered with blood, and he asked, excitedly. He came to this place twice, and each time he was under siege because of the strong defense force, so he could only retreat. But Sun Jia always kept in mind that this place should be an important place in the Black Blood Temple, so he kept thinking about it. Now, with Chu Yan here, I finally have the opportunity to go in and have a look. What else can I do? Go straight in, it's that simple. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he rushed directly into the valley, and rushed towards the entrance of the cave in a straight line. Okay. Happy. With a roar, Sun Jia pulled out the spirit dagger, followed closely behind Chu Yan, and charged straight up. As soon as Chu Yan rushed into the valley, the entire forest, like a pot, exploded. Hundreds of people rushed out from all directions, surrounding Chu Yan. What? Dare to break into the territory of the Black Blood Temple and seek death? Several men in black robes, holding long knives, blocked Chu Yan, and shouted with expressions on their faces. Huh? Then, that's the 9-star Demon King, and he's here again, with a helper. When Sun Jia rushed to Chu Yan's side, the people in black robes around him immediately recognized Sun Jia, and exclaimed. Haha, still not giving up, but this time you can't escape. Everyone do it. Kill them. A man in black robe, who looked like a leader, immediately shouted excitedly. Call out. Call out. Call out. The Haotian sword was raised, drawing a large sword shadow, and cut out more than a dozen swords in an instant. Each sword carried a black and white sword glow nearly 100 feet long, like a sword light flooding. It enveloped hundreds of black-robed men in front of them. Laugh. 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 Where the sword shadow passed by the tide, countless limbs and broken arms were thrown flying, and pillars of blood, like splashing water, swayed all over the ground. Thousands of feet away, wherever the sword tide passed, flesh and blood corpses scattered, falling to the ground like rain, and within a short while, no one could stand on the spot. From Xiantian realm to true martial realm, nearly 100 warriors were chopped into a pile of minced meat and piled up into a mountain of corpses. These people didn't even have time to scream. They saw a piece of sword light, and they were all chopped into pieces, and they couldn't die anymore. Who could die? How dare you dare to kill people from our Black Blood Temple? In addition to the sound of long howls, in the cave and on the surrounding hills, countless black shadows rushed in like a tide. At a glance, no less than 1,000 people in black robes are surrounding Chu Yan and Sun Jia. There are hundreds of real martial arts powerhouses in the sky, and thousands of black-robed men below the true martial arts level on the ground, surrounded by water in all directions, and all of them have hideous expressions on their faces. So many people. Chu Yan glanced across, looking at the black tide-like figure in the sky and on the ground, a little surprised. Among these people, the number of those at the true martial realm has reached nearly 300, and the leader has even reached the half-step heaven transformation realm. Moreover, it was obvious that these were only the outer defense personnel of the base of the Black Blood Temple, but no one came out of that cave. Huh? This person seems to be Chu Yan. That's right, I've seen him before, it's really Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the Supreme Emperor. How could he appear? Among the thousands of black-robed people, there are quite a few sect disciples who have come to the Black Blood Temple. They have seen Chu Yan before, and they exclaimed as soon as they met. Chu Yan is even more famous than Sun Jia in the Black Blood Temple, but he is the Hall Master and the young Hall Master, who personally named the person to be killed. Ha ha ha. Killing Chu Yan, if there is a reward for the 5th level cultivation base, such a good thing, I have met it. In the crowd, a burst of wild laughter sounded. A tall man in black robe, with a beard on his face, came out more and more, and stood in front of Chu Yan. This person is exactly the martial artist who has reached the half-step heaven realm that Chu Yan's spiritual sense swept over. So much nonsense. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and the Haotian sword in his hand was shining brightly, and he swung his hand and chopped it out. The bright sword light, like a flash of lightning, will disappear in a blink of an eye. As Jianguan passed by, the bearded man who had half-stepped into heaven, and the 7 or 8 people around him were instantly cut into 2. Steaming hot blood sprayed out, and these people died instantly, without even seeing the sword light clearly. Kill 10 people with one sword. There was a sound of corpses plopping on the ground, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone was scared out of their wits by the sword, as if they had seen a ghost. Elder, dead. This is terrible. What was it just now? One sword, dead. How is this possible? The eyes of all the people in black robes kept trembling, and their eyes were full of horror. That Chu Yan, with just a casual sword, beheaded the elder who was half-step into the heavenly realm, and killed nearly 10 real martial arts powerhouses, by the way. This is too scary. Sun Jia, sit down, cross-legged, and release your Rakshasa body. These people are good materials. Without turning his head, Chu Yan chuckled lightly, and said lightly. Material. What material? Hearing this, Sun Jia was stunned, his face full of doubts, but, according to what Chu Yan said, he sat cross-legged, and under the urging of his true energy, he released the Raksha demon body. Afterwards, Sun Jia looked at Chu Yan in a daze, not knowing what Chu Yan was going to do. Now, they are surrounded by thousands of people from the Black Blood Temple. Shouldn't they kill people now? At this moment, Sun Jia only saw Chu Yan's body, a huge and incomparably flaming bird, flashing out of the void, heading straight for Jiuxiao. Chirp! The resounding cry resounded through the heaven and earth, and the entire valley trembled suddenly under this cry. In the next moment, a large sea of flames, like a burning cloud, covered the entire sky, and the sky was completely dyed. Between the sky and the earth, there was only one color left. That is the color of flames. Call. 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 The fire wave was like a tide, burning the sky and the earth, like a sky of flames, falling from the sky, covering the entire valley in an instant, in all directions. Within 10 miles, there were golden and red torches churning and jumping. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn everything! Chu Yan yelled loudly, and his true energy surged wildly all over his body. Burning corpses, to refine chi, let's begin. The next moment, thousands of people in black robes in the innate realm in the valley were all turned into ashes almost the moment the sea of fire fell. No, what kind of flame is this? Ah! My body protecting true energy, can't stand it. Everyone gathers together, increases the body's true energy, and withstands. In the sky, nearly 500 real martial arts powerhouses, whose cultivation level was lower than that of the 5th heaven of true martial arts at the moment they were covered by the fire wave, turned into fire men one by one, and fell from the sky like dumplings. To the ground, struggling and twisting, slowly melting. The rest of the more than 300 strong men above the 5th level of the true martial realm, relying on the protection of the true energy, continued to stimulate the true energy with a face full of horror, increasing the thickness of the protective true energy, and resisting the burning of the Suzaku Emperor fire. Moreover, these people roared loudly, and quickly approached each other, their true chi merged with each other, forming a shield of true chi with a radius of 10 feet. For a while, they actually got into a stalemate with Emperor Suzaku. #C623 Fearful Beast Egg. Humph. Still trying to resist Suzaku Emperor Hua. Burst. Burn. Boom! Following Chu Yan's loud shout, the endless sea of flames in the valley all converged, and all of them rushed towards the shield of true energy in midair. Suddenly, a huge column of fire shot up into the sky, making a huge sound of explosion. The moment the pillar of fire rose, the shield of infuriating energy condensed by hundreds of real martial arts powerhouses melted instantly, and hundreds of warriors burst into flames. Their figures melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant they turned into swirling white ash, which dispersed the sky. At the same time, blood energy all over the sky condensed into a raging river of blood, containing majestic and pure true energy, which gathered towards Chu Yan like the Yangtze River falling from the sky. The blood-colored Tianhe spiraled and rolled, covering the sky and the sun, like an endless sea of blood, vast and reaching the sky. The next moment, the blood energy in the sky, like a whirlpool, spun and poured down towards the top of Chu Yan's head. Turn. Min. Chu Yan's eyes were blood-red, and with a wave of his hand, his true energy soared, causing the blood in the sky to split into two, and he shrouded towards Sun Jia beside him. These majestic qi and blood are all transformed by warriors below the true martial arts level, and they don't have much effect on Chu Yan, but it is completely different for Sun Jia, who specializes in body flow. Sun Jia, who has dissipated his sea of energy, has no cultivation bottleneck. As long as his physical body is continuously tempered, he can continue to upgrade. There is no problem of consolidating the foundation of his cultivation. Therefore, when the blood poured into Sun Jia's body, his state skyrocketed. When the qi and blood in the sky were divided into two by Chu Yan and Sun Jia respectively, Sun Jia, who stood up from the ground, had already reached the 8th level of the true martial arts realm, directly rising to the 3rd level. Now, Sun Jia finally understood why Chu Yan made him sit cross-legged. Chu Yan also attracted nearly half of the blood energy, but his cultivation has no intention of breaking through to the half-step heavenly realm. As Chu Yan expected, these warriors of the Black Blood Temple did not rely on cultivation to improve their strength at all. Therefore, the purity of their qi and blood could not be compared with warriors of the same level, and it was more than doubled. The 5,000 warriors of the Black Blood Temple were burned to the ground by Chu Yan's Suzaku Emperor fire in less than 10 breaths. None left this valley alive. Except for hundreds of martial artists above the 5th level of true martial arts who resisted for a while, Chu Yan did not encounter any decent resistance at all. These people are really too weak. If they really fight against sect warriors of the same level, they may not be able to win 2 against 1. However, going out to scare people is good, but this is the reason why they were able to wipe out the sects of the Luoyang kingdom all the way. The entire valley has regained its calm. Go. Go into the hole. Chu Yan greeted Sun Jia, then rushed out, heading towards the cave. The two stepped into the cave one after the other, passed through the long underground passage, and came to a huge underground palace. As soon as they stepped into this stone palace, Chu Yan and Sun Jia were shocked by the scene before them. In the stone hall, there are dozens of huge blood pools, each with a diameter of 1,000 steps. The bright red blood surged and rolled in the blood lakes one by one, and the entire underground stone palace was filled with a pungent bloody smell. In the 4 angles of the stone hall, there are several piles of monster corpses piled up like a mountain, which are as high as hundreds of feet. This is all the blood essence of monsters. How many monsters do you have to kill? Sun Jia stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, his face full of astonishment. No, not only monsters, but also human. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated into every blood lake, and while withdrawing his spiritual consciousness, his brows were slightly frowned. The blood lakes in front of us are obviously the blood of humans and monsters used by the Black Blood Temple, prepared according to a certain ratio, and the degree of qi and blood in each blood lake is completely different. Chu Yan swept his eyes and found that there are dozens of floating platforms floating on each blood lake. On these floating platforms, there are spiritual power fluctuations of the spirit array. At this time, above the 10 blood lakes, on each of the floating platforms, there is a man in black robe sitting on it, following the spirit pattern on the floating platform, emitting streaks of blood light, the cultivation base of this martial artist, in the quick boost. This kind of improvement speed is more than 3 times faster than the speed of ordinary warriors using Wuhun cultivation. One of the warriors on the floating platform on the blood lake even practiced 10 times faster. It turns out that these fighters in the Black Blood Temple are using special secret skills to practice. No wonder they are improving so quickly. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and the Haotian sword in his hand trembled slightly. When he waved his hand, more than a dozen sword lights came straight out. In a blink of an eye, on the floating platforms above the blood lakes, the heads of all the people in black robes were thrown away, and the corpses fell into the blood lakes, splashing blood. The insane Black Blood Temple, let me destroy this place. Sun Jie exploded with all his strength and raised his right fist, ready to attack the top of the stone hall and knock it down. Wait. Chu Yan's consciousness flickered, and he suddenly stopped it. Brother Chu, this place must be destroyed, otherwise, the Black Blood Temple will use it to continuously hatch strong people. Being stopped by Chu Yan, Sun Jie showed an anxious expression, and quickly explained. Of course it must be destroyed. No, this blood should not be wasted. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and under Sun Jie's eager gaze, he waved his big hand, and a huge spirit beast egg flew out of the void. This is, a spirit beast egg. Seeing this scene, Sun Jie was stunned for a moment, looked at Chu Yan in a daze, waved and manipulated the spirit beast egg, and fell into one of the blood lakes. Z. As soon as the textured spirit beast egg fell into the blood lake, it trembled crazily, and all the blood around it immediately spun rapidly, turning the entire blood lake into a huge blood lake swirl. Countless blood poured into the spirit beast eggs crazily, and the entire blood lake dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu, brother Chu, you are in a spirit beast egg. What is it? A monster? Sun Jie, whose face was full of horror and the corners of his eyes twisted slowly, staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes, and tremblingly said. This? I don't know what kind of monster it is. I can only find out when it hatches. Chu Yan was also stunned by the strange behavior of the spirit beast egg, although he knew that the spirit beast egg needed to attract blood essence to hatch. But I didn't expect that it could absorb so much blood. In less than 100 breaths, a huge blood lake with a diameter of 1,000 steps was absorbed by it twice. Even the small pool of blood at the bottom of the lake was not spared. After absorbing the blood of a whole blood lake, the volume of the spirit beast egg increased from the original 3 feet to 8 or 9 feet. Not enough. Surprised, Chu Yan waved his hand again without hesitation. The spirit beast egg was wrapped in true energy, and fell towards the next blood lake. Another 100 breaths of time passed, and after the second blood lake dried up, the volume of the spirit beast egg increased to 15 feet. Come again. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of anticipation. This spirit beast egg needs such a large amount of blood, which is enough to show that the monster inside the egg is by no means an ordinary monster. If a powerful spirit beast can be hatched, then Chu Yan's strength will skyrocket again. #C624 Sun Jie joins the sect. Half an hour later, something that shocked Chu Yan happened. That spirit beast egg absorbed all the 10 blood lakes, and the egg body swelled to 80 or 90 feet, but it still didn't hatch. The 80-90 foot high spirit beast egg is as tall as a small building. Standing in front of it, Chu Yan is as small as an ant. Chu Yan, with a wry smile on his face, shook his head, and reluctantly put the spirit beast egg back into the Rakshasa space. According to the increasingly clear consciousness conveyed to him by the spirit beast egg, it is not far from hatching. Afterwards, Chu Yan and Sun Jia returned to the valley together and collected all the stored jade charms scattered all over the place. After searching for a long time, the two turned the valley upside down, but they couldn't find the treasure house and resource storage location of the Black Blood Temple. Therefore, Chu Yan gave Sun Jia all the stored jade charms he harvested. Sun Jia is a martial artist who refines his body, because he cannot rely on his martial soul to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth for cultivation, so if Sun Jia wants to improve, he must rely entirely on various training resources. After that, the two of them smashed down the cave stone palace, jumped up, and flew towards the Red Leaf Empire. The Red Leaf Empire branch of the Black Blood Temple is located on Black Moon Island. Black Moon Island is the western part of the Hongye Empire, a large wasteland area, and the only island in the center of a lake. It is nearly 100,000 miles away from the capital of the Hongye Empire. Chu Yan and Sun Jia flew at full speed, and it took half a day to get close to this Black Moon Island. Just as Chu Yan was rushing to the branch of the Hongye Empire, the Black Blood Temple, on the opposite side of the Hongye Empire, two figures had just stepped into the border of the Hongye Empire. These two are the two warriors who followed Chu Yan all the way from the Longyuan Holy Land. One was wearing a purple robe with a faint smile on his face, the other was wearing a white robe with a sinister face, a big cheek character on his chest, with silver hooks in his strokes, vigorous and powerful. Old Su, why did this Chu Yan come to the Hongye Empire? Here is even less than 1/10 of the Tianyue Empire. The young man in white robe looked suspicious, looked at the old man in purple robe beside him and murmured. Could it be? This place is related to his secret. Hearing the words, the old man in purple robe flashed a gleam of light in his eyes, nodded and said. Qi Xiaoyun, you're right. Only in a remote place can it be possible to keep his secrets. If it was in the Tianyue Empire, it would have been exposed long ago. Okay. As long as we can get the secret of Chu Yan, we will share all the harvest with your Nangong family. Qi Xiaoyun, a young man in white robes, heard the old man's words, immediately swept away his doubts, and said excitedly. That's it. Ha ha ha. Su Baihe, the old man in the purple robe, laughed loudly, glanced at Qi Xiaoyun out of the corner of his eye, and an imperceptible strange color flashed by. Humph. Even split? If we can find out the secret of Chu Yan's extraordinary talent, of course it will all belong to our Miss Nangong. Su Baihe sneered in his heart, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Heaven Transformation Realm, and this Qi Xiaoyun was only at the 5th level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. Although Qi Xiaoyun is a proud warrior with a powerful combat power, he can fight at higher levels. But this time, the trump card that Miss Nangong bestowed on her should be enough to crush her opponent. Then, two figures, one purple and one white, speeded up and rushed into the territory of the Hongye Empire, heading straight for the Luoyang Kingdom. West of Hongye Empire, by Black Moon Lake. Chu Yan and Sun Jia were sitting in a cave in a small mountain, sitting cross-legged, constantly adjusting their breath to recover. After half a day of rushing at full speed, both of them consumed a lot, so Chu Yan took out the elixir and distributed it to Sun Jia, preparing to adjust his breath to restore his peak combat power, and then kill Heiyue Island. After all, an empire-level branch of the Black Blood Temple should not be weak. Soon, Chu Yan refined the power of the medicine, and the whole body's true energy returned to its peak, and he exhaled slowly, and opened his eyes. By the way, Sun Jia, how did you cultivate? How did you improve so quickly? Seeing that Sun Jia had also opened his eyes, Chu Yan asked softly. When he saw Sun Jia for the first time, Chu Yan was still hundreds of miles away, and he was shocked when his spiritual sense swept Sun Jia's strength. Sun Jia practiced Raksha Wuji Ju, and actually awakened the Rakshasa himself. According to the explanation of Elder Qing Yun in Jiuxiao Palace at that time, Sun Jia was the most suitable warrior among hundreds of millions of people to practice Raksha Wuji Ju. You know, when Chu Yan passed the Raksha Wuji Ju to Sun Jia, within a few months, his cultivation speed in the Raksha Wuji Ju even surpassed himself. It's all because of the Rakshasa promise and the heavenly demon flower you gave me. When Sun Jia heard Chu Yan's question, his eyes lit up immediately, and he was very excited, saying, according to the secret technique in Rakshasa Wuji Ju, when I devoured the heavenly demon flower, when my martial soul was successfully awakened for the second time, I was cruel and directly sacrificed my own martial soul, trying to fuse with the Rakshasa deity. I didn't expect. It turned out to be a success. My shadow martial soul matches the Rakshasa deity very well. After the fusion was successful, I didn't expect my cultivation to directly rise to a realm of heaven and earth. The most terrifying thing is the strength of my physical body. I'm afraid it has increased by more than 100 times. Later, I was lucky enough to sneak into the treasury of a major sect that was wiped out by the Black Blood Temple. I absorbed all the resources of the entire treasury, and my cultivation base has grown to the current level. Afterwards, I came out and started fighting with the people from the Black Blood Temple to improve my combat power. Later, I found out that the people from the Black Blood Temple were going to deal with the Chu family, so I rushed over. After listening to Sun Jia's words, Chu Yan nodded slightly. He didn't expect that Sun Jia would have such a fate with Raksha Wuji. Moreover, he was so courageous that he dared to dissipate the sea of energy, only cultivate physical strength, and take the road of refining the system. Although Sun Jia's words were simple and finished in a few words, the danger and luck involved were definitely beyond imagination. Sun Jia, from today onwards, the Rakshasa promise, you should stop practicing. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan looked at Sun Jia with a solemn expression and said, ah. Why? Brother Chu. Hearing this, Sun Jia's whole body trembled, his face was filled with astonishment. He had lost his sea of energy, and he could no longer practice ordinary exercises. Except for the system, he could not practice anything. However, he also knew that this heaven-defying exercise Rakshasa promise was passed down to him by Chu Yan. I am afraid that such a precious exercise will never be found again. Sun Jia, are you willing to join the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect? Chu Yan stared at Sun Jia and said seriously. Raksha Soul Tianzong. Xuanhuan was taken aback. That's right. The Raksha Wuji Ju you are practicing now is a fragment. I am going to pass on your real Raksha Wuji Ju, but this practice is the sect of the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect. Cultivation techniques, you can't pass them on at will. Chu Yan said. Brother Chu, what kind of sect is this Rakshasa Soul Sky sect? How many people are there? Didn't you join the 2 great holy places in extreme North Continent? Sun Jia was puzzled. The Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect currently has a small number of people, and I am the suzerain. Immediately, Chu Yan told Sun Jia about Jiuxiao and the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in detail. After listening to Chu Yan's explanation, Sun Jia's whole body trembled with excitement. Brother Chu, even if I don't have any exercises, I will join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect even if I die. Sun Jia's eyes were shining, he stared at Chu Yan, and said excitedly. Okay. From today onwards, you are a member of my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his finger, and lightly pointed at Sun Jia's forehead. #C625 I come to destroy the island. Immediately, in the world of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the Rakshasa promise technique floating in the sky emitted dazzling golden light. These golden lights soared into the sky, merged into one body, and condensed into a massive golden streamer, shooting into the center of Sun Jia's eyebrows. The promise of the Rakshasa was all printed in Sun Jia's sea of consciousness. Although Sun Jia could only practice the system-refining exercises in the Rakshasa promise, Sun Jia just checked it out and became excited. Immortal body. Don't fall into the evil way, don't cultivate immortals. The 5 elements and yin and yang form the sky, the 3 realms are the emperor, and the 9 respects. The chaos of the universe controls the sky. Sun Jia just checked the promise of the Rakshasa for a while, but was shocked by the systemic exercises in it. Subtle, powerful. Unable to wait at all, Sun Jia sat cross-legged and began to practice Raksha promise, directly transforming the skills he practiced earlier. Good. Seeing Sun Jia's appearance, Chu Yan nodded, not in a hurry, while waiting for Sun Jia, at the same time sinking into cultivation. From sunset to the whitening of the east, a whole night has passed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning hit the entrance of the cave, Sun Jia and Chu Yan slowly woke up from their practice. The two looked at each other and smiled, got up at the same time, and walked out of the cave. A few miles away is the vast Black Moon Lake, with a radius of thousands of miles and rippling green waves. In the distance, the island in the middle of the lake, with a radius of 100 miles, occupies the entire center of the lake. A series of figures in black robes patrolled the lake, and even on the shore, there were dozens of warriors on guard. These vigilant warriors all have strong auras, and their cultivation bases are obviously much stronger than the warriors in that base. Chu Yan and Sun Jia, hidden by the lake, quietly observed these warriors and the lake island in the distance. There is, the Red Leaf Empire, branch of the Black Blood Temple. Brother Chu, what are you going to do this time? Go straight in. Sun Jia asked Chu Yan, beside him. Of course. To deal with the Black Blood Temple. There is only one word, that is, kill. In the battle at the secret base of the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan has fully understood the combat power of the warriors of the Black Blood Temple. Among the warriors, there are extraordinary geniuses. These talented warriors can fight at higher levels. Therefore, on the contrary, there are also particularly poor warriors whose cultivation base is weak and eager for success. But it was very low, and was even beheaded by ordinary warriors. As for the Black Blood Temple, it is obvious that some secret techniques are being used to quickly increase the cultivation level of the warriors, but the result of this is that the combat power of these warriors is extremely poor. With Chu Yan's combat power, even the warriors of the Black Blood Temple, even those who are in the 8th or 9th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, he can kill them all. Therefore, Chu Yan had no scruples at all, and said directly to Sun Jia. In this punishment hall, most of the warriors should not be strong. I will kill in front, and you keep up. Hearing this, Sun Jia nodded. He knew that his current strength was not enough to rush to kill this temple-level place. Maybe he would drag Chu Yan back. Okay. Be careful. Sun Jia said. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then, in a flash, he rushed directly to Heiyue Lake. Black Moon Lake has a radius of thousands of miles. According to legend, under the night, the moon reflected on the lake is black, hence the name. As soon as he rushed to the surface of the lake, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over Heiyue Island, and found the mountain gate. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure is like lightning, and his speed is astonishing. When the black-robed man who was on guard all around found himself, he had already flown over the lake for nearly 100 miles, and approached Heiyue Island. When Chu Yan landed on the beach of Heiyue Island, 7 or 8 people in black robes jumped out from around Chu Yan. Who? Looking for death? The men in black robes surrounding Chu Yan sternly shouted. These men in black robes are all at the 2nd level of the true martial realm, and their strength is not bad. I come to destroy you. Chu Yan sneered, his true energy surged. He raised his right fist, and punched out directly. Boom! Boom! The fist prints were like mountains, and wherever they passed, the bodies of men in black robes exploded, and the flesh and blood scattered like a fountain. These black robes are weak, and Chu Yan is not even interested in collecting them. so he just punched and exploded, stepping on the ground full of flesh and blood, and strode towards the island. Walking through the woods by the beach, what appeared in front of Chu Yan was a large building complex, with tens of thousands of small buildings scattered all over the island. In the middle of the island was a huge altar. Behind the altar square was a black-red palace. Above the palace, faint bloody red light emerged, covering the entire huge palace. What surprised Chu Yan was that there was no protective spirit array on this island, and he walked directly to the altar square without any hindrance. This huge altar square covers an area of 100 mu. There are hundreds of altars, large and small, and the tallest one is nearly 100 feet high. It is extremely tall. Chu Yan found that these altars were completely different from ordinary spirit pattern altars. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a cold shout sounded. "Who are you?" Outside the altar square, a few people in black robes rushed in front of Chu Yan. The cultivation of these people has reached the 9th level of true martial arts. Call out. Stab it. Stab it. Chu Yan turned his head lazily, and swept his finger, casually. The sword light from the finger sword slashed across, and several heads flew up. Receive. Chu Yan let out a soft drink, activated by his spiritual consciousness, and directly collected the corpses of several people into the Rakshasa space. On the altar in front of him, there are no lines, but demon crystals are inlaid all over the surface of the altar. Moreover, on the first altar, all demon crystals and other demon crystals are completely different, and it seems to have special methods and means to build it. Strange, do these altars have the same function as the blood lake? While Chu Yan was thinking, a group of people in black robes rushed out from the distant palace. After they found Chu Yan, their faces were obviously stunned, and then, after bursts of screams, they exploded towards Chu Yan come rushing. As soon as he rushed 1,000 steps behind Chu Yan, dark red palm prints and fist prints blasted directly at Chu Yan. These dozen or so people are all at the 5th level of the true martial realm, and their strength is not strong, but the advantage lies in the fact that there are more than a dozen of them attacking at the same time, and they are powerful. It's a pity that this strength is not Chu Yan's opponent at all. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, with his eyes swept across. He pointed his fingers together, tapped twice, and swung 2 finger swords out, and the dozen or so people were suddenly in a different place. Boom! 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 All kinds of punches and palm prints slashed by Chu Yan's finger and sword exploded, and a huge sound resounded throughout the square. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Such a loud voice, coupled with the long howls of these people before, might be heard by the entire island. Clang! The Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and the resounding sound of the sword resounded. Come on! Let's have a big fight! Chu Yan's eyes were shining, his whole body was boiling with passion, and his fighting spirit was constantly rising. #C626, Tide of 10,000 Enemies. Earth Fiend Power. Chu Yan yelled, raised his hand and punched out. A huge golden fist print, surrounded by 4 color streamers, blasted towards the gate of the palace 10,000 steps away. Boom! With a loud bang, the 100-foot-high dark red palace gate was instantly torn apart and turned into sawdust. Chu Yan strode out, walked towards the palace, stepped out, and the whole body's true energy surged out like a tide. From the buildings in the distance, a large number of figures flashed out, like a large group of locusts, flying towards the side. Swish! 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 One after another figures, with sharp piercing sounds, descended in front of Chu Yan one after another. Who are you? Dare to break into the Black Blood Temple and seek death? Huh! He killed our people. All kinds of drinking sounded like a tide, as if a pot had exploded. Noisy! Chu Yan sneered, his figure flashed, holding a long sword, and rushed directly towards the large crowd. With the Haotian sword in hand, he slashed out with a sword, and the sword light soared into the sky, and the bright sword light was like a beam of silver light, rushing straight into the large black crowd. Pooh! Pooh! Ah! Ah! Where the sword light passed, a path of refinement that was filled with minced meat and sprayed with blood immediately appeared in front of everyone. A bloody killing, officially kicked off the curtain. The sharp sword light, nearly 100 feet long, pierced into the crowd, and there was a stern scream. Jianguan passed by, like a wheat field, a large number of people fell down continuously, and all kinds of stumps and arms flew up. No one survived. Swish! 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 As the killing begins in the square. Among the buildings in the distance, figures in black robes flooded in like a tide, and all of them gathered towards the square. It seemed that all the black blood temples on the entire island were alarmed, and countless warriors surrounded Chu Yan in the middle of the square. In all directions, densely packed with black figures, there are no less than tens of thousands of people on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors. Moreover, looking at the buildings in the distance, figures rushed out as if covering the sky and covering the sun. Chu Yan estimated that the number of warriors in the Black Blood Temple on this island was probably no less than 100,000. However, the cultivation strength of these warriors is the same as those in that base, and the combat power of these black-robed men is far below their cultivation realm. Among the black-robed people like the tide in all directions, there are also many cultivation bases that have reached the heaven transformation realm, but they are all lower than the 3rd heaven transformation realm, and there is no threat to Chu Yan at all. Seeing the belonging of these black blood temples, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. In his eyes, these people are like piles of materials. The material for cremating corpses and refining gas. Hurrah! Under the various sounds of breaking through the sky, people kept falling around Chu Yan and gathered into the sea of people. He seems to be Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Yes, he is Chu Yan. This kid, he dared to rush here, he really asked for his own death. Kill him. Kill him. There is a reward. The crowd who were shocked by the scene of Chu Yan beheading hundreds of people with a single sword suddenly boiled under the uproar of the blockbuster. Especially the words, kill him, there will be a reward, which made the eyes of tens of thousands of people turn red at the same time, like hungry wolves seeing food. In the eyes, that ray of bloodthirsty and bloody light shone like a sea of red stars all over the sky. The Black Blood Temple has chased and killed Chu Yan for a long time, but no one thought that this kid would dare to rush to the door by himself. Quack quack. Chu Yan, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and you are looking for death. A bloody voice rang out, immediately making the noisy crowd suddenly quiet. At the same time, the sea of people parted a road, and an old man in black robe strode out and stood in front of Chu Yan. This person is thin and pale, with only one pair of eyes. Like all the warriors of the Black Blood Temple, his eyes are dark red, but different from others. His eyes have reached the 6th level of the Heaven Transformation realm. The whole body is extremely bloody. Ha ha ha, if you kill him, the main hall will reward you with a 5th level cultivation base, and regardless of the realm. He even wanted to die by himself, let's fulfill him. The Emperor of the Red Leaf Empire. The peerless genius. His breath must be good material, quack quack. Behind the old man, several people in black robes who were above the 5th heaven of Huatian realm came out, grinning at Chu Yan. I am the material. Chu Yan sneered. It seems that the Black Blood Temple really does not use the blood essence of monsters. The blood essence of warriors is also one of the materials needed for their secret methods. However, it is not certain who is the material today. All of you, prepare to die. Facing tens of thousands of people in black robes, Chu Yan stood upright. The black robes were hunting, his face was indifferent, without a trace of fear. Go. Kill him. The old man in the middle waved his hand, and immediately, 5 strong men of the 5th heavenly realm rushed towards Chu Yan like lightning. Chu Yan, die. 5 figures, flying towards Chu Yan from 5 directions, 5 blood chi soaring to the sky. Call out. The next moment, the sword in Chu Yan's hand slashed across the void, and a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared like a crescent moon, reflecting the entire square into a white light, which disappeared in a flash. Laugh. 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 The 5 black figures burst into red light, blooming like red fireworks, instantly dyeing the 5 black shadows blood red. At the same time, 5 half-dead corpses suddenly fell to the ground, splashing into a cloud of blood. What? How can that be? There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, and at the same time, their faces froze, their eyes popped out, and they were stunned. The 5 protectors are dead. He killed the 5 guardians with 1 sword. This, impossible. He is only at the true martial realm, how could he kill 5 Dharma guardian elders at the 5th heaven transformation realm with 1 move? What was that white light just now? Is it Jian Guang? Everyone was stunned. A true martial artist actually killed a 5th level expert at the heaven transformation realm with a single strike, and also beheaded 5 people with 1 sword. The Supreme Emperor of the Hongya Empire, it seems that his strength is astonishing. You wanna die? The old man in black robe quickly recovered from the shock, furious, staring at Chu Wei with bloodshot eyes. Chu Yan, even if you are a genius and the Supreme Emperor, you must die today. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the blood in the old man's whole body suddenly exploded, and he pushed his right palm flat, and a dark red palm print came out through the air. Huge palm prints, with a height of hundreds of feet, fell with 1 palm, as if 1,000-pitched mountain fell down, and blasted straight to the top of Chu Yan's head. This palm trembled in the void, and its power was astonishing. It was all the strength of the black-robed old man, and he didn't hold back a hand. He obviously wanted to smash Chu Yan to death on the spot. #C627 Ashes as snow. The fighters of your black blood temple are too weak. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a sneer on his face. A warrior of the 6th level of the heaven transformation realm, the power of this palm is not as powerful as that of the Shancher sacred sect, an ordinary 2nd level sky warrior of the heaven transformation realm. The Haotian sword trembled slightly, and the bright sword light slashed out again, facing the huge palm print. The light of the sword is like thunder, shining like electricity, the shadow of the sword passes by, the void is suddenly split into 2, and a huge void cracks open. Bump. The 100-foot-tall dark red palm print looked astonishingly powerful, but under this sword light, it was instantly torn open like a piece of craft paper. The sword light cut through the palm print, and rushed straight towards the black robe without any hindrance. Old man. What? Seeing Jian Guang approaching, the face of the old man in black robe changed greatly. He did not expect Chu Yan's combat power to be so powerful. Swish. The sword light was already in front of him, the black-robed old man flashed his figure, and fled to one side, avoiding the sword light. Scoff. The sword light flashed, and the black-robed old man avoided the sword light for a foot, but his entire left arm was cut off by the sword light and thrown into the air. Aha! The old man trembled all over and let out a muffled grunt. Ah! Ah! After cutting off the arm of the black-robed old man, the sharp sword light rushed into the crowd behind him, and suddenly, like cutting wheat, a large group of warriors from the Black Blood Temple fell down. Wherever the sharp sword light passed, it brought a bloody storm, and the sky was full of flesh and blood, and the blood was so bright. The black-robed old man hid, but the other black-robed men behind him couldn't dodge. The sword energy rushed past, and in an instant, hundreds of people were divided into corpses by a sword, and the corpses fell all the way. Ah ah ah. Those who had their hands and feet cut off, those whose lower limbs were cut off, and some of the black-robed warriors who did not die immediately resounded through the entire square. Not good. The Great Elder is injured. The crowd. Someone exclaimed, and they rushed to block the black-robed elder with the broken arm, looking desperate. Everyone did not expect that even the Great Elder, whose cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, was not Chu Yan's opponent. This Chu Yan's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Everyone join hands and kill Chu Yan together. The black-robed old man with a broken arm shouted loudly while retreating towards the crowd. With just one move, the old man in black robe, who is the Great Elder, already understood that with this Chu Yan's combat power, no matter how many masters there are in the temple, he is not his opponent. The only way is to use the crowd tactics. Tens of thousands of people shot at the same time. Even if he is a strong man in the sky-reaching realm, he will only suffer losses. This kind of tactic is often used by the Black Blood Temple to deal with and kill some strong sects who refuse to surrender, and almost never misses. After all, the secret method of the Black Blood Temple can quickly improve the martial artist's cultivation in a short period of time, and the large number of people has always been their advantage. Chu Yan, who is in the real martial arts realm, even if his combat power is against the sky, facing the joint attack of tens of thousands of warriors, he will die. Boom, boom. Following the order of the Great Elder of the branch hall of the Black Blood Temple, tens of thousands of people in black robes in the square simultaneously stimulated their true qi, and a large amount of blood qi burst out suddenly, rushing towards the sky, completely turning the sky into a sea of blood. The blood in the sky was rolling and merging, forming a large blood-colored cloud, slowly floating towards the top of Chu Yan's head. The blood-colored clouds contained an extremely terrifying power, like a wild elephant rushing through the woods, and where it passed, large expanses of void continued to burst. The strength of tens of thousands of people gathered together, it was earth-shattering. The blood cloud in front of him covered the top, but Chu Yan did not show the slightest nervousness. This scene was originally within his expectations. Thousands of people unite. So what? Chu Yan, who possesses the 10-star Suzaku beast spirit, is not afraid of this trick at all. The white tiger beast dealt with monsters, while the vermilion bird was specially designed to deal with this kind of cannon fodder siege. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. Chu Yan roared violently, and the true energy in his whole body turned into a wave of fire, heading straight for Jiuxiao. In the waves of fire that soared into the sky, a flaming divine bird with hundreds of feet of wings was born from the fire, rushed out of the flames, spread its wings suddenly, and slammed into the blood cloud in the sky. Boom, boom. The huge red cloud, like a blood-colored ocean, was hit by the Suzaku mythical beast, and immediately exploded, turning into red starlight all over the sky, swaying between the sky and the earth. The power of thousands of people who were still like a torrent of waves just now fell apart in an instant and disappeared. The Suzaku mythical beast kept rushing back and forth in the blood cloud, completely dissipating the vast attacking Hong foam. Call. 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 The Suzaku mythical beast that scattered the blood cloud suddenly turned around in the air, and shot an endless sea of flames at the black people in the square. In an instant, the altar square with a radius of 10,000 steps immediately turned into a hell on earth. Countless people in black robes screamed in the flames, turning into swirling black ash, melting as quickly as ice and snow. Ah! 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 The screams that resounded throughout the entire world made the entire square and palace tremble continuously. These screams were extremely shrill, like ghosts hissing and howling, with endless pain, creepy and chilling. This is a killing, bloody and brutal, like a huge fire sacrifice for life. Tens of thousands of lives were completely lost in the endless sea of flames, and there was no trace of life left. Chu Yan is not a bloodthirsty person, but after comprehending the way of killing, every time he kills a person, his killing intent will become stronger, and his martial arts will become stronger. The current Chu Yan, the power of martial arts will alone is more than 5 times stronger than that of martial artists of the same level. As the number of people in the Sea of Fire became less and less, the pure blood energy like a tide rose from the Sea of Fire and gathered towards the Suzaku spirit in the sky. At the same time, nearly 100 Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses rushed out of the Sea of Flames by relying on their body-protecting chi, and their figures soared into the sky, floating in mid-air. What? How is this possible? All dead. How can these martial soul fires be so powerful? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nearly 100 Huatian realm powerhouses stared blankly at what happened in the square, completely unbelievable. Ordinary warriors, even if they have a fire-type martial soul, using the fire of the martial soul to attack the opponent, it is impossible to cause damage to the same level martial soul. Even if the opponent is lower than their cultivation level, it will only serve as a harassment at most. Not even half of the power of his true energy is enough. Because in the world of martial souls are the training guides used by warriors to communicate with the world, so it is decided not to be a powerful means of combat, at most it is to form some coercion between martial souls. But in front of him, under the fire of Chu Yan's martial soul, tens of thousands of fighters from the Black Blood Temple turned into thick white ash all over the ground in an instant, and they were all burned to death. In mid-air, all the warriors of the Heaven Transformation Realm were all dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of warriors turned into white ash, like snow covering the entire square, with a thickness of half a foot. That scene, in the eyes, made the hair stand on end, and the heart trembled. #C628 Meet the Promise again. Even the Great Elder, who escaped with a broken arm, now has round eyes and a face like white paper. Above the sky, the Suzaku martial soul is still attracting pure chi and blood like the Yangtze River. The chi and blood transformed by tens of thousands of people have gathered into a river of blood, floating under the body of the Suzaku martial soul. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me again. Chu Yan glanced at the thousands of figures in the midair, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand and a finger, all the endless flames on the square rolled and moved, turning into a flaming dragon, roaring, rushing into the air. Call. At the same time, the Suzaku mythical beast in the sky flapped its wings fiercely, bringing up fire tornadoes, and swept towards those innate realm powerhouses in midair at the same time. Not good. Hurry up, join forces to resist. The Great Elder with the broken arm felt a more burning fire attack, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 warriors of the Heaven Transformation Realm gathered towards the old man. At the same time, they exploded the protective chi and propped up a huge chi shield. The body shield with a radius of more than 10 feet, like a huge transparent ball, is more than 10 feet thick, collided with the oncoming fire tornado, and even blocked it all. A huge fire dragon, together with more than a dozen fire tornadoes, quickly spread out and attached to the surface of the chi cover, continuously burning the thick chi cover. Nourish! 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 The sound of burning fire made the scalps of nearly 1,000 Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses in the stellar hood go numb, and a place in their hearts was icy cold. Break it! Chu Yan shouted sharply, the Haoyan sword in his hand, the sword light sword, and a black and white sword light that was thousands of feet long cut straight out. At the same time, Chu Yan clenched his fist with his left hand, and the Iman fist print with the fusion of 3 elements of strength, blasted out with all his strength. One sword and one punch are both Chu Yan's unique moves. Their power is so strong that I am afraid that 10 elders will die under these 2 moves. Boom! Boom! Two explosions exploded, and the huge chi cover instantly changed from a thickness of 10 feet to a thickness of 7 or 8 feet. Call out! Call out! Call out! See! The long sword in Chu Yan's hand swung out continuously, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black and white sword lights slashed out. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. Under the continuous slashing of the sword light, the huge chi shield finally couldn't bear it and exploded. At the same time, the last 4 or 5 streams of sword energy rushed through the blasted air wave and rushed into the crowd. Immediately, dozens of streams of blood spurted out, and in an instant, like a hailstorm, dozens of corpses fell from the sky. Under this continuous attack, nearly 100 Heaven Transformation Realm fighters on the side of the Black Blood Temple, more than 40 people were killed, more than a dozen were injured, almost half of them were destroyed. And that great elder, because of injury, slowed down a bit. This time he finally did not escape, and was beheaded by a sword. Go to hell! Turning his long sword, Chu Yan was about to kill all the remaining men in black robes, and end the battle in the square. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, making Chu Yan's face startled, and his figure also paused, because this voice was very familiar. Chu Yan, long time no see. Following the sound of the voice, a tall figure slowly flew over. This person's face was pale, without a trace of blood, with his hands behind his back. A sense of arrogance lingered all over his body. With a faint smile on his face, he was suspended 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan, standing in the void. At a glance, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be him. Fight promise. Zhang Wuji, who disappeared for several months after the Battle of the Red Leaf Empire Emperor List. Looking at his appearance in a black robe, Chu Yan never imagined that he would join the Black Blood Temple. What a strong cultivation atmosphere. Chu Yan stared closely at Zhang Wuji, swept his consciousness, and found that his cultivation had improved a lot compared to before. Zhang Wuji. Chu Yan frowned slightly and said. That's right. It's me, Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji, who was dressed in a black robe, grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a smile. However, I am no longer the former Zhang Wuji, I have been reborn. After saying that, Zhang Wuji slowly raised his hands, and the endless crimson blood energy all over his body, crazily surging, turned into a bloody river above his head, turning up huge waves, and the power was loud. 8th Heaven of True Martial Realm. Chu Yan was stunned, slightly surprised. He remembered that during the Battle of Huangbang, Zhang Wuji was only at the 4th level of the True Martial Realm. Unexpectedly, in just over a month, his cultivation had skyrocketed by 4 realms, and he kept rushing forward. Arrived at the 8th Heaven of True Martial Realm. This kind of cultivation speed is even faster than Sun Jia, who has successfully awakened his martial soul for the 2nd time and also practiced Raksha Wu Jiju. You know, the difficulty of raising one level of cultivation at the true martial realm is 3 times more difficult than at the Xiantian realm. It seems that Zhang Wuji must have obtained great benefits by joining the Black Blood Temple. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Zhang Wuji couldn't help but smile slightly. A strange color flashed in his blood-red eyes, and said lightly, How about it? Chu Yan, be afraid. You remember that during the Battle of the Emperor's List, your cultivation was only at the 1st level of the true martial arts realm. Speaking of this, the smug smile on Zhang Wuji's face directly turned into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. After laughing loudly, Zhang Wuji's smile slowly subsided, his face twisted continuously, but turned into a ferocious face, with a pair of red eyes, staring at Chu Yan firmly, and said fiercely. After fighting with you, for this day, you will never understand how much I have paid, my martial soul, my martial arts, my sect, and even my dignity, everything, in exchange for the current power. The current you, in front of me, is like an ant. Glancing at Chu Yan with disdain, Zhang Wuji raised his head and chest, and said with a sneer. In 2 months, I was promoted from the 4th level of the true martial arts realm to the 8th level of the true martial arts realm, just to defeat you. I don't accept it. Absolutely, I will not accept it. Only I am the only emperor of the Hongya Empire, and you, but the 1st level of the true martial arts realm, it's just the sky. It's not worthy of the position of supreme. As if the anger that had been suppressed for thousands of years erupted in an instant, Zhang Wuji roared with all his strength. You misunderstood. Seeing that Zhang Wuji looked crazy, Chu Yan said softly. What? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Zhang Wuji was stunned and said in astonishment. The Supreme Emperor you mentioned just now. I don't care at all. You like it, just take it. Why join the Black Blood Temple? Chu Yan looked Zhang Wuji up and down, sighed with great regret, and said. You. Hearing this, Zhang Wuji was stunned at first, then his face turned purple, he felt a mouthful of reverse blood stuck in his chest, almost suffocated to death. Not give a damn about. Don't care about the position of the Supreme Emperor. He gave everything by himself, sacrificed everything to the Black Blood Temple, just to regain the supreme position of the Emperor's list, but when he came to Chu Yan, he actually said that he didn't care about the supreme position of the Emperor's list at all. Boom, boom. In an instant, Zhang Wuji only felt tens of thousands of huge monsters running past his mind, and he was suddenly dumbfounded, sluggish on the spot. Seeing Zhang Wuji's appearance, Chu Yan shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't intend to get angry with Zhang Wuji, what he said was all the truth. Chu Yan just wants to practice as soon as possible, so that he can set off to Zhongtian continent one day earlier to pick up Yuer and his mother. This is what is important to him. As for the Supreme Emperor of the Hongya Empire, he really doesn't care. At least for now. His status in the 2 holy sects is far higher than that of the Emperor of the Hongya Empire. Chu Yan, I want you to die. Zhang Wuji suddenly recovered from his sluggishness, and immediately jumped into a rage. Under the roar, his body rushed out, and the blood in his whole body exploded like a thunderstorm. #C629 Haoyan Sword. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuji punched Chu Yan. With this punch, the billowing blood cloud seemed to turn into mountain-like ferocious beasts, roaring and shaking the sky, crushing the void, and rushing furiously. The power of this punch is vastly different from those of the Black Blood Temple fighters before, and it has brought out the strength of the 8th level of true martial arts to the extreme. Earth Fiend power. Seeing the red fist mark coming, Chu Yan sneered, raised his hand and punched out. The terrifying fist burst out of the air, annihilating all existence along the way. Boom! Boom! The blood-colored fist print exploded in an instant, and was blasted into powder. The golden earth-shaking energy continued to charge forward, smashing fiercely on Zhang Wuji's protective Jinqi, and knocked him back 1,000 steps away. What? This, how is it possible? The blood in Zhang Wuji's body was in a riot like a river and sea. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yan, with a look of horror on his face. Your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. The face is full of disbelief. Zhang Wuji's eyes are bigger than those of the bull demon, his mouth is wide open, and his jaw is about to dislocate. Impossible. No way. How could this Chu Yan be faster than his own cultivation speed? You know, I have sacrificed everything except my life, and in exchange for my strength soaring. In less than 2 months, he ascended from the 4th level of true martial arts to the 8th level of true martial arts. That's right, it's ascension. Zhang Wuji used to be the supreme emperor of the Hongya Empire, a genius among geniuses. Of course he knew that ordinary warriors, even genius warriors, wanted to rise to the 4th rank in a row in the real martial arts realm, this martial arts realm, and it would take 5 to 10 years. It is simply impossible. I gave up everything and joined the Black Blood Temple. just to defeat Chu Yan and regain my position as the Supreme Emperor. However, he never imagined that Chu Yan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, which was higher than himself, the first level of cultivation. In an instant, Zhang Wuji could only feel that the sky and the earth were spinning, and the sea of consciousness seemed to be swept away by a flood of 10,000 hectares, and the whole world seemed to collapse. The whole face was stiff as stone. He was dumbstruck, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he held his breath in his chest, as if it was about to explode. No. Never, never be defeated by Chu Yan again. Gradually, in Zhang Wuji's heart, a hot flame ignited instantly, like a volcano erupting. Blood Soul Festival. Suddenly, Zhang Wuji's eyes were blood red, and the blood in his whole body surged wildly. Following his anger, the void above Zhang Wuji's head suddenly trembled, and a huge hole was opened, and a big bloody hand stretched out from it, pressed straight to Zhang Wuji. The bloody hand entered the body, and the aura on Zhang Wuji's body rose wildly like an explosion. True Martial Realm 8th Layer. True Martial Realm 9th Heaven. Heaven Transformation Realm 1st Layer. Heaven Transformation Realm Triple Heaven. Heaven Transformation Realm 5th Layer. Heaven Transformation Realm 8th Layer. In less than a blink of an eye, Zhang Wuji's cultivation level exploded by a whole world, and he directly rushed to the 8th level of Heaven Transformation Realm. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan. I am the Emperor of the Hongya Empire, I am number 1. Zhang Wuji's long hair fluttered, he looked like a madman, his bloodshot eyes stared round, hissed. This time I don't even want my life. I sacrifice everything to the Supreme Demon God. With my current strength, I can crush you to death with one finger. Presumptuous laughter resounded throughout the world. Oh? There is a kind, you come and try. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. Zhang Wuji, who obviously used some kind of secret technique, had a skyrocketing cultivation base. Although Chu Yan was quite surprised, it was within his expectations. When he left the Holy Land of Lanyuan, the sect master Xianshi also gave him a secret technique, backwater art, which can instantly increase his strength, and exchanged his own blood for a short-term secret technique to increase his strength. Chu Yan has already practiced this skill, so he naturally understands that the more this kind of secret skill, the more damage it will do to the warrior. Therefore, Zhang Wuji's cultivation base of a heaven and earth realm will explode in an instant, and the price to be paid is definitely not small. Swish. 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 Zhang Wuji's red eyes looked at Chu Yan, and he grinned instantly. The terrifying energy and blood on his body surged in an instant, rushing towards him, and suddenly turned into 5 ferocious blood beasts. These 5 blood beasts are red all over. They are all condensed by blood energy. They look like ligers and tigers. Under the hissing and roaring, the fangs and sharp claws are shining with a faint cold light. They look extremely powerful and terrifying. The key point is that the aura of these 5 blood beasts is only slightly different from that of Zhang Wuji, and at least they have the combat power of the 5th heavenly level or above. Okay. His eyes swept over the 5 blood beasts. Chu Yan's face was stunned. Zhang Wuji's secret technique seemed to be somewhat similar to his own Bianqian art. Chu Yan, I want to use your flesh and soul as a sacrifice to Lord Demon God. Zhang Wuji grinned, his white teeth flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and then he waved his hand, blood flashed, and more than a dozen dark red fist marks rushed out. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the 5 blood beasts in front of him roared to the sky, rushed out suddenly, and rushed towards Chu Yan. This secret technique is good. Chu Yan nodded, but sneered, and said softly. Blood beast clone. Humph. I also have a Vientiane clone. After finishing speaking, the black air flow on Chu Yan's body turned, his figure suddenly trembled, and 5 clones exactly like him appeared beside him. These 5 figures are all condensed by Rakshas's true energy. With Chu Yan's current state of Vientiane art, if 5 avatars are separated at the same time, each avatar has 50% of the combat power of his deity. Heaven killing sword art, 13 swords vertically and horizontally. Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the Haotian sword in his hand burst out with a soaring sword glow. The black and white sword glow, like 2 dragons, cut straight out. At the same time as Jianmong slashed out, 5 Vientiane clones rushed out at the same time, slashing with the long sword in their hands, and also used the same sword move as Chu Yan. Boom, boom. The sword light collided with the fist print, the Vientiane clone and the blood beast invaded, and under the blast of the weather, the fierce battle started in an instant. The entire altar square, including the buildings in the distance, all trembled, as if under the fierce battle, the entire Black Moon Island is about to collapse. All the fist marks issued by Zhang Wuji instantly disintegrated and annihilated, turning into countless waves of air, sweeping all directions. Joining the Black Blood Temple, Zhang Wuji discarded all the original martial arts and practiced the martial arts of the Black Blood God Ding instead. This also caused his combat strength to be inferior to that of warriors of the same level. Therefore, even if his current cultivation base has reached the 8th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, his real combat power may not be able to reach the 5th level of the Heaven Transformation realm. Swish! Chu Yan flipped his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword is white all over, and it is a real martial arts treasure. Call out. Throwing the Haotian sword in his right hand, it turned into a shining sword shadow, and instantly shot towards the distance. Chi chi chi. As the Haotian sword shuttled through the void, dozens of warriors from the Black Blood Temple not far away burst into clusters of blood flowers, and were killed in half in an instant. Not good, go back quickly. What is that silver light? It's terrifying. It seems to be the sword in Chu Yan's hand. How could it fly? The rest of the dozen or so people in the black robes of the Heaven Transformation realm exclaimed again and again, and scattered in haste. However, with their strength, they are not the opponents of Chu Yan at all, let alone the opponents of the Haotian sword who possesses the spirit of the weapon. #C630 give you face? The Haotian sword is like a ray of lightning in the void. Every time it shines in front of people's eyes, it will take away fresh lives. Laugh. 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 Even if the dozen or so Heaven Transformation realm warriors fled in all directions, they would not be able to escape in front of the 10 times faster Haotian sword even if they retreated at full speed. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, staring wide open, staring blankly at the sky with unrepentant eyes, full of emptiness and despair. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple died under the Haotian sword, and none of them survived. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wuji suddenly became furious, and his whole face was twisted together. Now that he is the deputy hall master of the branch hall of the Black Blood Temple, he actually let Chu Yan kill all the remaining forces in the branch hall in front of him. How can this keep him from getting angry? I'm going to kill you. Zhang Wuji let out a stern shout, blood burst out from his whole body, like a round of red blazing sun. I saw him throwing both fists together, and all the blood energy was condensed on the fists, forming a huge fist mark with a height of 100 feet. Moreover, with the continuous infusion of Zhang Wuji's tide of blood energy, the fist mark is still rising. In the end, even Zhang Wuji's face turned slightly pale, but the dark red fist print in front of him had reached a height of nearly 1,000 feet. At this time, this dark red fist print was as tall as a small mountain, terrifying. Die. Zhang Wuji threw out his fist, and the mountain-like fist print rumbled towards Chu Yan. This fist shook the sky and the earth, with boundless power, as if it could flatten the continuous mountains. The fist print passed, rubbed against the void, and made an astonishing rumbling sound, making the air in the entire altar square. It sank suddenly, and the powerful force made the whole body numb. This punch is the strongest move that Zhang Wuji can use after using his secret skills. Before Zhang Wuji joined the Black Blood Temple, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. Even in the Black Blood Temple, Zhang Wuji could be ranked in the forefront. Blood Temple. Therefore, Zhang Wuji's combat power is definitely much stronger than other fighters in the Black Blood Temple. The dark red fist print thousands of feet high. As soon as he rushed out, a void collapsed. The power was so powerful that it shook the earth. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Chu Yan with a punch and end the battle. Seeing the blowing of the fist print, Chu Yan's face showed a dignified color, the air continued to shatter, and the void continued to explode, causing him huge pressure. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. Chu Yan's eyes were completely red, his golden pupils flickered, and his bloody golden pupils suddenly appeared, and the true energy in his whole body rose to the extreme in an instant. Hum. The real martial spirit sword in his hand trembled constantly, and the bright sword light shot up into the sky, piercing Jiuxiao straight. The sword intent and momentum of Chu Yan's whole body, without a trace of reservation, were fully exerted to their peak. Sword of punishing heaven, unfixed wind sword. Shining sword light, like a round of silver moon, suddenly appeared in the void, and the 5 myriad avatars and Chu Yan's deity swung their swords at the same time, and 6 sword lights like the silver light of the waning moon moved towards the huge dark red the fist print, cut straight out. Boom. 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 The 6 sword beams, arranged in the shape of a hexagram, collided with the dark red fists one after another, like 6 silver meteors colliding with the top of a 10,000 zhang mountain, erupting a destructive explosion that shook the world, and the huge explosion exploded. The airwaves rushed in all directions like huge waves. Aha! The incomparable violent power came back from the shock, causing Chu Yan to groan, and his figure flew upside down, and he retreated 1,000 steps before standing still. 8th layer of Heaven Transformation Realm, it's really strong enough. Chu Yan suppressed the blood churning in his body, looked at Zhang Wuji, and grinned. Zhang Wuji's strength after skyrocketing is really strong. If it weren't for Chu Yan's cultivation level that had just been raised to the 9th level of the real martial arts realm, this punch would be really difficult to deal with. Chu Yan. See, you will definitely lose to me today. When Zhang Wuji saw that Chu Yan was blown away, he immediately smiled disdainfully, and the blood in his whole body slowly moved, and he began to condense a new attack. Today, I will also let you taste the feeling of being defeated. Swish. 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 At this moment, several figures suddenly rushed out of the palace behind the altar square, towards the battlefield in the sky, rushing towards. Call out. Before these figures approached, a silver light shot out in midair, piercing through the 2 bodies in an instant. Ah. Not good. Deputy Palace Master, save me. The few people who rushed behind saw the 2 corpses falling towards the square, their faces turned pale with fright, and their miserable screams resounded throughout the square. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wuji, who was preparing to attack Chu Yan, suddenly changed his face and roared angrily. Chu Yan, how dare you? Zhang Wuji seems to attach great importance to those few people. Just now, Chu Yan burned tens of thousands of people to death. I have never seen Zhang Wuji so excited, but now, among these few people, only 2 died, but Zhang Wuji exploded instantly. Anger, obviously, the role of these few people in the Black Blood Temple is very important. Haha, dare not. Seeing Zhang Wuji's appearance, Chu Yan suddenly laughed. Call out. Call out. Hao Yan's sword is like a ray of ghost between heaven and earth, and like a sword of punishment from heaven, flashing past again, recklessly harvesting lives one by one. The long sword was in the air, and at the same time as the sword's shadow flashed by, 7 or 8 figures who had just appeared were instantly pierced by the invisible ray of sword light. The Haoyan sword with the spirit of the weapon appeared in front of the world for the first time today, which is enough to shock everyone. The cultivation bases of these people are all in the half-step transformation into the heavens, and the true energy protecting the body is not much thicker than paper in front of the Haoyan sword. You. The figure of Zhang Wuji had just rushed out, but those people had already died under the sword of Haoyan, which made his expression froze, his body was sluggish, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Tens of thousands of ordinary warriors of the Black Blood Temple died and could be cultivated again, but these few people are the real strong newcomers trained by their Red Leaf Empire branch hall, devoting all their resources, and there is still half a year at most. Strong presence. It can be said that these newcomers are the real foundation of their branch temple. However, Chu Yan killed them all with just 2 swords, and no one survived. If he waited for the palace master to come back, he would definitely eat himself alive. Chu Yan, you're dead. I'm going to crush you. Make your life worse than death. Zhang Wuji glared at Chu Yan suddenly, his bloodshot eyes shot out a bloody red light like a monster. Frustrated. Life is better than death. Chu Yan waved his hand, held the Haoyan sword in his hand, and said with a sneer. It's really giving you face. In front of me, you are not a fart. Hearing this, Zhang Wuji's face suddenly froze for a moment, his face flushed purple, he raised his hand, pointed at Chu Yan, and said. You. Zhang Wuji only felt that he was about to smoke, and the flames kept churning in his body, making him feel like he was about to explode. Die. 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 Zhang Wuji's roar shook the sky, and the huge punch in front of him was 3 points stronger than the previous punch. Again. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and on the Haoyan sword in his hand, a stream of colorful light burst out. Sword to kill heaven and earth, a sword of heaven and earth. Completely different from before, this sword is a true lore sword. Wherever the sword passes, within 100 feet in front of him, the only thing that survives is the sword in his hand, and everything else is reduced to dust. The king's invincible sword intent has been brought to the extreme. The sword is very fast, and it has to be extremely fast. When it is so fast that even the opponent, even Void, has no time to react, a single point of the sword tip can break through the entire surface, and it will kill with one blow. Quick, you can increase your sword power. And the power of the sword makes the sword even faster. In the end, the universe of the sword is complete, and the point of the long sword ignores all defenses. You can die. Chu Yan gave a cold shout, swiped his long sword, and the sword light had rushed out, stabbing Zhang Wuji straight. #C631 can't escape. What? Why are you so strong? A sword strike made Zhang Wuji's eyes widen and his face changed drastically. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying, causing all the hairs on his body to explode, and the sea of consciousness trembled continuously. It is completely unreasonable that a sword from a heavenly warrior at the 9th level of the true martial realm can actually make a heavenly warrior at the 8th level of the transforming heaven realm feel scared. Even if Zhang Wuji's combat strength is weakened after joining the Black Blood Temple, he is still a strong person in the heaven transformation realm. The vast, multicolored sword light, black and white, the 2 colors complement each other, and it cuts straight at Wuji and the 5 blood beasts. Zhang Wuji was terrified, with a sense of crisis rising in his heart. He didn't dare to block the sword head-on, so he quickly dodged sideways, avoiding the sword dangerously. Jianmeng and Zhang Wuji brushed past each other and rushed towards the distant buildings. Rumble. The shocking sword light swept across the sky, and a large number of pavilions collapsed, raising a large amount of dust and mist, like a cloud rising from the ground. With one strike of the sword, nearly 100 small buildings were reduced to ruins, and the disciples of the Black Blood Temple hidden among them were all killed and injured. Want to hide? Seeing that Zhang Wuji dodged his own sword light, Chu Yan sneered, and shot again. Call out! Call out! Call out! With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen multicolored sword glows slashed out. Each sword glow used gold, water, fire, earth, and Rakshasa, true energy. There are 5 kinds of vitality in total. When they are fused together, their power is more than doubled. More than a dozen sword beams slashed towards Zhang Wuji up, down, left, and right, forming a sword net, covering his whole body and the surrounding space. At the same time, Chu Yan grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand, and the Haotian sword turned into a ray of aura, and once again disappeared into the void, heading towards the void behind Zhang Wuji. What? This? Zhang Wuji's face was full of fear, the sword net composed of more than a dozen sword glows in the front, and the shadow of the spirit sword behind him made his sense of crisis explode again. At this time, Chu Yan's combat power has reached its peak state. Facing Zhang Wuji, who is at the 8th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, Chu Yan no longer holds back at all. Facing Chu Yan, who was fighting with all his might. Apart from his high cultivation, Zhang Wuji has no merits at all, so it is impossible for him to be his opponent, and his death is only a matter of time. After several consecutive confrontations, Zhang Wuji already understood that he was still not Chu Yan's opponent. Facing this round of Chu Yan's attack, Zhang Wuji couldn't resist at all. He struggled with his face, gritted his teeth, his body flickered, turned into a stream of blood, and fled towards the distant palace. The speed of Zhang Wuji's escape far exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. It was only a blink of an eye, but he had already rushed into the palace. Call out! Call out! Without hesitation, Chu Yan drew out his sword and beheaded all 5 ligers and blood beasts. Under the colorful sword light, the 5 blood beasts were directly chopped into powder and dissipated in the air. Zhang Wuji! This time I won't keep you. Killing intent surged in Chu Yan's eyes. Looking at the bloody palace not far away, he pondered for a while, before making up his mind. Chu Yan already knew that Zhang Wuji was the deputy hall master of the branch hall of the Black Blood Temple, and it was impossible for Chu Yan to spare his life, otherwise, he would be raising a tiger. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan scanned his consciousness and found Sun Jia. Seeing his dull face, he immediately shouted. Sun Jia, come and collect jade talismans, clean up the remnants of the Black Blood Temple, and kill them all, leaving no one behind. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he chased after Zhang Wuji. Chu Yan's spiritual sense has already discovered that in the large building complex in the distance, there are still some disciples of the Black Blood Temple with low cultivation bases hiding in them. For Sun Jia, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can be killed with a single hand. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Sun Jia suddenly recovered from the shock. Seeing the figure of Chu Yan rushing into the bloody palace, Sun Jia was shocked. He never imagined that Chu Yan's strength was so strong that he could kill a deputy palace master of the 8th heaven of Huatian realm with his cultivation base of the 9th level of the true martial arts realm, and fled around. This kind of combat power is simply terrifying. Originally, when Sun Jia and Chu Yan came to this branch of the Black Blood Temple, he planned to kill for a while and then escape, but he didn't expect that in less than an hour, Chu Yan would have already taken this place. Punishment Hall, most of it was destroyed. Now, the remnants are already being hunted down. Call. Letting out a long breath, Sun Jia suppressed the shock in his heart, smiled wryly, took out 2 spiritual daggers, and flew towards the distant buildings. As Sun Jia rushed into the building complex, a large number of black figures appeared again, besieging Sun Jia. With the 2 spirit daggers flying, another killing began. These low-cultivation black-robed people who hid because they were afraid of Chu Yan gradually realized that the Sun Jia in front of them was equally terrifying. Even though they are numerous in number, they do not have the slightest ability to resist. In the middle of the large crowd of black people, where Sun Jia passed, they brought up flesh and blood, all kinds of stumps and arms, and threw them into the sky. The sound of spirit soldiers entering the flesh, the sound of true energy exploding, and the screams of the man in black echoed throughout the entire Black Moon Island. On the other side, Chu Yan's figure has rushed into the Scarlet Palace. In this bloody palace, there was an empty space, and the figure of Zhang Wuji rushed into a teleportation array with just a flash. At this time, the teleportation spirit god was still trembling slightly, with obvious fluctuations. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan rushed directly into the teleportation array. No matter where the teleportation array leads to, there is no place that Chu Yan dare not go in the entire Hongya Empire. Passing through the teleportation array, Chu Yan came to a huge underground stone palace. Here, it is exactly the same as the secret base of the Black Blood Temple that Chu Yan just destroyed. And Zhang Wuji, at this moment, is frantically fleeing towards the exit of the stone palace. Die! Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, the unparalleled sword light shook the void, and slashed towards the bloody streamer. Laugh! The sword light passed through the blood-colored streamer, and immediately sprayed out a cloud of blood mist. Ah! Zhang Wuji's screams echoed in the entire underground stone palace, and at the same time, his flying figure stopped. This is... Chu Yan looked down, and found that the one that fell with the sword just now turned out to be a pool of black blood. Originally, Chu Yan thought that the sword just now should be able to cut off a part of Zhang Wuji's body. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this. Black blood. Chu Yan looked at the terrified Zhang Wuji, his eyes flickering continuously. Sure enough, in the Black Blood Temple, Zhang Wuji's blood is actually black. Chu Yan thought to himself, and at the same time, his figure flashed, and he flew straight to Zhang Wuji. Bump! Just when Chu Yan's Haoyan sword slashed his head and killed Zhang Wuji, suddenly, Zhang Wuji's whole body exploded like smoke, turning into a mass of bloody air. #C632 No Lag Port. In an instant, the bloody airflow transformed by Zhang Wuji increased in speed, and continued to flee towards the entrance of the stone palace, not far away. You can't escape. Burn it for me. When Chu Yan saw the appearance of the blood-colored airflow, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he directly summoned the Suzaku martial soul. The terrifying Suzaku Emperor fire instantly enveloped the blood-colored airflow. Zhang Wuji was wrapped in the Suzaku Emperor fire, and he still ran away desperately. With the Suzaku flames on his body, like a blood-red fireball, he just wanted to rush out crazily. It's a pity that although the Suzaku Emperor fire couldn't directly incinerate Zhang Wuji, who was at the 8th level of the Heaven Transformation realm, it still caused him a huge consumption, and his speed suddenly stagnated, and soon slowed down. Die! Chu Yan charged forward violently, with the Haoyan sword in his hand, the sword glowed soaring into the sky, he cut 7 or 8 swords in an instant, and stabbed straight at the bloody air current. Laugh! 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 Every sword will cut off a large group of bloody airflow, fall to the ground, and turn into a pool of black blood. Do not. In the bloody air current, Zhang Wuji's shrill screams came out, and the blood cloud kept twisting and churning, and under the sword light of Suzaku Emperor Hua and Chu Hua, its volume became smaller and smaller. Heaven-killing sword art, 13 swords vertically and horizontally. A large sword net enveloped the blood-colored airflow, like a big hand made of sword light, slapped fiercely on the blood-colored airflow, and suddenly, the blood-colored airflow was scattered in all directions in an instant, turning into a diffuse airflow, spreading in all directions. Under this move, no matter it was bloody airflow or Zhang Wuji, they were all strangled and completely annihilated. The Vice Hall Master of the Black Temple of the Hongya Empire died on the battlefield. At this point, the strongest person in this punishment hall was beheaded by Chu Yan. Then, this branch hall of the Black Blood Temple was completely destroyed by Chu Yan. Unfortunately, there is no corpse. There is no way to burn the corpse to refine qi. Seeing that the scattered blood was getting thinner and thinner, Chu Yan shook his head and said with great regret. Immediately, Chu Yan restrained his breath, turned around and returned to the transmission spirit array, returned to the Scarlet Palace, and walked towards the altar square outside. At this time, in the buildings outside the altar square, bloody killings are still going on. Sun Jia's powerful physical strength is like an ancient wild elephant, flying with his 2 daggers. Where he passes, a shocking road of flesh and blood leads to the distance. Ah. No. I can't beat, It's over. They're all dead, all the elders are dead, the great elder and the branch master are also dead. Screams and exclamations resounded throughout the Black Moon Island, and some of the surviving disciples of the Black Blood Temple began to flee. Go. Naturally, Chu Yan would not let any of the disciples of the Black Blood Temple escape. In an instant, his consciousness was fully opened, covering the entire island. To the black figure in the distance, like a flash of lightning, and like a ray of death, there will be a large cloud of blood mist rising from the void where the Haotian sword shot through. Chi 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 chi. Wherever a sword shadow passed, a large number of lives were taken away, life was cut off, and no one survived. Now, a massive battle has turned into a massacre. One-sided massacre. In the face of the cruel killing, these Black Blood Temple disciples, with the lowest cultivation, could only die in despair and panic. Harvesting life, large black figures keep falling down. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, the Black Moon Island, where the branch of the Black Blood Temple is located, has a very large number of people. Under the cover of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, there are still tens of thousands of surviving black-robed people. If you rely on Chu Yan and Sun Jia to kill them, you will really waste a lot of time if you want to kill them all. Receive. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then, with a wave of his hand, he retracted the Haotian sword, and his figure soared into the sky, flying to the sky of Heiyue Island. With a flip of his hand, he took out a few bottles of Guiyuan pill and poured them into his mouth. Chu Yan quickly recovered the Junqi, consumed by his whole body. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. After drinking this, it was like thunder, resounding through the entire sky. The Suzaku martial soul rushed out of the void, like a round of red sun, soaring into the sky. Wherever it passed, a large swath of flames, like the wrath of the sky, invaded all the buildings. Boom! 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 The endless waves of fire swallowed all the buildings of the Black Blood Temple in an instant. Countless figures struggled and rolled in the sea of flames, and the shrill screams made people feel chills and creeps. A personal figure, melting continuously in the sea of fire, like ice and snow. These disciples with the lowest cultivation level, even if it is the Suzaku Emperor Fire with a super large range, they are not able to bear it. In less than a moment, all the surviving disciples on the entire Black Moon Island died in the sea of flames, and none of them survived. Some disciples hiding in the dark were also found after being swept away by Chu Yan and Sun Jia's spiritual sense, and they were beheaded one by one. Everyone in the branch of the Black Blood Temple, die. Under the burning of the Suzaku Emperor Fire, hundreds of thousands of warriors, regardless of their cultivation level, all turned into blood and true energy, and poured them into Chu Yan. Under the tide of qi and blood, Chu Yan's whole body burst into golden light, and the flames soared into the sky. The phantom of Rakshasa behind him roared out, swallowing the qi and blood transformed by these lives. Under the constant engulfment of the Raksha phantom, Chu Yan's physical strength slowly increased. The cultivation base of these disciples of the Black Blood Temple is too low, and the qi, blood and true qi are less than those of the same level of warriors, so Chu Yan directly uses all the qi and blood to enhance the strength of the physical body, temper the Rakshasa demon body and the Shantian fire body. At the beginning of the altar square, most of the qi and blood from burning corpses and refining qi were wasted because of chasing and killing Zhang Wuji, and most of them dissipated, which is a pity. Soon, all the blood was absorbed by Chu Yan. Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his physical body, while Sun Jia stood by his side. Half an hour later, when Chu Yan opened his eyes, his whole body was glowing with golden light, and golden lines flowed continuously on his body, merging with each other, exuding dazzling golden light, resplendent. Chu Yan's physical strength has once again increased, reaching the level of the fifth heaven of Huatian realm. Immediately, Chu Yan's body shook, and the black impurities scattered around were all shattered into nothingness. Call. Opening his mouth wide, Chu Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, exhaled and breathed, and slowly recovered his strength. Brother Chu. I checked carefully, and there is no one alive. Sun Jia said. The voice trembled slightly, with an obviously shocking tone. Up to now, Sun Jia's worries have completely disappeared. He is only deeply shocked by Chu Yan's act of destroying the entire branch of the Black Blood Temple alone with a sword. Chu Yan's combat power is shocking. Especially his 10-star martial spirit, the Suzaku mythical beast, made Sun Jia stunned. #C633 Chi family is coming. 10-star martial soul. This is completely in existence against the sky. Have you found the treasure house of the Black Blood Temple? Chu Yan asked. No. No. Sun Jia was startled, but took out a mountain of jade charms and fell in front of Chu Yan. This is just a part, there are still some, I haven't had time to collect. Sun Jia said. Okay. Let's collect the treasure house of the Black Blood Temple, casually. Chu Yan said. After saying that, Chu Yan waved his hand, scattered on the altar square, and the jade talismans stored in the building complex, not far away, flying towards both sides like stars all over the sky. Crash! Jade talismans piled up in front of the two of them like a falling river. More than half of the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Black Blood Temple, and more than half of the stored jade charms were swept over by Chu Yan's true energy. Afterwards, the two split up and collected the stored jade talismans scattered around, and collected nearly 100,000 pieces. On the altar square, there were piles of jade talismans 1 story high, which made Chu Yan extremely excited. With such a huge amount, even if there are few resources in it, if all of them are added together, it may be an astronomical figure. But it is a pity that Chu Yan and Sun Jia searched for a full hour, but they did not find the hidden treasure house of the Black Blood Temple. This made Chu Yan quite disappointed. In anger, Chu Yan swung the Haotian sword and demolished all the buildings he saw into ruins. It seems that there is no treasure house in this Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan and Sun Jia flew over Heiyue Island, looked at the large ruins under their feet, and kept shooting, all kinds of sword energy and fist marks, bombarding the buildings that had not yet collapsed. Boom, boom. In less than 100 breaths, the entire Black Moon was razed to the ground, and the continuous buildings, palaces, and pavilions were all reduced to rubble. The branch of the Black Blood Temple that almost swallowed the entire Hongya Empire. Destroy it. Then, Chu Yan and Sun Jia left Heiyuedao and returned to Luoyang Kingdom. Flying all the way, the speed is not fast. Chu Yan and Sun Jia, after swallowing the elixir, both hurried on their way and recovered their true energy at the same time. Sun Jia, each of us is half of these jade talismans. Chu Yan handed Sun Jia a piece of jade talisman, which contained nearly 50,000 stored jade talismans. Brother Chu, this. Sun Jia was stunned, hesitant, and said, this time, I didn't do anything, it's all thanks to you. I can't. Take it, we are both members of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect now, these resources are nothing. The most important thing is the strength. Without waiting for Sun Jia's answer, Chu Yan threw the jade talisman to Sun Jia and said with a smile. Sun Jia is a cultivator of the Rakshasa body refining style, and he cannot use his martial soul to absorb the aura of heaven and earth for cultivation. To improve his cultivation and strength, he must rely on various resources. This method of cultivation is exactly the same as the method of monsters and spirits. They rely on devouring heavenly materials, earth treasures, and other monster crystals to improve their strength and continuously upgrade. Holding the jade talisman, Sun Jia looked at Chu Yan with gratitude. After flying for half a day, the two returned to Luoyang Kingdom. According to the agreement with Su Xing and the others, before departure, Chu Yan took Sun Jia straight to Ling Tianzong. When he landed in front of the Ling Tianzong mountain gate, Chu Yan was startled for a moment. In front of Ling Tianzong's mountain gate, there were no disciples guarding it. Moreover, the entire Ling Tian sect was completely silent. What's going on? Didn't it mean that Ling Tianzong was not annexed by the Black Blood Temple? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then turned to ask Sun Jia. Yes, as far as I know, when the Black Blood Temple attacked all the sects of the Hongya Empire, a large number of casual cultivators and small and medium sects within the empire continued to join the Ling Tian sect, and their strength grew a lot. They have been fighting against the Black Blood Temple. Annexed. Sun Jia was also full of doubts, and quickly explained to Chu Yan. Not good. Something may have happened. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression changed, and his consciousness immediately emerged, covering the entire Ling Tian peak. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's face suddenly darkened, his brows were tightly frowned, and the air conditioning was surging from all directions. Court death. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and his figure turned into a sharp arrow, which flew out and headed towards Ling Tianzong's Lingwu Hall. Seeing Chu Yan's furious look, Sun Jia was stunned for a moment, and quickly followed. After a few breaths, the two came to a majestic main hall. Chu Yan's eyes were full of coldness, and his whole body was full of killing intent. Looking at a young man standing proudly on the square of the main hall, he said coldly, "Who are you?" The shouts were like thunder, exploding over the square. Then, the young man in white robe turned around slowly, with a smile all over his face. He glanced at Chu Yan, and said softly, "I'm here, Qi Xiaoyun. Extreme North. Qi family." Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. The revenge of the Qi family in the extreme north is still coming, but what Chu Yan didn't expect was that they found the Luoyang Kingdom. And me. Nangong family, Subaiha. A voice sounded, and in the main hall, the door opened, and an old man in purple robes stepped out. In the hall, there were large figures. Surprisingly, it was Ling Tianzong, Luoyang royal family, and everyone in the Su family. There were tens of thousands of people, and the entire main hall was packed to the brim. Seeing this, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone is still there, the problem is not big. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at Qi Xiaoyun and Su Baiha with terrified and pale faces. The young man in white robe and the old man in purple robe are really too powerful. After coming to Ling Tianzong, they banned everyone with just a wave of their hands. Even the Supreme Elder, Long Xingyun, was defeated and banned in just 3 moves. Cultivation base. Chu Yan. No. Don't come, run away. Although Long Xingyun's cultivation base was sealed, but his spiritual consciousness was strong, he found Chu Yan at the first time, and shouted loudly towards the outside of the hall. In a word, there was an uproar in the originally silent hall, and everyone looked out the door with wide-eyed eyes. Xiaoyan, hurry, let's go. Seeing that it was really Chu Yan, Chu Jiang became anxious and shouted. Chu Yan, run away, these two are too strong, you are no match for them. Go. Leave us alone, let's go. Leave quickly. Su Xing, Elder Mu, Elder Yun, Chu Zhan, etc., all roared with panic. They were terrified of the strength of the white-robed youth and the purple-robed youth. With just a wave of their hands, the two of them controlled the Lingtian sect, the #1 sect in Luoyang Kingdom. The tens of thousands of elders and disciples of the entire sect became prisoners. Therefore, everyone who was arrested was worried that these two people would be detrimental to Chu Yan. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Chu Yan did not speak, but stared closely at the two in front of him. Powerful. Very strong. The breath of these two people did not leak out, but Chu Yan's mind was tense, and he could feel that when the air flowed past them, they would obviously stagnate. In front of the palace gate, Qi Xiaoyun looked at Chu Yan, with a playful smile in his eyes, and said, "You are Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, you can kill Qi Xing." #C634, quality all over the place. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said calmly, "So what if I kill it?" Now, it can be said that everyone is controlled by these two people. Chu Yan only needs to suppress his anger and stabilize the other party first. How? Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyun laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, you killed the eldest son of the Qi family in the extreme north, and you are still so arrogant." Speaking of this, Qi Xiaoyun shook the snow-white robe on his body, his face sank, he looked at Chu Yan with a joking smile, and said, "But if you hand over all the secrets in your body, I can let you go." After saying that, a fierce aura spread out from Qi Xiaoyun's body, like an icy cold wave, sweeping in all directions. "My secret?" Chu Yan was startled, looking at Qi Xiaoyun's eyes, killing intent flashed past. "My secrets are something that others can take away. My own five-spirited beast spirit is the foundation. Everything else is obtained by relying on the five-spirited beast spirit. However, if I die, the five-spirited beast spirit will also following annihilation, others cannot take it away at all." "That's right, your cultivation speed is so fast, and you can leapfrog to kill Qi Xing, who is 3 levels higher than you, there must be a secret." Qi Xiaoyun nodded, and said with a smug face, "You can't hide it from me. As long as you hand it over, I can keep you alive." After finishing speaking, Qi Xiaoyun glanced at the crowd behind him, then at Su Xinghe beside him. The two looked at each other and smiled, with sinister faces. "Yes, according to Miss Nangong's order, you must die, but as long as you hand over the secret, the old man can let you go." The purple-robed old man, with a solemn face, pretended to be dignified, and said to Chu Yan, "Nangong Ro. Slut." Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help burning with anger. Unexpectedly, that woman was still plotting against him. This time, if it wasn't for the little white bear, Chu Yan would have done something to her when he rushed to Longyuan's sacred sect last time. Unexpectedly, this Nangong Ro would actually intensify and attack herself directly. "If you want my secret, it depends on whether you have the strength." Chu Yan stretched out his spiritual consciousness, covering the powerful aura around the opponent's body, knowing that this battle was inevitable. "Look, Mr. Su, I said this kid will seek death, so let's kill him." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyun gave a disdainful smile, looked at Su Xinghe beside him, and said with a sneer, "Okay, you make the move, or I make the move." Su Xinghe grinned grimly. "It's just an ant from the 9th level of true martial arts, don't bother Su to do it. When I kill him, you and I will share equally." After saying that, Qi Xiaoyun stepped out and walked towards Chu Yan. As he walked, his aura continued to increase. When he walked down the square in front of the hall and stood 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan, the aura on his body was like a sea of endless hectares, turbulent and surging, like 9 huge waves, setting off a monstrous power. The turbulent momentum swept out, causing Chu Yan and Sun Jia to frown at the same time, and their faces became serious. 4th Heaven Transformation Realm. Chu Yan was startled when his spiritual sense reached Qi Xiaoyun's cultivation. This is not a trash fighter like those in the Black Blood Temple, but a warrior from the top family in the extreme North Continent, and it is very likely that he is a proud warrior with superior fighting ability. Brother Chu. What should we do? Sun Jiao was overwhelmed by Qi Xiaoyun's aura, his mind was shocked suddenly, and his whole body was icy cold. The strength of this young man in white robes far surpassed the strongest opponent he had ever seen, making him feel like facing a god. Sun Jia. When you have a chance, take everyone away. Chu Yan's complexion was deep, his eyes swept back and forth between Qi Xiaoyun and Su Xinghe, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness transmitted his voice to Sun Jia. Brother Qi, you are a genius who ranks thousands in the extreme North Qianlong list, or else, let me do it. Suddenly, Su Xinghe rolled his eyes, opened his mouth, and said to Qi Xiaoyun. It doesn't matter, anyway, no one here will survive today. No one will know that I will attack low-level warriors. Qi Xiaoyun waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The extreme North Hidden Dragon list. No wonder so arrogant. A condescending look. However, Tianjiao from the Qianlong list can be arrogant in front of me. Snort. It's not certain who beats whom. Chu Yan looked at Qi Xiaoyun, his eyes flickered, and the fighting spirit kept rising in his heart. A strong opponent can always make him excited, and only the battle with life can make his combat power continue to grow. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Sun Jia nodded heavily, then exited the square, watching Chu Yan with a worried face. He knew that his current strength was still too weak. For an ordinary martial artist, he could barely fight at the 8th level of the true martial arts realm. Although he might not lose at the 9th level of the true martial arts realm, he still had no way to defeat the opponent. Chu Yan, let me say it for the last time, hand over all the secrets, or die. Qi Xiaoyun shouted. Clang. The answer to Qi Xiaoyun was a resounding sound of sword. Chu Yan holds the Haotian sword, the corner of his mouth is lightly raised, a flame is burning in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand is trembling constantly. It seems that even the Haotian sword has felt Chu Yan's majestic fighting spirit, and is very excited. Swish. Swish. One black and one white, two figures soared into the sky and flew into the air. Qi Xiaoyun raised his hand and turned it over. A snow-white willow leaf-long knife appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand and chopped it out. Angry Cloud's crazy sky slash. The snow-white sword light erupted into 100-foot-long sword light, as thick as a mountain, and the violently surging sea of clouds, with a rumbling sound, slashed down towards Chu Yan. As soon as the saber came out, the void in all directions suddenly trembled, and a huge gap was instantly broken. Only after the saber glow passed, did it recover quickly. Qi Xiaoyun's sword intent has reached the state of great success, coupled with the force of the Sea of Clouds sword, the power is so strong that Chu Yan has only seen it. Seeing the sword light rushing, Chu Yan's whole body tightened, and in an instant, he felt tremendous pressure, as if even his consciousness was about to collapse. Rakshasa's true energy burst out instantly, the Haotian sword trembled violently. Golden light and red light burst out all over his body at the same time, and he waved his sword. Boom! The black and white sword light collided fiercely with the bright sword light, and a loud noise erupted. The terrifying air wave, like a river of 9 heavens, roared suddenly and swept in all directions. The air wave from the explosion spread out like a shock wave and rushed over the Ling Tianzong building. Unexpectedly, the 2 small buildings collapsed in an instant, and countless broken bricks and tiles flew around. Under the recoil of the force, Chu Yan's body shook violently, and he retreated 100 steps. That's right, it's very powerful. Chu Yan only felt the qi and blood in his whole body tumbling, and his arms trembled slightly. He didn't expect this person's strength to be so powerful. This Qi Xiao Tian is obviously much stronger than Qi Xing. When testing the world, if not relying on Li Wutian and the others, Chu Yan would not be able to easily kill 8 Hua Tian realm powerhouses. Chu Yan, your strength is simply not enough to kill Qi Xing, so there must be a secret in you. After one move, Qi Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of greed in Chu Yan's eyes. If you have the ability, just come and grab it. Chu Yan's face was cold, and the sharpness in his eyes was extremely sharp, like two swords of magic soldiers, spurting out. Okay. Then you, die. Qi Xiaoyun yelled violently, and shot again. #C635 Tough Opponent. In Ling Tianzhu's hall, everyone crowded to the door of the hall one after another, looking towards the sky. Although they are controlled, they are relatively free. In the eyes of Qi Xiaoyun and Su Xinghe, they are not even as good as ants, they are almost equivalent to ordinary people. Except for one Long Xingyun, who can be counted as an ant, there is no threat at all. Whether it is Ling Tianzong, the Luoyang royal family, or everyone in the Su family, they are all extremely worried about Chu Yan, looking anxiously at the sky. No, this person is powerful, Chu Yan is in danger. Elder Mu's eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed, and he said, Xiaoyan, it's to save us. Alas. The battle has started now, there is no other way, I just hope that Chu Yan can escape later. Long Xingyun's eyes flickered, looking at the battle in the sky, his eyes swept across, looking at Sun Jia at the side of the square. After a moment of pondering, he opened his mouth and called out. Come over. When Sun Jia heard it, he quickly ran to the main hall. Su Xinghe, who was standing aside, just smiled and watched the battle in the sky, not caring about Sun Jia at all. Sun Jia, I heard that you and Chu Yan went to the Black Blood Temple, what happened? Long Xingyun asked. The Luoyang Kingdom branch of the Black Blood Temple has been destroyed by Chu Yan. Sun Jia said seriously. What? As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone was petrified on the spot. The Black Blood Temple, which was in full swing, swept the entire Luoyang Kingdom like a storm of destruction, and was destroyed by Chu Yan alone. How is this possible? After a long time, amidst the sound of heavy breathing, someone finally couldn't react, and asked with a face full of horror. What you just said is true. The Luoyang Kingdom branch of the Black Blood Temple really doesn't exist anymore. It's true. Sun Jia nodded heavily. Seriously replied. In that sanction hall, there were a total of hundreds of thousands of disciples, and hundreds of powerhouses above the heaven transformation realm. They were all beheaded by Chu Yan, and there was no one alive. All the buildings on Black Moon Island were also destroyed. Hiss. 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 In the main hall, there was a sound of sucking air, and everyone's eyes suddenly popped, and they were stunned. Whether it is the elders and disciples of Ling Tianzong, or the Luoyang royal family and the Chu family, everyone has been overwhelmed by the Black Blood Temple. Hearing Sun Jia say that the Black Blood Temple has hundreds of thousands of disciples, several hundred the Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses were all shocked. Although they also know that the warriors of the Black Blood Temple are slightly weaker in actual combat power, but no matter how bad they are, there are hundreds of Heaven Transformation Realm experts, not hundreds of trees, standing there and cutting down as you please. Long Xingyun, Elder Mu, and Elder Yun looked at each other with excitement and surprise in their eyes. In this way, the pressure Ling Tianzong faced will completely disappear, and the status of the first sect in the Luoyang Kingdom will be restored from then on. Sun Jia, just Xiaoyan? Chu Jiang asked in a trembling voice. Yes, Brother Chu alone. Sun Jia nodded solemnly and said. This time, most of the people in the crowd reacted, and trembling in horror, they began to believe what Sun Jia said. The branch of the Black Blood Temple was actually destroyed. Chu Yan killed it alone. This is too scary. After a while, everyone's horrified gazes turned around at the same time, and they looked up at the sky. The expressions that were originally full of worry began to undergo some subtle changes. Air. Die. Qi Xiaoyun shouted violently, raised the long knife in his hand, and slashed straight down. He immediately returned his hand and raised it, and then slashed down fiercely. In an instant, 3 sword lights were swung out. These 3 sword lights, once or twice, were like silver. Yuanyue slashed towards Chu Yan with a terrifying saber gesture. The light of the sword is like the waning moon in the sky. As soon as it appeared, the whole sky suddenly lit up, as if even the sky and the earth were suppressed. The sharp sword Qi was 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan, and it had twisted the Rakshasa Zhenqi around Chu Yan into fine powder, and the air continued to explode. Seeing the 3 sword slashes, Chu Yan looked dignified. This Qi Xiaoyun's combat power is probably more than twice that of Zhang Wuji, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Burst. The breath of the whole body rose, and Chu Yan roared violently. On the Haotian sword in his hand, black and white sword lights rushed out. He raised his hand with a sword, and the extremely solid sword light rubbed against the void, bringing out an ear-piercing sound, and slashed towards 3 paths Dao Meng. Boom boom boom. The sword light collided with the sword light, and the black and white 2-color sword light was blown away by 3 sword lights, and dissipated instantly. After a sudden stagnation, the 3 sword lights still rushed towards Chu Yan. So strong. Heaven-killing sword art, 13 swords vertically and horizontally. Chu Yan was stunned, his whole body tensed, and he swung his sword fiercely. More than a dozen sword lights formed a sword net and faced the 3 sword lights. Boom. 3 sword lights hit the sword net, tore open the sword net again, rushed towards Chu Yan, and slashed fiercely on Chu Yan's body, protecting true energy. Bump. The protective chi shattered with a loud sound, and the zhenqi of the protective body several feet thick couldn't stop the sword at all. It shattered directly and turned into nothingness. Swish. Chu Yan's body flew upside down like a meteor, flying 1,000 steps before slowing down and gradually stabilizing his body. Fortunately, Chu Yan activated the Raksha demon body and Shantian fire body early on. Although they were knocked back by one move, they were unharmed. The powerful defense of the double body training is comparable to the physical body of an 8th-level sky warrior of the heaven transformation realm, and of course not only Qi Xiaoyun, who is at the 4th level of the heaven transformation realm, can break through easily. It is precisely because of the existence of double body training that Chu Yan has enough confidence to fight with these 2 people. After all, with such a terrifying double body training as his whole card, Chu Yan himself is already invincible. In front of the main hall. When everyone saw Chu Yan being sent flying 1,000 steps, everyone's hearts suddenly tightened at the same time, and they mentioned the noise in an instant, and their faces turned pale. No matter what, in the face of such 2 powerful men, only Chu Yan can fight them. Therefore, Chu Yan cannot be defeated. If Chu Yan is defeated, according to what Qi Xiaoyun said just now, all of them may be slaughtered. In the air, Chu Yan stabilized his figure, raised his eyes to look at Qi Xiaoyun, who was full of arrogance, and frowned slightly. It's worthy of being the arrogance of the extreme North Qianlong list. It's so powerful. Chu Yan didn't expect that he had just tested his improved strength in the world, and now facing the top of the Qianlong list, there is still a gap. At the same time, compared to Chu Yan's surprised expression, Qi Xiaoyun was shocked like an earth-shaking shock. He never expected that his move with nearly 70% of his combat power would not kill Chu Yan, and it didn't even hurt the opponent's hair. How can that be? You know, I am 5 realms higher than Chu Yan, and as a genius on the extreme North Continent Qianlong list, my combat power is enough to leapfrog to the second-order battle compared with ordinary warriors of the same rank. But just like that, after 2 moves, he still didn't kill this kid. This surprised him even more than, the sun came out in the west. Chu Yan, it's no wonder Nangongra wants to kill you. You really can't stay. In the future, when you grow up, the geniuses in the entire extreme north continent may only look up to you. While Xuanhuan was speaking, the breath in his whole body was calm and turbulent like a tide, slowly increasing. Unfortunately, today, you are doomed to lose. This is the fate of most geniuses. In Xuanhuan's eyes, killing intent was like a tide, and he had made up his mind that no matter what, he must kill Chu Yan. #C636 3 times backwater. In his opinion, Chu Yan not only has the background valued by the two holy sects, but also his talent shocked the entire extreme north continent. Now his combat power is still so amazing, if he is not killed today, he must be let the tiger go back to the mountain. Come. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with blood, his golden pupils stood upside down, his whole body's true energy erupted like a volcano, and his true energy boiled like a tide. If this Xuanhuan wanted to kill himself, he would have to pay a price he could not accept. Back to the water. With a sharp shout, the Rakshasa true chi in Chu Yan's body suddenly became violent like a wake-up eternal beast, and the momentum of his whole body grew wildly like a raging sea. In an instant, the aura on Chu Yan's body increased 3 times, and the aura like mountains and seas scattered in all directions. Chu Yan's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood, especially against the background of the bloody golden pupil, it looked even more ferocious and terrifying. The first time he used backwater Jiu, Chu Yan drew 30% of his blood essence, and his combat power tripled. The loss of essence and blood reduced the chi and blood in his body, so he became as pale as a patient who had been weak for many years. Backwater Jiu is a life-saving secret technique given to Chu Yan by Shanshi Xingzong. Although blood essence is extracted in exchange for strength improvement, there is a huge loss if there is a warrior's original blood essence. But the effect of the backwater decision made Chu Yan very satisfied. The feeling of triple power made Chu Yan look at Xuanhuan again with contempt in his eyes. If you dare to challenge me, then you can die. Chu Yan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he looked at Xuanhuan with a cold gaze, as if he was looking at a corpse. What? This? How is this possible? Seeing Chu Yan's aura soaring, Xuanhuan's startled eyeballs almost popped out, his face full of horror. This Chu Yan actually has such a powerful secret technique. Xuanhuan's face sank for an instant, becoming as dark as the bottom of a pot. The gaze that looked at Chu Yan like an ant, now only trembled. He could never have imagined. Chu Yan's degree of defying the sky far exceeded his expectations, there is no bottom limit at all. What kind of secret technique is this? Xuanhuan lost his voice in fright, looking at Chu Yan's pale face, he said in a trembling voice. What secret technique? Of course it's a secret technique for killing people. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, constantly feeling the explosive power in his body, and in an instant, he felt like he could kill the world. The next moment, Chu Yan's blood eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light suddenly flashed out. At the same time, he swung the Haotian sword in his hand, and under the flash of the sword light poured out. After using the backwater Jiu, the combat power exploded 3 times, and the sword slashed out, shaking the world. The sword chi of colorful streamers, like lightning bolts, startled the rainbow, and the sharp chi brought forth a fierce sword light. Wherever it passed, the air was shattered into powder, a kind of aftermath of destructive energy that made the surrounding void unceasingly burst. With the might of the sword that could destroy the world and destroy everything, the sword glow fell on the top of Xuanhuan's head. Seeing the sword light from Chu Yan attacking, Xuanhuan's pupils shrank sharply, his face full of solemnity. Not only the sword lights in front of him, but also the Chu Yan in the distance, made Xuanhuan feel a sense of crisis in his heart. Break! Not daring to be careless, Xuanhuan's true energy surged all over his body, and the snow-colored long knife in his hand swung and slashed. The light of the knife rushed out like a mountain torrent, pouring down like a sea of clouds for thousands of miles, and also burst out with power that shook the world. The light of the sword was like thunder, and the light of the sword was like electricity. They collided instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Under the explosion, the void with a radius of 10 miles suddenly trembled, the light of the knife shattered, the light of the sword shattered, and the blasted air wave swept all directions. Not bad. Very good. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth raised lightly. This sword was after his strength tripled, and the next sword was just a move to adapt to this kind of violent force. The next step is when it is really time. Swish. Zhiqian Yulong unfolded his body technique, and Chu Yan rushed out, bringing out 100-foot-long afterimage. The air that his body smashed into made continuous explosion sounds, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qi Xiaoyun. Sword to kill heaven and earth, a sword of heaven and earth. Without any temptations, this sword strike is the strongest sword move in Chu Yan's Heaven-Zhiqian sword art. The fusion of sword intent and power, the terrifying sword light pierces the sky and the earth, and cuts straight at Qi Xiaoyun. With this sword, the blade splits all the air and void into two at the same time. Crush me. When Qi Xiaoyun saw a sword, his eyes widened immediately, his beard and hair flew up, he held the knife in both hands, slashed frantically, and kept attacking the huge 5-color sword light that was coming. The sword light streaked across the sky like a thunderbolt. Indomitable, invincible. Boom. Under a loud noise, Qi Xiaoyun seemed to be hit by the same mountain, his body turned into a shooting star, and he retreated 1,000 steps. Just like before, when Qi Xiaoyun slashed Chu Yan with a single blow, now, under Chu Yan's sword, he was also sent flying 1,000 steps. The battle situation is reversed in an instant. How is this possible? Qi Xiaoyun's face was full of shock. He was a genius on the list of Qianlong in the extreme north, and his cultivation level was at the 4th level of the heaven transformation realm, but he was cut off by this Chu Yan with a single sword. This kind of unprecedented and impossible thing actually appeared in front of my eyes. I am the proud son of the young generation of the Qi family in the extreme north, and my talent is even higher than that of the eldest son of the Qi family, Qi Xing, and I am actually defeated by this Chu Yan. If this matter is known to the young talents of the Qi family or the Nangong family, then I still have the face to pursue Nangong Rou. Swish. 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 Before Qi Xiaoyun could react from the horror, when Chu Yan waved his hand, more than a dozen sword glows formed a sword net, covering Qi Xiaoyun head-on. At the same time as the sword light cut out, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand flashed suddenly, and it actually disappeared into the void, disappeared. Storm Cloud Absolute Heaven Slash. The long knife was raised high, and the snow-colored knife glowed like a pillar soaring into the sky, soaring into the clouds for the night, swung down, and collided with the sword net suddenly. Boom, boom. The explosion lifted the sky, and the monster sword energy and blade light exploded in an instant, turning into countless sharp arrow-like energy, rushing into the world and the ground, sweeping out like a violent storm. The violent air wave swayed away like a shock wave, rushing under the sky and the earth, and also rolled towards Qi Xiaoyun and Chu Yan, causing their bodies to shake continuously. Amidst the air waves in all directions, a place in the void suddenly froze, and an icy sword shadow suddenly appeared, like a starlight passing by, rushing straight to the center of Qi Xiaoyun's eyebrows. Not good. The moment that cold light appeared, the sense of crisis in Qi Xiaoyun's heart exploded in an instant, rushing through his whole body, making his scalp numb, his whole body as if falling into a cellar of ice, and his hair standing on end. Then, that is Chu Yan's spirit sword. How could it fly? Could it be? Qi Xiaoyun was terrified, his eyes were red, and his whole body trembled in shock. A little spiritual light in the void moved at an astonishingly fast speed, and in an instant it was in front of Qi Xiaoyun, and the sharp edge of the spirit sword had already touched Qi Xiaoyun's protective body. Qi Xiaoyun subconsciously withdrew the long knife, raised it to his chest, and blocked it. Clang! The Haotian sword slashed at the stillness of the snow-white spirit knife, and made a sound of golden spears piercing the sky and earth, exploding a ball of dazzling sparks. Aha! The torrent-like power rushed into Qi Xiaoyun's body, causing his whole body to churn, and his body flew thousands of steps backwards in an instant. Tianhua Lingbao. Seeing that the Haotian sword was blocked, Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the snow-white long knife in Qi Xiaoyun's hand, and said in astonishment. Call out. The aura of the Haotian sword flashed fiercely, turning into a cold light again and disappearing into the void, sneaking towards Qi Xiaoyun. The strength of the four evil spirits. At the same time, Chu Yan raised his right fist, and the silver fist light wrapped in 5 colors smashed out. #C637 Hammer of Heaven. This is impossible. Qi Xiaoyun's eyes were red, and his heart was full of horror. He never imagined that Chu Yan would have such a powerful combat power after using his trump card. When this kind of combat power explodes, he is no match for him. Although he managed to block the flying sword just now, the qi and blood in his body still calmed down. Swish! Seeing the mighty Yinmong fist strike, Qi Xiaoyun gathered momentum all over his body, clenched the snow knife in his hand, and slashed out. Storm Cloud Absolute Heaven Slash. The light of the sword is like waves, layering and merging, like a sea of clouds pushing thousands of miles away. The accumulated power of the sword, like a huge wave of a sea of rioting clouds, cuts towards the Yinmong fist seal. Call out. A little starlight flashed in the void, and the Haotian sword traveled through the space, and instantly appeared in the clouds and waves of the sword, like a flying fish, swimming in it, fighting the wind and waves above the tide, going against the trend, bringing out a touch of silver. Shine a long line and shoot it straight at Qi Xiaoyun. The Yinmong fist print, with lingering colorful brilliance, is at an astonishing speed, and the faster one is still the Haotian sword-like aura, as if it has arrived in front of Qi Xiaoyun in just a flash. What? Seeing this, Qi Xiaoyun's complexion changed drastically, and the vitality in his whole body exploded like a gushing tide, gathering in front of him in an instant, forming a huge body-protecting stellar energy shield. Laugh. The Haotian sword first stabbed the thick astral shield like a city wall, and the Yinmong fist seal did not stop after smashing the sword light, and followed closely behind, one after another with the Haotian sword. Hitting the air shield. As if a nail and a sledgehammer were used to pierce the surface in an instant, no matter how strong the defense of the body shield is, under this strange attack, it will also be blasted instantly, like a huge crystal wall, shattered with a bang. Boom! Under the loud noise, the Haotian sword was in front, and the Yinmong fist was behind. At the same time, they rushed through the remaining energy of the air shield and blasted on Qi Xiaoyun. Bump! Like a sledgehammer from the sky hitting a mountain, under the bang, Qi Xiaoyun's body, like a shooting star, flew out in a straight line. Puff! While flying upside down, Qi Xiaoyun opened his mouth wide and spewed out a stream of blood mist, covering the sky. Boom! Qi Xiaoyun's body collided with a hall of Ling Tianzong, smashing it through, and the walls of the entire hall collapsed. Die! Seeing this, Chu Yan flew out like lightning, copied back the Haotian sword, and rushed towards Qi Xiaoyun's falling point. Take advantage of his injury and kill him. Of course, Chu Yan will not let go of this good opportunity. If he can kill Qi Xiaoyun in one go, the remaining Su Xinghe will be easy to deal with. Inside Lingwu Hall, everyone stared blankly at the black shadow across the sky, holding a long sword, like a black star, rushing towards the white-robed figure. Chu Yan took advantage of the situation to chase and kill the strong man named Qi Xiaoyun. Tens of thousands of eyes are all trembling, and the eyes are full of shocking waves. They can't believe that Chu Yan's strength has reached such a level, and they can't imagine it at all. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, what was originally just a tiny glimmer of hope skyrocketed crazily. At the beginning, some people believed that Chu Yan could win, that he could really kill two Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses. He had the strength. As for what Sun Jia said, Chu Yan destroyed a black blood temple with more than 100,000 disciples and hundreds of Heaven Transformation Realm warriors by himself, without any doubt. The Heaven Transformation Realm expert in the Black Blood Temple has high cultivation but weak strength, especially in martial arts attack, which is even worse, but this Jiuxiao in front of him is different. He is a real Heaven Transformation Realm expert with shocking combat power. When the silver-glowed sledgehammer in midair smashed Jiuxiao into the air, and Chu Yan chased after him, the entire Lingwu Hall was suddenly silent. And then the sound of gasping for air resounded throughout the hall. Hiss! Hiss! A few months ago, Chu Yan walked out of this Lingwu hall. At that time, in the entrance examination, in front of the sudden appearance of a strong man in the Huatian realm, Chu Yan had no power to fight back, like an ant in front of a giant. Was robbed of his lover, Yuer. At that scene, many elders and Long Xingyun were hiding in the sect and witnessed it with their own eyes. But now, only a few months later, in the sky of Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan is holding a spirit sword, and he is actually chasing and killing a real strong man in the sky transformation state. For a few months, everyone in Ling Tianzong, including everyone in the Su family, and Su Xing, witnessed the rise of a heaven-defying evildoer. How can this not make people tremble with fear? The horror is boundless. With such a growth rate and such a heaven-defying evildoer, whoever becomes his opponent is definitely the beginning of a nightmare. Boom! Just when Chu Yan's figure exploded and rushed towards the ruins of the great hall where Jiuxiao fell, there was a bang, and among the ruins, broken bricks and tiles were flying all over the sky, and a gray-white figure shot out of the sky. It was Jiuxiao, who fell into the ruins. Still running. A hint of ridicule flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and then, with a flip of his right hand, the Haotian sword pointed directly at Jiuxiao's back, and Zhitian Yolong's movement was like a black dragon turning clouds, and he turned sharply and chased after the gray figure. At this moment, Jiuxiao was in a state of embarrassment. His original snow-white robe was covered with dust, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, and he looked like a beggar. There was dirty blood on the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of horror. He looked back at Chu Yan, and at the same time, fly away in the distance. The powerful qi of the fourth level of the Heaven Transformation Realm was all used to stimulate his movements. Jiuxiao didn't dare to stagnate in the slightest. Like a frightened bird, he flew 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. However, Chu Yan's Yulong Zhiqian movement method is an earth-level movement method, or a secret skill. Under Chu Yan's full training, he has now reached the third level, Long Fan Yun. The speed is so fast that Jiuxiao, who is far beyond the Heaven Transformation Realm, is probably the 9th level Heaven Warrior of the Transformation Heaven Realm, and he is only as fast as Chu Yan. After a few breaths, the distance between Chu Yan and Jiuxiao became closer and closer. Not good. Jiuxiao's consciousness trembled, and his face turned black. He didn't expect that Chu Yan's movement speed would be so fast. In fact, the Raksha demon physique cultivated by Chu Yan is already good at speed. Sun Jia knows this best. Now, with the upper-level top-rank body skills, it will naturally become more terrifying. Jiuxiao saw Chu Yan getting closer and closer, his heart was cold, and at the same time, he was burning with anger. He never imagined that he was not far away, and he followed Chu Yan all the way from Longyuan Xingzong to this place. He was originally going to kill people to seize treasures, but he was killed. He is still hesitating whether to use his life-saving trump card. As the arrogant of the Qi family in the extreme north, and one of the top 1,000 Qianlong in the extreme north, he certainly has his own trump card, but he is not at all sure that after using his trump card, he can turn the tide of the battle. Die to me. With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Haoyan sword in his hand drew a bright 5-color sword light, and slashed straight at Qi Xiaoyun's back. #C638 Teleportation Amulet. Boom. Qi Xiaoyun, who only cared about fleeing for his life, didn't dare to turn around to fight at all, but just slashed the sword light with his backhand. WWW. But just this, the distance between Chu Yan and Qi Xiaoyun was once again shortened by 10,000 steps, and Qi Xiaoyun was obviously unable to escape because of his speed. Swish. Finally, Qi Xiaoyun, whose face was contorted and struggling extremely, turned his hand and took out a talisman, turned his head and took a hard look at Chu Yan, and then, under the urging of true energy, poured it into the talisman. The Zhenqi entered the spirit talisman, which immediately made the talisman burst into light, casting a black light toward the void dozens of miles away. The light distorted and took shape quickly, turning into a light gate the size of a city gate. It was a teleportation light gate. Send the magic talisman. Just as Chu Yan was stunned, Qi Xiaoyun's figure suddenly accelerated violently, and he instantly disappeared into the teleportation light gate and disappeared. There is a teleportation talisman. This extremely rich Qi family is really rich. Seeing Qi Xiaoyun disappear, Chu Yan stopped immediately, his face full of helplessness. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiaoyun was still allowed to escape. The Qi family in the extreme north. Just wait for me. Chu Yan glanced at the gradually dissipating teleportation light gate, and said bitterly in his heart. The Qi Xing I killed was the eldest son of the Qi family in the extreme north, and one of the heirs of the family. Therefore, I and the Qi family in the extreme north were in a situation of endless death. Now, this Qi Xiaoyun has crossed hundreds of empires and came to the Hongye Empire to chase and kill him, which can only show that the Qi family in the extreme north has already taken action against him. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan's expression froze, remembering that there was an old man named Su Xinghe from the Nangong family, so Chu Yan quickly turned around and flew towards Lingwu Palace. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, when he returned to Lingwu Hall, Su Xinghe from the Nangong family had disappeared. Escaped too? Humph. Chu Yan snorted softly, then landed in front of Lingwu Hall, and strode into the hall. As Chu Yan entered the Lingwu Hall, tens of thousands of people immediately separated, leaving a wide human path for Chu Yan to pass through. At the same time, tens of thousands of eyes watched Chu Yan closely, as if seeing a god descending to earth. Among the crowd, only Sun Jia was a little normal. When he followed Chu Yan to destroy the Black Blood Temple, he was already shocked by Chu Yan's evildoer. Therefore, he guessed that Chu Yan should be able to defeat those two strong men. Xiaoyan, who were those two just now? When Chu Yan stood still, Chu Jiang came over and asked in horror. The two most powerful families in extreme north continent, the Nangong family and the Qi family. Chu Yan replied. What? The strongest, two great families in extreme north continent. Chu Jiang's whole body trembled, and his heart suddenly trembled. The extreme north continent is a vast area hundreds of millions of times larger than the Luoyang kingdom, and contains tens of thousands of powerful empires. And these two families turned out to be the two strongest families in extreme north continent. To the little Chu family, it was like the difference between a mountain peak and gravel. When the voice fell to the ground, everyone in the hall was shocked. The white-robed young man who was defeated and hunted down by Chu Yan had such a strong background. They had no doubt that the white-robed young man might be destroyed by the entire Luoyang kingdom alone. Where is he, others? Elder Long Xingyun, with fat rolling all over his body, swayed in front of Chu Yan, and asked in a surprised voice. He used a teleportation talisman to escape him. Chu Yan sighed. Escaped. Long Xingyun was taken aback, his eyes twitched and he looked at Chu Yan, his face full of horror. I think that I am also a strong person in the late stage of the first layer of Tianhua realm. In the hands of that person, I can't even take 3 moves. When it comes to Chu Yan, it is the one who killed him and fled. This gap. In everyone's heart, it was like a storm passing by, and their spiritual consciousness trembled violently. Facing such a monstrous Chu Yan, who was originally from the same clan as them, became an existence of great heights in less than a few months, which made them look up. Among the crowd, a soft gaze quietly watched Chu Yan. His face was pale, and his beautiful eyes were lifeless. The owner of this feminine gaze was exactly the one who had crossed paths with Chu Yan a year ago. Yi Meyer. It can be said that she grew up with Chu Yan since she was a child. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's inability to awaken the martial spirit, she would have been called the Limit 3 Wastes of Jishanzong back then. Maybe now, I am already with Chu Yan. But fate made people. After a betrayal, she chose Chu Nan, the #1 genius of the Chu family at that time. Since then, Chu Yan seems to be possessed by a god, from a waste to an existence that she looks up to now, and she doesn't even dare to regret her original decision. The current Chu Yan, even if it was just a glance, made her feel as if she was favored by the gods, and her mind was shocked. This godlike young man in black robes was so close to him at the beginning, just a hand's reach away, but now, it is as far away as the sky and the earth, the sky peak and the deep sea, making her out of reach. Afterwards, with a faint sigh, Yi Meyer withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful eyes became more and more blurred and lost. What I lost, I am afraid I will never be able to look back. Xiaoyan, your face. Chu Jiang, who was standing beside Chu Yan, noticed Chu Yan's abnormal expression, and asked worriedly. Father, it's just that I've consumed too much qi. It's fine, and I'll recover soon. Chu Yan chuckled and explained. He naturally didn't want his father to worry, so he just mentioned it in one sentence, but in fact, the loss of 30% of his blood had a huge impact on Chu Yan, and it was difficult to recover in a short time. That's good. Hearing this, Chu Jiang heaved a sigh of relief, nodded and smiled. After a while, Ling Tianzong, Luoyang royal family, and Chu family respectively arranged for their disciples to withdraw from Lingwu Hall. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and the main floors of all parties arrived at the 5th floor of Lingwu Hall. The 5th floor of Lingwu Hall was originally Long Xingyun's residence, but at this moment, Chu Yan was sitting on the main seat. With Chu Yan's strength, he is definitely the #1 person in the entire Luoyang kingdom. Therefore, in the martial arts world where the strong are respected, Long Xingyun and others naturally dare not sit on the main seat in front of Chu Yan. Under the circumstances, Chu Yan could only refuse. Everyone, the Luoyang Kingdom branch of the Black Blood Temple has been destroyed, but the forces they sent to the Hongye Empire will return at any time. Judging from the current situation, the Hongye Empire may not be able to stabilize in a short time. What do you all have? Intend? Chu Yan glanced across, looking at the high-level leaders of various forces, and said. Chu Yan's trip back to the Luoyang Kingdom was to solve all his worries, so Chu Yan already had a plan in mind. Also, now that Chu Yan's back to water has failed, the weakness caused by the loss of 30% of his essence and blood made him a little tired. After swallowing some recovery pills, the effect was not great, so he could only slowly adjust his breath to recover. #C639 Powerful Rakshasa Sol Tianzong. For Su Xinghe, who disappeared without a sound, Chu Yan was a little worried that he would appear suddenly. At that time, without the back to water, he might not be his opponent, so it is important to recover as soon as possible. In the hall, when everyone heard Chu Yan's words, they all pondered quietly, their faces extremely solemn. What Chu Yan said is exactly what the forces of several parties are most worried about at present. First, the Black Blood Temple forced them to support them hard, and then 2 terrifying strongmen came later, which made all parties fearful and frightened. Chu Yan, disgust. Xuanhuan, we, the Su family, are all at your disposal. As long as we don't cause you any trouble. Chu Jiang and Chu Yan had the closest relationship. Seeing that the others were silent, he pondered for a while, before speaking first. Chu Yan, before you left Lingshanzong, I told you that I was going to pass on the position of Lingshanzong suzerain to you. Therefore, you are the master of Lingshanzong's affairs. Long Xingyun laughed. For him, this is a good opportunity for Chu Yan to take over Ling Tianzong, so he will not let it go. It is good. Hearing what Chu Jiang and Long Xingyun said, Chu Yan nodded, and then looked at Su Xing again. Chu Yan naturally knew that Su Xing's position was special and relatively troublesome, so he didn't expect the Luoyang royal family to join it. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes, Su Xing couldn't help but frown slightly, his expression extremely hesitant. Su Xing's own idea, of course, is to follow Chu Yan without hesitation. When he saw Sun Jia, he only got a book of exercises from Chu Yan, but he became the top powerhouse in the Luoyang kingdom. Of course he was very excited. However, there is the entire Luoyang royal family behind him. Although the regime of the Luoyang royal family has been overthrown by the Black Blood Temple, some elders and the Luoyang king are still working hard to restore the status of the royal family. Chu Yan, I'm sorry. Finally, Su Xing's tense body suddenly loosened, and he lowered his head, not daring to look into Chu Yan's eyes at all, and said softly. It's okay. Su Xing, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the two holy sects to find me. I should still be there within half a year. Chu Yan shook his head and smiled lightly. He naturally understood Su Xing's special status. After all, the royal family is not like ordinary sects. Ugh. Hearing Fong, Su Xing sighed softly, then got up, and walked towards the outside of the hall. The moment Su Xing stepped out of the threshold, Su Xing's whole body trembled slightly, his feet were hanging in midair, and he couldn't step out anyway. He really didn't want to. If he could make his own decisions, he really hoped to be like Sun Jia, following along with him. Chu Yan travels the mainland, happy to be kind and enmity. Unfortunately, my identity. Finally, Su Xing stepped out of the hall and disappeared outside the door. However, Su Xing never imagined that this step made him regret for the rest of his life, and he forever missed the opportunity to stand on the top of the continent. Seeing Su Xing leave, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, then he withdrew his eyes, looked at the people in front of him, staring and pondering. Chu Yan, what plan do you have? Just say it directly, it's all your own people, don't be afraid. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Long Xingyun chuckled and said loudly. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded to Long Xingyun, looked at the crowd, and said directly. I am going to let you all join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Everyone was startled when they heard the words, they had never heard of this sect. Chu Yan, how many people are there in this Luocha Soul Tianzong? How strong is the suzerain? Long Xingyun frowned and said. After Long Xingyun broke through to the heaven transformation realm, he had practiced in the extreme north continent, but he had never heard of the name of this sect. However, this was all secondary. The most important thing was that he was worried about the strength of Ling Tianzong and the Chu family. Not strong, after joining this sect, being excluded, it is not beautiful. I am the suzerain. Chu Yan said. A word fell to the ground, like thunder rolling. What? Chu Yan turned out to be the suzerain. Several people present were stunned at the same time, and looked at Chu Yan dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. You know, after Chu Yan left Ling Tianzong, he went to extreme north continent. If Chu Yan became a sect, that must be the sect of a certain empire in the extreme north continent. This kind of sect, no matter how small it is estimated to be more than 10 times the strength of Ling Tianzong. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, Chu Yan became the master of a sect. Afterwards, Chu Yan introduced the relevant situation of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong to Long Xingyun and Chu Jiang, including Li Wutian's 12 sect armies. Chu Yan also planned to join Jiuxiao together, so he explained to several people no. After the loss of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong tens of thousands of years ago, there are only hundreds of spirit beasts and a wisp of Elder Qingyun's remnant soul in Jiuxiao Palace. The Lingtian sect and the Chu family are also the first batch of sect members prepared by Chu Yan. In the future, as long as there is a chance, Chu Yan will continue to grow it. From now on, it will be Chu Yan's capital and foundation to gain a foothold in the Zhongtian continent, a sect force completely in his own hands. Zongjuan. Half step to the venerable realm. Following Chu Yan's explanation, Long Xingyun was completely stunned, and thunderbolts exploded in his sea of consciousness, making his sea of consciousness not calm for a moment. Not only Long Xingyun, but the others all stared blankly at Chu Yan, as if they had seen a ghost. In ancient times, the overlord sect of the mainland. A sect with a sect army headed by a half-step venerable. A book of exercises allowed Sun Jia to be promoted to a sect in the realm of heaven and earth. Under the various information, all the people present were dumbfounded, their eyes widened and they froze on the spot. Since everyone has no objection, everyone will prepare separately. After 3 days, all the resources are still available, so follow me to Jiuxiao. Chu Yan announced loudly. The thunder broke out, and everyone woke up from the shock, and then looked at Chu Yan's eyes, and the strange light flashed. Afterwards, Chu Yan discussed some details of the relocation with everyone, including the 100 real martial arts warriors who were sent back at the beginning, and all the various resources they brought back were also packaged and taken to Jiuxiao. After all, Lingqingzong is the first sect in the Luoyang kingdom. When it was relocated, everything was complicated. Of course, Chu Yan would not care about these matters in detail, and left them all to Elder Mu and Elder Yun to deal with. For the next 3 days, Ling Tianzong and everyone in the Chu family were in a hurry, and there was a busy scene everywhere. And Chu Yan has spent these 3 days in cultivation, and it is necessary to recover the lost 30% of blood essence as soon as possible. However, to Chu Yan's disappointment, after 2 days passed, Chu Yan ran the Raksha Wuji divine art with all his strength, but he only recovered half of his blood. However, even so, Chu Yan was completely immersed in cultivation and did not dare to neglect in the slightest. At the same time, Ling Tianzong's back mountain. A green figure was hidden in the Tianfeng mountains, with a pair of cold eyes staring at Ling Tianzong in the distance. #C640 to turn on. This person is the third person who followed Qi Shaoyun and Su Xinghe, followed Chu Yan, and followed all the way from the 2 holy sects. The green figure followed behind Chu Yan. In order not to be discovered, all the breath and consciousness were all restrained, without a trace of overflowing. He followed Chu Yan, from the destruction of the Black Blood Temple, to the battle between Chu Yan and Qi Shaoyun. Everything Chu Yan did fell into his eyes. It is also because of this that he knows all of Chu Yan's strength cards. The Taoist master is wise, this Chu Yan is really not simple. The green figure merged with a big tree in front of him, and there was only a slight fluctuation. Ordinary warriors, even if they passed him by, would not be able to notice his existence. It seems that Chu Yan should return to Longyuan sacred sect soon to prepare to participate in the God of War. I must bring his news back as soon as possible. The green shadow muttered to himself, and then, in a flash, he soared into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, Chu Yan woke up from his practice. At this time, Ling Tianzong and the Chu family were all fully equipped, and the entire Ling Tianzong square was densely packed with people. Looking around, the number of people is about 50,000, among which Ling Tianzong, which has merged some small and medium sects, has the largest number. Chu Yan stood in front of the hall, his eyes swept across, his eyes were like thunder, and his aura was majestic. Wait a while, I will use a spirit treasure to collect everyone in it, don't resist with your spiritual sense. Chu Yan said in a loud voice, and under the urging of his true energy, the whole square resounded. Yes. Tens of thousands of people responded at the same time. At the same time, there was a look of curiosity in their eyes. What spirit treasure can accommodate living people? And it can accommodate nearly 50,000 living people. Everyone knows that jade talismans are for storage, but they can only store dead objects, and living people cannot enter. Although there are some rare and precious space jade talismans that can accommodate living people, usually only a few people can be accepted. Once there are too many people, the space can't bear it. If the whole thing collapses, all the people in it will be smashed into powder by the chaotic space. Whoosh! Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a painting scroll shining with thousands of golden lights rose into the sky. Mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts, enlightenment. Chu Yan's true energy was infused, and his handprints flew into the air, like a round of golden little sun in the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture. Immediately, the golden scroll in midair slowly opened horizontally, and multicolored rays of light flowed out from the scroll and spread out, dyeing the entire square in a brilliant color. As soon as the picture of mountains and rivers of beasts came out, everyone in the square was shocked, and their faces were dull. Oh my God, what kind of spiritual treasure is this, such a powerful spiritual energy? This is a spirit treasure that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It's so beautiful. Haha, it's my good fortune to be able to experience this spirit treasure once. After the shock, various exclamations sounded, and the entire square was in an uproar. Mountains, rivers, and beasts, open. Chu Yan's true energy rises, and strands of Rakshasa true energy condense into silk, connecting himself with the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. At the same time, his hands flip like flying, turning into countless handprints, and creating a picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts. With the injection of Chu Yan's handprint, the glow from the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts became brighter and brighter, and even the sky was dyed with 9 colors. At the same time, in the middle of the picture of mountains and rivers, a beam of 9-colored light suddenly shot out and fell towards the middle of the square. A 9-colored avenue appeared in front of everyone. Enter the mountain and river map immediately. As the Jiuxiao Avenue landed, Chu Yan immediately shouted loudly. Whoosh! 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 When the voice fell to the ground, Long Xingyun and Sun Jia, who were the first to recover from the shock, flew over and landed on the Jiuxiao Avenue, and walked towards the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts picture in midair. After a few breaths, as the figures of Long Xingyun and others disappeared in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, everyone in the square suddenly exclaimed, turning into a large tide, rushing towards Jiuxiao Avenue. For 2 full hours, after nearly 50% of Chu Yan's true energy was consumed, the square was finally empty, and everyone entered the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Mountains, rivers, and beasts, except. Chu Yan yelled softly, and the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts trembled suddenly in midair. Immediately, the 9-colored avenue disappeared, and the entire golden scroll was put away, turning into a golden streamer, and fell into Chu Yan's hands. Fortunately, there is this treasure obtained from Xie La Jiao. Chu Yan looked at the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts in his hand, and smiled lightly. One of the 3 great treasures of the overlord tribe of the Yaozu in the ancient times, it can not only store all the souls of the world, but also the living beings. This point was discovered by Chu Yan when he used the mountains, rivers, and 10,000 beasts to practice, and it is also an important part of Chu Yan's plan to move the clan. On the way back to Longyuan Sacred Sect, we happened to pass through the Huangbang holy city of the Hongye Empire, where Chu Yan planned to open the Qianlong Sanctuary and bring everyone into the Jiuxiao Palace. Jiuxiao Palace currently exists in the Qianlong Sanctuary, which is an absolutely safe place. Moreover, in Jiuxiao Palace, there are powerful spirit beasts such as bull demons, and the safety of Ling Tianzong and Chu family is absolutely guaranteed. Whoosh! Facing the rising sun, Chu Yan soared into the sky, turned into a black streamer, and shot into the sky. After flying for 5 full days, Chu Yan finally arrived at the holy city of Huangbang in the Hongye Empire. Landing in the empty Huangbang holy city, Chu Yan used the Raksha order to open the Qianlong Sanctuary and flew into it. The process of arranging the affiliations of Ling Tianzong and Chu Yan went extremely smoothly. Elder Qingyun was also very happy to see that Chu Yan brought back so many people. After all, for 100,000 years, he was the only human being in the entire Jiuxiao Palace, and he felt somewhat lonely. Moreover, when Chu Yan told Elder Qingyun that he had found the 12 Banners army, Elder Qingyun, who had only a wisp of remnant soul, almost lost his soul with excitement. The 12 Banners army is the authentic power of the Rakshasa soul Tianzong, and Li Wutian is in charge of the banner envoy, and Elder Qingyun still knows it. After Chu Yan promised Elder Qingyun several times in a row that he would bring the 12 Banners army back to Jiuxiao Palace as soon as possible, Elder Qingyun gradually calmed down. Afterwards, Chu Yan talked with Elder Qingyun, Long Xingyun, Sun Jia, Chu Jiang and others for a whole day and night, and agreed on all the details of various matters concerning the Rakshasa soul Tianzong. At the same time, Elder Qingyun obtained the 5 qi of the 5 elements from Chu Yan, and his soul and body became more solidified, and he was even able to leave the altar for activities. Looking at the Jiuxiao Palace, which was bustling for the first time in 100,000 years, Elder Qingyun's eyes were moist. Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect. There is hope. Chu Yan stayed in the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect for 2 days, before setting off to return to the Longyuan Sacred Sect. After dozens of consecutive transmissions, after 10 days, Chu Yan finally returned to Longyuan Xingzong. As soon as he stepped into the gate of Longyuan Sacred Sect, a sound transmission of divine consciousness rushed into Chu Yan's consciousness. See eagerly. Chu Yan, come quickly. The God of War platform is about to open. #C641 Golden Cauldron. Chu Yanfei landed on the Zomen Square of the Longyuan Sacred Sect, and was startled suddenly when he heard the voice transmission of the Longyuan Sacred Lord's spiritual consciousness. God of War Terrace. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan jumped up again, and flew towards the location of the Longyuan Sect Master. It took nearly a month from Chu Yan's return to Hongye Empire to his return to Longyuan Sacred Sect. However, when Chu Yan flew over the Longyuan Sacred Sect, he found that the Longyuan Sacred Sect had undergone tremendous changes within a month. A month ago, Chu Yan clearly remembered that in the Longyuan Sacred Sect, disciples from various peaks could be seen everywhere, and there were crowds of people everywhere, but now, only 1 month later, the Longyuan Sacred Sect is extremely quiet. Chu Yan flew over the 9 peaks of Longyuan, and the number of disciples he saw did not exceed 1,000. This is really strange compared to the Longyuan Sacred Sect with nearly 1 million disciples. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan, who was full of doubts, flew to the peak of Longyuan Sect Master, and stood in front of Longyuan Sect Master. Chu Yan, you're back. Sit down. The Lord Longyuan sat in front of the stone table, looked at Chu Yan, and greeted with a chuckle. Chu Yan nodded, sat lightly, and glanced at the wooden house not far away, but did not find the figure of Sect Master Shancher. You don't need to look for it, old fellow Shancher, retreat. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, Sect Master Longyuan said. Retreat. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Didn't he say that the arena of God of War was about to be opened? The last time I looked at the expression of Sect Master Shancher, it seemed that he still valued the agreement of the God of War platform, but now he suddenly retreated. Suddenly, Chu Yan was puzzled again. Sect Master, I just returned to the sect, and I found that the Longyuan sacred sect has changed, a lot, but what happened? Chu Yan pondered for a while and said. It's completely unreasonable that Longyuan Xingzong has changed so much after only leaving for a month. That's because our Longyuan sacred sect encountered the same situation as your Xiancher sacred sect. Sect Master Longyuan chuckled, with a look on his face. But there is no heavy color, but a relaxed expression. Seeing Chu Yan's more puzzled gaze, Sect Master Longyuan smiled lightly and continued. Half a month ago, 80% of my sect's disciples went to the Blood Soul Holy Land, which was the former Xiancher Holy Land. Blood Soul Holy Land. Chu Yan froze for a moment, and suddenly frowned. Since he joined the two holy places, he has heard a lot of news about the two holy places. In the history of extreme North Continent, there have always been only two holy places. Now why suddenly there is one more sacred land of Blood Soul? That's right, Chu Yan, Xiancher, and I told you a month ago that when you come back, there are some secrets about the 8 ancient sects, and it's time for you to know. Sect Master Longyuan put down the tea in his hand, the smile on his face restrained, and gradually became dignified. You should know that our Xiancher Holy Land and Longyuan Holy Land are connected with each other. They belong to the Dizong and Lingzong of the 8 ancient sects in the Zhongtian continent, respectively. For thousands of years, the extreme North Continent has been our Dizong and Lingzong. For the territory, we set up 2 major holy sects here, and we never compete with the powerful sects of the extreme Northern sect, but just absorb some extreme Northern Continent talents and train them for the Earth sect and the spiritual sect. And the extreme East Continent, the extreme South Continent, and the extreme West Continent, the 3 continents also have holy places set up by the 8 ancient sects, just like us. But this time, the demon sect of the 8 ancient sects also reached out to my extreme North Continent. The demon sect of the 8 ancient sects. Chu Yan doubted. Chu Yan, what you must know is that the Black Blood Temple is the subordinate force of the demon sect. Sect Master Longyuan looked at Chu Yan with a solemn face, and said solemnly. What? The Black Blood Temple is the power of the 8 ancient sects of the demon sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan said in surprise. Exactly, in the Zhongtian War 10,000 years ago, the 8 sects attacked each other, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, the 8 sects made an agreement to cease fighting, which was also the agreement on the God of War platform. Powerhouses above the heaven-reaching realm are not allowed to attack each other. Sect Master Longyuan said this, his eyes were blurred, and he seemed to think of the shocking war 10,000 years ago. This God of War terrace is not only owned by me in the extreme North Continent, but also in the other 3 continents, and there are 8 in the entire Haotian continent. It will be opened every once in a while, and geniuses from various sects gather to seize the treasures in the God of War terrace. What treasure? Chu Yan asked. The treasures in the God of War altar are incredible. It can be said that there are all kinds of treasures. What's more, the most amazing thing is that among them, there are treasures of heaven rank and venerable realm. After saying that, Sect Master Longyuan's eyes were shining, he looked at Chu Yan, and chuckled. Hiss. Treasures of heaven rank and venerable realm. Chu Yan trembled all over, and took a sharp breath of air. And this time, Xiancher, and I hope that you will help us retrieve a treasure in the arena of God of War. Sect Master Longyuan looked at Chu Yan and said. What treasure? Chu Yan asked. A small golden cauldron. Sect Master Longyuan replied. This cauldron. Chu Yan just wanted to ask, but the Sect Master Longyuan on the opposite side also shook his head slightly, saying, As long as you get back this small golden tripod, I will give you the treasure of the Longyuan sacred sect, the dragon soul and blood essence. Okay, deal. Hearing the words dragon soul blood essence, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation. According to Chu Yan's estimate, this dragon soul blood essence is very likely to be related to the last Wuhun that he has not awakened. Therefore, no matter what risks are on the God of War platform, he must get it. However, after pondering for a while, Chu Yan, who calmed down a little, frowned slightly, looked at Sect Master Long Yuan, and asked, "Sovereign, how do you know that this dragon soul blood essence is related to my martial soul?" Last time, when Sect Master Xianshi and Sect Master Long Yuan talked with him, he clearly mentioned that this dragon soul blood essence was related to his martial soul. At that time, Chu Yan wanted to ask, but the suzerain only said, 1 month later. Chu Yan, dragon soul blood essence is the foundation of my Long Yuan sacred sect. After giving it to you, my Long Yuan sacred sect will be the same as the Xianshi sacred sect who lost the most treasured Xianshi. The source of spiritual power, all dissipated. Sect Master Long Yuan did not answer directly, but said solemnly, "Those 2 suzerains, why are you willing to give me the treasure of the sect that is related to the foundation of the sect?" Chu Yan asked suspiciously. "Chu Yan, you will naturally know all this when the God of War arena is opened, but now, I just want you to know that the old guy Xianshi and I will never harm you, and on the contrary, we only hope you become stronger as soon as possible, the sooner the better. For this, we will spare no effort at all." Sect Master Long Yuan's eyes are piercing and shining. Chu Yan stared into the eyes of Sect Master Long Yuan, and felt that what Sect Master Long Yuan said was all sincerity, which made him feel warm in his heart. Yes, this disciple will never disappoint the expectations of the 2 suzerains. Chu Yan got up, bowed his hands to the Long Yuan suzerain, and said, "Okay. Also, this time, your opponent on the God of War arena is extremely talented. This person is named Qi Tianji, and he is the 3rd son of the Qi family in the extreme north." Sect Master Long Yuan said lightly, "Qi Tianji." Hearing this name, Chu Yan couldn't help frowning. Thinking of Qi Xing who escaped, he seemed to be the eldest son of the Qi family in the extreme north. #C 642 Place of Practice. In addition, the Qi family in the extreme north has already surrendered to the Black Blood Temple. It is said that behind them, there is also a sect force from the Zhongtian continent supporting them. This time, your opponent is far more than you imagined in the agreement with the God of War platform. Much stronger. Sect Master Long Yuan said, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He pondered for a while, and then said, "Chu Yan, your current cultivation is not enough. So, wait a minute, I will send you to a Jedi practice in my Long Yuan sacred sect. You must seize the opportunity, and strive to break through the heavenly realm." "Thank you, suzerain." Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "My own cultivation is only the 9th level of the real martial arts realm, and there is still a difference between the 2 realms of the Lihua heaven realm." The sect master Long Yuan can naturally see this, but he actually said that he should strive for a breakthrough in that desperate place. Transforming heaven realm, from this point of view, this desperate place is definitely a place of great opportunity for cultivation. Go. Immediately, sect master Long Yuan waved his hand, and Chu Yan only felt that a vast and incomparable force completely enveloped himself. Immediately, his consciousness was blurred, as if he had entered a void, and the blurred scenes around him were constantly changing. Obviously, I am traveling through the void. It seems like a breath, and it seems like a long time. When Chu Yan's consciousness recovered again, the scene in front of him became clear from blur, and he was actually in a huge cave. Seeing the scene in front of him for the first time, Chu Yan's heart was shocked, and he was stunned. What? This is... On the other side, the former Xianshi sacred sect, and now the Blood Soul sacred sect. In the main hall, a dark green figure sat high, his whole body was restrained to the extreme, he could not feel a trace of real energy fluctuations in his body, his spiritual consciousness swept over him, as if he was an ordinary person. But in his pair of bright eyes, there are traces of stars and vast seas, contained in them, slowly moving according to some special rules. This person is none other than the Jinyang Taoist sect of the Zhongtian continent, the Taoist master. According to my people's report, the son of Chu Yan is extremely talented and powerful. His 10-star martial spirit, Fire Bird, actually burned tens of thousands of warriors at the same time. Such an arrogance, let alone an extreme north continent, I am afraid that in Zhongtian, the mainland is also a top genius. Next, a man in black and an old man in white looked at each other and frowned at the same time. Taoist Jinyang, I invite you here this time, because I hope you will help me. After this is done, we will definitely abide by the agreement. The old man in white robe spoke and said, That's right, Taoist Jinyang, if you make the move, this time the covenant on the God of War platform, that thing will definitely be within reach. The old man in black robe, with a pair of light red eyes, flashed a gloomy look. That Chu Yan has always been against our black blood temple. This time, he must not be allowed to participate in the covenant of the God of War, and he must be abolished as soon as possible. As the old man in black robe said, the bloody aura on his body spread in all directions, quickly permeating the entire hall. Patriarch Qi, how is Qi Tianji's situation now? How confident are you? Sitting high, Taoist Jinyang nodded, turned to look at the old man in white robe, and asked. Tianji's current cultivation base has reached the second level of the heaven transformation realm. With his 9-star twin martial souls, he is definitely the #1 genius in the entire extreme north continent. Hearing Taoist Jinyang's question, the old man in white robe suddenly showed a hint of arrogance on his face, and he answered with his chin raised high. Well, yes, it's not in vain that our black blood temple has cultivated so vigorously, but that Chu Yan is also a twin martial soul. Although one has only 6 stars, it can grow a martial soul. Therefore, we must solve this serious problem as soon as possible. The old man in black said coldly. Okay, since that's the case, I'll arrange for my disciple to go with you. Taoist Jinyang glanced at the black-robed old man and Patriarch Qi of the Black Blood Temple, and said softly. Then no problem, I will contact Nangongru immediately to carry out the plan. The old man in black robe nodded, and then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Longyuan 9 peaks are thousands of feet underground, in a dark cave. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, and behind him, along the cave wall hundreds of feet high, a giant dragon transformed from a thick aura, with a body as thick as 10 feet, and purple scales all over the body stretched, lifelike, along the underground cave wall, extending life away, there is no end in sight. Although this aura dragon is only transformed by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, it has obvious breathing fluctuations. Every time it breathes, it will cause the air in the underground cave to surge crazily, bringing a piercing whistling sound. Dragon veins. On the Haotian continent, some places filled with aura, after tens of millions of years of derivation, will be thousands of feet below the source of the spirit, and this kind of dragon vein spirit will be born, constantly attracting the aura of heaven and earth, and transforming it into its own spiritual power. Dragon veins come in thousands of shapes, and they are all in the shape of dragons, with various shapes and appearances. For example, the Shanchur Holy Land, like the Dragon Origin Holy Land, has 9 spiritual waterfalls infused for tens of thousands of years, which also produced underground dragon veins, but it looks like a stone monument. Chu Yan practiced cross-legged in the underground cave, constantly absorbing the pure spiritual power of the dragon veins. In the huge underground cave, there are intricate, huge and empty passages in all directions. Similarly, there are other caves like the cave where Chu Yan is. In this huge underground dragon vein cave, Chu Yan is not the only one who is practicing. In several other large caves, there are nearly 5 people who are also cultivating cross-legged. The spiritual power dragon veins behind them reveal silky streams of spiritual power, gurgling into the martial soul above the cultivator's head. Time passed slowly, and it seemed to be frozen in this empty underground space. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a huge wave of air exploded in Chu Yan's body, and the Rakshasa's true energy rushed in all directions like a tide, and the tall black phantom behind him rose into the sky, turning into a Rakshasa phantom. Under the roar, the entire cave are trembling. In an instant, Chu Yan's aura became extremely terrifying. Finally broke through, and now I am at the peak of the 9 heavens of true martial realm. Chu Yan opened his eyes flashed sharply, and his face showed a hint of joy. Unexpectedly, he had just practiced for 3 hours, and with the help of the dragon veins, he directly broke through to a first-level realm. This speed was more than 100 times faster than that of ordinary cultivation. Receive. The next moment, Chu Yan withdrew the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and the phantom of Rakshasa, and then, all the spiritual consciousness covering the entire thousands of feet of dragon veins was also withdrawn. Swish. 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 A few figures flew out from the cave passages in all directions, and appeared in front of Chu Yan. These people were all wearing fiery red robes, and they were obviously disciples of Long Yuan Xingzong. At this time, they all looked at Chu Yan, curiously. Among them, there is a beautiful figure, but it is a purple dress, with a delicate face. Although there is a faint smile on the small face, but a pair of beautiful watery eyes, looking at Chu Yan, there is a trace of coldness, which flashes past. This woman is none other than the ancient family of the extreme north sect, the eldest lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Ro. #C643 Whale Siphon. Huh? You are not a disciple of my Long Yuan sacred sect, why are you here? A middle-aged man in his 40s looked at Chu Yan and asked, suspiciously. It was the suzerain who sent me here to practice. Chu Yan glanced at several people, paused for a moment on Nangongru's face, and explained to the middle-aged man. The suzerain sent you here. The middle-aged man and the disciples beside him were stunned at the same time, their faces full of astonishment. In this way, you should be that Chu Yan, the genius who is preparing to participate in the covenant of the god of war. The middle-aged man said. Yes, I am Chu Yan. Chu Yan replied. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan slowly turned his head to look at Nangongru, snorted coldly, and said. Nangongru, it's just right, between us, it's time to settle accounts. While speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and his face was cold. Chu Yan, you're just too lucky to come back alive. Nangongru swayed her slender waist, walked to the front of the crowd, slightly parted her jade lips, and said coldly. Want to settle accounts? Well, it's exactly what I want. However, hands are not allowed in the training ground here. If you have the courage, the training will end in 3 days. In the Star Valley, we will fight to the death. When the sentence landed, several Long Yuanzong disciples around looked at Nangongru, startled at the same time, and suddenly turned their heads to look at Chu Yan. This Chu Yan actually offended Nangongru, doesn't want to live anymore. Nangongru has been cultivating here since she joined the sect, and it seems that she has broken through to the heaven transformation realm. This kid must be talking about it, and he absolutely dare not agree. Several elite disciples of Long Yuanzong had various guesses in their minds, but none of them believed that Chu Yan dared to accept Nangongru's challenge. 3 days later, Star Valley. Immortal. One word landed. The whole underground cave is buzzing. Chu Yan's words made several elite disciples present, startled at the same time, their faces full of horror. This Chu Yan has just agreed to Nangongru's life and death contract. Does he not want to live? Under all kinds of horrified gazes, Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, sat cross-legged directly, and re-entered the practice. Afterwards, the nearly 10 elite disciples crowded in his cave retreated one after another. The moment Nangongru stepped into Chu Yan's cave, she suddenly looked back, and in a pair of beautiful eyes, a trace of coldness and sneer flashed past. After the cave was quiet, Chu Yan summoned the map of the mountains and rivers of the beasts, and a consciousness was passed into it, communicating with the four gods and beasts, and began to stimulate the spiritual power and dragon veins to practice again. I don't believe it, I can't reach the heaven transformation realm today. As soon as Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his face became aroused instantly, and the Rakshasa true energy gushed out like a tide, frantically mobilizing the four divine beast martial souls. Hum. 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 Four beams of light, gold, black, red, and white, rushed out of the picture of mountains and rivers of beasts, and slammed onto the dragon veins behind Chu Yan, shaking the thick dragon body with spiritual power suddenly. Hush! The next moment, four big holes suddenly appeared on the body of the spirit dragon, and the purple primordial fluid rushed towards him like a tide. After being induced by Chu Yan's true energy, it flowed towards Chu Yan like four streams. The purple primordial liquid poured into Chu Yan's body, like a surging river, impacting Chu Yan's meridians and every inch of flesh and blood. At the same time, Chu Yan continued to improve his physical strength, consolidated the cultivation realm he had just raised, and prepared to impact the cultivation realm of the heavenly realm. Physical strength is growing. Air-sea power is growing. The strength of cultivation is growing. Behind Chu Yan, the huge dragon body with spiritual power gushes out with four purple streams, and the size of the dragon body shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally shimmering with purple light and extremely domineering appearance, the aura on his body has also continued to dim. The volume that was as long as 1,000 feet has shrunk by nearly 100 feet, and it is still shrinking. Boy, stop immediately. Stop practicing. At this moment, a howl sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan was stunned, woke up from the practice, looked around, and finally cast his eyes on the huge dragon vein behind him. Bastard! Hurry up and stop, get out immediately. The dragon's vein roared again and again, shaking Chu Yan's sea of consciousness to buzz. The spiritual wisdom of this dragon's vein was actually the same as that of a real person. At this time, Long Milingji's heart was extremely depressed. If he could move, he would wish to slap Chu Yan to death. Sect Master Long Yuan told it to pay attention when sending a very important genius to practice. At that time, it didn't care how powerful a real martial artist could be. You know, the elite disciples sent by the Long Yuan sacred sect usually have access to the heavenly realm. Later, it regretted it, and its intestines were green. This Chu Yan is simply a monster that cannot exist between heaven and earth. He didn't even have a martial soul, and in only 3 hours, the Lord sucked away a tenth of his spiritual source. And just now, in one breath, he sucked away a full third of his spiritual source. If he continues to practice like this, he will return to his original form in a short time. Senior. Chu Yan said in embarrassment, give me another 3 days, and after 3 days, I will leave. 3 days. A hint of hesitation flashed in the heart of the dragon vein spirit, and after thinking for a long time, he slowly answered. Okay. When 3 days come, you leave immediately. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan's eyes became sharp instantly, and his breath rose wildly. Behind him, 4 groups of huge beast shadows stepped out of the air. The fiery red Suzaku Emperor bird. The snow-white tiger king. The basaltic god who covers the sky and the sun. There is also the Qilan Tianling, who looks like a golden setting sun. In an instant, 4 terrifying figures completely occupied the huge cave that was thousands of feet high, and the violent air waves rolled like a tide. The appearance of the 4 divine beasts immediately caused the 4 gaps in the body of the dragon veins to burst instantly. From the original size of a palm, one broke open to the size of a room door, and the purple pure essence flowed out like a rushing river. What? This? The body of the dragon vein spirit trembled violently, and his face changed wildly. Are you kidding me? This kid actually has 4 martial souls, and what kind of terrifying aura do these 4 martial souls have? This makes him practice for 3 days, and he will definitely become a dragon. When Chu Yan first came to practice in this dragon vein cave, he was not very familiar with it. He just destroyed a few gods and beasts to practice through the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Let yourself break through to the half-step heaven realm. Now, naturally, he would no longer be polite, and the moment Long Mai nodded and agreed to let him practice for 3 days, he directly released the 4 divine beast spirits. The spiritual consciousness spreading throughout the underground cave, while monitoring the other people. Chu Yan devoted himself to the cultivation. #C644 Soul-thirsty needle martial soul. Time passed, unknowingly, 3 days passed. When Chu Yan walked out of the underground cave from the teleportation array opened by the spirit of the dragon vein, the body of the dragon vein, which was originally 1,000 feet long, was not much stronger than a thick-waisted python at this time, and the purple light lingering around the dragon body was so dim that it was almost invisible. The spiritual source of the dragon veins condensed for thousands of years has completely degenerated to a primary state and fell into a deep sleep. It's a pity that the cultivation base and strength have reached the level of breaking through the heavenly realm, so it's just a matter of chance. Standing in front of the gate of Longyuan Xingzong Mountain, Chu Yan said helplessly. Breaking through to the heaven transformation realm at the true martial realm is completely different from the breakthrough to the heaven transformation realm before. Not only does one need to reach the cultivation level, but at the same time, he also needs a chance from the Tao of heaven to be able to turn gas into liquid and break through to the heaven transformation realm in one fell swoop. However, Chu Yan has been urging the Windway since he stepped out of the Dragon Vein crypt. He found that when the Windway is deployed, the paper-thin cultivation base bottleneck will continue to vibrate, appearing a series of cracks. According to the speed of the crack, even if Chu Yan had no luck, within 3 days, he would probably be able to break through the bottleneck. Boss. At the same time as a cry sounded, 2 figures, one large and one small, flew from the 9 peaks and landed in front of Chu Yan. These 2 figures, one big and one small, are exactly Situ Yang and Dang Dang. Brother, I heard that you are going to fight Namgong Ro to the death. Fatty Situ asked eagerly with an excited look on his face. That's right, it's today, Star Valley. Chu Yan nodded and said. That Nangongru is really looking for death, let's go, this high priest, I will personally help you fight. Little White Bear, Dang Dang, said arrogantly with a small face. Okay, let's go. Chu Yan chuckled, then jumped up, followed Dang Dang, and flew towards Longyuan Sacred Sect. Tianqing Valley is located 300 miles east of Longyuan Sacred Sect. According to legend, 10,000 years ago, there was a natural spirit array in this valley, which could gather the power of the stars in the sky and gather in the center of the valley. But the power of these stars is extremely huge. There have been many warriors who tried to attract these powers of stars, but all of them were blown to death by the vast and boundless power of stars. Lost here. However, there are exceptions. There used to be a young man who was proud of the Longyuan Sacred Sect. He absorbed the power of the stars here, practiced for 3 days and 3 nights, and realized the way of the stars in one fell swoop. The realm goes straight to the sky. Since then, although the Star Valley is extremely dangerous, there are still many warriors who risk their lives to practice here, hoping to reach the sky in one step. The 3 of Chu Yan flew all the way, 300 miles away, and arrived soon. The Star Valley is different from ordinary valleys. It is located on the top of a mountain range. It is a sunken sky valley formed by the connection of several mountain peaks. Standing in the Star Valley, the wind howling on the top of the mountain makes a roaring sound, which makes one's heart tremble and the whole body feel cold. This day, Star Valley is famous far and wide. Apart from the disciples of Longyuan sacred sect, there are also disciples from other sects who come here to take risks. However, there are basically no people here in normal times. After all, there are still a few warriors who really dare to fight with each other. However, when Chu Yan landed in the Sky Star Valley, there were already nearly 100 warriors waiting in the entire Sky Star Valley. Among the crowd, Nangong Ro was wearing a purple-red gown, flying in the wind, with a cold expression on her face. Behind her, there was a figure in a red robe. Seeing the three of Chu Yan falling down, his eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. This person is the direct disciple of Taoist Jinyang, who came to Taoist Jinyang in Zhongtian continent, Yu Wenhao. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you really dare to come. Nangong Ro twisted her waist, walked 100 steps forward, and gently opened her red lips. Why don't you dare? Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Chu Yan also stepped out in big strides, walking towards the middle of the valley, with killing intent scattered all over his body. Ha ha ha. Now that you're here, don't leave. Nangongru smiled coldly, a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes like autumn water, but she turned around and shouted at the crowd behind her. Senior brother Wang, do it. The delicate sound landed, and the sudden change occurred. Among the crowd behind Nangongru, a tall young man suddenly flipped his hands and threw a purple talisman towards the sky. The talisman soared into the sky, crossed the sky, brought out a purple trace, and then exploded with a bang. Immediately, a series of purple lines spread rapidly. These purple lines are connected to the void, like a spider web, and quickly spread out. In less than a blink of an eye, the entire Sky Star Valley is covered. Looking from a distance, the Star Valley at this time seems to be completely covered by a huge spider web. Okay? Seeing this strange situation, the three of Chu Yan were startled at the same time, and looked up at the sky at the same time. At a glance, Situ Yang's face changed drastically. No, this is the Skylock spirit pattern. As a spirit pattern master, Situ Yang recognized the purpose of that spirit talisman at a glance, and immediately exclaimed. Brother, today's spirit lock is used to seal the space, they want to trap us. Hearing Situ Yang's voice, Chu Yan looked at Nangongru, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly. Nangongru, what do you mean? After the words fell, the crowd behind Nangongru flew out at the same time, and landed around Chu Yan and the three of them, all with abusive smiles. What do you mean? Chu Yan, I said, I won't let you leave here today. Nangongru raised her jade hand, brushed her hair on her forehead lightly, and said with a sneer. Let's do it together and kill him. Yes. Immediately, hundreds of people from all directions responded at the same time, and one after another of deep breaths rose into the sky. Among these 100 people, all of them were cultivated in the heaven transformation realm. Looking at that young man in green robe, Yu Wenhao, his cultivation has already reached the 5th level of heaven transformation realm. You are courting death. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was suddenly furious, black light and red light burst from all over his body, his eyes were blood red, and the phantom of Rakshasa shot out into the sky. Under the roar, the golden fork in his hand flew, and a large black air flow was swayed towards Chu Yan. In vivo perfusion. Unexpectedly, this Nangongru, in the name of a life and death battle, actually set up a trap here, and wanted to use the advantage of numbers to kill herself. Does she really think that she is easy to bully? Roll. Chu Yan yelled, the flames all over his body ignited, the Suzaku martial soul soared into the sky, exploded in the sky, and between the flapping of his wings, a large wave of fire swept out, covering hundreds of warriors rushing in all directions. Boom! 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 Seeing the attack of the Suzaku Emperor fire, hundreds of fighters suddenly changed their expressions, and they all shot together. All kinds of boxing skills, palm prints, and sword light swayed out to resist the burning Suzaku Emperor fire. At the same time, everyone mobilized their body-protecting stellar energy to the extreme, and firmly blocked the Suzaku Emperor fire by 10 feet. Senior brother Yuan, it's your turn. Seeing that Chu Yan used the Suzaku martial soul, Nangongra was not surprised, but sneered, and said to the young man in green robe beside him. 10-star martial spirit, I can't keep this one. Yuanhao snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Soul-thirsty needle, come out. Yuanhao's whole body was full of true energy, and with a loud shout, a black spirit needle several feet long appeared behind him, and on the needle body, complex spirit patterns lingered, which looked extremely strange and gloomy. The gold-type mutated 9-star martial soul, the soul-thirsty needle martial soul. JavaScript. Broken soul. Immediately afterwards, Yuanhao suddenly waved his finger, and under the arousal of his true energy, the dark soul-thirsty needle martial soul turned into a black laser beam, shooting towards the Suzaku martial soul in the sky. #C645 Dragon's Wrath. Call out. As soon as the black laser film appeared, the speed changed from slow to fast, and it flew 10,000 steps away from Suzaku Wuhun in an instant. Okay. Chu Yan turned his head suddenly, saw the black soul-thirsty needle martial soul skill, frowned slightly, raised his hand and was punched out. The Emon fist seal pierced through the air, whistling past, while crushing the void, it ruthlessly hit the black bloodthirsty needle Wuhun. The Suzaku martial soul is currently the most important martial soul in Chu Yan, and the martial soul skill used by Yuanhao is obviously a martial soul skill specially designed to deal with the martial soul of warriors, and it is extremely vicious. In the past, Sun Jia, when he was in Ling Tianzong, his martial soul was shattered by the people in heaven, which made him unable to practice for several months. If Chu Yan hadn't found the treasures of heaven and earth and precious medicines, he might have become a useless person from now on. Of course, this kind of situation can't happen to me. Therefore, as soon as Yuanhao's bloodthirsty needle martial soul was shot, Chu Yan punched out, ready to smash that martial soul skill directly. However, a scene that made Chu Yan unexpected appeared. Call. The punch that fused the power of the 4 elements, at the moment it collided with the dark soul-thirsty needle Wuhun, unexpectedly passed through, as if passing through a phantom, without any real contact at all. The silver fist print wrapped in 4-color streamer passed through the bloodthirsty needle Wuhun and rushed to Jiuxiao, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. What? This? Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of astonishment. Ha ha ha. Yuanhao's wild laughter echoed in the Sky Valley. His 9-star soul-thirsty needle martial soul is originally a gold-type martial soul, but its mutation attribute is an extremely rare void attribute. Although this mutation makes his martial arts skills lose the ability to attack ordinary warriors, but at the same time, it also has the special attribute of not being harmed by substantial attacks. In this way, the effect and power of the sneak attack will be increased 100-fold. Puff. Not only Chu Yan didn't expect it, but Suzaku Wuhun also didn't expect it. The dark bloodthirsty needle directly shot into Suzaku Wuhun's body, and as soon as it passed through, it left a scar on the left wing of Suzaku Wuhun. Black void. Not good. The warrior and the martial soul are one, and the Suzaku martial soul was injured, and Chu Yan felt the same. In an instant, he felt a black air flow rushing into his sea of consciousness through the Suzaku martial soul. This strange power actually swallowed the power of the martial soul, and even the consciousness between Chu Yan and Suzaku martial soul was swallowed by the black air current madly. Chu Yan's body trembled, his brows were tightly frowned, and there was a trace of pain on his face. Not only is Chu Yan being swallowed by the strange power of the soul-thirsty needle martial soul, but the Suzaku martial soul in the air is also swallowed. Z. On Suzaku's left wing, the original black hole began to spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire left wing of Suzaku's martial soul turned into a dark color. Chirp. With a cry of pain, Suzaku martial soul's body shook violently, and began to lose its balance. As it swayed left and right, it appeared to be on the verge of falling. At the same time, the Suzaku Emperor fire that enveloped 100 warriors in the valley also weakened. From Suzaku's martial soul, the power of the fiery red martial soul was rapidly draining away like an ebbing tide. At this time, Chu Yan's mind was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. He never thought that Nangongru, that bastard, would prepare such a vicious ultimate move, which was obviously aimed at him. Suzaku's martial soul is constantly weakening, and his sea of consciousness is constantly corroding. If it continues like this, it won't be long before the time of Suzaku's martial soul is lost, his own sea of consciousness will disappear, and he will be reduced to a useless person. In Chu Yan's eyes, a trace of gray rose up, which was a strong death breath. Roar. At this moment, in the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, a group of cyan light burst out violently, turning into a cyan streamer, and appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world in an instant. The bursts of dragon's voice, as if the sky and the earth were roaring, the cyan light group martial soul, suspended in the sky of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, bright as stars, the dazzling cyan light, like rippling water patterns, fused and twisted piece by piece, dispersed in the between heaven and earth. In an instant, the sea of consciousness, which was originally a blue sky, gradually turned into a blue sky under the wrapping of countless blue streamers. Hurrah! Boom, boom. The sea and sky have never changed in the weather. In an instant, the wind is strong, and the dark clouds are rolling. Thousands of phoenixes, and one vermilion, 10,000 dragons, and one green. According to legend, only one Suzaku can be born out of 1,000 phoenixes, and only one green dragon can be born out of 10,000 dragons of various colors to become the heavenly spirit god who protects the east. Roar. There was another roar of a dragon, and in an instant, the sky that had been blustery and covered with dark clouds suddenly dissipated, leaving only the bright blue sky above Jiuxiao. At the same time, a large piece of blue air flow surged, swallowing up the black air flow raging like a tide in the sea of consciousness world. The cyan light shone continuously on Chu Yan's body. Following the spiritual connection between Chu Yan and Suzaku, a ball of cyan light enveloped Suzaku's martial soul, causing the black energy that was constantly spreading on it to shake suddenly, dissipated like dust. Chirp. With the power of the green dragon, the Suzaku martial soul suddenly shook its wings, dispersing the last trace of black air, and with the flapping of its wings, it flew straight towards Jiuxiao. Huh! How dangerous! Chu Yan broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, at the time of danger, the fifth martial spirit, Qinglong, who had not awakened, suddenly showed power and dispelled all the black air. Otherwise, the result. In the distance, Yu Wenhao's face, which was still laughing wildly, was completely stiff at this time. Not only him, but including Nangong Ro, 100 fighters were all stunned and stupefied. It turned out to be broken. How can that be? Yu Wenhao and Nangong Ro, with one black and one white face, were dumbfounded at the same time. I don't know, the two of them are very clear about the soul-addicted needle martial soul, but they have never missed it, even if it is a strong man who is half-step through the sky, if he uses the soul-breaking needle, his soul will be wiped out fate. With this trick, Yu Wenhao even squeezed into the list of the Haotian 10,000 venerables in the Zhongtian continent. The name Yu Wenhao in the entire Zhongtian continent made countless warriors terrified. But now, it was broken by a martial artist who was less than the heaven transformation realm. Nangongru, you are courting death. Chu Yan's whole body was bathed in flames, and he turned around slowly, his blood-red eyes stared straight at Nangongru. With just one glance, it fell into Nangong Ro's eyes, and her whole body trembled instantly, her delicate body trembled suddenly, as if she had fallen into the ice of thousands of years. And you, all of you are going to die. One word exploded, like rolling thunder. The boundless killing intent surged out from Chu Yan like a tide, causing the entire Star Valley to be filled with cold wind. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C646 Poison. Anger. Boundless anger. Chu Yan flipped his hand, and the Haoyan sword appeared, and when he waved his hand, more than a dozen sword lights pierced through the air, one after another. Black and white two-color sword lights. As soon as they appeared, they disappeared into the void in an instant, without a shadow or shape. As if it never appeared. Whoosh! When the dozen or so sword lights reappeared, the bright sword shadows flashed out from behind, in front of, above the head, under the feet of a famous warrior like a ghost. When the sword light is on, the blood light suddenly appears. Puff. 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 The sound of the flesh and blood being cut by the sword shadow is creepy and chilling. The Haoyan sword crossed a huge arc trajectory, a little aura, shuttled between the void. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see the shadow of the sword with the naked eye. Coupled with the way of the wind, the Haoyan sword is completely integrated into the wind, invisible and invisible. At first glance, the Haoyan sword seems to be teleporting, constantly harvesting the lives of every warrior. Today's Chu Yan, the strength has reached the half-step heaven transformation realm, coupled with the 3-day training in the land of dragon veins. His combat power has more than doubled, and the ordinary first-level and second-level heavenly warriors of the heaven transformation realm can be instantly killed. Not good. Everyone go back. In less than a blink of an eye, the number of warriors who died under Haoyan's sword had reached 30. Nangong Ro turned pale with fright, and hurriedly exclaimed. Don't try to run. In Dongdong's eyes, 2 balls of purple flames ignited, his palms flew up, rushed towards the group of warriors, and fought with them. Brother Wang, open the passage, let's retreat. Nangong Ro's face was ashen. Seeing Chu Yan and Dongdong's full fighting power, almost every breath, a warrior was lost. Now that the plan had been defeated, and Chu Yan's combat power was so terrifying, Nangong Ro decisively chose to retreat. What a perfect plan this time, but it failed. How will I explain it when I go back? The moment Nangong Ro turned around, a trace of hesitation appeared on her face. Glancing across her eyes, she looked into the crowd with an excited look on her face, fighting with more than a dozen warriors. A petite female doll, unexpectedly confronted more than a dozen heaven transformation realm fighters at the same time, without losing the slightest advantage. Dangdang is Chu Yan's spirit beast. Nangongru naturally knows about it. Moreover, this Dangdang is also against the sky like Chu Yan. When he first came to the 2 great saint sects, he was only at the 6th level of the true martial arts realm. After more than a month, he rushed to the 5th level of heaven transformation realm. Humph. Can't deal with you, can't deal with her? A gloomy look flashed across Nangongru's face, with a poisonous plan in her heart, she whispered into Yu Wenhao's ear. Hey hey. With Yu Wenhao's stern smile, behind him, the dark and shining, soul-thirsty needle Wuhun appeared again. Broken soul. With a stern shout, the soul-thirsty needle, spirit, which was as thick as a pillar, continued to shrink, becoming the size of a beautiful flower needle, as thin as a silk hair. The black light converged to the extreme, and it shot soundlessly towards the far side. The white bear, here, is Dangdang. In midair, the moment Yu Wenhao's bloodthirsty needle martial soul appeared, Chu Yan noticed it, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Now, he has the power of the green dragon to protect his body, and Yu Wenhao's move is useless to him. Humph. Knowing that it's useless to me, but still using it? Huh? Not good. Seeing that the soul-thirsty needle shot out, but went straight to Dang Dang. Chu Yan's expression changed drastically, and his brows frowned. At this time, Dang Dang was fighting those warriors with all his strength, and he didn't notice the soul-thirsty needle sneaking up behind him. And Nangongru also took advantage of Dongdong's carelessness to come up with a trick. "You wanna die?" Chu Yan roared angrily, and the true energy in his body exploded instantly like a volcanic eruption. The four-color lingering silver fist print, like a silver dragon, roared towards the void, crushing towards Yu Wenhao. Yu Wenhao had to be stopped before he made a move. Chu Yan was burning with anger. At the same time as the fist light made a move, he swung his left hand, and the Haotian sword that traveled through the void shot towards Yu Wenhao like a silver star breaking dawn. Seeing the huge fist print on the front, a sword light came from the side. Yu Wenhao's face turned pale with fright, his whole body trembled, he couldn't even control the soul-thirsty needle, he almost missed. "Yu Wenhao, don't stop." Seeing this scene, Nangong Rujiao yelled, flipped his slender hand, and a blue magic talisman appeared, and under the urging of his true energy, he threw it forward. As soon as the blue talisman left Nangongru's hand, it exploded directly. As its spiritual power fluctuated, a large area of void twisted violently, like a piece of flat paper that was repeatedly rubbed and overlapped. "Not good. Brother Chu, that's the space overlapping spirit pattern." Situ Yang hid behind Chu Yan, and when he saw Nangongru make a move, he shouted anxiously. This kind of magic talisman is extremely rare, and it is called spatial overlapping spirit pattern. Its main function is to fold the space, shorten the distance, and has a wide range of uses. Increase the speed of soldiers, and even achieve the effect of teleportation. The spirit pattern exploded, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and his figure rushed out, the real martial arts sword in his hand, the sword light sword. When Yu Wenhao saw Nangongru's spatial overlapping spirit pattern explode, a grim smile appeared on his face. While looking at Chu Yan, his true energy burst out, a soul-thirsty needle as thin as a hair, like a black laser. I fell into Dongdong's body in an instant. "Do not." Chu Yan roared again and again, his face turned livid in an instant, and the blood in his eyes was like a tide. "Walk." Nangongru sneered, the corners of her mouth raised lightly, she didn't even look at the furious Chu Yan, and with her waist twisting, she stepped directly into the teleportation array behind her. This teleportation spirit array was just opened by the surname Wang when Nangongru gave the order. Nangongru's figure disappeared, and Yu Wenhao followed closely behind. With the fluctuation of the teleportation spirit array, the two figures disappeared into the teleportation light curtain at the same time. "Ha ha ha. Chu Yan, your strength is very strong, but your spirit beast is about to die, and her demon crystal has begun to burst, and it will turn into powder in 3 days. This is the end of your confrontation with us." Yu Wenhao's wild laughter echoed in the Star Valley. Following Chu Yan's sluggishness and the injury of little white bear Dang Dang, dozens of surviving warriors immediately flew into the light gate and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire Star Valley returned to calm again. Only when the teleportation light curtain dissipated, there was a slight buzzing sound. "Little white bear." Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed to Dongdong's side, trembling all over his body. Dang Dang, who was only half the height of a person, had a flushed little face, but at this moment, it was full of gray air, his brows were slightly frowned, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. As soon as Chu Yan's consciousness entered Dongdong's body, he seemed to have entered a dark world. Dongdong's original purple-gold demon crystal was now half black and half gray, and even the blood and internal organs turned black. "Chu Yan, hurry back to Longyuan Holy Land." Suddenly, a long howl exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and a vague phantom appeared in front of Chu Yan. It was the Lord Longyuan. "Call." The phantom of the Holy Lord Longyuan, with a big hand, Chu Yan, Dang Dang, and Situ Yang, disappeared on the spot. Longyuan Xingzong, the peak of the main peak. Two majestic figures stand tall, with no aura around them, and their figures are ethereal, as if they are integrated with the heaven and the earth. These two people are Sect Master Xianshi and Sect Master Long Yuan. In front of them was Dingdang lying flat. The gray airflow on his face began to change towards black. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C647 Breakthrough Heaven. Situ Yang stood aside, clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. It was the first time he felt so angry. In the past, he wandered around, relying on cheating money, earning a living, and hiding from hunting. After meeting Chu Yan and Dingdang, he felt that his world had changed. Strictly speaking, Chu Yan and Dingdang are Situ Yang's only friends. But now, Dingdang is lying here, but he is falling into disability, and as a spirit pattern master, he is helpless. Snapped. Situ Yang slapped himself hard, 5 fingerprints turned red, and his whole face swelled up quickly. However, the self-blame and blood-like pain deep in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. I am a spirit pattern master, but in today's trap, the enemy is in front of me, constantly using various spirit patterns, hurting my friends time and time again. But I can't do anything, my combat strength is not good, and even the abilities of the spirit pattern masters around me are useless. Brother Chu, I'm useless, it's all my fault. Situ Yang choked up and said to Chu Yan, beside him. Standing in front of Dingdang, Chu Yan frowned, and had no time to pay attention to Situ Yang. At this moment, he knew that his true energy was surging, and his spiritual consciousness was like a tide. He is contacting the Cyan Light Group Martial Soul. Chu Yan knows that only the Cyan Light Group Martial Soul can save Dingdang. However, in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, there used to be a Cyan Light Group the size of a millstone, but now it has shrunk to the size of a palm, and the light is extremely dim. Originally due to the lack of innate spirit, the Cyan Light Group Martial Soul that had not been fully awakened, when Chu Yan was in danger, did not hesitate to burst out all the weak power, and it was precisely because of this that it fell into a complete trap. In deep sleep, Chu Yan tried many times. No matter how much he tried with his divine sense, he couldn't establish any connection with the Cyan Light Group Martial Soul. Chu Yan, fell for Yuanhao's soul-addicted nail martial arts skill. Now the demon crystal and the body are being corroded. It is very difficult to save her. Sect Master Long Yuan withdrew the divine consciousness that had penetrated into Dingdang's body, looked at Chu Yan with a solemn expression. If it's later, I'm afraid Dingdang's Sea of Consciousness won't be able to keep. Sect Master Xuanhuan's right palm formed a seal, and with continuous flipping, white handprints continued to hit the position between Dingdang's eyebrows. Dingdang's entire gray face, only the brows, maintained a little bit of normal skin color. Sovereign, save her. Save Dingdang. No matter what the conditions are, I will agree. Around Chu Yan's black pupils, countless blood-red bursts appeared, his voice was hoarse, and he growled like a wild beast. At this time, he only had Dingdang in his eyes. Chu Yan, calm down, this martial soul skill in the middle is very difficult to solve, only the master who has the soul-addicted needle martial soul can solve it. Sect Master Long Yuan said. Old boss. At this moment, Dingdang, who was in a coma, suddenly frowned and said in his sleep. Boom. When this sound sounded, Chu Yan's whole body shook violently, and the Sea of Consciousness was like thunder, and his eyes widened instantly. In front of my eyes, suddenly appeared. In the Tiandang Mountains, on the island where the Qilin horn was found, Little White Bear made desperate charges towards the black crystal stone tablet time and time again in order to save himself. In front of the dark woods, in front of the tall crystal stone tablet, that road of purple blood, soaked in every drop of the Little White Bear's blood. That time, it was also to save herself. Little White Bear was almost lost, but she didn't flinch in the slightest. Boss, hurry, run away. It was another dreamy speech, which came out of Dong Zhong's mouth, causing Chu Yan's body to shake again. Dingdang was so seriously injured that he would be damaged at any time. At this moment, he was still thinking about himself. Even in a coma, he just wanted to stand up and let him escape quickly. In Luoyang Wangqing, in order to save himself, Little White Bear blocked the opponent's attack with his body, causing the demon crystal to shatter. In the Tiandang Mountains, in order to save herself, she shed the road of purple blood. Now, it's for himself again, the insidious soul-thirsty needle in his body. At this moment, Chu Yan was silent. Including the two suzerains around him, as well as Situ Yang, all fell silent. Situ Yang, who had red eyes, couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't make a sound. Call. After a long time, Chu Yan's dim blood eyes gradually lit up, and he let out a long breath. Chu Yan, who was squatting beside Dingdang, stood up, turned his head, and said to Situ. Situ, take care of Dingdang. Turning around, and striding out, under the gaze of a few pairs of astonished eyes, Chu Yan walked down the mountain step by step. Big brother, where are you going? Situ Yang, with wide eyes, asked dully. Sacred land of blood soul. Catch. Yu Wenhao. Following Chu Yan's extremely cold voice, a ball of flame soaring to the sky exploded on Chu Yan's body. With a piercing killing intent, the air within 10 meters around him continuously condenses into ice crystals, which fall to the ground one after another. A large black air current, like a tumbling sea of clouds, surged towards all directions. In an instant, Chu Yan seemed to be integrated with the heaven and the earth, turning into a demon god, raising his hands and throwing his feet. The boundless black clouds churned, and the sound of sinister hissing and ghost whistling resounded between the heaven and the earth. Amidst the crazy roar, Chu Yan was like a world-destroying demon god under the sky. Boom! An extremely violent force rushed out of Chu Yan's body suddenly, causing the void above the peak to tremble violently. At this moment, Chu Yan broke through. Under the monstrous killing intent, the bottleneck of the realm of cultivation, like a piece of the most fragile white paper, was instantly torn apart by the impact. At the same time, Chu Yan's cultivation level has stepped from the half-step heaven transformation realm to the first heaven transformation realm. Roar. The phantom of the Rakshasa spread out into the void, making a roar that shook the sky. At this time, all the forbearance and depression in Chu Yan's heart exploded like a volcano erupting. With two major suzerains around, Chu Yan believed that Dongdong's life should be saved in a short period of time, and there was only one thing he had to do. Various traps. All kinds of killings. All kinds of calculations. It is good. This time, not only must Yu Wenhao be captured and Nangong Ro pay the price in blood, but also the entire holy land of blood soul must bear his anger. Tamar's trash, since you dare to plot against yourself, then, let's go to war. The Blood Soul sect, the original Shancher sect. The 9 giant peaks towering like clouds, like 9 fierce beasts standing tall, appear eerie and strange under the dark night. Outside of the 9 peaks, the Black Blood Temple rearranged the great formation of the mountain gate, covering a radius of 10 miles around the 9 peaks. The Black Blood Temple hollowed out all the 9 spiritual peaks, and built blood lakes one by one to cultivate black-robed warriors. Those who took refuge in the Black Blood Temple, the former disciples of the Shancher sacred sect, are now immersed in the blood lake according to their different cultivation levels, cultivating. This feeling of quickly improving their cultivation made them intoxicated. In the midst of this silence, a black-robed figure flew towards the sky outside the Shancher sacred sect. #C648 Chu Yan is furious. The defensive level of the spiritual array protecting the mountain in the holy land of blood soul is not high, because, in the extreme north continent, the power of the Black Blood Temple is at its peak. In the protective array, the disciples of the Black Blood Temple are guarding various corners. These disciples are not high in cultivation, they are just at the innate realm, and they are also the lowest level fighters of the Black Blood Temple. Their main role is not to guard, but to put on airs for the Black Blood Temple. The forces of the Black Blood Temple in the entire extreme North Continent are concentrated here one after another, and the powerful masters are in charge, so they don't worry about anyone daring to make trouble. With the strength of the Black Blood Temple, even a martial artist in the venerable realm would have some scruples. At this time, the disciples who guarded the mountain gathered together in twos and chatted carelessly. I heard that the Covenant on the God of War platform is about to start, and the elders are all preparing. The arena of the God of War is not simple. It is said that the two mighty powers who reached heaven and earth in the past were lost there, but there are still remnants of their souls that have not been annihilated. It's all for the heavenly treasure, that treasure, TSK, TSK, TSK. The one who represents the Black Blood Temple, this time, is the third son of the Qi family, Qi Tianji, who is so talented and terrifying. Hey, what's over there? A disciple of the Black Blood Temple was stunned for a moment, pointing to the sky far away, and exclaimed in surprise. The hundreds of men in black robes surrounding him turned their heads to look at the same time. In the distant sky, a vague figure as high as hundreds of feet was floating, and a dazzling golden light blocked all the light of the stars in the sky. Around the figure, a misty black airflow looms, rolling like a large black cloud. What is this? As the tall figure got closer and closer, more and more disciples of the Black Blood Temple were discovered, and they all looked sideways. Tom. A muffled sound suddenly resounded, like a muffled thunder in the clouds, echoing in the Hall of Nine Peaks, echoing in the rest of my mind. What sound? Above the sky, a large black cloud covered the sky and the sun, blocking the sight of all the disciples guarding the mountain. It seems, someone is attacking the Zoman spirit formation. How is this possible? There was a burst of laughter, and at the same time, a proud voice replied, "Who dares to trouble our Black Blood Temple in the current extreme North Continent? It's impatient." Tom. There was another muffled sound, forcibly suppressing the second half of that proud voice. Really someone is attacking the Zoman spirit array. Thousands of disciples of the Black Blood Temple, this time, all heard it clearly, and were immediately stunned, staring at each other with faces full of disbelief. Who the hell has the guts to attack the Blood Soul Holy Land? Tom. The third, louder bombardment made Fengjiao tremble. The huge sound echoed throughout the entire Holy Land. Among the 9 mountain peaks, countless people in black robes slowly opened their eyes from training, their faces full of doubts. What a sound! Tom. 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 The continuous muffled sound, one louder than the other, caused the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul to shake, and the entire void trembled. Who the hell? In the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul, it was like an explosion in an instant. You have the guts, don't you want to live? Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. Someone dares to challenge my Black Blood Temple. Terrifying auras rose from all parts of the 9 peaks, and after that, countless figures walked out of the cave or the training ground and looked towards the sky. In the extreme North Continent, even the 2 major holy places have been captured by the Black Blood Temple, most of the disciples, who else would dare to provoke? This man is absolutely crazy. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the sky, only to see a huge figure in the sky, holding a dazzling golden fork, smashing towards the Zoman spirit formation in the sky one after another. And the void where the golden fork landed is like a cracked crystal, full of cracks. From the perspective of the Black Blood Temple, it seems that the sky has been smashed apart. Yes, it's Chu Yan. Chu Yan of the Shanshur sacred sect. How could he? A series of astonishing thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, their faces full of disbelief, but the next moment, the scene in front of them made them unforgettable forever. The Suzaku Emperor Fire. The White Tiger kills the sky. Xuanhuan Zuanjia. Qilan Tianwei. The fusion of the four evil spirits, the powerful force breaks the sky. The tall phantom of Rakshasa stands with its forks folded, its huge fist is raised, and four colors of light linger, condensing into a terrifying mountain-like fist print. The moment the fist print appeared, the void around him collapsed, and Chu Yan's aura exploded wildly, as if an undefeated demon god was about to destroy everything in the world. The huge black fist print lingering in four-color streamers suddenly fell, and smashed fiercely at the mask of the spirit array in the air. Boom, boom. Under the earth-shattering explosion, the sky shook, the mountains fell and the ground cracked. Everyone's sea of consciousness seemed to be hit by a heavy fist at the same time, and they trembled suddenly. As their consciousness kept trembling, their eyes also kept widening, and their pupils shrank violently. This scene is eternal under the sky, between heaven and earth. The huge light curtain was like a shattered crystal. Under the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, it exploded with a bang and turned into meteors all over the sky. Stars, natural disasters, come to the world. At this moment, among the 9 peaks, millions of disciples, elders, and experts were all stupid. The Black Blood Temple, the extreme North Continent main hall, the guardian array of the Blood Soul Holy Land, broke. Whoosh! With the meteor shower falling all over the sky, a tall phantom of the demon god rushed out violently, and flew before the Jiuxiao, screaming and shaking the sky. Trash, come out and die. The robes are hunting, the black clouds are churning. One person and one sword, like the supreme being in the sky, standing proudly in the sky. In just one sentence, it was like thunderbolts, constantly exploding in the hearts of millions of people. Countless people stared at the majestic figure in the sky with trembling eyes, their minds frightened and frozen, like petrified. For a moment, everyone from the peak master, the elders, to the ordinary disciples was so shocked by the scene in front of them and the figure that they couldn't even speak, and even couldn't tell whether this was a hallucination. Wearing a black robe. A long sword. A terrifying phantom. Explode the protective array of the Blood Soul Holy Land and declare war on the entire Blood Soul Holy Land. Since the establishment of the Black Blood Temple thousands of years ago, it has never encountered such a thing. Even if you look at the entire extreme North Continent, the 2 Holy Lands, and the 5 Overlord sects, you have never seen or heard of it. Especially the many arrogances of Xianchi Sacred Sect and Longyuan Sacred Sect. Staring at Chu Yan in the sky with wide eyes at this time, the shock in their hearts was like 1,000 thunders, and they were completely stupid. They never imagined that Chu Yan would be so evil, so heaven-defying. How dare you kill the Blood Soul Saint sect alone? Chu Yan, you are courting death. A roar of fury exploded in the entire holy land of Blood Soul, and a figure flew over. #C649 Terror One Hit. How dare you come to my holy land of blood and soul? You simply don't know how to live or die. This time, no matter whether it is in the sky or on earth, there is no way for you to survive. I will definitely crush you to ashes. Peak Lord Yang, who is now the main peak of the Blood Soul Holy Land, rushed to Chu Yan and roared with a ferocious face. Peak Master Yang was very angry, and streams of anger rose from all parts of his body, making him feel like he was about to explode. This Chu Yan, who killed his own son back then, dared to rush directly to the holy land of Blood Soul and make such a provocative act. Exploding the sect formation, what kind of behavior is this? Arrogant to the extreme. It was Chiguagua's slap in the face, the whole sect, everyone's face. The holy land of Blood Soul is also the territory of the demon sect, one of the 8 ancient sects, and the Black Blood Sacred Temple is now powerful in the extreme North Continent. There are more than hundreds of sects that have been subdued and destroyed. In the holy land of Blood Soul, there are millions of disciples and countless strong masters. They were actually approached by Chu Yan, and they exploded the Zoman formation by themselves. If such a thing spreads in the extreme North Continent, I am afraid that there will be no place to put the face of the Black Blood Temple, and everyone in the Black Blood Temple will be ridiculed by warriors from various forces for 100 years, 1,000 years. Die. The vengeance of killing his son and the humiliation of destroying God made Peak Lord Yang explode instantly. His eyes were full of blood and anger when he looked at Chu Yan. Palm, clap out. This palm, covering the sky and the sun, is so powerful that it seems that the whole sky is falling, and it hits Chu Yan hard. Peak Lord Yang under the rage. To shoot with all your strength is to kill Chu Yan with one palm, and never give him a chance to survive. Mysterious water shield. Seeing the mighty palm strike, Chu Yan let out a roar in his heart, and directly summoned the Xianshui divine beast's martial arts skill, Xuanhuan shield. Suddenly, Chu Yan's whole body was covered with black light, and under the black brilliance flowing like ink, a phantom armor appeared on Chu Yan's body, covering his whole body. This armor is tens of feet thick, with all kinds of complicated textures and secret cloth on the armor, and various characters are like a vast sea of stars, shining alternately, as if Chu Yan made armor from the stars and sea in the sky, wearing it all over the body. Boom! As soon as the Xianshui shield was formed, the monstrous palm prints hit Chu Yan's body, making a loud noise, and the blasted air wave soared into the sky, forming a large rising air wave, which exploded like a mushroom cloud. Cover the entire space where Chu Yan is in. Amidst the waves of the sky, the Blood Soul Holy Land powerhouses gathered from all directions, and at the same time, there was a smile on their faces. Humph! This Chu Yan is courting death. Peak Lord Yang personally strikes, under this palm, that Chu Yan may have become a fan. It's really courting death. How dare you be so arrogant by yourself? Ha ha ha. Chu Yan must have been blasted to pieces. In the crowd, all kinds of laughter were joined together, and the eyes they looked at Chong Tianlang were full of teasing. In their view, this Chu Yan is looking for death. He rushed to the Holy Land of Blood Soul, by himself, and he was so arrogant that Feng Master Yang made a direct move. This time even 10 Chu Yan will be blasted into scum. Who is Peak Master Yang? The former Peak Master of the Xianchu Sacred Sect, now the #1 Peak Master of the Blood Soul Holy Land, has reached the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm. In the entire extreme North Continent, he is definitely the strongest among the strongest. That Chu Yan had just broken through to the heavenly transformation realm, and he was short of Peak Master Yang, who had a full half-day heavenly realm cultivation. This gap is even bigger than the sky and the earth. One must know that the later the martial artist's cultivation level is, the more difficult it is to break through. The small difference in the first level of cultivation between the warriors of the heaven transformation realm is 3 times the gap between the warriors of the true martial realm. When ordinary warriors are in the real martial arts realm, even if they have mediocre talents and break through a small level of cultivation, as long as time accumulates, it is possible to break through in 10 or 20 years. But after reaching the heaven transformation realm, it is as difficult as reaching the sky to break through each level of cultivation. Ordinary warriors, even for a lifetime, cannot break through even a small realm. If you reach the heaven-reaching realm, then there is no great chance. Just relying on martial arts and kung fu, you don't have a few hundred years, and you don't even want to advance to the first level. Therefore, as a martial artist of the 5th level of heaven-reaching realm, Peak Master Yang's strength can be said to be extremely powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to become a Peak Master, such an extremely noble status. Facing Chu Yan, who has been cultivated at the first level of the talent, is like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Now, the furious elephant uses all his strength to step heavily on the ant. With this terrifying power, the ants under the elephant's legs, no matter how strong they are, is there any possibility of surviving? Of course it's impossible. Don't say all your strength, even if you press it with one finger, you can shatter Chu Yan's body, not to mention all your strength. Peak Master Yang, kill Chu Yan, the Palace Master will definitely reward you. The powerhouses of Blood Soul Holy Land turned their eyes away from the waves rushing towards the sky, surrounded Peak Master Yang, and said, "Congratulations, Peak Master Yang. I'm afraid that Yangfeng's main cultivation base will make great progress again with the reward personally issued by the Palace Master." "That's right, maybe, this time, Peak Master Yang will be promoted to the Vice Hall Master of the Extreme North Continent Main Hall." "Congratulations." Hearing the sound of congratulations from all directions, the anger in Peak Master Yang's heart gradually calmed down, a flower-like smile bloomed on his face, and he politely replied, "There, everyone has credit. This Chu Yan is the #1 genius of the two holy places. Our Black Blood Temple has already issued a must-kill order." He dared to appear in front of the old man. He must have found it by himself. The high-spirited and frightened Peak Lord Yang, his face suddenly changed, his eyes stared at the center of the air wave not far away, his eyeballs almost fell off, and he was stuck in the middle of the sentence before he finished speaking. "In my throat, I can't say anything." The people around Peak Master Yang saw the sudden change in Peak Master Yang's expression. They were all stunned, and turned their heads to follow his gaze. At this glance, not only Peak Master Yang, but also nearly 100 other strong men, their pupils shrank suddenly, their whole bodies trembled, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. They looked at the center of the explosion's air wave, and the slowly looming figure seemed to have seen spooky. Everyone in the audience was instantly petrified. It's just because, as the air waves from the explosion just now gradually dissipated, a figure could be vaguely seen appearing in the blur of the air that covered the sky and the sun. This figure stands in the center of the air waves, holding a refill sword, a black robe, hunting noises, long flying hair, fluttering in the wind, blood-like eyes, like a bloodthirsty ancient beast, black clouds rolling around him, like a demon god in the sky. Isn't this person the one who was blasted into scum? Chu Yan. #C650, the strong gather. What? Chu Yan is not dead. How can that be? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the towering figure that became clearer and clearer, their hearts and seas of consciousness set off huge waves. Peak Master Yang, who was cultivated at the 5th level of the heavenly realm, under a blow with all his strength, this Chu Yan was not injured, and he was not even knocked back a step. He was there before the attack, and the air wave dissipated. His figure was still there. It was as if the palm of Peak Master Yang was not struck by a strong man of the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, but a martial artist who didn't even reach the chi-refining realm, and it couldn't shake him at all. Could it be that Chu Yan's cultivation has surpassed that of Peak Master Yang? This is absolutely impossible. All kinds of thoughts and guesses kept flashing in everyone's sea of consciousness, but no matter how they guessed, they couldn't figure out how this Chu Yan did it. Even if it has a heaven-defying defensive talisman, or an extremely defensive spiritual treasure, with such a terrifying palm, it will at least be shot hundreds of miles away. In mid-air, the airwaves that covered the sky and the sun finally dissipated. Chu Yan held a long sword and stood proudly in the sky. His eyes were like blood, and a ray of contempt flashed in the eyes of the strong men who swept across the Blood Soul Holy Land. And over. On his body, the Xuanhuan shield armor, which was originally 10 feet thick, has not completely dissipated, and there is still a thin layer covering Chu Yan's body. Originally, after Chu Yan raised the Basalt God Beast martial soul to 2 stars, this second-order Xuanhuan shield could have blocked the strongest blow of the 5th layer heavenly powerhouse of the Tongtian realm, but now Chu Yan broke through the cultivation of the heavenly realm, and all abilities have been improved, including the Wuhuan's natal Wuhuan skills. What a boy, you actually have a body protected by a strange treasure. Peak Lord Yang's face flushed red, and the corners of his eyes twitched for a long time. His eyes swept across the black light armor on Chu Yan's body, and finally found the steps, and he yelled heavily. When the words fell to the ground, everyone looked at the Xian Shui shield on Chu Yan's body, and suddenly, they all showed the color of enlightenment. Originally, there was still a body shield of strange treasures, otherwise, how could a kid who had just turned into the heavenly realm be able to block this move? Humph. So what if you have a rare treasure, you still have to die? As soon as the words fell, Feng Zhuyang's whole body burst into breath, he raised his right palm, and the monstrous palm print blasted out, shattering the void, and shot straight at Chu Yan. This time, in order to kill with one blow and save face, Peak Master Yang's whole body strength, plus all his true qi cultivation, were violent, and he would not give Chu Yan any more chances. The monstrous palm print slammed down towards Chu Yan. Under the terrifying power, no one doubted that even Chu Yan's strange treasure body protection, under this palm, he would die. Swish! At this moment, on the edge of the distant sky, a stream of light like a startling rainbow flew over, so fast that the moment everyone saw it, it had already appeared in front of Chu Yan. The palm prints of the booming sky slammed into each other fiercely. This startling rainbow-like stream of light rushed past, smashing the palm print of Peak Lord Yang into pieces in an instant. Who? Peak Master Yang suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would even bring a helper, and this person's strength was astonishing, and he directly blasted his full strength with a single move. From the previous move, Master Yang could feel that this person's strength is much stronger than his own, and it is very likely that he is a strong person in the Venerable Realm. Not only Peak Lord Yang, but also the powerful people from all the peaks of the Blood Soul Holy Land who arrived one after another, all of them changed their expressions drastically, and they all looked up. These people all felt the strength of each other, and all of them were shocked. Who? How dare you come to help Chu Yan to the Black Blood Temple, and make trouble in the extreme North Continent main hall? It's just a warrior, so what if his cultivation reaches the level of a venerable? You must know that there are thousands of strong men in this holy land of Blood Soul. Whoosh! There was no brilliance, and there was no flying figure. A figure slowly appeared from the void, and when everyone stretched their necks and looked at the sky, he had already stood beside Chu Yan. Above the head of this figure, there is a long sword suspended. The sword has no edge, but it is cold, and it hangs quietly and in vain. This sword looks very ordinary, like a long sword that costs dozens of copper coins and is bought all over the street. But when everyone felt the coldness of the sword body and suddenly turned their heads to look at it, their bodies trembled at the same time, and their eyes trembled. Especially when he saw the cold face of the owner of the sword, a cold feeling rose in his heart, and his scalp went numb. This sword, and the owner of this sword, is none other than the legendary figure of extreme North Continent. At the time of the most prestigious, one person with a sword, across the extreme North Continent, no strong person can resist 3 moves under his sword. Transforming the 3 purities with one sword, the reputation is illustrious. Duguju. Master Yang's voice trembled, seeing Duguju, his subconscious aura was completely gone, and he felt invincible. At that time, when he was still in Xianchi Holy Land, although he was listed as one of the masters of the 9 peaks alongside Duguju, he knew that the gap between him and Duguju was probably not much different than the sky and the earth. The reputation of being invincible to Dugu is like a mountain, suppressing all those below the venerable realm of the extreme North Continent, and no one can surpass it. Moreover, Duguju seldom makes a move, but every time he uses his sword, he will kill someone. Traitor, dare to touch Chu Yan. Kill. As soon as the word kill landed on Duguju's body, the terrifying murderous aura and sword power rushed straight to Yunxiao, and even the 9 spiritual peaks 10 miles behind him trembled in unison. The entire holy land of Blood Soul suddenly fell silent. The aura of thousands of strong men were all suppressed, and no one dared to show a trace of fighting intent and murderous aura in front of Duguju. One person with one sword, crushing thousands of strong men, what a power this is. Humph. Duguju, is there no one in the Blood Soul Holy Land? At this moment, a loud shout sounded, and the whole sky trembled, buzzing and humming, echoing and shaking. A figure in black robe soared into the sky from the depths of the 9 peaks. The red cloud rolled and landed in front of Peak Master Yang. This person is the Holy Land of Blood Soul, the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, the extreme North Continent, and the Lord, Mogu. The Lord is here. Hall Master, Duguju, and Chu Yan are too arrogant, kill them. Hall Master, don't let them go. The crowd in Blood Soul Holy Land, which was originally silent, seemed to explode the moment Mogu appeared, and thousands of strong men shouted one after another. Duguju, you are very strong, but in front of me, you are not qualified to be crazy. Mogu sneered coldly, and then, he shot directly, punching out, turning into countless huge fist marks. The space where Chu Yan and Duguju were, was completely enveloped. Hundreds of fist marks fell from the sky, all wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the void annihilated. Boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly, on the void where Chu Yan and Duguju were standing, a huge palm print suddenly appeared, rushing up, and all the fist prints passed by the golden palm print were scattered. What? Also, there are strong ones. All of a sudden, all the experts in Blood Soul Holy Land were shocked by this scene, and their faces changed drastically. #C651 One person picks the hole. A phantom of a mountain-like alien beast slowly emerged from the sky, with a ferocious face, eyes like pillars, and the roaring roar of the beast carried a boundless overlord's aura, sweeping across the entire world. In front of the phantom of the strange beast, a middle-aged man walked slowly in front of Chu Yan with strides in the air. This person is dressed in a blue robe, and his hands and feet are blended with the space. The breath is like mountains and seas, surging out, as if he is the sky, and the sky is him. The whole body, the breath of heavenly power, makes people feel trembling. The young, middle-aged man is none other than the sect master Xianshi. Xianshi, you dare to break into my Blood Soul Holy Land. When Mogu saw the appearance of the sect master Xianshi, his expression darkened immediately, and he shouted in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. You shameless fellow, you are so cheeky. Here, they are the Xianshi site and your Black Blood Temple. They are just designed to rob. Suddenly, another figure stepped out of the void and stood in front of Chu Yan. It was the Lord of Longyuan Holy Land, the sect master of Longyuan. Moreover, as his figure appeared, several figures stepped out from the cracks in the void, each with breath like the sky. Xianshi Holy Land, No. 1 Peak Master, Luo Tianxing. The Holy Land of Longyuan, the first Peak Lord, Baong. The two masters of the 2 peaks stepped out of the void, one left and one right, and stood beside the 2 suzerains. At the same time, the aura of the whole body swept out like a tide, spreading across the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul. One breath is stronger than the other, and in front of several top experts from the 2 holy places, the faces of many masters of the Black Blood Temple all changed drastically, and their hearts were shaken. The Black Blood Temple relies on secret techniques to quickly improve its cultivation. Although there are many masters, their real combat power is comparable to that of warriors of the same level. If compared with the top powerhouses of the 2 holy places, the gap is even greater. The presence of all the top experts from the 2 holy places made the atmosphere tense up suddenly. The 2 suzerains, plus the 2 peak masters of the 2 holy places, what are they doing here? Look at their murderous looks, could it be that they are here to start a war? Mogu's eyes trembled, and he looked at Xianshi and Longyuan, his eyes were full of fear. He is no match for any of these 2 great suzerains, not to mention that the 2 strong men came at the same time. These are the 2 great venerable realm powerhouses, the existences at the top of the entire Great North Continent pyramid, even if it is their black blood temple, powerhouses of this level are rare. The secret method of the Black Blood Temple can improve the cultivation of warriors before the heaven-reaching realm, and the speed is extremely fast, but after reaching the heaven-reaching realm, it is much slower. The ally invited by the Black Blood Temple, the Taoist master of the Jinyang Dao sect in the Zhongtian continent, has just stepped into the realm of venerables. The two holy masters are backed by the second of the ancient 8 sects, the Dizong and the Lingzong. They both have the status of elders and above, and their terrifying strength, even surpassing the combat power of the same level of venerables. If they really want to fight, the outcome is really hard to say. Xianshi, Long Yuan, the contract of the God of War platform is a joint contract of 8 sections. If you do it now, you will blatantly tear up the contract. At that time, the 8 sects will attack together, and you will inevitably be blamed. In Mogu's eyes, red light flickered, and after a long time, he finally spoke. Behind him, a group of black blood temples all restrained their breath, lowered their heads, and did not dare to say a word. The two warriors in the venerable realm, not to mention fighting, just the coercion of their aura made their whole body numb and their hearts tremble. Looking at the atmosphere in front of me, if there is a disagreement, a war will start between the 3 holy places, not to mention the 2 venerables, just Luo Tianxing, Dugyuju, Bong and Jiquang, the 4 peak masters, are enough to sweep away most of their experts here. Mogu, the agreement of the God of War platform stipulates that among the 8 sects, those who have cultivated above the heaven-reaching realm are not allowed to participate in the sect battles between each other. Hearing this, sect master Long Yuan sneered, but looked at Chu Yan, and then said with a smile. But today, someone wanted to kill my sect disciple, and I was just protecting my direct disciple. This matter, which point violated the agreement of the God of War platform, so why not let me watch you kill my disciple, and I won't fight back. You, is there a hole in your brain? You. Mogu's face darkened. But speechless. The other party made it clear that they are not here to attack your holy land, but to protect the disciples in the sect, which is reasonable. In this way, they can't attack Chu Yan at all, otherwise they will give the 2 sects a reason to take the initiative. Nangong Ro, Yu Wenhao, get out and die. For the current situation, Chu Yan, who has a panoramic view, will miss such an opportunity, and the long howling sound containing true energy shakes the entire holy land of Blood Soul, like a thunder in the sky, echoing the sky. Today, he blasted open the sect formation in the holy land of Blood Soul, aiming to kill Nangong Ruanyu and Yu Wenhao, including dozens of other warriors who participated in the murder of him. All the pride of heaven to replace. All the arrogance of the Blood Soul sect will be killed today. The anger is soaring. Chu Yan is like a volcano erupting. Only when these arrogants die in front of him can it be calmed down. But his shout exploded, and the entire holy land of Blood Soul fell into silence, with no one responding at all. Not far away, some arrogances of the holy land of Blood Soul shrunk their necks when they saw Chu Yan's gaze sweeping towards them, not daring to show their heads at all. Just kidding, the master of Mogu, who is connected to the 5th level of heaven, can't die with a single palm, and they can't do it. Ha ha ha. Holy land of Blood Soul. Why is the Black Blood Temple belong to the demon sect, one of the 8 ancient sects? Could it be that there is no one who dares to come out to fight Chu Hua? It's shameful. Really shameful. Sect Master Long Yuan laughed loudly, his eyes swept over Mogu, the contempt and disdain in his eyes made Mogu's face burn. However, the words of Sect Master Long Yuan made everyone understand the meaning of the words. The 2 great masters and the 4 great peak masters made it clear today that they are here to support Chu Yan and prevent the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple from attacking Chu Yan. In this way, it will be convenient for Chu Yan to kill the young generation of arrogant warriors. The purpose of their arrival is to frighten the strong men of the Black Blood Temple. Thousands of strong men, looking at the expressions of the two suzerains, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chu Yan with sneering expressions. In their view, Chu Yan is against the sky, but he is just transformed into the heavenly realm, and he is looking for death if he challenges the whole palace of arrogance by himself. Black Blood Temple, no one dares to fight? Are you a proud man, or a tortoise? Since you have the courage to set a trap to frame me, now, I will stand here and accept any challenge from the proud man, regardless of life or death. When Chu Yan spoke, his aura was soaring, his eyes swept across the audience, proudly unparalleled. With these words, Mogu and all the bosses of the Black Blood Temple couldn't hold back anymore. After all, they are strong seniors, and being ridiculed by Chu Yan together, everyone felt their faces became hotter and their anger grew stronger. Too arrogant. Extremely rampant, one person slapped everyone in the clan in the face. Humph. Chu Yan, the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, is Qi Tianji of our Blood Soul Holy Land. You are too arrogant. At this time, a young man came out of the crowd, walked towards Chu Yan, and shouted in a cold voice. You don't need him to go out, even if it's me, it's enough to kill you. This young man is none other than Wang Haoren, one of the 9 Peaks chief disciples of the Holy Land of Blood Soul, Master Yang's direct disciple, and one of the 9 Peaks. Wang Haoren, with the help of the secret method of the Black Blood Temple, his original cultivation base of the 1st level of the Heaven Transformation Realm has skyrocketed to the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm in just a few months. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C652 Chu Yan's Horror. This Wang Haoren not only has an astonishing cultivation base, but also has extremely high talent. He has the top attacking spirit among the 8-star mutant spirits. He is very famous in the Blood Soul sect. When the other Tianjiao saw Wang Haoren appearing, a smile appeared on their faces. 7-star Sword Martial Soul, come out. Wang Haoren stood in front of Chu Yan, shouted coldly, and directly summoned his 7-star Sword Martial Soul. Immediately, a blood-colored long knife broke through the void, suspended above Wang Haoren's head. Above the blade, 7 stars of different colors shined, shining, radiant, and sharp aura, sweeping all directions. 7-star Soul, seizing slash. As soon as he summoned his hand, Wang Haoren directly held the 7-star saber Wuhun in his hand. His whole body was full of true energy, and he swung the knife towards Chu Yan. Wang Haoren has already calculated that today, if he can kill Chu Yan in front of all the bosses in the Holy Land of Blood Soul, he will become another peerless arrogance of the Holy Land of Blood Soul, be valued, and his status may even be close to Qi Tianji. Therefore, Wang Haoren not only wants to kill Chu Yan, but also kills beautifully and quickly. Therefore, once Wang Haoren makes a move, it is the strongest trick. Die. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his bloody golden pupils shot out killing intent, raised his left fist, and suddenly punched out. With this punch, 4 colors of light linger around the huge flame fist, which is transformed by the strength of the fire element, and the burning air sweeps across, making everyone feel that the temperature has risen sharply. The 7-star Sword Martial Soul is a gold-type martial soul, and fire overcomes gold, so Chu Yan directly used the Fire Evil Spirit. Boom! The fiery red fist marks, like meteors from the sky, collided with the blade light of 7 colors of light, directly crushing the blade light, and smashed it on Wang Haoren's body unabated. Boom! A flower of flesh and blood suddenly appeared in the sky. Wang Haoren's body exploded like a watermelon, and pieces of flesh and blood flew all over the sky. When the flame fist passed, Wang Haoren didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was directly blasted. With the scattered meat and blood in the air, the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul fell into silence. The expressions of all the Tianjiao in the audience, including Palace Master Mogu and all the big bosses and powerhouses, changed. How can that be? One punch, an instant kill. Under the deathly silence, everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Wang Haoren is the chief disciple of one of the 9 peaks, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the heaven transformation realm. Even if he is Qi Tianji, he might not be able to defeat him with a single move. Such a powerful Tianjiao was directly punched and killed by Chu Yan. This is also scary. Nangong Ro, Yuanhao, get out of here. Ignoring everyone's sluggish expressions and gazes at all, Chu Yan was so murderous that he yelled again. Under the sweeping gaze, no one in the audience dared to look up at Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan killed Wang Haoren with one punch, they knew that they were not Chu Yan's opponent, so they didn't dare to make a sound, not even to breathe. Li Long, Sun Tao, you too, get out of here. Chu Yan glanced over and saw 2 familiar figures in the crowd. Among the hundreds of fighters who surrounded and killed him in the trap of Tianqing Valley, these 2 people. Moreover, these 2 people, who were formerly disciples of the 100 Battles camp of the Shancher sacred sect, not only betrayed, but were also willing to be Nangong Ro's lackeys. Chu Yan, of course he won't let them go. If you don't come out, you will die. Chu Yan swung the Haotian sword in his hand. The sword light was like water, and it shot out instantly, and the bright sword glow shot straight out, rushing towards the crowd where Li Long and Sun Tao were. Seeing the sword light coming, Li Long and Sun Tao's expressions changed drastically, and they turned pale. Frightened, they exclaimed loudly. Master Yang, help, help. They wanted to escape, but they suddenly realized that they had been firmly locked by Chu Yan's consciousness. The biting cold killing intent made their legs feel like they were filled with lead. For help. Chu Yan, how dare you? Seeing this scene, Yang Fengzhu immediately shouted angrily. Wang Haoren, who had just been beheaded by Chu Yan. They are his personal disciples, and Li Long and Sun Tao are also the arrogance of him who defected with him. Seeing that Chu Yan made another move to kill these 2, Peak Master Yang was anxious and angry, and subconsciously shouted. You try to move one. Ba Hong took out the big knife in his hand step by step. The light of the knife was shining, his eyes were awe-inspiring, and he shouted softly. Peak Master Yang was startled suddenly, and raised his head to look at Ba Hong. From the eyes of the other party, what he saw was not telling him not to move at all. The hidden meaning in the excited eyes was obviously that he wanted to do it himself, so as soon as it comes, Ba Hong can kill himself. Being stared at by Ba Hong's excited gaze, Peak Master Yang couldn't help, but his whole body trembled, and the steps he was about to take fell back again. Madman. This Chu Yan is a lunatic. These guys in the 2 holy places are all crazy. Die. The sword light in Chu Yan's hand rushed out thousands of feet, and his true energy continued to surge. When the sword light passed by, Li Long and Sun Tao were surrounded by the sword light, and the 2 heads were thrown into the air. The undiminished sword light swept across, and the body was also in a different place. All of a sudden, the heads of more than a dozen Tianjiao flew up together, and more than a dozen blood arrows spewed out, which was extremely spectacular. In an instant, the corners of the eyes of all the people in Blood Soul Holy Land twitched at the same time. These are all the arrogance of the Blood Soul Holy Land, and they are definitely not comparable to ordinary disciples. Now, Chu Yan killed more than a dozen with one sword, and none of them could resist even one move. Nangong Ro, Yuanhao, get out of here. Chu Yan withdrew his sword, drank violently again, and the sound was like thunder, heading straight for Jiuxiao. In the entire Blood Soul Holy Land, there are millions of disciples and thousands of Tianjiao, none of them dare to answer. This Chu Yan, how did he become so strong all of a sudden? Seeing Chu Yan's extremely arrogant appearance, all the bosses of the Blood Soul Temple were full of doubts. Even if he breaks through to the Heaven Transformation realm, it's impossible for him to become so strong all of a sudden. According to Qi Shaoyun's report after returning to the sect, this Chu Yan's combat power is only between the second heaven transformation realm and the third heaven realm. In the meantime, even if using the backwater art to increase the strength by 3 times, it is only comparable to the 5th to 6th level of the heaven transformation realm. But now, Chu Yan didn't use the martial soul, didn't use the back to the water, just a single sword. He can instantly kill the Tianjiao of the third heaven transformation realm. The speed at which this combat power increases is too terrifying. All the bigwigs in the holy land of Blood Soul have faces like the bottom of a pot, extremely ugly. From their point of view, Qi Tianji is the only one who can fight Chu Yan in the entire holy land of Blood Soul. However, Qi Tianji was in the process of preparing for the covenant of the god of war, and it was impossible for him to come out to fight Chu Yan. Could it be that Chu Yan was the only one who allowed Chu Yan to behead the pride of their Black Blood Temple and become the laughingstock of the entire extreme North continent? You guys, let's go together. Chu Yan pointed with his long sword, and lightly said to the dozens of young Tianjiao behind Peak Master Yang. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C6531 Sword Blood. What? Dozens of Tianjiao were stunned at the same time, looking at Chu Yan dumbfounded. Go together. These Tianjiao, who are cultivated in the second to third heavens of the heaven transformation realm, are dozens of young people with the strongest strength among the younger generation of warriors under Master Yang. Because their talents are far superior to ordinary youths, after joining the Black Blood Temple, they received key training, passed the secret method, and within a month, their cultivation strength skyrocketed. All of them were emotionally excited, and their faces were full of pride. Although they knew that one-on-one was definitely not Chu Yan's opponent, but this arrogant Chu Yan dared to issue such a challenge. Go together. This is definitely a godsend opportunity. After Chu Yan killed 2 or 3 Tianjiao, he was overconfident and inflated, and dared to challenge dozens of Tianjiao who were higher than him at the same time. He certainly didn't know that among the secret techniques of the Black Blood Temple, there is a combined attack method. The attacks of dozens of people can be fused and superimposed, and the power is continuously doubled. Chu Yan, this is you looking for death. A Tianjiao came out more and more, his eyes flashed with killing intent, looked at Chu Yan, and shouted. We have 34 people here, you are really arrogant to the point of lawlessness. Another Tianjiao stood up and said with a sneer. Ha ha ha, great opportunity, he proposed this himself, brothers, let's go together. Everyone uses the method of combined attack. After killing Chu Yan, the rewards will be divided equally. Thanks to me bearing the burden of humiliation, I have never made a move, just waiting for this opportunity. Everyone start. More and more Tianjiao stood up, and when they looked at Chu Yan, their 34 pairs of eyes were full of killing intent and teasing. These 34 people are all the arrogance of Master Yang's subordinates, and they have practiced the combined attack technique together. Of course, they know the attack power of a joint attack, but even a half-step heaven-reaching powerhouse may not be able to block it. Live. Yu Kun, Ji Kuang, join forces quickly and kill Chu Yan. Peak Master Yang, with bright eyes, looked at all the arrogance behind him, and urged them eagerly. 34 Tianjiao, the combined attack technique of these personal disciples of his own. Of course Peak Master Yang knows that the combined attacks of the 34 people are enough to kill Chu Yan. Wuhun, come out. Release the martial soul. Hearing Peak Lord Yang's words, the 34 Tianjiao became even more excited, and immediately all began to release their martial souls. All of a sudden, all kinds of martial spirits were flying all over the sky, sword-like weapon spirits, wind and fire-like natural martial spirits, all kinds of colors were released, and the sky was suddenly filled with colorful brilliance, and the whole sky became brilliant. The strength of the 4 evil spirits. Chu Yan yelled, and the 4 colors of light all over his body shone, and the silver-colored fist print came out. The huge silver snow-colored fist print was more than doubled in size compared to before the promotion of Cultivation base. The Emong fist seal pierced through the air and blasted towards dozens of Tianjiao. The appearance of this punch, even if the 34 Tianjiao teamed up, it shocked their hearts and changed their faces. 34 blood chi soared into the sky, and the technique of joint attack was cast out instantly. A large dark red tide gathered above the heads of Tianjiao, tumbling like a tide, and rolled towards Chu Yan. Just as everyone was looking at the Emong fist print and the blood tide, waiting for the moment when they collided, a long sword appeared on Chu Yan's right hand, then flashed and disappeared instantly. In the void, at the same time, there was a touch of silver shock, traveling through the darkness, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Not good. With the appearance of the Haoyan sword, none of the more than 30 Tianjiao who were fully urging the joint attack technique noticed, but the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple did. They frowned and exclaimed. However, the lightning-like sword shadow was too fast, even the big guys, when they found it, the sword shadow had traveled more than half the distance, and approached the 34 Tianjiao at a teleport-like speed. Boom! At this moment, the Emong fist seal collided with the red wave. A group of shocking loud noises erupted, and violent vigor swept all directions. After the Emong fist seal collided with the bloody wave of combined attack, they exploded together, turning into a sky full of energy, flying in all directions. The air wave swept across all directions, rushing out, and the power was shocking. Puff. 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 Puff puff puff. In the violent wind and tide, a flash of silver lightning flashed, and 34 blood flowers bloomed. Against the backdrop of the black night, bloody and gorgeous. The next moment, a wave of air swept past, blowing the 34 blood flowers into 4 directions. At the same time, 34 corpses rose up with the wind, floating all over the sky like fallen leaves. The silver lightning flashed, Chu Yan raised his right hand, held the returned Haoyan sword in his hand, flicked the long sword, and a string of blood beads swayed out. Niazwa, you are courting death. An earth-shattering shout sounded, and at the same time, Yang Fengzhu, who looked like a madman, suddenly shook off the lock of the spiritual consciousness on his body, jumped up, and flew towards Chu Yan. At the same time, his right palm slammed out. 34 Tianjiao were killed by Chu Yan with a sword, like candied haws, all of them were killed, and none of them survived. In an instant, Peak Master Yang became a Bear Peak Master. Although there are still ordinary disciples, any sect force is the most important talent. The stronger and more people can maintain a strong position. Ordinary disciples are really worthless. Therefore, Yang Fengzhu, who was killed by Chu Yan in one breath and turned into a Bear Peak Master, rushed up against the fire, and couldn't bear it anymore. In the sea of consciousness, it was full of overwhelming anger, and he had no reason. When Chu Yan's Haoyan sword appeared just now, he wanted to make a move, but was directly locked by Ba Hong with a grinning face, and was suppressed. In just half a blink of an eye, all his direct disciples died completely. Peak Master Yang went mad instantly. Under the endless anger, there was only one thought, which was, to kill Chu Yan. Peak Lord Yang, who was cultivated at the 5th level of the heavenly realm, slapped out with one palm. The power was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 spiritual peaks in the distance trembled in unison. With this palm, Chu Yan, without the Xian Shui shield body protection, will surely die. However, seeing Peak Master Yang pounced madly, and the monstrous palm prints blasted out, Chu Yan stood upright with no expression on his face, without a trace of fear. Moreover, when Peak Master Yang flew to the top of Chu Yan's head, he with a hideous face met Chu Yan's 4 eyes, but suddenly his whole body became jittery, and his face changed drastically. In Chu Yan's eyes, he didn't see a trace of fear, but instead, he saw a thick and playful smile. No, I fell for it. In peak Lord Yang's sea of consciousness, the monstrous anger was instantly extinguished, and a wave of coldness rose from his heart, making him feel cold all over his body in an instant after being bathed in fire just now. Call out. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared. The sword light was amazingly fast. Even he, who was at the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, had no time to react. He just watched the sword light keep growing in his pupils. The next moment, Peak Master Yang felt himself spinning and flying up suddenly, and the scene in all directions was spinning around like a whirlpool. Under his dizzy gaze, he saw all the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple, full of horror. With a pale face, everyone is staring at him. What? What are they surprised? He can't get the answer to this question, and he will never get it. Because, a wave that made him afraid of the darkness instantly enveloped him and dragged him into the endless darkness and nothingness. His eyes went dark and he didn't know anything. Blood Soul Holy Land, the #1 Peak Master Yang, died. On the other side, behind Chu Yan's peak, Dugu stood with a sword in his hand, looking at the corpse of Peak Lord Yang, full of disdain. Whoever dares to attack my disciple Chu Yan with a cultivation level above the heaven-reaching realm, will kill. No. Pardon. Duguju's words fell to the ground, and everyone only felt an extremely cold air pouring into their bodies. Under this air conditioning, everyone shuddered involuntarily, and looked at Duguju and Chu Yan. Horrified. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C654 refuse to fight back. One master and one apprentice are all terrifying existences. That Chu Yan, one sword at a time, beheaded dozens of Tianjiao, regardless of the difference in cultivation base and strength. As long as the sword light passes, some Tianjiao will be lost. The talent is amazing, and the combat power is even more terrifying, even terrifying. Forget it, no one thought that his master, the Duguju Peak Lord, was an even more terrifying existence. Even Peak Master Yang, who is a powerhouse at the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, is also beheaded with a single sword. Duguju, you are so courageous. Seeing Master Yang Feng throwing his head flying and being killed with a sword, Mogu, the master of the branch of the Black Blood Temple, suddenly became enraged. His aura surged like a shocking tide, and a pair of dark red eyes instantly brightened with murderous intent. Looking at Duguju like a tide, he sternly shouted. Mogu, you are not convinced. Let's do it. Hearing Mogu's words, Sect Master Long Yuan said excitedly. His face was full of splendor, his eyes sparkled, and his face was full of anticipation. You. Hearing this, Mogu's momentum faltered suddenly, and his pale face turned purple. He glanced over and found that not only Sect Master Long Yuan, but also Sect Master Shanshi and several others had a playful look on their faces. I don't care about his threats at all. Agreed. There is a feeling of aggrieved being strangled, rising from the bottom of my heart. This feeling is constantly growing and spreading, making the anger in Mogu's heart almost explode. However, he is not a brainless person like Peak Lord Yang. As the master of the Black Blood Temple's extreme North Continent main hall, it is impossible for him to fall into the trap again, so he can only continue to pant violently, suppressing the anger in his heart. Strength. All, because of strength. Mogu had to admit that in front of the 2 great masters and the 4 great peak masters, the high-end combat power of their Black Blood Temple was indeed not as good as others. Moreover, it was they themselves who first took advantage of the loopholes in the God of War platform covenant of the 8 ancient sects to steal the land of the sect that had seized the Shanshi Holy Land. Now, people come to the door, also taking advantage of the loopholes in the contract, relying on Chu Yan's monstrous combat power, to slaughter their sect Tianjiao. There was nothing he could do about it. However, what puzzled and surprised Mogu was why the Holy Master Shanshi didn't resist at the time when the Black Blood Temple seized Xuanhuan's sect, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Now it seems that there seems to be a little weirdness in it. While Mogu was thinking, the anger in his heart was burning, but the doubtful look on his face became even more serious. You, give me a punch. Chu Yan completely ignored the open and secret fights between the bosses. He glanced at the Tianjiao behind the other peak master, raised his hand and punched out. The silver fist light, shining like a shooting star, passed away in the sky. Boom! That Tianjiao disciple, seeing the fist light hit, his face was pale as paper in an instant, and his whole body trembled slightly, and he only had time to activate the protective energy. He slammed hard on his body and exploded in an instant. Boom! A big body, hit by the fist light, is like a wild elephant and monster hitting a big tree, and it explodes instantly. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, red and white splattered. You, take a punch from me too. Chu Yan was expressionless, his eyes swept across again, looked at another Tianjiao, and punched again. The Yinmong fist was blasted out, and another flower of flesh and blood exploded. You, and you, take one punch from me. Boom! 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 Group after group of blood flowers burst out, bright and dazzling, making people's hearts tremble, and there is a shocking feeling. In less than 10 breaths, another 7 or 8 Tianjiao died in the hands of Chu Yan. Blood Soul Holy Land, all the bosses, their complexions are getting darker and darker, their mouths are full of steel teeth, but they just hold back. The 2 major suzerains and the 4 major peak masters are beside Chu Yan, waiting. In the Holy Land of Blood Soul, the elders and peak masters, the 4 peak masters such as Duguju and Ba Hong, will take action to kill. And the top combat power of the Holy Land at the Hall Master level, there are 2 terrifying existences of Lan Yuan and Xianchi. Suppressed. Master Yang Feng is the best example. In a rage, he attacked Chu Yan, which violated the covenant of the God of War platform of the 8 ancient sections. Therefore, Duguju killed him directly, without any fault. Boom! 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 The Tianjiao of the Blood Soul Holy Land were bombarded by Chu Yan's Yinmong fist, and turned into flesh and blood fireworks, exploding. Chu Yan's killing feast is still going on, and everyone can only watch helplessly. The backstage powerhouses who helped Chu Yan suppress the battle were really too strong, making all the bosses in the Holy Land of Blood Soul feel aggrieved and had nothing to vent. All of them were so angry that they were about to erupt in an instant. You must know that the sect's arrogance is an important foundation for the strength of a sect. Their Black Blood Temple is planning to take advantage of the civil strife in the Xianchi sect to rob the Xianchi sect of the sect. It's not the 9 hills that have lost their spiritual origin, but the Xianchi sacred sect, these Tianjiao disciples that have been collected for thousands of years. These young generation, who represent the top talents in the extreme North Continent, as long as they are cultivated with the secret method of the Black Blood Temple and given time, they will become the existence of a strong party. However, according to Chu Yan's way of killing, I am afraid that within 2 hours, all the arrogance of the entire Blood Soul Holy Land will be killed by him. Boom! 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 The killing continues. The anger in Chu Yan's heart far surpasses all the bosses of the Black Blood Temple. Little Ice Bear Dongdong's life and death are unknown now. Although there are 2 major suzerains who will continue to save their lives for the time being, if Yu Wenhao is not caught, Little Ice Bear Dang may be lost at any time. Therefore, Chu Yan knew very clearly what he was doing. He can be sure that Nangong Ruoyu and Yu Wenhao are in this Blood Soul Holy Land. No matter how many Tianjiao are killed, they must be forced out. Nangong Ro, Yu Wenhao, get out of here. Otherwise, all the arrogant people will die. Chu Yan's roar full of anger shook the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul. One by one, Tianjiao was continuously blasted into flesh and blood, and was lost one after another. Chu Yan's Yinmong fist print did not stop for a breath. As the fist glow roared, the void trembled, and Tianjiao was lost. At this moment, the palace master Mogu of the Blood Soul Holy Land, and all the elders of the Peak Masters, their faces were ashen, the corners of their eyes twitched violently, their fists were clenched together, and their veins were bulging. Seeing all the Tianjiao being bombarded and killed by Chu Yan, their hearts are bleeding. Chu Yan is not only destroying the Tianjiao resources that they have calculated so hard, but at the same time, he is also ruthlessly slapping their faces. Humiliation. Like a tide, it drowned their hearts, and then turned into a raging rage, burning their rationality and calmness. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C655 Double Pride. However, when their gazes caught Xianshi and Long Yuan, the two masters at the Venerable Realm, and the 4 peak masters behind them, they had to pant violently to suppress their anger. If there is a real war with these 6 people, all the bigwigs in the Blood Soul Holy Land will have no doubt that the Black Blood Temple will definitely suffer heavy losses. The Covenant of the God of War is about to start. At this time it is definitely not a wise move to start a war with the 2 holy places. After all, Tianjiao is precious, but compared with the heaven-defying treasures in the God of War, it is still a treasure. Not coming out yet? Well, then I'm not going to be polite. Chu Yan shook his right hand, and the Haotian sword erupted in an instant. The thousands of feet-long sword light rose into the night, like a bright sword light, straight into the sky. Sweeping his eyes, he looked at the hundreds of young figures behind Mogu, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he opened his mouth, showing a cruel smile. The young arrogances who were caught by his eyes suddenly trembled, endless coldness rose from the bottom of their hearts, and their hearts were full of desires to escape. However, all the bosses of the Black Blood Temple are here, including the Hall Master Mogu. Even if they have 1,000 guts, they dare not escape. And Mogu, after seeing Chu Yan smile, his face turned cold, and his anger suddenly rose. Behind him are all the elites of the Blood Soul Holy Land, including the heirs of the Holy Sons from the peaks of the 2 major holy lands, Xianshi and Long Yuan. If these people were placed on the continent of Extreme North Continent, any powerful sect would train them as top geniuses. Mogu also hoped to train these arrogances and send them to the demon sect in Zhongtian Continent in exchange for the rewards from the demon sect. Chu Yan, how dare you? An ominous premonition flashed in Mogu's heart, and he shouted loudly in a rage. Puff! 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 In Chu Yan's sneer, the 3 Tianjiao were cut into 2 pieces by Chu Yan's sword. 2 corpses and 4 pieces of stumps fell from the air and turned into dust. You! Seeing this scene, Mogu's face became more and more purple and black, and he gritted his teeth angrily, wanting to swallow Chu Yan alive. However, in the next breath, when he watched Chu Yan slowly raise the long sword again, his expression changed drastically, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Yuanhao, come out to fight. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Mogu roared violently, and the 9 spiritual peaks trembled at the same time. By now, he already knew clearly that this Chu Yan would never give up if he didn't see Yuanhao and Nangong Ro today. This Yuanhao is a direct disciple of Taoist Jin Yang, not a disciple of the Blood Soul Sacred Sect. They don't need to sacrifice their sect's Tianjiao for Yuanhao. Moreover, Mogu did not completely lose his mind and calmness, and let Yuanhao play. If he was really beheaded by Chu Yan, then Taoist Jin Yang learned that his disciple was killed by Chu Yan. I am afraid that Chu Yan's life will not be long. After all, Taoist Jin Yang is the master of the sect in the Zhongtian Continent. Although Jinyang Daozong is not a big sect in the Zhongtian Continent, compared with the sects in the extreme North Continent, it is a colossus. This point is like the sect forces in extreme North Continent. No matter how bad they are, if they come to the Luoyang Kingdom, they may be the top sect forces. It is definitely worth sacrificing a Yuanhao to make Chu Yan have another enemy like this. As Mogu's voice echoed, a green figure slowly flew towards the depths of 9 peaks. Yu Wenhao was extremely disturbed and his face was solemn. Just now he hid in the depths of the 9 peaks, and he saw everything that happened here, including the scene of Chu Yan's violent murder. When he followed Nangong Ro to the Tianqing Valley pit to kill Chu Yan, he already knew the horror of Chu Yan. Now, let him fight Chu Yan, he has no confidence at all. If it is other warriors, even if they are geniuses against the sky, he is not afraid. The opponent's martial soul turns the opponent into a useless person, so it's not like beheading him. But, meeting this Chu Yan is like kicking a piece of iron. Chu Yan. He is not afraid of his soul-addicted needle martial soul. The trick failed. Yu Wenhao was worse than rubbish in front of Chu Yan. M.O. Palace Master M.O. Master is not here. You have to protect me. Yu Wenhao looked into Chu Yan's red eyes, and the anger he spurted almost burned himself to ashes. The fear in his heart was rolling like a tide, his whole body was cold, and he was trembling when he spoke. You. When? How? Each word contains endless anger. Chu Yan's blood eyes are shocking with blood. However, he can't kill this Yu Wenhao yet. The soul-addicted needle martial arts skill that little white bear Dangdang possesses must be solved by him, so Chu Yan still wants to save his life now. Yu Wenhao, weren't you very arrogant when you were in the Star Valley? Now you know you're afraid. Chu Yan stared at Yu Wenhao, the coldness on his body swept towards him like a cold wave. Under the terrifying killing intent, Yu Wenhao could only feel that even the sea of consciousness would be frozen, and the trembling of his legs became more and more obvious. Hall Master, save me, save me. Yu Wenhao stood beside Mogu, his face full of horror. He didn't even dare to look at Chu Yan, he just kept begging Mogu, hoping for a little life. However, to his disappointment, Mogu didn't seem to have any intention of saving him other than his face was full of anger and livid. Get out of here. With a stern shout, Yu Wenhao staggered in fright and almost fell down. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Yu Wenhao, who was frightened out of his wits, his liver and gallbladder split, looked at Chu Yan, and subconsciously kept backing away. The map of mountains and rivers of beasts. Give it to me. Take it. Chu Yan suppressed his anger, and with a big wave of his hand, he directly summoned a golden scroll, surrounded by colorful streamers, and rolled towards Yu Wenhao. Ah, don't, Hall Master, save me. When Yu Wenhao saw the golden scroll coming, his face was ashen with fright, and while calling for help, he turned around and fled. Humph. Seeing Yu Wenhao running away, Chu Yan immediately snorted heavily, and as the accent fell to the ground, Chu Yan's powerful consciousness and aura wrapped around Yu Wenhao, and in an instant, all his consciousness was scattered. Swish. Colorful streamers flashed, and the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and Rivers map took a volume of Yu Wenhao, who had lost the protection of his spiritual consciousness, and put it directly into the axle. After summoning his hand and bringing the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and Rivers picture into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan finally let out a long sigh of relief. If Yu Wenhao is caught, Little White Bear will be saved. As for Yu Wenhao's non-cooperation, at that time, Chu Yan has 1,000 ways to make him obedient. After accepting Yu Wenhao, Chu Yan glanced at Mogu and said coldly, "There is one more, Nangong Ro." When the words fell to the ground, the corners of Mogu's eyes twitched suddenly, and he stared at Chu Yan, furious. Nangong Ro is not like Yu Wenhao. She is not only a talented arrogance, but also the eldest daughter of the Nangong family of the 2 great families in Antarctica. If Nangong is handed over, the Black Blood Temple's plan to subdue the Nangong family will probably be difficult. Chu Yan, you are not qualified enough to kill me. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. On the mountain peak in the distance, a beautiful figure flew over, dressed in a purple-red gown, like a fairy descending from the earth. It's Nangong Ro. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C656 4-star blood killing array. When Chu Yan blew up the sex formation and killed the Blood Soul Holy Land alone, Nangong Ro was about to come out to kill Chu Yan. But later, the two major suzerains and the four major peak masters appeared one after another, and their situation took a turn for the worse, so Nangong Ro shrank back again. However, Nangong Ro didn't want to hide, but was preparing. Taking advantage of the time when Chu Yan killed other Tianjiao, Nangong Ro gritted her teeth, used the teleportation array again, returned to the Nangong family, and retrieved one of the three rare treasures of the Nangong family. With this rare treasure, Nangong Ro is confident that Chu Yan will be lost in the Holy Land of Blood Soul today. That's why Nangong Ro dared to show up boldly in front of everyone. Not eligible? Are you? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, bloody golden pupils, a cold light burst out, and the killing intent in his body rose like a tide. Yu Wenhao, Chu Yan can't kill him, he must be kept to save the little white bear, and Yu Wenhao is just an accomplice. The one who has been plotting against her behind her back and wants to kill herself is this. Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro finally showed up. Seeing Nangong Ro, wearing a purple shirt, flying slowly towards the side of Hall Master Mo, everyone looked at this stunning woman with surprise on their faces. At this time, what are you doing running out by yourself? Seeing Nangong Ro appearing, Mo frowned slightly. Originally he was still hesitating. After all, the Black Blood Temple had just subdued the Qi family, and the two ancient families in the extreme north continent left only the Nangong family. Although the relationship between the Black Blood Temple and the Nangong family is currently an alliance, the Black Blood Temple is not satisfied. What they want is to merge all the sects and families into the Black Blood Temple. And in front of him, if Nangong Ro, the heir of the Nangong family, was beheaded by Chu Yan in front of him in the territory of the Black Blood Temple, then it would not be so easy to make the Nangong family submit. Therefore, Mo just wanted to protect Nangong Ro, and did not intend to hand her over like he did to Yu Wenhao. Now seeing Nangong Ro rushing out by herself, Mo became a little anxious, afraid that Chu Yan would really kill Nangong Ro. After all, Chu Yan invited the two major suzerains and the four major peak masters this time. The goal is very clear, that is, to find Yu Wenhao and Nangong Ro. Moreover, seeing how he killed dozens of Tianjiao in a row, today, this Chu Yan is not very purposeful. Will definitely not give up. Chu Yan, since I dare to come out to accept your challenge, I naturally have a way to kill you. Nangong Ro raised her red lips lightly, showing a smirk, and said softly. Kill me? You still want to kill me? Hearing this, Chu Yan's murderous aura soared, and he looked at Nangong Ro with anger. Skystar Valley agreed to a fair fight. Not only did you lead 100 warriors to besiege and kill me, but you also brought Yu Wenhao, trying to use his soul-thirsty needle spirit to abolish my 10-star beast spirit, and attacked Dingdang again, causing her to be severely injured now. Now, you still want to kill me, I think you are, courting death. At the same time as the last two words roared loudly, Chu Yan's whole body erupted like a volcano, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Nangong Rukwang, raised his fist and sword together, and made two moves at the same time. Immediately, the sword light soared to the sky, and the fist prince galloped. The universe is reversed, the stars in the four directions, the blood-killing array, Qi. Seeing Chu Yan rushing, Nangong Ro frowned, her face was dignified, she flipped her hands, and four talismans appeared in her palms, and she raised her hands and threw them towards Chu Yan. At the same time, a pair of slender hands kept flying, making four handprints, rush towards the four talismans. Hum. 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 The four talismans hit by the handprints instantly brightened, and under the tremor, four white beams of light shot up into the sky. Shwa. As soon as these four beams of light appeared, they were connected with each other, and instantly turned into the shape of 4 walls of light, like a house without a roof, enclosing Chu Yan. Break it! Seeing this scene, Chu Yan had a bad premonition in his heart. Immediately, he turned 8 cyclones, raised his hand and punched. Not waiting for the Yinmong fist to blast out, the 4 walls of light suddenly vibrated violently. At the same time, beams of light from the 4 corners fell from the sky, merged into a black cloud, and shrouded Chu Yan's head. No, this is the 4-star blood-killing formation. Seeing that Chu Yan was trapped, Sect Master Xuanhuan's face darkened, and he shouted. Swish 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 swish. Above Chu Yan's head, among the large red clouds, 4 huge golden stars appeared shiningly, with shocking power. Crack! 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 4 golden stars trembled at the same time, shooting out 4 golden lights in the shape of lightning, which ruthlessly hit Chu Yan's silver fist, shattering the fist and annihilating it into nothingness. Mogu, you dare to use the spirit array. Sect Master Longyuan yelled loudly, the sound was like thunder, and the entire void sank violently. Longyuan, is there a rule that the use of spirit formations is not allowed in the challenges among the young people of the younger generation? This does not violate the covenant of the god of war. Mogu, seeing Chu Yan being trapped by Nangongru's spiritual formation, immediately became overjoyed, and when he heard the words of Sect Master Longyuan, he sneered and said, You. Hearing this, Sect Master Longyuan's expression froze, and he was suddenly at a loss for words. As Mogu said, there are few restrictions on martial arts and attack methods among warriors, especially in life and death challenges, where they use all kinds of tricks to kill their opponents and keep themselves alive. Therefore, during the battle, if one side has powerful treasures or talismans, it is impossible not to use them, and that would be fatal. Break it! Chu Yan, who was in the 4-star blood-killing spirit array, roared violently. He swung the Haoyan sword in his hand again and again, and the sword lights, like a storm, slashed to the light wall of the spirit array in all directions, including the sky. 4 gold stars, none missing. Bump. 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 One after another sword light struck key points in the 4-star blood-killing formation, but did not move at all, and even bounced back a lot of sword light, making Chu Yan flustered. Humph. The spirit array has been completed, Chu Yan, even if you have the martial spirit and talent that defies the sky, you will die today. Nangongru stood next to Mogu, who was full of joy, her jade face was full of confidence. One of the 3 rare treasures of my Nangong family, it is definitely not something you can break through. Nangongru's face was cold, with frost on her face, and she looked at Chu Yan with killing intent. The universe is reversed, and the 4 stars move together. With a flip of her slender hand, Nangongru raised her hand and made a handprint, and began to manipulate the spirit array. Crack! 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 The handprints passed by, and above the spirit array, 4 golden stars suddenly blasted out 4 golden lightning bolts, falling straight towards Chu Yan. These 4 bolts of lightning are astonishingly powerful, like a thunderbolt punished by heaven, trying to blast Chu Yan into powder. Humph. The power of thunder and lightning wants to hurt me too. Just when everyone saw the power of the spirit god and his face showed shock, Chu Yan let out a long roar, and immediately, fiery red waves of fire shot up all over his body, rolling towards the 4 golden thunderbolts that fell straight down. Suzaku Emperor Fire, Fire Supreme. In the world of martial spirits, the 5 elements generate and restrain each other, and the thunder element is a variation of the fire element, and it is also the most powerful existence in the fire element. But, in the final analysis, the thunder element still belongs to the fire element, and the power of the fire element belongs to the same root and origin. And Suzaku Emperor Hua is the supreme fire element. Any power of the fire element is rubbish in front of it. If it is a martial artist's thunder or martial arts, It may still cause some troubles to Chu Yan, but like the power of martial soul and spirit pattern, this kind of true energy of non-warrior is completely fearless. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C657 What am I? The fire waves rolled, and the red emperor fire on Chu Yan's body continued to surge out like a tide, turning the entire 4-star blood-killing array into a sea of flames. In mid-air, the 4 golden lightning bolts were struck by the fire waves, annihilated in an instant, and turned into nothingness. Emperor Hua's honor, no desecration is allowed. Seeing this scene, the faces of the bigwigs in Blood Soul Holy Land froze suddenly. Chu Yan, it's not that easy to break my 4-star blood-killing formation. Nangong Rosho frowned slightly. Regarding the power of Chu Yan's martial soul flame, she had already heard about it when discussing matters in the Black Blood Temple. Therefore, Nangong Ro was not surprised. She flipped her slender hands again and again, urging the 4-star blood-killing formation produce new changes. Golden pattern extinguishing God wave. I saw 4 golden stars trembling slightly in the spirit formation, sending out circles of golden ripples, like water ripples, rippling towards Chu Yan. These golden ripples contain a special rhythmic frequency. The rhythm between each golden ripple is just when the rhythm of the previous circle decays. Therefore, hundreds of golden ripples have produced a wonderful rhythmic superposition. When this mystery reached a certain level, these golden ripples actually penetrated the void, escaped the sky full of flames, and enveloped Chu Yan. The big bosses on both sides standing outside the spirit formation, as well as many Tianjiao, the special ripples produced by the mysterious rhythm of the golden ripples shattered their consciousness, and the sea of consciousness trembled. Everyone's complexion changed, and they quickly restrained their consciousness, not daring to probe into the 4-star blood-killing formation again. The power of the golden ripples shows its dominance. Golden Wen Mieshenbua. What rubbish, break it for me. Standing in the middle of the 4-star blood-killing formation, Chu Yan stood upright, sneered, and shouted. By who, come out. As Chu Yan screamed, his whole body was filled with white light, a huge white phantom smashed into the void, and the mighty and extraordinary tiger body appeared in the 4-star blood-killing formation. Roar. A roar of a tiger that broke the sky exploded, and the entire 4-star blood-killing formation trembled suddenly, almost collapsing. At the same time, the countless golden ripples were instantly dissipated by the roar of the tiger. Receive. Seeing that the golden ripples were broken, Chu Yan quickly took back the white tiger martial soul. After all, there were countless bosses watching the battle outside. It's just a moment. The white tiger martial soul, unlike the Suzaku martial soul, has not been exposed yet, and can still be used as Chu Yan's whole card, so of course Chu Yan will not let it be easily exposed. Otherwise, like last time, the enemy will find the soul-thirsty needle, a vicious move specifically aimed at the Suzaku martial soul. At that time, if it wasn't for the Cyan Light Group martial soul who risked his life to save him, the Suzaku martial soul might have really been abolished. Therefore, Chu Yan must be careful, and try to expose as little as possible before his 5 martial spirits grow up. After all, only those who are unknown to the opponent can be called the whole card. Effect. What? Mogu and Nangong Ro's faces were startled at the same time. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan actually broke the golden pattern extinguishing God wave. I didn't expect this Chu Yan to be so powerful. 4 stars hurt the sky. Nangong Rugio's face flushed red, a trace of solemnity appeared on her face, and then she activated the spirit array again. In the 4-star blood-killing formation, following Nangongru's handprints pouring in, the 4 golden stars suddenly burst into golden light, and suddenly they left the sky and turned into 4 golden meteors, towards the Suzaku martial soul in mid-air, ruthlessly hit hard. These 4 golden stars are basically formed by 4 golden spirit patterns, and they are also the core of the 4-star killing formation. Each golden spirit pattern lingers with the terrifying power of heaven and earth, and the endless will to destroy. It can be seen that the grade of these 4 golden spirit patterns is extremely high. Chirp. 4 golden meteors rushed past, causing Suzuka martial soul to dodge left and right, although it barely avoided the impact of the golden stars, but when they passed by, the power of heaven and earth and the will to destroy brought by the golden stars. It still had some influence on Suzuka martial soul. It also weakened the power of Emperor Suzaku in the 4-star blood-killing formation. It seems that under this move, Chu Yan was at a disadvantage. 4 stars destroy the sky. You want to destroy my Suzuka martial soul again, and you want to die. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was instantly furious, his bloody golden eyes brightened, and a colorful streamer and a large black cloud appeared all over his body at the same time. The Rakshasa demon body, the energy of the 5 elements, come out. Following Chu Yan's roar, a Rakshasa phantom as high as 100 feet rose from behind Chu Yan, holding 3 golden forks, and let out a sky-shattering roar. It made the flames all over its body soar, and the 5 colorful tail feathers shot out dazzling rays of light. The next moment, Rakshasa phantom held a golden fork and fiercely stabbed a golden star. When it comes to the will to destroy, Chu Yan has never seen it before. Who can compare to the Rakshasa demon physique? The Rakshasa demon body hundreds of feet high, holding a golden fork and stepping on the sea of bones, represents all the will to kill and destroy. The Suzuka martial soul, with both claws out, breathed out the Emperor's fire, and attacked the other 3 golden stars at the same time. Boom! 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 The explosion of Rakshasa Phantom and Suzuka martial soul immediately caused continuous explosions in the 4-star blood-killing formation. The Suzuka martial soul and the Rakshasa demon physique were actually fighting with the 4 golden stars. What? How is it possible? Outside the spiritual formation, Nangong Rikyo's face was pale, and she was shocked when she saw the battle in the spiritual formation. The 4-star blood-killing formation is an ancient spiritual formation passed down by the Nangong family for tens of thousands of years. It is precisely because of the existence of this formation that the formation has killed countless enemies of the Nangong family for thousands of years, so that the Nangong family can stand on the pole. The status of the top power in Beizhou. Nangongru knows the horror of the 4-star blood-killing formation best. But even Mogu and the 2 holy masters have heard of its reputation for a long time, but now. Such a terrifying, 4-star blood-killing array that has wiped out countless powerful people can't help Chu Yan. What a joke. Spiritual squad, come here, take this talisman, enter the formation, and attack Chu Yan. A ferocious look appeared on Nangong Ryu's face, and after gritting his teeth, he finally took out his final trump card. Yes, miss. As Nangongru's voice fell, not far away, 10 purple-robed old men flew over, took the talisman in Nangongru's hand, and flew towards the spirit formation. The 10 old men in purple and black robes, as soon as they stepped into the spirit formation, immediately summoned all kinds of spirit soldiers, martial souls, swords, guns, swords, halberds, bows and hammers, all kinds of surprises. Thousands of troops. Under 10 people shouting in unison, 10 spirit soldiers and martial souls were arranged in an array, suddenly erupted, and rushed towards Chu Yan fiercely. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C658, the number 1 strongest in the extreme north continent. In the world of martial spirits, among the weapon-type martial spirits, the spiritual weapon-type martial spirit has the strongest attack power. Moreover, the 10 old men in front of them obviously have undergone special training from Nangongru, and even formed 10 spirit-like martial spirits into a battle formation-like attack. In this way, the power is more than doubled. Chu Yan, I'm here to save you. Peak Lord Luo Tianxing became anxious when he saw this scene. With a wave of the long knife in his hand, he was ready to break through the 4-star blood-killing formation. Thank you, Fengzhu Luo, no need. However, in the spiritual formation, Chu Yan let out a long whistle, and the sound was like thunder. Just relying on these few miscellaneous fishes, you want to kill me, Chu Yan, it's a dream. Come 10 more people, the same, kill. Chu Yan roared violently. Immediately, the flames on his body rushed, setting off a monstrous flame, and the fire waves from all directions gathered towards Chu Yan's body, surrounding his body, forming a thick fire wave shield wall. Chu Yan was wrapped in flames, like a group of Vulcan emperors, powerful and powerful. Behind him, a black Raksha phantom, holding a golden fork, seemed to be furious instantly, and the Raksha black cloud erupted like a strong typhoon, unstoppable. The Suzaku martial soul also erupted. The original vermilion flames turned into purple gold with a whiff, and the fire power rose again. At the same time, the Suzaku martial soul rarely launched a physical attack on the golden stars, and its claws were like iron hooks, under the swipe, directly launched the meatball. All of a sudden, in the entire 4-star blood-killing formation, the power of the spirit pattern, the light of the sword, the roar of the fire wave, and the mountain of ghostly shadows, the battle situation instantly became fierce. How is this possible? Nangong Ruama and Mogu both had expressions of horror on their faces. A 4-star blood-killing formation, plus a spiritual soldier squad, was resisted by Chu Yan alone. With such combat power, there is no second generation of young people in the entire extreme North Continent. Even if it was hidden by the Black Blood Temple, as the main genius of the Covenant of the God of War, Qi Tianji, I'm afraid it won't work. Not only Nangong Ruanmigu, but also the big shots and arrogances of all parties who were watching the battle were all inexplicably horrified, their eyes twitching. They never imagined that Chu Yan's Rakshasa domain and star-studded martial soul, as well as such heaven-defying combat power, would force an ancient spirit array to be powerful, and it would never fall behind. A warrior, plus a martial spirit, resists a spiritual formation. In the entire extreme North Continent, or the entire Hautian continent, I am afraid that only Chu Yan, an evildoer, can do it. If everyone was like him, then the ancient spirit formation would still be useless, and the profession of spirit formation teacher would not be so sought after by the sect. Seeing that in the spiritual array, the golden star spirit pattern was blocked by Luo Sha and Suzaku, 10 old spiritual soldiers were blocked by Chu Yan, and the battle situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. Nangong Ro's face instantly sank. Xiaomei frowned tightly, Nangong's soft eyes kept turning, her thoughts were racing, and above her delicate face, there was a look of hesitation and struggle. She herself, today is the best time for him to kill Chu Yan, in front of countless strong men in extreme North Continent, and in front of millions of sect disciples. As long as she kills Chu Yan, her name Nangong Ro, the trumpet will resound throughout the far North Continent. Chu Yan, even if you go against the sky, today, I, Nangong Ro, will kill you. The next moment, Nangong Ro's face turned serious, and she shouted arrogantly. Only by beheading Chu Yan can he become the strongest genius in extreme North Continent, be valued by the Black Blood Temple, and then compete with Qi Tianji. Even if the Nangong family is merged into the Black Blood Temple, his status will not be low. Therefore, even if you give everything you have, you must kill Chu Yan today. Snapped. Nangong Ro raised her hand, and tore off the jade talisman on Bai Shui's neck, bit the jade teeth hard, and poured true energy into the jade talisman. Puff. When the purple jade talisman in the slender palm was emitting a faint brilliance, Nangong Ro bit her tongue, opened her red lips slightly, spewed out a mouthful of blood, and fused it into the jade talisman in her hand. As Nangong Ro's essence and blood merged into the jade talisman burst into the sky, and a vast and boundless aura of coercion swept out like a raging tide. What is this? Everyone was stunned suddenly. His face moved. Whether it was the big boss of the Holy Land or the arrogance of the sect, everyone present felt the terror of the aura of coercion. This is not the coercion of the Tongtian realm, but the coercion of the Venerable realm. Moreover, the appearance of this momentum immediately caused the sky and clouds to move, and the 9 Knights of Thunder continued to explode. The power of heaven and earth erupted in an instant, as if they were paying homage. They gathered towards the holy land of Blood Soul. All of a sudden, above the sky of the holy land of Blood Soul, there was a tidal power of heaven and earth, which made all kinds of heaven and earth erupt. Boom, boom. A majestic figure rose from the ground, and the illusory figure stood between the sky and the earth, causing the surrounding sky and the sky to sink suddenly, and the void within a radius of 10 miles suddenly froze, and the whole world seemed to be silent. When I came down, there was only the only figure in the sky. This is Nangong Ao. Xianshi and Long Yuan's complexion sank, their brows frowned slightly, and they recognized the figure rushing out of the Nangong Ryu talisman at a glance. Hearing the voices of the 2 sect masters, everyone was stunned at the same time, showing shock. Nangong family, Nangong proud. Everyone is very familiar with this name, and its reputation is illustrious. The ancient family, the Nangong family, is one of the 2 most powerful ancient families in the extreme north continent. At its peak, it far surpassed the Qi family. Because, thousands of years ago, a legendary figure came out of the Nangong family, and he was the most powerful person in the extreme north continent at that time, Nangong Ao. Nangong Ao, with 1 knife and 1 sword, has traversed the extreme northern continent for 500 years without encountering an opponent. 100 years ago, he left for the Zhongtian continent, and since then, there has been no news. The person in front of me is of course not Nangong Ao himself, but just a spiritual thought left to his family before he left extreme north continent and went to Zhongtian continent. As the first heir of the Nangong family, Nangong Ro, in order to ensure her safety, the family gave her this jade talisman containing Nangong Ao's spiritual thoughts, as his life-saving trump card. No one expected that in order to kill Chu Yan, Nangong Ro actually used one of the trump cards of the entire Nangong family. Boom, boom. Once Nangong Ao's spiritual phantom appeared again, his eyes like stars and thunder looked at Nangong Ro, nodded slowly, and then looked at Chu Yan in the 4-star blood-killing formation. Immediately, Nangong Ao's towering figure standing upright between the sky and the earth slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, as Nangong Aoju raised his palm, all the power of heaven and earth gathered in front of his right palm. Die. Nangong Ao flipped his palm, facing the sky, grasping the void, and the thunder clouds and lightning gathered above Jiuxiao fell into his palm one after another. Then, the big hand reversed, changed its claws into palms, and moved towards Chu Yan in the spiritual formation, took a hard shot. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the wind roared and the clouds rolled, and waves of terrifying power from the sky and the earth poured down like a sea of punishment from heaven. Nangong Ao, with a broken mind, was able to unleash such a terrifying blow. It can be seen that when he was at its peak, his strength was against the sky. Under this palm, the power of the sky has already been achieved, and all the experts present showed expressions of horror. The 2 masters, Xianshi and Long Yuan, also changed their faces slightly, and then, their true energy overflowed, and they were ready to make a move to rescue Chu Yan from the spirit formation. Even if they broke the God of War platform covenant of the 8 ancient sects today, they will not let Chu Yan lose. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. #C6599 Nine-Tailed Fox. The Majesty of Heaven and Earth. A strong person in the Venerable Realm. In the spiritual array, seeing the palm prints of Tao Tian falling, between the palm prints, it seemed as if the sky collapsed and crashed down, but Chu Yan did not show any surprise. The corners of his mouth lightly raised, he sneered, and shouted. You want to kill me with the power of heaven and earth, Nangong Ro, you dream. After drinking heavily, Chu Yan's true energy burst out instantly, and a ball of golden light rose into the sky. The sudden change made the two suzerains who were about to make a move startled at the same time. Their expressions froze. Could it be? Could it be that under the blow of a powerful venerable realm, Chu Yan can still live against the sky? How can that be? You know, although the Nangang Ao Canyon sacrificed by Nangongru is only 1% of the fighting power of the deity, but Nangang Aoran, who was the most powerful man in the extreme north continent back then, was stronger than Chu Yan. It's 2.5 days higher. This gap is like the difference between a mountain peak and a grain of sand. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, even if it is only 1% of the combat power, it is definitely not something that Chu Yan can resist now. However, under countless pairs of stunned gazes, Chu Yan sneered, with thousands of golden lights behind him soaring into the sky. Kiran martial soul, swallow it for me. Chu Yan yelled violently, and the huge golden light group behind him twisted and turned into a tall divine beast that pierced the sky and rose against the sky, and the terrifying palm prints that fell towards the sky rushed straight up. A long time ago, when Chu Yan was in Yantianya City, in Tiandang mountain range, when Suzaku martial soul awakened for the second time, the same power of heaven and earth descended. If it wasn't for the Qilan Wuhun, I'm afraid, under the power of the world that erupted, Chu Yan would have turned into ashes directly. A 10-star martial spirit, awakened for the second time, such an existence against the sky, of course it will be punished by heaven. In a critical moment, the unicorn martial spirit burst out of the air, devouring the power of heaven and earth, God's punishment and shocking thunder, and tempered the chi of the 5 elements. Now, Nangang Ro uses the remnants of a strong martial artist to kill Chu Yan. If Nangang Ao, the remnant Yen, used martial arts instead of relying on the will of the cultivation base to arouse the power of the world to kill Chu Yan would die. But now, Chu Yan, who has a unicorn martial soul, is of course not afraid, but is still pleasantly surprised. After a warrior cultivates to the venerable realm, what he cultivates is the way of heaven and earth. Relying on the realm of the way of heaven and will, and integrating it with martial arts, his strength increases dramatically. This is also the reason why a strong person in the venerable realm, far surpassing a strong person in the Ningtian realm, is so terrifying. Because, not to mention their martial arts, even their usual gestures seem to blend into nature, looming within the heaven and earth. Nangang Ao, this palm, for another warrior, even the 4 great peak masters, may not be able to take it, but for Chu Yan, it is a great gift. The last time the Suzaku martial soul was awakened for the second time, the power of heaven and earth was aroused. After the Qilan martial soul swallowed it, it refined 5 chi of the 5 elements in one breath. Therefore, Nangang Ao's palm contains incomparably terrifying majesty of heaven and earth, and the chi of the 5 elements refined will definitely not be less. In this regard, Chu Yan has absolute confidence and certainty. In the sky, the unicorn martial soul, like a round of golden blazing sun, radiated thousands of golden lights, rushing towards the black palm print. The dragon's head was lifted slightly, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and a ball of colorful streamer jetted out, hitting the huge palm print containing the power of heaven and earth fiercely. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth are trembling, and the wind is turbulent. The multicolored rays of light dye the entire world into colorful lights, creating a gorgeous scene. Everyone stared at the vision in the sky, their trembling pupils continued to enlarge. Chu Yan raised his head to play with the sky, his eyes flickered with colorful streamers, and his whole body was full of true energy, rolling like a tide, constantly pouring towards the unicorn martial soul. The next moment, as the colorful streamer released by the Qilan Wuhun covered the entire sky, the huge palm prints taken by Nangang Ao, like the thick snow under the scorching sun, quickly melted and merged with the colorful streamer. Roar! Colliding with Nangang Ao's black handprint, Qilan Wuhun felt the power of heaven and earth brought by the opponent. Immediately furious, roaring to the sky. Boom! Finally, the black palm prince collapsed under the impact of the Qilin Wuhun. In the sky, Nangong's proud and peak-like figure trembled suddenly, his star-like eyes looked at Chu Yan with strange lights. Immediately afterwards, Nangong Ao's figure began to blur continuously, and finally annihilated. At this moment, outside the spirit formation, the 2 major sect masters, the 4 major peak masters, and everyone in the Black Blood Temple were all stunned, their eyes twitching wildly. Nangong Ro's face was pale, and there was not a trace of blood on the entire peerless face. The Nangong Ao Canyon in her talisman, although only 1% of the fighting power of this deity, is also the power of a strong person in the venerable realm. That golden animal-shaped martial soul is only 6-star rank. What kind of terrifying existence is it? Aha! At this moment, Chu Yan's body shook, a mouthful of blood surged up, and he let out a muffled groan. After all, it was the palm of a strong man in the venerable realm. Although 99% of it was swallowed by the unicorn martial soul, the martial artist still had a trace of power connected to the martial soul, which bounced back into his body, causing the blood in Chu Yan's body to roll, almost got hurt. Fortunately, Chu Yan has a double-body physique, and his physical defense is against the sky, so he forcibly resisted the backlash of this power. Spiritual squad, quick, do it, kill Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan's abnormality, Nangong Ro suddenly woke up from the shock and yelled loudly. Die. The 10 warriors who controlled their respective martial souls immediately yelled loudly and rushed towards Chu Yan. Now, this is the last chance to kill Chu Yan. 9-tailed heavenly spirit. Qingqiu Bailu, full of youth. Nangong Ro yelled, and directly summoned her martial soul. A large group of green brilliance rose up, and a fox martial soul with a snow-white body and 9 colorful tails appeared. It was Nangong Ro's martial soul, the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox martial soul was shining brightly, covering her whole body, and against the background it was dazzling. Wood-type 8-star martial soul, 9-tailed fox martial soul. Strange auras surged from Nangong's body. At this time, she was charming, and her indescribable charm rippled like ripples. The incomparably alluring her, with all kinds of styles, touched the minds of everyone present, making people salivate. Especially that pair of beautiful eyes, with every frown and smile, makes everyone's heart beat wildly and breathe heavily. In everyone's eyes, it seems that there is only her in this world, she is the most beautiful goddess. It makes people feel crazy and obsessed feel that Chu Yan wants to harm the slave family. Won't you help? Nangongru, who is full of tenderness, let out a soft and arrogant voice, and her beautiful eyes flashed towards all the arrogant people present. In her eyes, traces of indistinct and seductive rays of light continued to overflow, making thousands of Tianjiao's minds confused at the same time. What? Chu Yan dares to blaspheme my goddess. Looking for death. Dare to hurt the goddess, kill him. Chu Yan, you are looking for death. Nangong Ro is my goddess, how dare you? Kill him. Under the charm of Nangongru, the thousands of Tianjiao with slack eyes and blurred consciousness suddenly became furious like a frenzied peak, setting off a roar of anger. Then you guys, how about killing him? Let's do it together. Nangong Ro's eyes flickered with a icy killing intent, raised his slender hand and pointed, and said anxiously. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C660, beat up Nangong Ro. Amaterasu fist. Lianshan 9 waves / Tian has 6 paths fist. Devil breaking magic. The next moment, thousands of Tianjiao, under Nangongru's order, made their moves one after another. In an instant, all kinds of sword lights, fist marks, sword lights, palm winds, rose up. Thousands of arrogances shot at the same time, thousands of attacks, like a vast ocean, overwhelming, like a torrential rain, rushed towards Chu Yan in the center of the spirit array. Seeing this scene, Xianshi and Long Yuan's complexion sank, and a look of anxiety flashed in their eyes. However, these people who took action were all disciples of the younger generation, and their cultivation bases had not reached the heaven-reaching realm, so they could not intervene. But the bigwigs on the side of the Black Blood Temple were all full of joy and laughed endlessly. Although thousands of fighters attacked at the same time, which violated the agreement of the life and death battle, they knew very well that these 1,000 Tianjiao were all hit by Nangongru's martial soul skill, a powerful charm technique, so they all agreed to attack together. Kill Chu Yan. So, strictly speaking, this trick is still Nangongru's ultimate trick, not a violation of the rules. This point can be seen by the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple, and naturally the big bosses of the two holy places can also see it, so well, if they don't want to violate the covenant of the God of War, of course they can't take action to destroy the life and death challenge. Nangongru, if you dare to kill Chu Yan, I want your entire Nangong family to be buried with you. Peak Master Duguju, holding the spirit sword in his hand, was rattling, and suddenly shouted angrily. While speaking, Duguju's face was full of anger. The cold-killing intent and fierce sword energy on his body surged out like a shock wave, sweeping the audience. The thousands of Tianjiao who besieged Chu Yan were shocked by this breath, and at the same time their bodies were shocked. The eyes that were originally impolite gradually regained their clarity, and were replaced by strands of thick fear. After recovering their consciousness, the unity and violence just now disintegrated in an instant, and no one dared to attack Chu Yan. However, the more than 1,000 attacks just launched are still rushing towards Chu Yan like a flood. Dumbfounded, they were stunned for a moment, and then, ecstasy appeared on everyone's face. Under such a huge number of attacks, Chu Yan must die. Humph. Do you want my Nangong family to be buried with you? Then today, I will kill you. When Nangongru heard Duguju's words, not only was she not afraid, but the anger in her eyes was even more intense, and the true energy in her whole body was constantly surging, ready to send out her strongest blow, blending into the torrent of thousands of attacks, completely blasting Chu Yan kill. However, at this moment, the vision suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The exclamations and jokes fell silent. The torrent of attacks that filled the sky stopped. Even the breathing and heartbeat of everyone in the audience stopped. In the void, under the sky, a coercion from weak to strong continued to spread, and everything it passed was as petrified and stopped. A sense of hesitation and insignificance rose in everyone's hearts, and they trembled all over. What? Nangongru's face froze suddenly. The nine-tailed fox martial soul above her head was still under some kind of coercion, and her whole body was also trembling, her eyes were trembling, as if she wanted to escape. What's happening here? Nangongru's eyes moved quickly, and fell on Chu Yan in an instant. Boom, boom. An astonishing muffled sound suddenly resounded in the entire holy land of Blood Soul. The huge black shadow directly shattered the void, and a majestic endless mountain range that seemed to be connected by peaks of the sky, one after another continuously emerged from the broken sky, showing the mountains one after another. This is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. Its appearance directly covers the entire sky, and the stars in the sky disappear instantly. The whole world seems to be plunged into endless darkness. The vast mountain range is wide as the sky, where the rumbling passes, everything is reduced to powder, and the 1,000 attacks that were originally like a torrent, at this time, in front of the vast mountain range as large as the sky, it looks extremely small, like a mountain. In the Qingtian Mountains, a group of slender sparrow-like. With just one rush of the continuous mountain range, the overwhelming thousands of attacks instantly turned into dust and dissipated. At this time, the entire sky is completely occupied by this mountain range, and there is no room for anything in front of it. Nangongru was instantly stunned. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. What is this? Nangong Ro. In the spiritual formation, Chu Yan's bloody golden pupils burst out with murderous intent and endless anger all over his body. You wanna die? A word exploded, and above the sky, the vast mountains that stretched for 100,000 miles were suddenly shaken, and the sky was full of void, twisted, and the entire sky sank suddenly, and the power was shocking. Boom, boom. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder, the 100,000 li mountain continued to blur and gradually disappeared into the sky. As it disappeared, the endless starry sky reappeared, and everything returned to normal. This vast and boundless 100,000-mile mountain is exactly the special martial soul ability of Chu Yan's newly awakened Xuanhu soul. The white tiger martial soul that was awakened first, in addition to the normal martial soul skills, also provided Chu Yan with a special ability, that is, the improvement of understanding. The 10-star white tiger martial spirit brought Chu Yan an improvement in understanding, not double or double, but 100 times and 1,000 times. Therefore, no matter what skills and martial arts Chu Yan learned later, he was more than 100 times faster than ordinary warriors. And the vermilion bird martial soul, like the white tiger martial soul, gave Chu Yan a special ability, that is, pill fire, allowing Chu Yan to become an amazingly talented alchemist without sacrificing the martial soul. And the Qilin martial soul, the ability brought to Chu Yan is even more against the sky, devouring the power of the sky, and tempering the infinitely magical qi of the 5 elements. And now, the newly awakened Xuanhu Wuhun also gave Chu Yan a heaven-defying ability, that is, transforming mountains into seas. Originally, the ability of Xuanhu would not be awakened until the 5-star Xuanhu soul, but at the critical moment just now, the Xuanhu soul awakened on its own, and swallowed the 5 elements just tempered by the Qilin martial soul. This trick was used directly by jumping over the steps, destroying all the torrent attacks that bombarded Chu Yan. However, because of the ultra-level reason, even the 5 elements can only support the Xuanhu souls transforming mountains into seas for only 5 breaths. However, the 5 breath time is enough. Nangongru, you can plan again. Chu Yan's eyes were filled with blood, the golden pupils were shining, and his whole body was full of killing intent. He strode out and punched out, and the 4-star blood-killing formation collapsed instantly. Fire is powerful. Stepping out of the spirit formation, Chu Yan suddenly raised his head, looked at Nangongru, and punched out. Not good. Seeing this scene, Nangongru's complexion changed drastically, and the true energy in her whole body surged violently, turning into a body shield and blocking her body. Boom! With a loud noise, the body shield exploded instantly, and under the huge countershock force, her body retreated violently. At the same time, after the flaming fist seal shattered her body shield, its momentum remained undiminished, chasing her flying body, and kept approaching. As Nangongru flew back, she felt that her beautiful face seemed to be slammed into by a fierce beast. The sea of consciousness shook violently, and her mind was buzzing, smashing her into a dizzy. Ah! Under the berserk force, it hit her in the face, causing her to scream out in pain. Count me. Let Nima count me again. Chu Yan roared violently, flew away, chased after Nangongru's body, swung his right hand out, turned his fist into a claw, grabbed Nangongru's body, and swung his fist again, towards her face, slammed out. #C661 Lord of Jinyang. Boom. The shrill screams echoed again. The second punch landed on Nangongru's face, which was as delicate as art, and immediately, red and white sprayed together, and blood was all over. In Chu Yan's view, not only was this beautiful face not attractive, but on the contrary, it aroused his anger infinitely. This Nangongru, ever since she refused his offer, has been plotting against her time and time again, even getting involved with Dangdang. When Dangdang first arrived at Longyuan Holy Land, Nangongru arranged for a large number of warriors to challenge Dangdang, making Dangdang exhausted from the battle and covered in injuries. If he didn't go to see Dang Dang by himself, that kind of calculation would last. Later, in the Star Valley, he even directly set up a shocking trap and invited Ju Wenhao from Zhongtian continent to destroy his Suzaku martial soul, and at the same time make himself a useless person. Now, in this holy land of blood soul, she even set up an ancient killing formation and used her family's whole cards, all for the sake of losing herself here. If Nangang Rou fought with her in an upright manner, of course Chu Yan would not be so angry, but with all kinds of tricks and calculations, in order to kill herself, she would do everything she could to kill herself. This time is extremely dangerous. Ever since I joined the two holy lands, and after I showed the two great beast martial spirits in the ceremony of enthroning, I have been thinking about it all the time, to deal with myself, to kill myself. Vicious, right? Calculate yourself, right? Nemas. I can't beat you to death today. Boom. 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 Chu Yan's figure turned into a bolt of lightning. Zetianyalong's movement skills were brought to the extreme, even using the acceleration ability of Baihu and Luosha, chasing in front of Nangongru, a pair of casserole-sized fists, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, hit Nangongru's face continuously. With a punch, the blood burst and flew. With another punch, half of his face swelled instantly. Bang bang bang. Punch after punch, the face that was still beautiful just now, is now swollen like a pig's head, blood stains on the face, jade teeth collapsed, blue and purple, black and white. Not far away, all the bigwigs from the three holy lands, all of them were the arrogance of heaven. Seeing this scene, they all froze as if petrified. It's too cruel. It's too bloody. Too cruel, such a beautiful beauty. Chu Yan actually made a move, and greeted her face with fists and fists. It took less than 10 breaths, and a peerless face that was so beautiful suddenly became the pig's head that everyone vomits. Boom. This punch is the price you calculated for me. Boom. This punch is the price you calculated. Boom. This punch is for my martial soul. Boom. Chu Yan was so angry that he didn't care about it, he just punched, and as the fist penetrated into the flesh, every time a cloud of blood splashed on Nangongru's face, his anger could be calmed down a little. Nangongru, you are sinister, mean and shameless, your kind of woman has the face to live. Chu Yan's anger, as Nangongru was beaten to pieces, gradually began to subside. Now, it's time to cut the grass and root out. Clang. The Haotian sword shot, the sword light rushed, Chu Yan did not hesitate, the bloody light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his sword, cutting towards Nangongru. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. Chu Yan never wants to see this woman again, let alone being tricked by him, causing the people around him to be injured or encounter accidents. Therefore, this woman must die. Call out. The light of the sword was like water, and between the swings, it was wrapped in Chu Yan's overwhelming anger, and he slashed down fiercely. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish! Behind Nangongru, a crack in the void suddenly opened. A big pale hand protruded from the crack in the void, grabbed Nangongru, and brought her into the crack in the void. The sword light slashed down, completely in vain. Nangongru's figure disappeared directly in front of Chu Yan, and at the same time disappeared under the sword light of the Haotian sword. This sword actually cut through the air. Nangongru was rescued. Those who can tear open the void must be fighters above the heaven-reaching realm. Therefore, the person who rescued Nangongru must have the heaven-reaching realm. Old Ghost Jinyong. You broke the rules of the life and death battle. The next moment, Sect Master Long Yuan's violent roar sounded, and the violent breath swept the audience. With the sound of the roar, everyone in the audience looked at a terrifying figure in green robes in front of Mogu. This person is the Zhongtian continent who broke through the gate, the Jinyang Daoist of the Jinyang Dao sect. At this time, beside him, there was an incomparably miserable figure, covered in blood, with a ferocious pig's face. It was Nangong Ro. At this time, on that pig's face, a pair of eyes with only one slit stared at Chu Yan. The look in Miss Lit's eyes is full of resentment. It can even be said to be resentment. She is a dignified member of one of the two families in the extreme north continent, the heir of the Nangong family. With such a noble status, she was beaten so miserably by Chu Yan. How could she not hate it? Chu Yan, you are just a genius from the extreme north continent, and you are so arrogant? Huh. Now. I will give you a death sentence. In the green-robed old man's eyes, murderous intent surged, and all directions changed color at the same time. Old ghost Jinyang, do you think I don't exist? At this time, Sect Master Shancher shouted softly, his face expressionless and his tone cold. Hearing this, the old man in green robe glanced at Sect Master Shancher, and of course also saw Sect Master Long Yuan. Huh? Two holy masters, how dare you kill the territory of the demon sect? This is a violation of the covenant of the God of War platform. Seeing Shancher and Long Yuan, the old man in green robe showed a trace of fear in his eyes, turned his eyes, and shouted in a deep voice. The green-robed old man was the Taoist Jinyang. He had just returned to the holy land of Blood Soul when he was out. Seeing that Nangong Ro was about to die, he rushed to rescue him. Now he finally saw the situation on the field, and all kinds of lights kept flickering in his eyes. Die to me. At this moment, a bright black and white sword light lingering in 5 colors, cut through the air from not far away, and the speed was so fast that the Tianjiao in the audience did not react. Fall, go straight to Gongro. And it was Chu Yan who emitted this sword light. What? This? Chu Yan is crazy. In front of Taoist Jinyang, he still wanted to kill Nangong Ro. Chu Yan, how dare you? Taoist Jinyang's male and female eyebrows flew together, and he was furious instantly. With a sudden wave of his hand, a stream of light appeared, hitting the black and white sword light, and immediately blasted all the sword light away. If you dare to attack again, I will kill you. Boom, boom. As soon as a word spread, all the people in the world and under the sky roared and roared. It's like a word from Taoist Jinyang, even the heaven and earth are supporting his prestige. The strength of a martial artist in the venerable realm contains the power of heaven and earth, and it is by no means a warrior below the heavenly reaching realm, who can understand its horror and terror. Just a shout, it seems like the sky is wrathful. Just imagine, how dare an ordinary warrior become an enemy of the world, that is completely suicidal. All the Tianjiao in the audience changed their faces drastically, their hearts trembled, and their whole bodies tensed up, as if their hearts were about to explode. Sword to kill heaven and earth, a sword of heaven and earth. At the next moment, the sword light that was as high as 1,000 feet, like a sword that cuts the sky and breaks the earth, with the momentum of the sword that destroys everything and annihilates everything, slashed down again, still going straight to Gongro. #C662 Sect War. What? This, how is this possible? This Chu Yan, under the pressure of the breath of the venerable realm, can still make a move. Dare to make a move. The sword light soared into the sky, and it reached the top of Nangongru's head in an instant. Even Taoist Jinyang, who was surprised by Chu Yan's attack, was a bit late. Boom. With a wave of his hand, the sword light collapsed again, annihilated into nothingness. Although Chu Yan's fighting power is astonishing, he is still 2.5 days behind the Taoist Jinyang of Wuzuanjing. It can be said that it is absolutely impossible to kill a person in front of him. When the sword light dissipated, the entire Blood Soul Holy Land was dead silent. Taoist Jinyang, dressed in a green robe, raised himself without wind, with a look of astonishment on his face, his pupils constricted, and even his body trembled under anger. www. This kid actually dared to kill someone in front of him. Moreover, after warning him himself. As the Taoist master of the Jinyang Dao sect in the Zhongtian continent, Chu Yan is the first ant who dares to disobey him for thousands of years. In the dead silence, not only Daoist Jinyang was extremely shocked, but everyone in the entire blood-soul Holy Land was dumbfounded. Chu Yan is as bold as the sky. In front of Daoist Jinyang. Still thinking about killing Nangong Rou. Moreover, after Daoist Jinyang's warning, he used his sword for the second time. This is completely not taking Daoist Jinyang seriously. Chu Yan's behavior made everyone dumbfounded, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. Lawlessness, extreme arrogance. Facing millions of trembling eyes, Chu Yan slowly withdrew his sword and flew back to the original place. His bloody eyes swept across the audience, and after staying on Nangong Rou for a moment, the murderous intent rolled in his eyes. However, Chu Yan certainly knew that now that Nangong Rou was protected by Daoist Jinyang, it was almost impossible to kill her. Chu Yan. A monstrous roar suddenly exploded between the sky and the earth. Daoist Jinyang's face was flushed at this time, like a volcano about to erupt, with endless anger contained in it, as if the black-robed boy in front of him could be completely submerged in the next moment. This kid dared to challenge His Majesty in front of so many people, how could he let go of his face? As the sect master of the Zhongtian continent, Daoist Jinyang, how could he endure the provocation of a young genius from the extreme north continent, and it was a provocation to himself. Not to mention in the Marquis of the extreme north, even in the Zhongtian continent, ants who dare to provoke him like this will never exist. For thousands of years, Taoist Jinyang was so angry for the first time. A little Chu Yan, even if he is a genius, he is just cultivated in the heaven realm, and he has the cultivation of the venerable realm. Don't use a single finger, even a breath, can kill this kind of monster. Ants thousands of times. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The aura of Daoist Jinyang began to spread slowly and uncontrollably. The breath swept across, and even Mo Gu and the big bosses of the blood-soul Holy Land around him trembled. Old Ghost Jinyang. Who are you scaring? At this moment, Sect Master Long Yuan yelled loudly, and the sound waves rolled like thunderclouds. Wherever he passed, all the aura that was coming to him was scattered away. The life and death battle between Chu Yan and Nangong Rou is a battle between their geniuses. None of us old guys intervene. Sect Master Long Yuan grinned sneeringly, glanced at Mo Gu with a gloomy face, and continued. As soon as you appeared, you old ghost dared to attack and openly violated the covenant of the God of War. If it is so coincidental, then I will not be polite. Ha ha ha, let's fight. After saying that, the furious fighting intent erupted from Sect Master Long Yuan in an instant, and the breath swept away, causing Mo Gu and others in the Black Blood Temple to change their expressions. Long Yuan, what are you? What do you want to do? Daoist Jinyang is not a member of the 8 ancient sects. A peak lord of the blood-soul Holy Land, with a face full of horror, asked loudly. That's right, Long Yuan, don't find fault on purpose. Daoist Jinyang is the suzerain of Jinyang Daozong, and has nothing to do with our 8 ancient sects. Mo Gu also had a gloomy face, and hurriedly said. Bullshit, I don't care so much. Anyway, the life and death battle between Chu Yan and Nangong Rou was blocked in your Black Blood Temple, which is the territory of the demon sect. Moreover, this Jinyang Daozong is yours at all. Alliance suzerain, don't think I don't know. Sect Master Long Yuan, his body is constantly rising, his face is full of excitement, and his fighting spirit is rolling. Not only Sect Master Long Yuan, but also Sect Master Shenshi and the 4 Peak Masters, all of them are full of aura and fighting spirit, and they are all ready to go to war. You really want to start a war? Seeing this scene, Mo Gu's face turned ashen instantly. Chu Yan, go back to the sect quickly and say dang dang, we old guys, and their Black Blood Temple, it's time to settle the score. Sect Master Long Yuan replied, glanced at Chu Yan, and the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness sounded in Chu Yan's mind. Then, with the sleeve rolled up, a strange force surged out and rolled directly towards Chu Yan. Without giving Chu Yan a chance to speak and resist, the sect master Xuanhuan made a move and sent Chu Yan out of the Holy Land of Blood Soul and back to the Holy Land of Xuanhuan. When Chu Yan's figure disappeared in the Holy Land of Blood Soul, the two major sect masters and the four peak masters raised their heads to look at the people in the Black Blood Temple in front of them, and grinned at the same time. Boom! 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 The momentum of the six rushing sky erupted in an instant, and the berserk fighting spirit soared into the sky. The two venerables, all connected to the sky, moved in unison, turning into 6 beams of light, rushing towards the sea-like crowd on the opposite side. You, really? Daoist Jinyang, Mo Gu, and the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple were instantly stunned. What is the situation? The 2 holy lands and the 6 big bosses actually went to war. How is this possible? This completely exceeded their expectations. Originally, they thought that these 6 old guys were just here to support Chu Yan, but now it seems, no. Obviously, Chu Yan's challenge to the Tianjiao of the entire Blood Soul Holy Land by himself is just an appetizer. The purpose of the 6 old guys is to wait for someone who can't help but intervene in the challenge of Chu Yan's Tianjiao, and then use this as an excuse to challenge them. The entire sect is at war. Depend on. This shit looks like a game. Stop Chu Yan from challenging the entire sect Tianjiao, and beheading Nangongru. Those 6 old guys will fight. If you don't stop Chu Yan, you can only watch Chu Yan kill all the elite Tianjiao of the Black Blood Temple. No matter what you do, it's a dead end. At this time, Mo Gu's face was as suffocated as a pig's belly, full of purple color, a mouthful of blood surged up in his chest, and he almost spit out blood in anger. However, even if this was a scheme set up by the 2 great sage masters, he has nothing to say. After all, they were the first to set up a scheme to seize the sect of the Shancher sacred sect. At that time, he also said to sect master Shancher, I have not violated the covenant of the God of War platform. Now it is all right, and he has not violated the covenant of the God of War platform. And this time, the 6 of them could not only take back the sect of the Shancher sacred sect, but also had the opportunity to kill all the Tianjiao members of the Black Blood Temple who gathered here one after another. After much deliberation, I set up a trap by myself, but just snatched a piece of territory, but they not only snatched back the territory, but also killed your sect Tianjiao at will. It's all old foxes, it's over. While the consciousness was turning, a trace of ice flashed in Mo Gu's heart, and his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice. #C663 famous in the extreme north. Chu Yan. The next moment, Mo Gu finally fully understood that the key point of the 2 great sages daring to set up such a shocking situation lies in Chu Yan. It is precisely because they believe that Chu Yan can challenge the Tianjiao of the entire Black Blood Temple alone, killing them until they can't bear it, and when they take action to stop Chu Yan, this plan can be carried out smoothly. Therefore, the key is Chu Yan's strength against the sky, beheading dozens of Tianjiao in a row, and also beheading Nangongru, who is extremely important to the Black Blood Temple, so this situation was forced. However, even if Mo Gu understood this at this time, it was too late. The 2 holy masters of the Venerable Realm, together with the 4 peak masters of the invincible heaven-reaching realm, had already charged towards the crowd of the Black Blood God. The battle broke out in an instant. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, a fierce battle erupted in the entire Holy Land of Blood Soul. The sound of rumbling explosions echoed for hundreds of miles, and lasted for a whole day and night before it subsided slowly. The outbreak of the Zoman War shocked the entire extreme north continent. In the final result, Xuanhuan's main force fought against Daoist Jinyang. However, the battle between Mo Gu and Xuanhuan was not so lucky. Mogu's cultivation had just reached the venerable realm, and he was no match for Long Yuan at all. To make matters worse, most of the peak masters of Blood Soul Holy Land were beheaded by the four invincible peak masters de Guju, Luo Tianxing, Ba Hong and Zhang Kuang. All these peak masters had turned to the Black Blood Temple one after another. The suzerains of the various sects killed 7 or 8 of them at once, which dealt a huge blow to the Black Blood Temple. After this battle, the Black Blood Temple in the extreme north continent was severely damaged. However, what Mogu didn't expect was that the two sect masters didn't seem to want to take back the sect's land at all. After the battle, they directly withdrew and left in an incomparably chic manner. There was only a holy land of blood souls left, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple feel aggrieved and just want to vomit blood. In the next few days, the entire extreme north continent was in an uproar, and the entire extreme north continent was a sensation. In this shocking sect battle, a young genius named Chu Yan, alone, killed the Black Blood Temple, blasted the sect's formation, and challenged all the arrogance of the sect by himself. And cause. After that, it led to the outbreak of a shocking sect battle between the 4 venerable realm powerhouses and dozens of heaven-reaching realm powerhouses, and countless powerhouses and arrogances were lost. At this moment, all sects and forces in the extreme north continent are discussing the battle of the 3 holy lands this time. Oh my god, that Chu Yan is so crazy that he killed the Black Blood Temple alone. Fart, he has 2 great holy lands as his backing, otherwise, he would never dare. That's right, it is said that the number 1 genius in the extreme North Pole, Qi Tianji, is practicing in seclusion. Otherwise, Chu Yan might not be an opponent in a fight with him. In this battle, even Daoist Jin Yang from Zhongtian continent showed up. Unexpectedly, it was just a tie with Sacred Master Xianchi. Tie a fart. Do you know how many strong men and arrogances died in the Black Blood Temple? According to news, after the big bosses of the 2 holy places left, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the holy land of Blood Soul, as if living hell. Hiss. How many people have to be killed? On both sides of them, there is such a big enmity. It seems to be caused by Nangong Ro of the Nangong family. It is said that she set up a trap and wanted to kill Chu Yan, but in the end, she failed, and was killed by Chu Yan back to the sect. With a beautiful face, she was beaten. It's appalling. Damn, so to speak, the 2 great families also participated, so it's quite lively now. Who says it's not? I guess, it's all for the heavenly treasures in the God of War Tower. Now it seems that after the opening of the God of War Terrace, the extreme northern continent will change. All kinds of discussions, like a tide, quickly swept across the entire northern continent. For a while, the name of crazy demon Chu Yan, like a rolling thundercloud, spread quickly. Everyone is waiting. A few days later, the arena of God of War will be opened, and Qi Tianji and Chu Yan will meet face to face. At that time, the title of the first genius in extreme north continent will be truly decided. And that person's process will definitely be extremely exciting. Although everyone is still optimistic about Qi Tianji, countless fighters are still in awe of Chu Yan's behavior of challenging the Tianjiao of the whole sect. After all, who would dare to do such a thing against the sky? I'm afraid there is only Chu Yan, just one person. Just as the entire extreme north continent was raging with turmoil, the Longyuan Holy Land was peaceful. Of course, this tranquility is only on the surface. At this time, in the main hall of Longyuan Main Peak, Chu Yan and the 2 great holy masters gathered together. Tianquan, Situyang, Dangdang and other people who are close to Chu Yan, at this moment, surrounded by Chu Yan and several big brothers, all have dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The 2 great venerables, the 4 great masters, and Chu Yan, who is in the heaven transformation realm, almost slaughtered the Black Blood Temple. Situyang and the people of Tianquan looked at Chu Yan and the other bosses, Their faces were filled with horror, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. A single Chu Yan is already crazy enough, but these big guys are still going crazy with Chu Yan, making such an earth-shattering event. Almost, the entire extreme north continent was turned upside down. Our two holy places, why are they all lunatics? In the minds of the few people, it was like tens of thousands of monsters galloping past. All kinds of tremors and confusion made him completely sluggish. Chu Yan sat beside Dang Dang, with a calm smile on his face. After catching Yu Wenhao and returning, he used his martial arts skills to suck all the black energy out of Dongdong's body, and Dang Dang immediately began to recover. Then, Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, directly cutting Yu Wenhao into 2 pieces. For this rubbish? Of course Chu Yan would not let him live, not to mention that he helped Nangongra deal with him, which almost caused Dang Dang to lose. Moreover, his special martial arts skills are a threat to him, so he must not stay. Now, although Dang Dang has not fully recovered, his originally black and gray face has returned to normal color. Except for some demonic aura in the demon crystal, the rest are basically fine. Chu Yan, there are still 10 days until the opening of the God of War arena. You have to be prepared. After this sect battle, they will definitely not let it go. Sect Master Xiancher said to Chu Yan, and after finishing speaking, he nodded and left with Sect Master Long Yuan. Okay. I'm going to practice. Seeing the suzerain and the peak master leaving one after another, Chu Yan said something to Dang Dang, and also left the hall. Looking at the background of Chu Yan, Dang Dang has a small face, a pair of big smart eyes, and the mist is moist. In the holy land of Blood Soul, in the main hall, a group of people gathered. Daoist Jin Yang, on the high seat, looked at the people below with a gloomy expression, his gaze kept flickering, and he slowly said, "The day when the God of War terrace is opened is the time of Chu Yan's death, including the old guys like Xiancher, they must die." The vicious voice echoed in the empty hall, causing the dozen or so people standing below to look up at the same time. Daoist, the strength of this Xiancher and Long Yuan is extremely strong, and the talent that Chu Yan showed this time is extremely against the sky, I'm afraid. An old man in a white robe said softly. Jing Ren is the head of the Qi family, and standing beside him is his third son, Qi Tianji. #C664 God of War opens. Qi Tianji, known as the #1 genius in the extreme north continent, has reached the 2nd level of the Heaven Transformation realm in less than 20 years, and has twin 9-star martial souls. His talent is astonishing. Originally, this year's God of War arena, the Black Blood Temple sent Qi Tianji, but he was sure to win the first place. However, I never expected that a heaven-defying evildoer, Chu Yan, suddenly appeared. After realizing Chu Yan's heaven-defying talent, the Black Blood Temple kept trying to kill Chu Yan in the cradle, but all ended in failure. In the end, Chu Yan was even killed by Chu Yan in the Blood Soul Holy Land. Under the wrath of the 4 peak masters, even the sect was almost wiped out. Afraid of what? Hearing this, Daoist Jin Yang opened his eyes, looked at Patriarch Qi, and asked in a cold voice. We have all seen this battle. That Chu Yan is obviously a twin martial soul. Although one martial soul has only 6 stars, the other has 10 stars. In this way, the God of War platform, which is determined by talent, is Tianji. I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat Chu Yan. Patriarch Qi explained. That's right, and this Chu Yan's fighting power is astonishing. There are so many geniuses in my clan, and no one can fight him. Tianji's fighting power, I'm afraid, is only comparable to Chu Yan. Emogu nodded, his face was slightly dark, with a hint of worry. You know, only the first place has the chance to enter the tomb of the God of War, including the second place has no chance, so, only by winning the first place can it be possible to get that thing. Hearing this, Daoist Jin Yang's eyes flashed, as if he was hesitating for something, and finally, his face froze, and he finally made up his mind, saying, "Humph. If that's the case, then use the treasure of my Jinyang Daozong, Jinyang Daowei." As soon as the words fell to the ground, more than a dozen big men filled the hall, and their faces showed ecstasy at the same time. Okay. With Jinyang Daowei, killing Chu Yan is as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. Emogu smiled all over his face and said with a smile, "Humph. In the past 1,000 years, my Jinyang Taoist sect has refined 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. The first level of the God of War platform will make Chu Yan die." Daoist Jinyang's tone was full of killing intent. 10 Jinyang Taoist guards who were cultivated at the heavenly realm beheaded a Chu Yan who had just transformed into the first layer of the heavenly realm. No problem. What's more than 100 arrogances from my Black Blood Temple participating in the arena of war will also join hands to kill Chu Yan at the first level of the arena of war. Mogu laughed. As long as that Chu Yan dies, even if Xianchi and Long Yuan have astonishing combat power, they will have nowhere to display it. Ha ha ha. The head of the Qi family laughed loudly, and when he looked at Qi Tianji beside him, his eyes were full of joy. "Junior, you must not let the sect down, and you must take back that treasure." Qi Tianji cupped his hands, smiled, rolled his eyes slightly, and then asked, "However, when this Jinyang Taoist enters the God of War platform, can he pass the restriction?" "Of course. This Jinyang Daoist is the treasure of the Jinyang Dao sect's famous Zhongtian continent, of course it's no problem." After Mogu finished speaking, he glanced at the Daoist Jinyang who was in a high position with a smug expression on his face, and then explained in detail the origin of Daoist Jinyang. Jinyang Daowei is a human-shaped puppet refined by Jinyang Daozong with a secret method. The whole body structure is the same as that of a human body. The only difference is that the position of the sea of energy of the warrior is replaced by a demon crystal. Jinyang Daowei has no spiritual consciousness, and his combat power is astonishing, which is equivalent to the cultivation base of the first layer of the heavenly realm of a warrior. However, if he has the detection of spiritual consciousness, it is only because his body is stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, it is often used by Jinyang Daozong for sneak attacks and assassinations, and it is a very powerful assassin puppet. The God of War Terrace has restrictions on age and cultivation. Those under the age of 20 and those above the heaven-reaching realm are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, they will be killed by the prohibition at the entrance of the God of War Terrace. Even all kinds of suppressed cultivation, aura spirit patterns, and secret skills cannot escape the detection of the restriction. In the entire Haotian continent, I am afraid that only Jinyang Daowei of Jinyang Daozong can enter it without being strangled. But every Jinyang Daoist needs a heavenly demon crystal to be refined, plus other precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which can be said to be extremely precious. This time, the Jinyang Daoist was also driven mad by Chu Yan. Only then did such a decision be made, and there were only 20 Jinyang Daowei in the sect, and 10 of them were sent at a time, just to kill Chu Yan. In an instant, the solemn atmosphere in the entire hall was swept away, and everyone was beaming with joy. In their view, Chu Yan's combat power is too heaven-defying, with an astonishing leap-forward combat power, and the speed at which his cultivation base improves is even more terrifying. Under such circumstances, after 10 days, Qi Tianji is not his opponent at all. Now that there are 10 Jinyang Taoist guards at the first level of the Tongtian realm, killing Chu Yan is as easy as turning the palm of your hand. Even if Chu Yan's combat power goes higher, it's impossible to go beyond the realm of heaven and earth. The God of War arena is compared to the talents of warriors. Although Qi Tianji's combat power may not be comparable to that of Chu Yan, but Qi Tianji has twin 9-star martial souls. Based on this, it is entirely possible to beat Chu Yan and win the first place in the God of War arena. In addition, as far as I know, when the God of War stage opens this year, there will be sects from the Zhongtian continent coming to select disciples. Get ready. After Daoist Jinyang finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled. Zongmen from Zhongtian continent came to select disciples. This is a great opportunity. Of course, the Black Blood Temple with the background of the demon sect naturally looks down on these small sects in the Zhongtian continent. The reason why Mo Gu is so excited is because this is an opportunity to penetrate into the sects of the Zhongtian continent. At present, the Black Blood Temple has annexed many sects in the extreme north continent, but the news has not spread in the Zhongtian continent. Therefore, as long as the Black Blood Temple makes some arrangements, it can be planned again just like the annexation of the Xiancher Holy Land civil strife. Hey. Take the treasure from the God of War platform, and then randomly place a few nails, it's perfect. Mogu's eyes were full of excitement. Inside Longyuan Holy Sect, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, with his eyes closed, his whole body lingered with true energy, and he practiced slowly. During the Zoman War, Chu Yan suddenly realized the way of killing, and broke through the heaven transformation realm in one fell swoop. At this time, he was consolidating the foundation of his cultivation after breaking through the heaven transformation realm, preparing for the God of War terrace 10 days later. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that when other warriors broke through the heaven-forming realm, they were all true qi liquids, but the 8 Cs of qi in his body showed no signs of turning into true qi lakes at all. It turned out to be more than double the size. However, Chu Yan is not worried, because all his true energy has been transformed into Gangyuan, and his strength has more than 10 times when compared to the real martial arts realm. Therefore, he has absolute confidence in the battle against the God of War. 10 days passed quickly. On this day, the sun rose in the east, dispelling the endless darkness of the sky. When the first ray of morning sun fell in Longyuan sacred sect, Chu Yan's tightly closed eyes slowly closed. The arena of God. Today is the time to enter. The breath of Chu Yan's whole body rushed out suddenly, like a wave of air, sweeping past, and the fighting spirit was burning in his eyes. Nangong Ro. Qi Tianji. Qi family in the extreme north. Black Blood Temple. Presumably, the game has been laid out at the God of War platform, waiting to deal with himself. Humph. It's time to settle the ledger. #C665 Death Saya. In the west of extreme north continent, 1,000,000 miles away. The boundless and endless vast desert, like a golden ocean, carries an unbearable hot breath, stretching to the end of the sky. The vast and magnificent desert sea covers a range of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Not to mention ordinary birds, even a warrior may not be able to come out alive if they step into it. This sea of desert is one of the 3 forbidden places in the extreme north continent, the Death Sand Field. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, this Death God Sandfield was originally a grassland area with countless wild beasts and monsters, full of vitality. But a shocking battle broke out here. A strong man in golden armor fought against more than a dozen strong enemies. In the end, the strong man in golden armor was powerful enough to kill his enemies, but he was also seriously injured. He fell from the sky and fell into this place, gradually turning the land with a radius of millions of miles into a boundless desert. Boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of muffled thunders could be heard from the center of the Death Sand Field, and the entire sand sea trembled crazily. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the desert ground continued to protrude, and a pile of huge sandbags as high as 1,000 feet rose up from the ground like a gravel mountain. At the same time, a huge white jade platform with a length and width of more than 10 kilometers broke through the sand in front of the huge sand dunes. As soon as the huge white jade platform appeared, it exuded a misty sea of spiritual clouds, covering the entire white jade platform. In the thick spiritual mist, it didn't take long to vaguely see some buildings appearing. Half an hour later, the white jade platform has turned into a city without walls, and the golden palace in the middle is as high as 100 feet. In front of the golden palace, on a dark golden altar, a golden ball of light suddenly rose up, twisting and congealing slowly, and finally, the dark golden ball of light dissipated, revealing a wrapped token. This token is densely covered with spirit patterns, and on the front, there is a huge war character engraved on it, revealing a sense of eternal vicissitudes. Swish. Next moment, the golden token soared into the sky, like a golden rainbow, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The golden token crossed the sky, leaving behind a trail of golden light, which gradually spread out above the sky, and fell towards the 1,000-foot sand dunes and the huge golden palace. In the midst of the waves, it turned into a huge golden mask, descended from the sky, covering the entire sand dunes and palaces. It was a defensive spirit formation similar to the sect's Great Formation. The edge of the Death Sands. There is a small city here, which is the closest human city to the Death Sands. Normally, the population here is only 1 million, which seems quite deserted. But today, this city is crowded with people and extremely noisy, gathering a large number of sects and forces from all sides of the extreme North Continent. The entire extreme North Continent, whether it is the top sect or the hegemony, almost all of them are here. There are thousands of people, and there are nearly 100 people. They have only one purpose here, and that is to make the sect under the age of 20. Tianjiao, enter the God of War terrace. Swish. Suddenly, a golden streamer flashed across the sky above the city, and the originally noisy city fell silent instantly. Nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes glared at the golden streamer, their eyes full of excitement and bloodshot eyes. The next moment, the golden streamer stopped suddenly, suspended above the city, showing the shape of a token, and circles of golden ripple-like ripples scattered in all directions, falling into the city. In less than a blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 people in the central square of the city were covered by golden water ripples. Whoosh! The golden token in midair, like a golden lightning, towards the crowd, flashed away. As the golden token disappeared into the crowd, the square with nearly 100,000 people instantly exploded. Who got the token? The token of the deacon. Damn, you didn't come to our sect. The sect that got the deacon's token issued it. The deacon's reward alone is a heavenly treasure. Who the hell is that? The elder of that sect. Speak up, you're so anxious. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was looking around, looking for the person who got the token. Ha ha ha. I got it. Suddenly, a burst of violent laughter exploded in the crowd. God of War order, ha ha ha, the deacon of the God of War platform this time belongs to me, Xuanhuan. Amidst the incomparably proud laughter, the noisy square fell silent, and everyone turned their heads in unison, looking along the source of the sound. There was only one old man in a purple robe with gold trim, holding a huge dark golden token. His face was full of ecstasy. This person, named Zhou Chen, is the great elder of a mid-level sect in Jiuxiao, and he is extremely lucky to have obtained the power of deacon of this session of the God of War platform, which makes all sect forces extremely envious. You must know that the right to be a deacon of the God of War platform not only can get the deacon rewards given by the God of War platform, but also has the right to judge matters in the 3 passes of the God of War. Maybe, the first place in the God of War platform, as well as the treasure reward, will fall into the hands of Tianjiao of his own sect. Therefore, Zhou Chen, who received the God of War order, was of course extremely ecstatic. At this time, the 1-meter-sized God of War token in his hand melted continuously under the infusion of his true energy, turning into streamers of light that merged into his body, and completely submerged in his body in less than 3 breaths. In vivo. As the order of the God of War completely merged into Zhou Chen's body, the breath in his body continued to rise, and streams of golden light lingered around his body. Even the purple robe on his body turned into a golden half-body armor. Under the golden light, it looks extremely powerful. Ha ha ha, what a powerful force. Zhou Chen felt the terrifying power in his body, as well as the skyrocketing consciousness, and his face was full of ecstasy. 100 paces behind him, the faces of a group of men in black robes also showed ecstasy, especially the leader, whose pale red eyes were full of surprises, flashing brightly. This person is none other than the Lord of the extreme north continent of the Black Blood Temple, Mo. The reason why he was more surprised than Zhou Chen was that this Purple Yuan sect and Zhou Chen were both one of the sects that were annexed by the Black Blood Temple not long ago. Therefore, Zhou Chen of Ziyuanzong obtained the God of War token, which is equivalent to Black Blood Temple got the God of War token. Boom, boom. Just when everyone was surprised, the whole world was suddenly shaken, and the sound of thunder was constantly heard from above the sky, which made people's hearts tremble. Haha, the God of War platform is open. In half an hour, the God of War road on the God of War terrace will open. Step on the God of War road, enter the God of War terrace, and grab the treasure. Don't dream, let me see. This year's first place in the God of War arena is either from the two holy places, or from the Black Blood Temple. Just wait and see. It's absolutely wonderful. Qi Tianji and Chu Yan, the battle for the first genius in the extreme north continent, ha ha ha. Then I'll grab the second place. If it doesn't work, the third place will do. Hey! People from the two holy places haven't come yet. With the noise of the crowd, the famous God of War terrace in extreme north continent is finally about to open. In the God of War terrace, one of the three forbidden places in extreme northern continent, there are countless treasures and opportunities, but stepping into it also has great dangers. The probability of loss in the middle is as high as 50%. Moreover, just the God of War road leading to the God of War terrace will at least eliminate most of the arrogance, leaving them without even a chance to step into the God of War terrace. Swish! 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 At this moment, above the sky in the distance, a huge crack in the void suddenly appeared, and figures stepped out of the crack, and the bodies of the two leaders, like the waves of the blue sea, swept across the entire square in an instant, shocking everyone. The person trembled and looked up. These hundreds of figures are none other than the peak masters, elders, Tianjiao, and the two great masters of Xianshi Holy Land and Longyuan Holy Land. Hashtag C666 Qi Tianji. Above the sky, the appearance of many figures made everyone stare at them. However, the eyes of nearly 100,000 people did not look at the two great holy masters and the famous four invincible peak masters, but at a black-robed figure behind them. Yes, this black-robed figure is exactly Chu Yan. 10 days ago, the killing of one person with one sword shocked the entire extreme north continent, and overnight, the reputation shook the entire extreme north continent. Moreover, in this session of the God of War, everyone knows that it is very likely that Qi Tianji and Chu Yan will compete for the first place. Therefore, the appearance of Chu Yan immediately attracted the attention of 100,000 people. Under the leadership of the two holy lords, Chu Yan and his party of hundreds of people landed on the central square. Wherever they passed, the forces of various sects, big and small, gave way one after another. In an instant, a large area of the center of the square was released. Standing in the crowd, Chu Yan's eyes were shining brightly, and his consciousness spread like a tide, sweeping away the arrogance of the various sects. What he didn't expect was that these celestial arrogances, all of them are powerful, all of them are above the 8th level of the true martial arts realm, and there are even dozens of them who have cultivated in the heavenly realm. It seems that this God of War platform, the arrogance of the major forces in the extreme northern continent, has all been born. Interesting. Chu Yan smiled indifferently, his eyes swept across, and continued to observe the geniuses of all forces. At this moment, above the sky, there was a blast of thunder. Boom! Above the sky, a large void collapsed and shattered like a crystal mirror. In the middle of the shattered void, a green altar flew out. There was an altar the size of a small building, like a green crystal, shining dazzlingly, slowly floating towards the square. Around the altar, a terrifying aura like a wave spread across the entire city, and its power was astounding. On the altar, a green-robed figure sits high. It is the Taoist master Jin Yang. As the altar where Taoist Jin Yang was sitting fell towards the square, figures stepped out of the shattered void above the sky. In less than 10 breaths, there were nearly 100 people walking out. The one walking in the front, wearing a purple shirt, was Namgong Ro. She was wearing a purple shirt, completely covering her face. Obviously, the injury on her face hadn't fully recovered. Usually, when a martial artist suffers from physical injuries, he can recover within 2 or 3 days as long as he circulates his true energy to heal the injury, or supplements it with pills. But Namgong covered her face with a veil. Of course her face hadn't fully recovered, so it can be seen that Chu Yan's fists were really powerful. As soon as Namgong Ro just appeared, his eyes flashed, and he looked fiercely at the middle of the square. Chu Yan, who was dressed in a black dress, spurted out 2 streams of condensed anger, as if he wanted to directly burn Chu Yan to ashes. Beside her, who was dressed in a silver robe, with a face like a crown jade, and a handsome figure, was Qi Tianji. In 10 days, under Taoist Jin Yang's desperate gamble, he used countless natural materials and earthly treasures to forcibly raise his cultivation level to another level. At this time, Qi Tianji's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of Heaven Transformation Realm. The current Qi Tianji, with his aura of cultivation, is like a sharp weapon of a magic weapon, with bursts of sharp aura, which makes people feel chills in their hearts. Before the age of 20, one's cultivation has reached the 3rd Heaven Transformation Realm. Such a talent, even in the Zhongtian continent, is rare. He was floating in mid-air, his eyes swept across the square below, nearly 100,000 arrogances, in his eyes, just turned into a ray of disdain, as if looking down on all the mortal beings in the world, and he is the son of heaven aloft. Q. Qi Tianji. Qi Tianji of the Qi family, in the extreme north. Fart. What is the Qi family, in the extreme north? They are now the holy son of the Black Blood Temple. At least they will be the branch master in the future. It's amazing. It's worthy of being the #1 genius in the extreme north continent. He's only 20 years old, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. And that one, the one on the green altar, is said to be the Taoist Jin Yang from the Zhongtian continent, a strong martial artist. Oh my god. He and Sect Master Shancher had a tie. That's amazing. Following the appearance of Taoist Jin Yang and Qi Tianji, there was an uproar in the square. These 2 big men from the extreme north continent are famous, but there are only a handful of people who have actually seen them. Therefore, the eyes of nearly 100,000 people are all focused on these 2 people. Especially the aura of peaks and mountains and blue seas on the 2 of them made all the arrogances gasp in amazement. Let's go there. Taoist Jin Yang, who was sitting high on the altar, casually pointed at the city lord's mansion in the center of the city, and said softly. When the words fell to the ground, 100 Tianjiao behind him and nearly 10,000 disciples of the Black Blood Temple on the square rushed towards the city lord's mansion due north of the square. Within 100 breaths, they dispersed all the people in the city lord's mansion occupy. Afterwards, Taoist Jin Yang and everyone in the Black Blood Temple entered the city lord's mansion and waited for the God of War terrace to open. Humph. Seeing this scene, Sect Master Long Yuan's face sank, he snorted heavily, and looked at the background of Taoist Jin Yang and the crowd of Black Blood Temple. His face was full of disdain. It's only half an hour, and I still have to put on airs. While speaking, the faces of the people around Sect Master Long Yuan changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated in all directions. Only the 2 holy masters of the extreme north continent dared to say such words, and ordinary sect warriors would never dare to say such words. Standing in the crowd, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Nangong Ruan Chi Tianji. Blood flashed in his eyes, full of killing intent. Last time, Nangong Ro was protected by Daoist Jin Yang, and Chu Yan shot continuously, but he had no chance to kill her. But this time is different. After stepping into the God of War terrace, Taoist Jin Yang and Mogu will absolutely not be able to enter under the restrictive conditions. Therefore, this time, Chu Yan is going to be in the God of War terrace, beheaded Nangong Ro. Boom, boom. At this moment, the northern lord of the city suddenly heard a loud noise, and at the same time, a thick golden beam of light rose from the sky and went straight to Jiuxiao. One of the 3 forbidden places in the extreme north continent, the God of Death Sandfield God of War terrace, is officially open. The geniuses of all sects, go to the God of War platform immediately. Xie Yuanzong and Zhou Chen leapt up, and at the same time announced loudly, they turned into arrows and flew towards the north. Now, he is fused with the God of War token, and his spiritual consciousness has a wonderful connection with the God of War platform, so he can accept the will of the God of War platform, and officially become the deacon host of this battle of the God of War platform. As the word spread, countless figures jumped up in the entire city, followed Zhou Chen, and flew towards the northern desert. Including the Black Blood Temple and the 2 holy places, there are nearly 100,000 figures, covering the sky and covering the earth, rushing all the way. After flying for about half an hour, Chu Yan approached the center of the Death God Sand Field. Following the figures of everyone, he flew down towards the white jade-like buildings. Here, it is, the God of War terrace. #C667 Zhongtian Forces. In the vast ocean of yellow sand, a group of buildings with walls made of white jade and bricks made of purple gold, scattered in perfect order. After that, there is a huge sand dune as high as 1,000 zhang. From a distance, it looks like a sand tomb without a monument, majestic and extraordinary. In less than a moment, 100,000 people all landed on the sand in front of the white jade building complex, looking at the surrounding environment in surprise, especially the white marble-like platform floor, which carried a faint pressure of will, making people, my mind is tense. Chu Yan had just landed, and his consciousness had just dissipated. Suddenly, his face froze, his whole body tensed up suddenly, and a strange consciousness rose in his heart. Okay? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and suddenly raised his head to look at the 1,000-foot-high sand dune behind the large building complex, narrowing his eyes slightly. A faint consciousness attracts Chu Yan. Strictly speaking, it attracts the Holy Spirit pattern in the world of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At this time, the entire building complex on the white jade platform, and the 1,000-foot sand dune, were all covered by a light mask. Right in front of them, where the crowd gathered, a golden beam of light soared into the sky, heading straight into Yunxiao. At the bottom of the golden beam of light, a tall golden light gate slowly formed, and the golden light gate filled the entire white jade building complex, leading directly to the 1,000-foot sand dune. Everyone is ready. There is still half an hour before the God of War channel will open. Zhou Chen was suspended in the air, his whole body exuded a faint golden light, which echoed the golden brilliance of the God of War platform, and shouted loudly. As the sound spread, various sect forces took out their spiritual treasures one after another and began to build resting places. The brilliance of spirit treasures flashed, and various small palaces, pavilions, and caves appeared on the sandy ground. In less than 100 breaths, a spirit treasure building exuding fluctuations in spirit power appeared on the vast sand sea in front of the God of War platform. It is not the first time for the factions of various sects to participate in the God of War terrace. Naturally, they know that the terrace of God of War is located in the desert, so they all carry the spiritual treasures of the Dongfu. You can take a break and wait. While the forces of all parties were waiting patiently, 3 black vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky above the Ares arena. Cracks in the void. There are still people coming. Seeing this scene, all forces raised their heads one after another and looked up to the sky. All of them were full of doubts. Buzz buzz. Under 3 consecutive trembling sounds. 3 void passages formed in the sky, and at the same time, 3 figures stepped out of the void passages and appeared in front of everyone. First, there is a woman wearing a colorful robe, with her lotus feet lightly moving. Every step creates colorful ripples, like a colorful fairy, slowly crossing down from the sky. Her whole body is surrounded by colorful glow, dazzling. In an instant, the audience was stunned, their eyes moved, they stared at this woman intently, and drifted towards the place where Taoist Jinyang was. Colorful Cloud Sect, Qingruolian, I have met Taoist Jinyang. The soft and pleasant voice echoed in the audience, and Qingruolian, who was dressed in colorful clothes, bowed lightly to Taoist Jinyang. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of all the bigwigs present at the scene changed. Kaiyanzong, Zhongtian Continental Faction, is also one of the few Zhongtian Continental Sect factions that occasionally appear in extreme North Continent. In addition, there are Shuixi Pavilion, Lilong Zhanzong, and Qingshuanzong. These 3 sects are all one of the famous Zhongtian Continental forces in extreme Northern Continent. Good. Not bad. Seeing that Qingruolian of Kaiyun sect, in front of nearly 100,000 people, came to see her as soon as she appeared, her face suddenly brightened, she couldn't help smiling, and nodded slightly in return. This one is the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, Qi Tianji. Qingruolian flashed her beautiful eyes with colorful lights, and looked behind Taoist Jinyang. Qi Tianji in silver robes, smiled sweetly, parted her jade lips, and asked. My servant is Qi Tianji. Seeing Qingruolian looking at him, Qi Tianji could only feel a nameless karmic fire burning in his stomach. His face flushed immediately, and he hurriedly replied with excitement. In his opinion, this woman is the daughter of Tianjiao in Zhongtian Continent. Regardless of her beauty, cultivation, temperament, she is the best. If he can build a good relationship with this girl, it will definitely be of great benefit for him to go to Zhongtian Continent to practice in the future. Moreover, this woman's appearance and figure. Junior brother Qi, the dragon among men, is indeed extraordinary. Qingruolian took a look at Qi Tianji, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. She praised lightly, then her beautiful eyes turned, and continued to say. It seems that the #1 this year must be junior brother Qi. It's very good, my little girl has something to ask for. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Qi Tianji's eyes, his face was full of excitement, and he said. Seeing your sister is polite, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Seeing Qi Tianji's expression, Qingruolian couldn't help smiling, saying. I hope that junior brother Qi can join my colorful cloud sect after winning the first place in this year's God of War stage. As soon as the words landed, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled at the same time. The Kaiyun sect of the Zhongtian Continent actually sent an invitation to Qi Tianji directly. This is so shocking. We must know that Zhongtian Continent, as the central area of Haotian Continent, is full of aura, whether it is natural treasures, secret inheritance, and various cultivation resources. It is all 100 times that of Xifang Continent. It is also because of this that the sect forces in the Zhongtian Continent have been huge for tens of thousands of years, and they are all giants with vast foundations, comparable to a barren land like the Xifang Continent. Therefore, in the Xifang Continent, most of the young geniuses aim to step into the Zhongtian Continent for their lifelong martial arts. Including some powerful warriors, once successful in cultivation, they also went to Zhongtian Continent to practice hard, including Nangang Ao, the #1 powerhouse in the extreme North Continent 1,000 years ago, who fought all over the extreme North Continent without a single defeat. Go to Zhongtian Continent alone, and continue to pursue higher peaks of martial arts. Therefore, as soon as Qingruolian, who represented the Kaiyun sect of the Zhongtian Continent, said this, it immediately attracted the eager eyes of the Tianjiao in the audience. At the same time, all the Tianjiao of the extreme north continent looked at Qi Tianji with a hint of envy and awe. They knew very well that after Qi Tianji won the first place in the God of War arena, he could join the Kaiyun sect. At that time, his status would skyrocket by leaps and bounds. Junior sister Qin, you Kaiyun sect is fast, this Qi Tianji, it is more appropriate to join my Lilong Zhanzong. Suddenly, above the sky, a sharp voice sounded. Above the sky, a tall man with a long-handled battle axe on his back descended from the sky and landed beside Qin Ruolian. He had a square face with thick eyebrows, and an aura full of blood and murder, which made people feel fearful. As soon as this person landed, he said directly to Qi Tianji, Junior brother Qi, those Kaiyun sect are all big girls, I think you should join my Lilong Zhanzong, wouldn't it be beautiful? As soon as these words came out, Qi Tianji's face suddenly changed, various complex expressions emerged, and he was both surprised and hesitant. In his opinion, both the Lilong Zhanzong and the Kaiyunzong sent invitations to him at the same time. In this way, it is a sure thing for him to join the Zhongtian continent sect, but at the same time, the two Zhongtian continent sects it seems that it is not good to invite yourself, who to promise to, and who to reject. Ha ha ha. Jiang Taishan, Qin Ruolian, I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. At this moment, a cyan figure flew over from the last crack in the sky, landed in front of Qi Tianji, and said with a big laugh. #C668 3 Scrambles. In Xiaoshuixi Pavilion, Song Lang, Junior brother Qi, as long as you win the first place in this year's God of War arena, I welcome you in Shuixi Pavilion. Song Lang, a man in green robe, looked at Qi Tianji with a smile all over his face, and announced loudly. At this time, Qin Ruolian represented Kaiyun sect, Jiang Taishan represented Lilong Zhanzong, and Song Lang represented Shuixi Pavilion. The three of them simultaneously sent an invitation to Qi Tianji to join the sect. Although these three people are only inner disciples of the sect, they are obviously representing the sect to win over Qi Tianji, the number one arrogant of the extreme north. It seems that Qi Tianji's reputation is not small. Before these three people came, they all got the order of the sect, so they all spoke to Qi Tianji immediately. It's no wonder that Qi Tianji himself possesses 9-star twin martial souls, and his talent is so high that even on Zhongtian continent, 9-star twin martial souls are extremely rare. Therefore, these three sects in Zhongtian continent this year, it was obvious that they had received the news about Qi Tianji, and they came here entirely for him. Such a great opportunity, why don't these arrogances in the extreme north continent move their hearts? Qi Tianji, I'm sure you've heard about the strength of my water pavilion. If you join my water pavilion, you will naturally not be treated badly. When Song Lang spoke, he had a strong confidence and a smile on his face. That's right, I'm the same as Lilong Zhanzong, Qi Tianji, if you have any requirements, just say it. Jiang Taishan shouted loudly like thunder. Qi Tianji, the Kaiyun sect has been established for thousands of years, and there is nothing we can't do in this small extreme northern continent. As long as you can join my Kaiyun sect, I will agree to any request. Qin Ruolian smiled lightly. All of a sudden, the three Zhongtian continent sects spoke one after another, obviously vying for Qi Tianji. At this moment, the audience suddenly fell silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that Qi Tianji's talent was so high that the three sects directly opened their mouths to fight for it, and they were willing to agree to any conditions Qi Tianji proposed. It's a foregone conclusion. Not only the Tianjiao in the audience, but everyone in the Black Blood Temple also looked at Qi Tianji with a smile on their faces. According to their plan of the Black Blood Temple, as long as Qi Tianji can join the Zhongtian continent sect, with time, the Black Blood Temple's plan to attack the Zhongtian continent will be eliminated. It will also be carried out smoothly. This is definitely a great joy. However, when everyone was looking at Qi Tianji, his expression was dull and a little dazed. The three major sects are inviting, at the same time, let him choose. If you choose either side, I am afraid that the other two cases will not be happy. This is an offending choice. Although he is the #1 genius in Extreme North Continent and has been fully trained by the Extreme North Qi family and even the Black Blood Temple, he also has self-knowledge. I'm afraid it can only be regarded as mediocre, so he can't afford to offend any force. There are very few 9-star martial souls in Extreme North Continent, but they are abundant in Zhongtian Continent. If he didn't have twin 9-star martial souls, he probably wouldn't be able to get into the eyes of these sects in Zhongtian Continent. Roar. Suddenly, not far away, a thunderous beast roar suddenly exploded. At the same time, a golden beast shadow soared into the sky, with all 4 hooves running, covered with golden light. It swayed the mighty aura of heaven, sweeping the audience. Shocked by the terrifying aura of heavenly power, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at the giant golden beast in midair. This is a golden beast with a height of hundreds of feet, with a single horn on its head, wearing golden scales, a dragon head and a horse body, surrounded by colorful brilliance. This, whose martial spirit is this? Song Lang glanced at the top of the golden giant beast's head, 6 golden stars flickered, and said in surprise. Following Song Lang's voice, many people turned their heads and looked towards the location of the 2 holy places. At this time, Chu Yan's whole body was full of golden light, and his true energy was surging. There was a ray of colorful light connecting his body with the giant golden beast in the sky. Needless to say, everyone knew that this giant golden beast's martial soul was exactly Chu Yan, one of Yan's beast spirits. Whether it is the 2 holy places, or the Black Temple, including the entire northern continent, the information about Chu Yan has long been spread. Therefore, when Chu Yan joined the 2 holy places, the Suzaka martial soul and the unicorn martial soul were exposed. Has long been known to everyone. However, it was also the first time for many people to see Chu Yan's golden beast Wuhun, and they were all stunned on the spot. Because this 6-star beast spirit contained terrifying heavenly power, even far surpassing the 8-star spirit, which made everyone terrified. The 3 inner disciples of Kaiyanzong, Lilongzanzong, and Shuixij naturally sensed this point, and they all looked shocked, and at the same time turned their attention to Chu Yan. This seems to be a growable martial soul, Qin Ruolian said in surprise. This kind of martial soul that can grow does not have a great opportunity, and it is extremely difficult to grow. It's a pity. Jiang Tieshan's eyes flashed at first, but after a while, he sighed lightly, his eyes dimmed, and he shook his head and said, "Yeah, it's a pity, 6-star martial soul, no matter how powerful the martial soul is, this talent is too poor." Hearing Jiang Tieshan's words, Song Lang nodded, disappointed. Knowing that in their Zhongtian continent, the 6-star martial soul does not even have the qualifications to join the sect, so when they saw Chu Yan's 6-star unicorn martial soul, their eyes showed contempt. Humph. The next moment, Taoist Jin Yang glanced at Chu Yan, snorted heavily, and a strong killing intent gushed out like a tide. Not only Taoist Jin Yang, but Qi Tianji and everyone in the Black Blood Temple looked at Chu Yan with anger and killing intent. This situation made Qin Ruolian, Jiang Taishan and Song Lang startled at the same time. What's the situation? A young man with a 6-star martial spirit was able to attract the existence of a venerable realm like Taoist Jin Yang, and he had murderous intentions towards him. Moreover, it also included a large group of powerhouses in the heaven-reaching realm from the Black Blood Temple, and the martial Lord Mogu Palace Master. All the respected and powerful people glared at him like this. This is too strange. Qin Ruolian, Jiang Taishan, and Song Lang scanned the audience, and found that everyone in the audience was looking at this young man with a 6-star martial spirit. All kinds of splendor flickered in their eyes, and many people were even in awe. This made them a little confused. A boy with a 6-star martial spirit, even in a small place like Extreme North Continent, is probably at the level of an outer disciple. At this time, Qi Tianji saw the three representatives of Zhongtian continent's sects. All of them looked at Chu Yan, and suddenly his face became ferocious, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. "Three seniors, I have only one request. Whoever can do it, I will join that sect." Qi Tianji's face was the same, with a harmonious smile on his face. He cupped his hands and greeted the three people in front of him. As soon as these words came out, Qing Ruolian, Jiang Taishan and Song Lang suddenly turned around, looked at Qi Tianji, and said, "Although you say it, as long as you can say it, there is nothing we can't do in this extreme northern continent." Hearing Qi Tianji's words, the expressions of the three of them tightened immediately. After all, the three of them came with the mission of the sect, and they wanted to take Qi Tianji into their sect at all costs. Now, as long as Qi Tianji speaks, there will be basically no problem with this matter. Seeing the three of them looking at him, Qi Tianji suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the black-robed figure in the distance, and said coldly, "Kill Chu Yan." As soon as the words landed, the three of them turned their heads at the same time, looking at Chu Yan not far away, and at the same time, as the voice spread, the audience suddenly fell silent. "Cheek now, recommend a monthly pass, come for a set. #C669, something to try." At this time, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a tide, and his whole body froze on the spot, and he didn't hear Qi Tianji's words at all. Just now, the Qilin Wuhun appeared independently, facing the thousands of feet of sand dunes in the distance, roaring again and again, one after another eager consciousness, constantly impacting Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, making Chu Yan instantly stunned. The Qilin Wuhun kept telling Chu Yan that there was something very important in that sand dune, very important, it must be obtained. The vision of the Qilin Wuhun made Chu Yan's blood boil. Chu Yan knew that the things that could make the Qilin Wuhun so excited and appear directly must have a great relationship with the Qilin Wuhun, and it is very likely that it is an item that can increase the star rank of the Qilin Wuhun. Just like the last time in the Tiandang Mountains, that unicorn horn directly raised the unicorn martial soul from 1 star to 5 stars. Roar. Chu Yan circulated his true energy, communicated with the Qilin Wuhun's consciousness, and finally took it back. Whether it was for the Qilin Wuhun or himself, Chu Yan was determined to win the God of War platform this time. Okay? After taking back the unicorn martial soul, Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked around, only to see hundreds of thousands of eyes, all tremblingly staring at him. At the same time, the three ways of killing consciousness, like ice, made Chu Yan frown instantly. Killing intent. These three Zhongtian Continental Sect representatives actually wanted to kill themselves. Chu Yan turned his head slowly, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Qing Ruolian, Jiang Taishan and Song Lang, who were full of killing intent, and said softly, "Are you courting death?" The words fell to the ground, like thunder exploding. Everyone in the audience changed their expressions drastically. Court death. That Chu Yan actually said to the three representatives of Zhongtian Continent Zongmen, "They are looking for death." Chu Yan. Are you crazy? These are the three representatives who have the right to recommend. Although their strength is only just at the sky-reaching level, they represent the Zhongtian Continent sect. With just one sentence, young warriors can realize their dream of joining the Zhongtian Continent sect. That is a road to heaven. But this Chu Yan. To be so arrogant, you don't give the other party any face at all. This is too arrogant. The next moment, all the eyes of the audience turned to the three representatives in unison, their faces full of astonishment. Qing Ruolian, Jiang Taishan and Song Lang were on the spot in a daze, their faces full of bewilderment. They didn't expect that this Chu Yan would be so arrogant. In front of all the powerful forces and countless arrogant faces in the extreme North Continent, he would dare to talk to himself like this. This is completely provocative, provoking the face of Zhongtian Continent Zongmen. Endless anger and cold murderous intent erupted like a volcano, making the three of them extremely angry. A little genius from the extreme north continent, an ant with a 6-star martial spirit, dared to provoke a dragon-like existence, simply courting death. Chu Yan, right? Jiang Taishan carried his hands on his back, his eyes were like ice. He looked at Chu Yan, and said, "Kneel down. Otherwise, die." Jiang Taishan of Lilong Zhanzong, although his appearance is rough and crazy, is actually a very careful person. In his opinion, stretching out a finger and crushing Chu Yan to death, it couldn't be easier, but this is not the result he wanted. He wants this arrogant ant to be suppressed, humiliated, and kneel at his feet until he succumbs completely. Only in this way can everyone know that the Zongman of the Zhongtian continent is definitely not something they can challenge. Give you 3 breaths, immediately kneel down and beg for sin. Qin Ruolian's face was full of frost, and she shouted coquettishly, with her ice and snow intelligence. Of course she knew what Jiang Taishan was thinking. That's right. Kneel down and kowtow, otherwise your life will be worse than death. Song Lang shouted. With this loud shout, Song Lang's true energy condensed, and as the sound spread, his true energy shot towards Chu Yan like an arrow. Song Lang's cultivation base is the highest among the three, so he burst out his breath directly, hoping to use this to directly frighten Chu Yan, so that when he can't resist, his legs will naturally become weak and he will kneel down on the ground. When the time comes, kill them with another palm. In this way, the prestige of the waterside pavilion can make everyone here feel awe and dare not look up. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Black Blood Temple gave Qi Tianji an approving smile, and then looked at Chu Yan with a sneer on their faces. On Qi Tianji's face, there was even a mouth that reached to the ears, with a mocking smile all over his face. But all the forces of the extreme northern sect and the Tianjiao people around them all looked expectant, waiting to see a good show. Chu Yan had a great feud with the Black Blood Temple, and even Jinyang Daozong, and now he has offended the other 3 sects in the Zhongtian continent. With such an unfavorable situation, Chu Yan is absolutely doomed. Kneel down. Life is better than death. Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold. The 3 sects of the Zhongtian continent, I have no enmity with them, but just because of Qi Tianji's words, the 3 of them wanted their own lives, and even planned to humiliate themselves before beheading themselves. Snort. Do you really think you are easy to bully? Humph. You 3, if you want to die, try it. Facing the contemptuous gazes of the 3, Chu Yan did not back down, and at the same time as he hummed heavily, Raksha's true qi gushed out, twisting the true qi shot from Song Lang into powder, and shouted coldly. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Qin Ruolian, Jiang Taishan, and Song Lang suddenly froze. This Chu Yan is arrogant and bold. Lawlessness. Court death. The flames of Jiang Taishan's eyes rose, and his true energy exploded. With a backhand grip, he held the long-handled battle axe in his hand, and raised his hand to strike out with one axe. In an instant, under the berserk true energy, the overwhelming axe light, like countless silver dragons, roared and rushed towards Chu Yan. This axe was so powerful that it unleashed all the strength of the heaven-reaching realm, shocking the audience. Seeing Jiang Taishan's attack, Qi Tianji's heart was suddenly ecstatic, and the smile on his face bloomed more and more. One word by myself can make that Chu Yan lose. In this way, there is no opponent before the God of War platform, and it couldn't be easier to win the first place. It's you who are courting death. Chu Yan's eyes were instantly blood red, and the golden pupils shot out a faint golden light. In the next breath, the swimming dragon covering the sky technique was fully displayed, and Chu Yan's body was like electricity, turning into a black streamer, disappearing on the spot in an instant, hiding the shadow of the axe all over the sky. The smooth movement, like flowing clouds and flowing water, gave people feel extremely relaxed. What? How can that be? Seeing this, Jiang Tieshen's face changed suddenly, and even his body trembled slightly in astonishment. This is at least an upper-level movement technique. An ant from the extreme north continent, with only a 6-star martial spirit, unexpectedly possessed such a formidable agility, and managed to dodge it effortlessly under the blow of his heaven-reaching cultivation. Get out! Chu Yan, who was passing by, didn't stop at all. While avoiding the attack of the shadow of the axe, he raised his hand and punched out. The white fist print surrounded by 4 colors of light turned into a tiger shadow, roaring and shaking the sky, and slammed towards Jiang Taishan. The ground is heavy and high. Seeing the white fist marks blasting the sky, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in Jiang Tieshen's heart, which made his scalp numb and his face change drastically. He never imagined that the Chu Yan in front of him had such terrifying fighting power, and he no longer trusted him now. Under the burst of true energy, he slashed out with a heavy axe, facing the white fist mark. Although this punch was made in a hurry, it is Jiang Tieshen's famous martial skill, and it is extremely powerful. #C670 Jinyang Daowei. Boom! The bright axe light, like a light curtain, was hit by the white fist mark, and it was instantly shattered, like a crystal. After the axe light was broken, the white fist mark remained undiminished, and it hit Jiang Taishan fiercely on the protective chi of his body. He was smashed back 10 steps. What? This is impossible. With his right foot stomping on the ground, Jiang Taishan raised his bloodshot eyes as soon as he stood firm, and stared tremblingly at the black-robed figure not far away. The airwave soared into the sky, sweeping in all directions. Where the sand and dust passed, nearly 100,000 people were sluggish on the spot. Blast away the disciples of the Zoman of Zhongtian continent with one punch. In the scorching desert, the hearts of the 100,000 petrified warriors stood against the scorching sun, but there was a gust of cold air in their hearts. There are nearly 10,000 people in the Black Blood Temple, including Qi Tianji, whose face was full of smiles just now, and it freezes in an instant. Humph. But that's it, you 3, let's go together. Chu Yan snorted coldly, his eyes swept across, looking at Qin Ruolian and Song Lang. His voice was piercing, like the cold air coming out of thousands of years of ice. The punch just now, 20 demonic chi and 3 5-elements chi, consumed 1/5 of Chu Yan's inventory, and directly tested the strength of these so-called inner disciples of the Zhongtian mainland sect. Chu Yan is now absolutely sure that if he kills any one of them, even if the 3 of them fight together, they will be invincible. The chi of the 5 elements is infinitely useful, and when Chu Yan broke through the realm of transforming the sky, he unexpectedly discovered that the chi of the 5 elements can be integrated with the boxing technique of Tian Gang Jin, and with the power of the fusion of the 5 elements, it can be doubled. The power of Tian Gang Jin. After this trial, the effect made Chu Yan extremely satisfied. In his opinion, although Qin Ruolian, Jiang Taishan, and Song Lang are a heaven and earth realm higher than his own, and they are also inner disciples of the Zhongtian continent sect, after releasing this aura, these 3 people are no more than it is an ordinary warrior, who is not even considered a genius, and whose combat power is at the same level. I am afraid it is only middle or low. Arrogance. Everyone shoots together, whoever kills Chu Yan will be counted. Jiang Tieshen's face turned red, and a trace of struggle flashed across his face, but he still turned his head and shouted at Qin Ruolian and Song Lang. Hearing this, Qin Ruolian and Song Lang were taken aback for a moment, then their true energy rose and they stepped forward, ready to strike together. Chu Yan has a terrifying combat power. Completely broke their original thinking, and now, they don't care about face anymore. They must kill this son with all their strength, otherwise, it is not a question of whether they can keep their face, but a matter of losing their prestige. For a moment, the 3 of them looked solemn, with fierce eyes, and all of them were murderous. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Under the huge shock, everyone only felt the sand under their feet tremble suddenly, and then, not far away, in the building complex of Bayou Platform, the original golden beam of light, like a towering tree that was felled down, straight falling towards the 1,000-foot sand dunes farther away. As the golden beam of light landed, a straight passageway with red background and gold border appeared in front of everyone. This passage runs through the entire area of the God of War Terrace. One end enters the 1,000-foot sand dune, and the other end is connected to the defensive light shield, opening a huge light door more than 10 feet high. The God of War channel is officially open. God of War channel. The three of Jiang Taishan were stunned at the same time, looking sideways. The true energy on their bodies was slowly restrained. The opening of the God of War channel represents the official form of the Battle of the God of War platform. In the next moment, all the arrogances will step on the channel of the God of War and strive to enter the God of War platform. At this time, of course, you can no longer fight with Chu Yan, which is equivalent to interfering with the progress of the God of War, which may cause public anger. Moreover, they also discovered that Chu Yan is not an ordinary sect disciple. Just when they were about to make a move together, a dozen or so terrifying divine senses locked on themselves, and two of them were terrifying existences of the venerable realm, as if they would make a move at any time, crushing the three of them into powder. Chu Yan, let me let you go for now. When you come out of the God of War platform, you will die. After saying that, the three of Tsang Lang put away their spiritual soldiers, turned around and left, waiting to watch this year's battle on the God of War platform. All Tianjiao, go to the God of War channel immediately. Zhou Chen, as the deacon of the God of War, hung in the air and announced loudly. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that those who are above the age of 20 and those who have cultivated above the heavenly reaching realm will die if they step on the God of War channel. After the words fell, Zhou Chen glanced across, looking at Daoist Jinyang and Mogu in the distance, and nodded imperceptibly. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, among the nearly 100,000 people, figures flew out one after another, landed in front of the light gate of the passage, and rushed up the passage. This young Tianjiao of the extreme north continent is basically the first time to participate in the covenant of the God of War, and all of them look excited, hoping to use the battle of the God of War to soar into the sky, and finally no good, at least get some natural treasures or opportunities. Qi Tian stepped forward with great strides, bowed lightly to Taoist Jinyang and Mogu, and then, his figure flashed, and when he landed again, he was already standing on the passage of the God of War. At the same time, 10 young warriors with extremely weak aura walked out from behind Daoist Jinyang, all of them expressionless, mixed with thousands of arrogances from the Black Blood Temple, and headed towards the passage of light. These 10 young warriors, with weak breaths, are exactly Daowei of Jinyang. They are not real human beings, but humanoid puppets refined by using an ancient secret method, using heavenly demon crystals as the source of power. Because of this, they don't have a trace of true energy on their bodies, just full of energy and blood, full-bodied, close to the innate realm cultivation base. Therefore, they may perfectly pass the restriction of the God of War Terrace and enter it. Sure enough, when these 10 people stepped on the God of War passage, they did not cause any fluctuations in the restriction, and they stepped on the God of War passage smoothly. Moreover, not only the spirit formation restriction of the God of War Terrace, but even Longyuan and Xianchi, the two venerable realm powerhouses who have been paying attention to the Black Blood Temple, did not find 10 of the people in the crowd. Name: Daowei of Jinyang. Haha, 10 Golden Sun Taoist guards who have reached the sky. This time, Chu Yan is doomed. Beside him Mogu, the grown-up members of the Qi family laughed out loud. That's right, these 10 Jinyang Taoist guards use the combined attack formation. Even if they are third-level warriors of the heaven-reaching realm, they can fight. Mogu showed joy on his face, nodded again and again, his eyes shifted sideways, and looked at Chu Yan, who was walking on the passage of God of War. His eyes flashed. Just 2 days ago, Emogu received the news that the Black Blood Temple in the Luoyang Kingdom was slaughtered. According to the people who went to investigate, the clues collected, and the time of Chu Yan's whereabouts, Mogu can be sure that the person who uprooted the Luoyang Kingdom of the Black Blood Temple was Chu Yan. In addition, Chu Yan killed the Holy Land of Blood Soul by himself, causing a war between the sects and causing heavy losses to the Black Blood Temple. Adding all these things up, Emogu is so cruel to Chu Yan now, but it is a pity that Chu Yan has been under the protection of the two holy masters, and there is no chance at all. But it's different now. As long as Chu Yan steps into the God of War terrace and is separated by the spiritual barrier of the God of War terrace, even if the two holy masters have the power to reach heaven and earth, they will not be able to help Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I see you are not dead this time. The gloomy gaze flashed away. Mogu slowly retracted his gaze, held his breath and concentrated, and waited with peace of mind. #C671 10,000 steps are respected. Not far away, Sect Master Shancher saw that Chu Yan was about to step on the God of War passage, and with a movement of his consciousness, a sound transmission of consciousness gushed out. Chu Yan, remember, if you can win the first level, you must choose the golden small cauldron, by mistake. This thing is very useful. Hearing the voice of Sect Master Shancher in the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan nodded. Golden cauldron. Remember it. Immediately, with Situ Yang, Little Bai Xiong Dang Dang, and many Tianjiao of the two holy places, Chu Yan and the others disappeared in front of the light gate passage. Fast forward, everyone, God of War Terrace. Heavenly rank supreme treasure. Haha, even watching a match between Qi Tianji and Chu Yan, it's not in vain. Go, hurry in. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Tianjiao, bustling, flocked to the gate of light like a tide, and set foot on the God of War passage. One of the three forbidden places in the extreme north continent, the God of War terrace. Countless legends are born, countless arrogances rise, countless treasures, and endless opportunities are only for the gifted. Chu Yan. Sect Master Shancher and Sect Master Long Yuan looked at each other, and various complicated colors emerged from them. Without knowing it, the faces of the two holy masters gradually became solemn. From Chu Yan stepping into the Shancher sacred sect, to the Shancher sacred master handing over the Shancher supreme treasure to Chu Yan, to the sect battle with the Black Blood Temple, everything, no matter who arranged the game or who made the plan, today, everything will have results. The two holy masters, on Chu Yan, can be said to bet heavily, even betting on the two holy lands that have been developed for thousands of years, betting all hopes on Chu Yan. The holy master, Xuancher's eyes flickered, and his pupils shrank slightly as he looked at the last figure who disappeared into the light gate. Go. This is your choice, and it is also Dizong's choice. Today, you and Chu Yan will fight side by side. Finally, all the Tianjiao figures who participated in the God of War arena disappeared at the light gate. The passageway with red background and gold border. Across the entire Bayutai building. The God of War passage exuding a faint soft light passed through the palace in the middle from the white jade platform, just dividing the entire passage of God of War into two. On the nearly 10,000 step long passage, there are countless figures scattered, and every figure walks in a faltering way, struggling to move forward. Tens of thousands of Tianjiao all gritted their teeth and stepped forward, their eyes only staring at the palace in the distance. That's right. The first level of the God of War platform is the God of War channel. When all Tianjiao had just set foot on the God of War channel, Zhou Chen, the deacon of the God of War platform, had already announced the rules for this level. 100 steps make you strong, 1,000 steps make you delicate, and 10,000 steps make you respectful. On the God of War channel, those who walk 100 steps will be rewarded, those who walk thousands of steps will be qualified, and those who have reached 10,000 steps will pass the level. You can choose one of the 3 heavenly treasures. That palace is the end of 1,000 steps, and all warriors who can walk inside the palace will meet the qualification requirements of the first level. Therefore, all the arrogances are looking at the palace in the distance, gritting their teeth and moving forward. But in less than 100 breaths, the tens of thousands of warriors were quickly divided into 2 echelons, and a small number of them walked ahead, basically crossing the distance of 100 steps, and were slowly moving towards the palace. But more than 80% of the young warriors had just walked a few dozen steps away, and under the slight trembling of the whole body, it seems that it is difficult to move forward even half a step. 1,000 steps? Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept towards the passage in front of him. After careful observation, he muttered to himself, and then, with Situ Yang and Dang Dang, he took a big step and took the first step. An invisible force descended from the sky instantly on him, causing his eyes to tremble. That's all. A flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he looked back at Situ Yang and Dang Dang. Seeing that both of them looked relaxed, he stopped hesitating, took big strides, and rushed out. Swish! Chu Yan, Dang Dang, and Situ Yang brought out 3 afterimages, passed through the crowd of young warriors, and continued to move towards the palace ahead. On the passage of the God of War, those pressures seemed to have no effect on the 3 of them, and could not stop their progress at all. Chu Yan and Dang Dang are both physically strong, and the pressure of the first 300 steps is almost negligible for the 2 of them, while Situ Yang, with the faint power of spirit patterns shining on his body, is also relaxed. After half an hour, the 3 of Chu Yan had surpassed the first echelon and reached the forefront of all warriors. Here, the distance to the gate of the palace that passed the standard is only 100 steps away. Tens of thousands of warriors saw that Chu Yan was almost reaching the finish line. All of them were stunned. Especially the group with the largest number is still struggling. All of them are flushed, and their teeth are clenched, and they have just walked 100 steps away. No, I can't go. A martial artist trembled all over his body, and finally his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, he walked 112 steps, and could no longer move forward. His body was pressed by the force above the passage, and he was almost out of breath. The moment he fell to the ground, a ball of golden light descended from the sky and enveloped him. When Jingguang came to his body, the limp warrior felt exhausted all over his body instantly. At the same time, his face showed ecstasy, and he quickly sat cross-legged, bathed in the golden light, and began to practice exercises. I'm here. Another warrior gave up and stopped at a position of about 100 paces. The golden light descended from the sky and landed on his head. Swish! 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 Nearly an hour later, a golden light flew down from the entire God of War channel, falling towards a warrior who had given up. Every martial artist, shrouded in golden light, sits cross-legged on the ground and enters a state of cultivation. The golden light slowly melts into their bodies, which also makes their cultivation rapidly improve. These golden lights are the rewards for those who walk more than 100 steps on the God of War passage, and can greatly improve the cultivation of warriors, so they are extremely precious. If you choose to give up, you will be rewarded with cultivation. Judging by the size of the golden light on their bodies, they are all different. It is obvious that the farther you go, the greater the benefits you will get. Standing in front of the palace, Chu Yan turned around and looked to the rear. He instantly understood the reward method for the first stage of the God of War terrace, and at the same time, he also faintly made up his mind. It seems that just walking 1,000 steps is not very cost-effective. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Chu Yan lifted his steps a little heavier, and walked towards the palace again. Look, Chu Yan is coming. Monster, you actually walked 1,000 steps so fast. Hey, where's Ji Tianji? There. Ji Tianji has only walked more than 700 steps. The gap with Chu Yan is too big. Not necessarily, maybe it's to preserve strength. After all, this first test, as long as you pass it, it doesn't matter whether you are first or second. It makes sense. Amidst the voices of discussion, Chu Yan took the last step and successfully entered the palace. In an instant, the pressure on his body was released. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt his body lighten, and the pressure was gone. Chu Yan was the first to arrive at the palace. Qi Tianji suddenly exerted his strength, followed closely behind, quickly surpassed Dingdang and Situ Yang, followed behind Chu Yan, and stepped into the palace. Sure enough, I have reservations. Chu Yan and Qi Tianji looked at each other, and then ignored each other. Chu Yan, Qi Tianji, you have two choices. One is to end the choice and receive a star origin fruit and wait to enter the second level. There is another choice, which is. Zhou Chen, the deacon of the God of War terrace, stood in the palace, looked at Chu Yan and Qi Tianji, and said softly. #C672 Extreme Challenge. There is another option, which is to go through this palace and continue to move forward, striving to reach 10,000 steps, and you can get one of the 3 heavenly treasures. When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan and Qi Tianji's eyes lit up at the same time. Choose one of the 3 heavenly treasures. Excuse me, are those 3 treasures? Qi Tianji asked. A sword of Huatian spiritual treasure level. A 9th grade speed spirit pattern, and a small gold tripod of rare treasure. When the voice fell to the ground, just as Chu Yan was about to speak, several figures appeared outside the hall, causing Chu Yan to turn his head to look. At this moment, Zhou Chen glanced at Qi Tianji, but the corner of his eye twitched, winking. Seeing Zhou Chen's warning gaze, Qi Tianji was taken aback for a moment, then nodded imperceptibly, turned around and walked to a corner of the hall, crossed his legs and began to regain his true energy. Outside the main hall, as Chu Yan expected, Dingdang and Situ Yang stepped into the hall with several other warriors and ran towards Chu Yan. You guys, take a break here, I'll try it. Chu Yan chuckled, and then walked through the main hall towards the passage of God of War on the opposite side. After listening to Zhou Chen's explanation, whether it is for greater benefits or for the golden tripod, Chu Yan must continue to break through. Walking out of the gate of the palace, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all, took a deep breath, and strode out. Boom! An extremely violent force, like a mountain, ruthlessly suppressed. Okay. The moment his right foot landed on the passage of God of War, Chu Yan's body trembled, his brow slightly frowned. This is at least 3 times the pressure just now, but this is only the 1001 step. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that after 1,000 steps, the pressure on the God of War passage tripled, which far exceeded his expectations. Come on. Just in time, see where your limit is. After calming down a bit, Chu Yan stepped out again and walked forward. At this time, in the main hall, Qi Tianji and Deacon Zhou Chen, who were sitting cross-legged, looked at the background of Chu Yan, and at the same time revealed a smirk. Humph. Chu Yan, triple the power of the God of War channel. Not only will you not be able to get the treasure reward, but you will also consume a lot of physical strength and true energy. Let's see how you pass the second level. Zhou Chen's eyes were gloomy and cold, and he thought to himself. As the deacon of the God of War terrace, Zhou Chen has great power. He can not only adjust the difficulty of each test, but also manipulate the results of the test. Therefore, Zhou Chen deliberately guided Chu Yan to challenge the customs clearance reward, but privately gave Qi Tianji a wink and told him not to go. All of this is to make Chu Yan unable to threaten Qi Tianji due to excessive consumption in the second level, and even be killed by the subsequent means arranged by the Black Blood Temple. Keep going. Chu Yan walked 2,000 steps, and the pressure on his body has exceeded 10 times that before the 1,000 steps. 2,300 steps. 3,600 steps. 4,200 steps. 5,000 steps. After walking 5,000 steps, Chu Yan's speed finally slowed down, and all the true energy was restrained and merged into the flesh and blood of the whole body to resist the huge pressure on the channel of the god of war. 6,000 steps. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness already felt a little tired, and there were bursts of pain everywhere in his body, and every step he took would make Chu Yan's brows frown slightly. Shantian fire physique. Rakshasa demon physique. With a low shout in his heart, Chu Yan operated the exercises, and under the urging of his true energy, he directly triggered the double body training. In an instant, red light and golden light appeared on Chu Yan's body at the same time, completely covering his entire body. Call. Feeling the sudden lightness of his body, Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief, and then, his eyes became firmer, and he took another big step forward. At this time, more and more warriors gathered in the distant palace. Among the tens of thousands of warriors, less than 3,000 warriors walked 1,000 steps and stepped into the palace. After these people chose to give up in the palace, they bathed in the golden light, their cultivation base soared, and all of them were full of joy. Then, they walked to the gate of the palace one after another and looked at Chu Yan. Awesome, this Chu Yan dared to challenge the master of 10,000 steps of the God of War channel. I heard, didn't Deacon Zhou just say that from the 1,001 step to the 9,999 step, the cultivation base rewards are the same? In this way, unless you really pass the level, otherwise, this challenge is pointless. That's right, Chu Yan doesn't know what to think. It's a waste of energy. Didn't he hear Deacon Zhou explanation? Following the discussion of the warriors, the deacons Zhou Chen and Qi Tianji, who were standing on one side, looked at each other and smiled, their faces full of teasing expressions. Explain. Of course I won't explain it to Chu Yan. Consuming Chu Yan's physical strength and true energy was originally a plan made in advance, so how could Zhou Chen explain to Chu Yan the risk of challenging the Lord of 10,000 steps? He would only tell Chu Yan that there is a heavenly treasure reward to lure Chu Yan. Chu Yan went to challenge. Mean. Dang Dang and Situ Yang looked at Zhou Chen, their faces turned ashen, and they cursed secretly. Look, Chu Yan has walked 8,000 steps. At this moment, with an exclamation, everyone turned their heads to look at the black figure in the distance. Call. 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 At this time, Chu Yan had just walked 8,000 steps, and the effect of double body training had disappeared. I was afraid that the pressure would fall on him again. Under the huge force, Chu Yan could only feel his bones rattling, every place the flesh and blood seemed to be squeezed and exploded, his face was purple, and he was panting like a cow. Chu Yan's physical strength had almost reached its limit. Forward, forward. Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his head with difficulty to look at the end point. 2,000 steps away, gritted his teeth hard, and stepped out again. Never give up. You must go to the finish line and get the golden tripod. Chu Yan's dim eyes lit up again, and deep in his soul, a rush of blood surged wildly, making his already tense heartstrings tense again. Keep going. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With bead-sized beads of sweat falling down, Chu Yan dragged his already numb body, moving step by step. 8,500 steps. It took less than half an hour, and Chu Yan finally walked 5 steps. At this time, his whole body seemed to be trapped in the mud. Every time he took a step, the surrounding air would wrap Chu Yan like endless mud. Prevent him from moving forward. 1 breath. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. When Chu Yan walked up to 9,300 steps, Chu Yan's whole body trembled violently, and his figure kept shaking, like a lone boat in the wind and waves, which would be smashed to pieces at any time. In the sea of consciousness, the exhaustion like a tide made Chu Yan's consciousness drowsy, and it became extremely difficult to even turn his eyes. In the palace in the distance, thousands of warriors looked at the crumbling Chu Yan, all stunned and trembling. They didn't expect that Chu Yan actually walked 9,000 steps, and everyone's minds tensed up. Although most of them came to the God of War arena for the first time, they also walked through the 1,000-step passage just now. Naturally, they knew that the last distance is the most terrifying existence. Every step is more powerful than the previous step. Among the tens of thousands of warriors before, nearly half fell between 900 steps and 1,000 steps. Brother! Hold on. Situ Yang's face was livid, his fists clenched tightly, and he roared in his heart. Boss! Dongdong's face was flushed red, a layer of mist had already appeared in his purple eyes, and his eyes were trembling uncontrollably. Even Zhou Chen and Qi Wuji on one side had a sluggish look on their faces at this time. They never expected that Chu Yan's will is so strong that he has walked more than 9,000 steps. #C673 Walk on Blood. 9,000 steps. Why doesn't Chu Yan use his martial soul? That's right, I used my martial spirit when I walked up to 900 steps, otherwise I wouldn't be able to reach the palace, and he unexpectedly walked more than 9,000 steps with only his body and will. This is too scary. You know what a fart. This channel of the God of War, while testing the will of martial arts, it also tempers the will of martial arts. Chu Yan, I am afraid that he is using this to practice. My God. Chu Yan actually used the God of War channel to practice. Monster. The crowd talked a lot, many people turned their heads to look at Qi Tianji while being in awe of Chu Yan. In contrast, on this first day, Chu Yan's performance was much better than Qi Tianji's. At this time on the passage of the God of War, Chu Yan, who was at 9,500 steps, had completely stopped, exhaling like thunder, sweating like rain, fine blood threads burst out on the skin of the whole body, and little drops of blood oozed out skin. From a distance, Chu Yan's whole body has turned into a blood man. At 9,500 steps, Chu Yan's body finally couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure of the God of War channel, and began to show signs of cracking. After resting for nearly 100 breaths, Chu Yan's face was full of pain and distortion, and in his blood-red golden eyes, the light of determination never went out for a moment. Huh! Taking a heavy breath, Chu Yan slowly raised his left leg, facing the air that had almost condensed into substance, and stepped forward. 9,501 steps, even if it was just a single step, but in the eyes of Qi Tianji and Zhou Chen who fell in the distance, it was like a thunderbolt, making their hearts tremble suddenly. Up to now, the original joking expressions on their faces have been completely replaced by seriousness, because a terrible idea has been growing in their hearts. Chu Yan may become the first one on the God of War channel for thousands of years, the master of 10,000 steps. Moreover, behind Chu Yan, there is no brilliance shining, and now, he still hasn't released the martial soul. He is crazy. Chu Yan. Absolutely crazy. Tread. 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 Every step falls, like a mountain moving, on the passage of God of War. Thousands of golden lights turn into the power of thunder, constantly bombarding Chu Yan. Every golden thunder falls. It can explode a cloud of blood mist on Chu Yan's body. Tread. 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 One step, one blood, 100 steps away, a dazzling and blood-stained road, shocking. However, what shocked everyone in the palace was that Chu Yan, who was covered in blood all over his body, still stepped out step by step with great determination. Every step fell, like a shocking thunder, fell on the hearts of everyone in the palace, making their bodies tremble. They couldn't understand why Chu Yan was so persistent. Tick. Tick. Big drops of blood kept falling on the ground, splashing clusters of tiny blood flowers. Zhou Chen and Qi Tianji's expressions changed drastically. Dang Dang and Situ Yang's faces were purple and their veins were swollen. They wanted to persuade Chu Yan to give up, but they didn't dare to speak out, for fear of affecting Chu Yan, so they could only keep suppressing the anger in their hearts like a tide. Both eyes were wet, Dongdong's little face was full of tears, and the purple pupil was trembling. Old boss. Even the voice in my heart was full of choked sobs, sobbing uncontrollably. Boom. At this moment, on the passage of God of War in the distance, a golden thunder exploded loudly. Chu Yan, who has just taken the 9,991st step, has not yet landed on his right foot. The entire passage of God of War trembles crazily. Above Chu Yan's head, a golden thundercloud formed. The next moment, the golden thunder cloud erupted, and the thick golden thunder pillar bombarded Chu Yan 3 times in a row. Boom. 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 Pung. 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 In the blood mist that rushed several meters high, Chu Yan's body shuddered suddenly, shaking violently, like a mountain collapsing, falling. The body that has already been cracked, head, arms, chest, every place, the flesh and blood are flying, like a spring of blood, spurting out. Ha ha ha. In the palace, Qi Tianji's loud laughter resounded. Chu Yan, who do you think you are? You want to become the master of 10,000 steps. For thousands of years, even if there are countless extreme northern arrogances who have gone to Zhongtian continent, there is no one who can walk 10,000 steps. You are completely white. Hisaku, Qi Tianji's loud laughter had just started, and before he finished his ridicule, a faint cyan brilliance lingered on the blood-stained body on the God of War passage in the distance. The supreme heavenly spirit, the power of the Azure Dragon, awakened. In an instant, on Chu Yan's body, the cyan brilliance slid across like a stream of water. Wherever the cyan light passed, Chu Yan's flesh and blood flew, and the blood-like body surface continued to heal. Boo! But, not long after, the cyan brilliance seemed to be weak, and after healed most of Chu Yan's injuries, it finally trembled and collapsed like bubbles, turning into a little bit of cyan starlight, dissipating in the God of War channel. At the same time, in the world of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the cyan light group of martial soul completely dimmed, and slowly fell into the Wuhun mountain, turning into substance, like a piece of cyan stone, without a trace of gleam. Like an ordinary blue stone. Forward, forward, forward. In a trance, Chu Yan opened his eyes tremblingly, and slapped forward with one hand, dragging his body, crawling forward. The voice was as subtle as a mosquito, but so clear that even the rolling thunder on the God of War passage couldn't cover it up. In the palace in the distance, everyone was dumbfounded, and under the frantic shock, they were as dumb as chickens. In the Golden Hall, there was a dead silence. Call. 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 Under the violent panting, Chu Yan staggered, his body trembled, and he struggled to get up from the ground. Wearing a black robe, in the billowing thunderclouds, flying in the wind, making the sound of hunting. Chu Yan's figure stood upright again, on the God of War channel. In front of him, there are still 8 steps, such a short distance, almost within reach, is the end. Tread. Taking another step, the golden thunder and lightning in the sky struck down again, and Chu Yan's body sank severely. Pfft. A big mouthful of blood mist was sprayed out from the mouth, and the flesh of the whole body was split again, and the blood arrows shot everywhere. Forward, forward. Chu Yan's face was full of ferocity, twisted into balls, but the blood light in his eyes was not weak at all, but became brighter and brighter, like 2 bloody sharp swords, looking at the golden thunderclouds above the sky, as if wanting to pierce through this world. Tread. Another step forward, the thunder reappeared, and blood sprayed everywhere. With Chu Yan's body as the center, on the ground within 10 feet around the body, blooms like a bloody demon flower. Tread. Stomping on the right foot, when it landed, the entire passage of God of War suddenly trembled. In the distance, in the palace, the silence was as dead, and a needle could be heard. In the hall, everyone seemed to have stopped breathing, and everyone looked at Chu Yan in awe. What is Tianjiao? This is the true pride of heaven, looking at the entire continent of extreme north continent, who can be equal to him? Snapped. Snapped. The soundless slap suddenly sounded in the hearts of Qi Tianji and Zhou Chen. The two of them could only feel that their faces were hot. Laughing. Chu Yan is daydreaming. Now what? Just relying on the physical body, without even releasing the martial spirit, I came here. 5 steps. 3 steps. Step. Half an hour later, Chu Yan's body took the last step and reached the end. 10,000 steps. A full 10,000 steps, the end of the God of War passage. Hiss. 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 In the dead silence in the palace, when Chu Yan's body took the last step, there was a sound of gasping for air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, endless golden thunderclouds exploded from the passage of God of War, quickly fused together, and in the void, a golden figure suddenly appeared. #C674, True Vaporized Liquid. Swish. At the same time as the sky full of golden thunder dissipated, a golden beam of light fell on Chu Yan. Numerous large and small wounds all over his body healed quickly in the golden light, and Chu Yan's face, as pale as snow, finally recovered a trace of blood. At the same time, in Chu Yan's body, the 8 cyclones are spinning rapidly, and the speed is faster than what Chu Yan can actuate, and even exceeds several times. Whoosh! 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 The 8 cyclones running like flying. When the speed reaches its peak, drops of various colors are thrown out of the cyclones. Like the water droplets being turned on the umbrella, flying down in all directions, the number is increasing. The golden streamer, like a tide, forced its way into his body while healing his injuries. These golden streamers, with the power of thunder and lightning, suddenly erupted and caused huge damage to Chu Yan's body. However, these golden lights that contain healing effects continue to heal these cracked injuries when the power of thunder and lightning destroys every inch of Chu Yan's flesh and blood. Chu Yan only felt that he was in hell, and while being tortured, he also felt that his strength was improving rapidly. Z. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that when his Sea of Qi changed, in the world of his Sea of Consciousness, the golden Holy Spirit pattern had been dormant for a long time without any movement, but now, it suddenly changed. At the moment, without hesitation, Chu Yan immediately sat cross-legged, calmed down, and began to operate the Raksha Wuji divine art. The consciousness is divided into 2 parts, one is poured into the Sea of Qi, and the other is poured into the world of the Sea of Consciousness, simultaneously urging the 8 cyclones and the Holy Spirit patterns. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Call. With a breath of turbid air, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a golden thunder flashed, and the tiny thunder and lightning power shot out from his eyes, splitting the half-foot void in front of him, sizzling. At the same time, a powerful aura, like water ripples, rippled and swept out. In the early stage of the second heaven transformation realm. An hour's time. With the golden light rewarded by the channel of God of War, Chu Yan directly improved his cultivation level by 1 level. You know, Chu Yan is an 8-seat cyclone, and it is at least 8 times more difficult than ordinary warriors to improve their cultivation. In the past, including Qi Tianji, all the arrogances who passed the test of the God of War channel, walked 1,000 steps, and entered the palace of the God of War, the most, only raised a small level. However, the improvement of the first-level cultivation base is really nothing to the current Chu Yan, because Chu Yan has obtained greater gains in the golden light. Moreover, if it wasn't for this, Chu Yan would probably have to raise his cultivation to at least the 3rd level. At this time, in Chu Yan's Sea of Qi, the 8 Gangyuan Ling lakes that were shining with strange lights continued to exude majestic Gangyuan true Qi, which made Chu Yan feel that his strength had increased by at least 5 times. Gangyuan Linghu is an important symbol of the powerhouses of the Huatian realm, and it is also the source of their strength far surpassing those of the true martial realm. However, during the Zoman War, Chu Yan relied on the way of killing to comprehend, and after stepping into the heaven transformation realm in one fell swoop, the 8 cyclones did not convert into Gangyuan Linghu at all. Judging from the current situation, there should be a lack of huge caused by spiritual power. Therefore, when he stepped through the God of War channel, the endless golden light from the channel of the God of War gave him sufficient spiritual support, and also allowed him to condense 8 Yuan lakes in one fell swoop with Zhenqi transformation liquid. Gangyuan, what a powerful force! Chu Yan carefully felt the 8 Yuan lakes in the sea of air, and a gleam of joy appeared on his face. At such a critical moment, if I can true Qi transformation liquid, then my confidence in the next level will be even greater. Swish! 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 At this moment, above the midair, the golden human-shaped phantom suddenly waved his hand, and 3 groups of dazzling golden light fell towards Chu Yan. This is the reward of the Lord of 10,000 Steps. Looking at the 3 heavenly treasures in front of him, Chu Yan's eyes flickered involuntarily. A piece of Huatian Lingbao, on the lavender long knife, there is only the sharp air at the blade's edge, as if the adjacent void is constantly tearing. Above quality. Roar. In the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, Wuhun let out a roar that shook the sky, sending out the thought of devouring to Chu Yan. This Xuanhu actually devoured the Huatian Lingbao. But Chu Yan swept across at the moment, stepped over the 9th grade spirit pattern in the middle, gritted his teeth, and reached out to grab the 3rd strange treasure. Golden tripod. It is the treasure that sect master Xiancher told himself that he must obtain in the 1st level. I struggled to shatter my physical body, on the one hand, to temper my martial arts will, to beat my physical body, and at the same time, to fulfill my promise to sect master Xiancher. Now, this 4-legged golden tripod is finally available. This small golden cauldron is only the size of Chu Yan's palm. The body of the tripod is densely packed with countless obscure ancient spirit patterns, and in the middle of the spirit pattern arch guard, there is a big north character in the middle. On the other side of the tripod, in the middle of the same ancient spirit pattern, there is another big Shen character. North. Shen. This, what do you mean? Chu Yan was stunned, looking at these 2 words, his face was full of doubts. Put it away first, since sect master Xiancher attaches so much importance to it, it must be of great use. Holding a small golden tripod, Chu Yan slowly rose up. At this time all the pressure on the God of War channel has disappeared, and the Rakshasa space cannot be opened above the channel. Therefore, Chu Yan must return to the God of War palace as soon as possible to restore his energy. Swish. The figure flashed, the black streamer passed by, and in the next breath, Chu Yan had already appeared at the gate of the God of War palace. Boss, that's great, I knew you could do it. Big brother, Lord of 10,000 Steps, ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Yan, Dang Dang and Little White Bear immediately surrounded him excitedly and shouted. This God of War channel is very strong, somewhat beyond my expectations, but, fortunately, it really passed. Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, and then waved his big hand, bringing the small golden cauldron that was stared at by countless pairs of fiery eyes into the Rakshasa space, and at the same time, a bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. Wait for me to restore Gangyuan first. I'll tell you later. Chu Yan strode out, walked towards the corner of the God of War palace, prepared to swallow the elixir, and began to adjust his breath. However, just as Chu Yan lifted his foot, a sinister look flashed across Zhou Chen's face in the crowd, and he stepped out of the crowd and announced loudly. The 2nd level of the God of War Terrace, Star Luo chess game, open. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was stunned, and they all looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's feet hanging in the air suddenly froze, turned around slowly, and looked at Zhou Chen in the distance. You deliberately. With a glance, Chu Yan caught Zhou Chen's eyes, and the sinister look immediately frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you courting death? A cold voice sounded, and Chu Yan said lightly. As soon as the words landed, the faces of everyone in the entire hall changed drastically. What? Chu Yan, dare to talk to the deacon of the God of War like this? #C675 Reward against the sky. Chu Yan, you are bold. Qi Tianji jumped up instantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted loudly. Don't think that you are arrogant because you passed the 10,000 steps. Let me tell you, the second pass, you will die. Huh. Chu Yan, I am the deacon of this year's God of War, even if I did it on purpose, what can you do? Zhou Chen looked at Chu Yan with a look of complacency and disdain in his eyes. Moreover, according to his thinking, this is a trivial matter, and later, he has prepared a lot of means to deal with Chu Yan. At this moment, a passage of light curtain suddenly appeared in the middle of the palace of War God. How? You will know. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Qi Tianji and Zhou Chen, turned to Dang Dang and Situ Yang, and said hello. Let's go. Immediately, the three of them stepped into the light gate passage and directly entered the second level, and their figures disappeared on the spot. Chu Yan is now fully aware that Zhou Chen is definitely on the side of the Black Blood Temple, and he has already started targeting himself. Just like the passage of the God of War just now, Chu Yan didn't believe it at all. If the passage of the God of War was so dangerous, Sect Master Shancher would let himself risk his life to get the small golden tripod. In addition, just now, Situ Yang has already told himself through sound transmission that the rules of the Wanbu Lord that Zhou Chen told him are completely different from the rules that other people said. Therefore, the only explanation is that Zhou Chen, using his status as the deacon of the God of War, not only concealed the complete test rules from himself, and lured himself into the path of God of War, but also increased the difficulty of the God of War channel. All of this is for the purpose of losing oneself. As for Zhou Chen and Qi Tianji, Chu Yan had already made up his mind to kill them, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense about him. When the God of War arena was almost broken, it would be fine to kill them directly, and it would be useless to talk more. Chu Yan. Zhou Chen and Qi Tianji saw Chu Yan's figure disappearing into the light gate, their eyes were cold and shining. Turning his head and scanning the crowd, after making contact with Shurdao's dull eyes, he nodded fiercely. Then, 10 young figures walked out of the crowd, followed closely behind Chu Yan, and stepped into the teleportation light gate. Swish! The brilliance flashed in front of my eyes, and the rich golden color disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, what came into view was a black ocean. Above the sky is full of stars, exuding brilliant starlight, endless star brilliance, sprinkled over the entire ocean, reflecting the black sea level, the waves of light. The three of Chu Yan were in front of an island with a radius of 10 miles. In front of them, on the endless sea level, there were tens of thousands of islands scattered here and there. On each island, there is a starlight projected from the sky, covering the entire island. From Chu Yan's point of view, above the entire ocean, it seems that there are 10,000 beams of light connecting the sky and the earth. Roar! 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 Just as Chu Yan was observing the surroundings, suddenly, on the sea level in the distance, black beast shadows jumped out of the sea, making roaring sounds, and the majestic monster power oscillated with the roaring of the beasts. Snapped! 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 That huge beast shadow was not even smaller than the island with a radius of 10 miles. When it jumped into the sea, the splashed water was like jets of water soaring into the sky. It was astonishingly powerful. This is a sea monster, so powerful. Seeing the figure of the sea beast in the distance, Dongdong's little face instantly became serious, and he said in a deep voice. Sea monster. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. Of course, the moment these sea monsters appeared, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scanned them and found that these sea monsters were extremely powerful, and some of the monster powers were completely different from those in the mainland forest. There seems to be an inexplicable connection between them and the surrounding sea water. Chu Yan even has a feeling that if he wants to kill these monsters, it is tantamount to killing this ocean. That's right. Sea monsters are different from mainland monsters. They are different from ordinary monsters and spirit beasts. Their power is different from our spirit caps. However, the most common monsters have the power to transform into heaven. Just now a few heads, I'm afraid they have reached above the heaven-reaching realm. Dingdang explained to Chu Yan carefully. After all, it is obvious that the test of the second level of the God of War terrace is in this sea area, and those sea monsters must be one of the dangers. Moreover, little white bear Dingdang has been following Chu Yan. Of course she knows that Chu Yan has never been in contact with sea monsters. However, in my inheritance memory, these sea monsters are much more powerful than the monsters on the mainland, so Dingdang must remind Chu Yan. Tongtian realm. Chu Yan nodded. Not necessarily, the strength of these sea monsters may have surpassed the sky-reaching realm. Sea monsters are judged by their size, not by their strength. The other end just now is nearly 10 miles long, and I'm afraid it has reached the 9th heaven of the Tongtian realm. It's not far from the venerable realm. Dingdang said. Sea monster, measure strength by size. Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Dingdang, his face full of shock. Because Chu Yan suddenly remembered his Xuanhuan Wuhun, which is exactly the Wuhun of sea monsters and beasts. According to Xuanhuan, its volume can reach the size of thousands of miles, and its strength. You know, it takes only about 10 miles to reach the 9th level of heaven-reaching realm. If it is 1,000 miles away, it may directly surpass the Wuhun realm by far. Swish. 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 At this moment, in the passage of the light gate behind him, figures stepped out of the light gate. In less than a blink of an eye, 10 figures formed a large circle, surrounding Chu Yan. These 10 young warriors all looked dull and expressionless, and even their eyes were somewhat different from ordinary people. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that after scanning his consciousness, Chu Yan discovered that their cultivation was only around the 7th level of the innate realm. This is totally abnormal. One must know that in this God of War platform, even a true martial artist might not be able to pass the God of War channel in the 1st level and reach the 2nd level. And the 10 people in front of them are only at the innate realm. How could they pass the 1st level of the God of War channel? Here. There is a problem. In an instant, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the faint Gangyuanzhenqi on his body diffused, and the 8 spirit lakes in his body turned gently. No, Chu Yan, these 10 people have the spiritual power fluctuations of the spirit array, and they have at least 100 various spirit patterns in their bodies. Behind Situ Yang, the martial soul with blue eyes had risen into the sky, and after sweeping past 10 warriors, with his faint blue eyes, he said anxiously. Spiritual formation. 100 spirit patterns. Chu Yan was stunned for a while, and said. Ordinary warriors carry at most a few spirit patterns with them, and these spirit patterns are all stored in the Jade Talisman. Without the activation of real energy, there will be no power of the spirit patterns, and it is impossible to combine them into a spirit array. But in front of him, Situ Yang, who is a spirit pattern master, actually felt the power of the spirit patterns on them directly, which shows that the nearly 100 spirit patterns on these 10 people are all in a state of motion. This is so unreasonable. Back off. Suddenly, Qi Tianji's figure appeared behind the light gate, and with a low shout, the 10 expressionless young warriors immediately retreated behind Qi Tianji, and their actions were extremely crisp. Behind Qi Tianji, Zhou Chen led nearly 2,000 fighters out of the teleportation gate. Star Luo chess game, get ready to start. In this game, we will reward a piece of Star Sky fruit, which can increase the rank of 1-star martial soul. Zhou Chen's voice fell, and the audience suddenly fell silent. Raise the rank of Wuhun to 1 star. I got stuck today, so the usual regular update time is half an hour behind, but I will catch up. Don't worry, in the book review area, that distressed reader made me feel distressed. What a great reader. Don't worry, trust Chili. Hashtag C676 must get. Hiss. 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 There was a sound of gasping all over the audience, and the faces of all the young warriors were shocked. Raise the martial soul star rank. This is an act against the heavens. This God of War platform actually has such miraculous natural and earthly treasures. It is worthy of the name of the heavenly treasure. You know, the martial soul is destined. This is already a well-known thing in the Haotian continent and the martial soul world. Even a child of a certain age who has not awakened the martial soul knows that before the age of 16, awakening the martial soul star rank, it is doomed and cannot be changed. Except for some extremely rare martial souls that can grow, or the second awakening like Sun Jia, which can increase the rank of the martial soul, others, I have never heard of it, can change the star rank of the martial soul. However, Haotian continent is more than billions of miles away. In the world of Wuhun, since ancient times, hundreds of millions of years ago, all kinds of powerful and supernatural powers are like a drop in the ocean. How can we know everything? Damn, Xing Tianhua can increase the star rank of the martial soul. That's great. Oh my god, this heavenly treasure is too terrifying. I really want it. I have an 8-star martial spirit. If I raise it by 1 star and reach 9 stars, I can become the suzerain's direct disciple. Must grab it. Fight hard. The next moment, the crowd of warriors on the entire island seemed to be blown up. Don't underestimate the star level of this mere 1-star martial soul. You must know that the warriors here are originally the disciples of the Tianjiao disciples of the various forces in the extreme North Continent, and most of them have 8-star martial souls. Star, directly reach the 9-star martial soul. You must know that Qi Tianji, the number 1 genius in extreme North Continent, is the 9-star martial spirit. Are twins. However, in extreme North Continent, even an ordinary 9-star martial spirit can definitely become an elite disciple in any sect. Moreover, the 9-star martial soul is definitely a step up to the sky for the future cultivation and martial arts achievements of the warriors. In the crowd, Qi Tianji's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his eyes were full of greed. His 2 9-star martial spirits now. If you get the star fruit and upgrade one of them to 10 stars, then. Not to mention in extreme North Continent, even among the top sects in Zhongtian Continent, he will be like a proud existence. Martial soul raised by 1 star. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Chu Yan immediately thought of his blue martial soul. In the Star Valley, the soul-addicted needle in his body was poisonous, dispelling those black poisonous clouds. Just now on the channel of the God of War, when his physical body was about to shatter, the Qinglong martial soul, which was already extremely weak, broke out again and tried his best to heal his physical body and turn death into life. But also because of this, the innate spirit of the Qinglong Wuhun was completely consumed and turned into an ordinary bluestone. The power of the Wuhun was cut off. We must get this star fruit to save the Azure Dragon martial soul. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, the breath in his whole body continued to rise, and the fighting spirit in his chest surged like a tide. Xinglua chess game. There are 10,000 Xinglua islands in total. On each island, there is a martial spirit altar. Inside the altar, there is an 8-star or 9-star martial spirit trapped. Anyone who can defeat the martial spirit in the altar will obtain the spirit. The one with more stones is the final winner. Zhou Chen glanced across the audience, paused for a moment on Chu Yan, flashed a grim smile, and then announced loudly, "Soul Stone." Hearing that there was a Soul Stone reward in the altar, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. This Soul Stone is a good thing. Now that the Qi of the 5 elements is exhausted, I can only replenish it with Soul Stones, but I don't have a single Soul Stone in stock, so I just take this opportunity to collect more Soul Stones for tempering. Refining the Qi of the 5 elements. As for defeating the 8-star and 9-star martial souls in those altars, Chu Yan didn't care at all. I have 4 divine beast spirits in my body, no matter if they are natural spirits, beast spirits, or tool spirits, as long as they are not more than 10-star spirits, there is almost no threat to me. However, when the nearly 3,000 Tianjiao people around heard Zhou Chen's words, their faces changed, and their faces were full of solemnity. You know, their warriors are all around 8 stars, and it is as difficult as going to the sky to deal with martial souls of the same star rank. Martial spirits have extremely weak attack power against human warriors. This should be because the arena of gods of war was set up not to lose Tianjiao. But, on the other hand, it is extremely difficult for these warriors to defeat these 8-star and 9-star martial spirits, especially here with 10,000 martial souls of no type. It is inevitable that you will encounter some martial souls that are restrained by the 5 elements. In that case, it will be even more difficult to defeat. Moreover, even if they could defeat some, 10,000 martial spirits would not be able to withstand the consumption of true energy alone. In this round, only those who have defeated more than 10 spirits are eligible to enter the 3rd stage. Start now. The time limit is 3 hours. Zhou Chen shouted loudly. After saying that, Zhou Chen flipped his hand, a map appeared in his hand, he threw it to Qi Tianji. Qi Tianji caught the map, glanced at it, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face, because on the map, there were detailed records on the 10,000 islands, and in each altar, the star level of the martial soul, the attributes of the 5 elements, and strengths and weaknesses. With this picture, plus his own twin martial soul, Qi Tianji, he is absolutely sure that he can get more soul stones than Chu Yan. Because, long before he entered the God of War arena, Qi Tianji brought 1,000 bottles of elixir to restore true energy from the Qi family and the Black Blood Temple in the extreme north, absolutely preventing him from raiding more than 2,000 islands. Among the 2,000 islands, among the previous war god arenas, the best result in the millennium is only 360. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, I will take the 1st place in this level. At that time, I have a 10-star martial soul and a 9-star martial soul. You are only 10-star and 6-star martial souls. How can you fight with me? Qi Tian laughed out loud, looking at Chu Yan with complacency and teasing. Behind him, there are 1,000 Tianjiao of the Black Blood Temple, also sneering endlessly. According to the plan of the Black Blood Temple, even if Qi Tianji is really less than Chu Yan, they, 1,000 geniuses, will hand over the soul stone in their hands to Qi Tianji. In this way, with the strength of thousands of people, a Chu Yan inflammation, there is absolutely no possibility of winning. Facing Qi Tianji and Qiandao's sneering eyes behind him, Chu Yan frowned slightly, but looked at Zhou Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this Zhou Chen would be so bold, cheating in front of everyone, directly providing the map, and helping Qi Tianji so obviously and blatantly. Idiot! Chu Yan sneered, and didn't even bother to pay attention to Qi Tianji. He turned around directly, and with a flash of his figure, he had already swept towards the 1st island not far away. Stepping into the star mask, an altar appeared in front of Chu Yan, and 10 soul stones were placed on the altar. At the same time, on the top of the altar, a wolf-shaped martial soul, with green eyes shining, slowly stared at Chu Yan. #C677 Netherworld Fire Wolf. Above its head, there are 8 red stars, dazzling. 8-star fire-type beast spirit, Yuyan Wolf. Call. Before Chu Yan could see clearly the appearance of this fire-type 8-star wolf martial soul, the wolf martial soul opened its mouth wide, and a ball of white flame spewed out, and rolled towards Chu Yan. Nether earth fire, a type of karmic fire, the white flame rushes out, exuding a biting cold air, but burns everything into nothingness. Seeing the cold white fire coming, Chu Yan sneered and stood still. Call. The flames instantly enveloped Chu Yan's body completely, turning it into a huge white fireball, which sizzled and sizzled. On the altar, the 8-star wolf spirit, a pair of green eyes, flashed a trace of blood and pride. Possessing nether earth fire, its attack power is considered to be the top existence among ordinary 8-star martial souls. Although the power of the martial soul has very little effect on warriors, less than 3 out of 10, it believes that this group of flames under the circumstances, at least the human being in front of him can be burned into a black man. What? Before the 8-star wolf martial soul let out a victorious wolf howl, the triumphant look on its face suddenly trembled, the wolf's head flicked, and it looked shocked at the white ball of fire in front of it. In the flames, a black robe was flying in the white flames. Under the contrast of black and white, the black robe figure strode out of the flames. While he was walking, a large white fire wave, like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea, swirled and poured into the body of the black-robed human being. But in the blink of an eye, a mass of white fire 4 to 5 feet high was absorbed by this human being. How is this possible? The face of the 8-star wolf Wuhun was full of horror, the green wolf eyes were wide open and trembling violently. Playing with fire with me. Hee. At the same time as the palpitating sneer sounded, behind the human beings, a mass of red figures, holding 9 colorful tail feathers, pierced through the air. In an instant, the entire small island with a radius of 3 miles, the sky and the earth became one piece. Red world. Chirp. Amidst the resounding screams, a group of red fire tornadoes, like 2 giant flame dragons, roared and rushed towards the wolf martial soul. It was just a collision, and the white wolf martial soul figure was instantly burned into a fiery red color. It turned into a huge fireball and burned violently. Suzaku Emperor Hua, Lord of 10,000 Fires. The Fire Emperor is majestic and cannot be desecrated. Wow! Amidst the shrill screams, the phantom of the wolf spirit quickly melted away like snowflakes. This 8-star wolf martial soul couldn't believe it until it died, that the fire-type martial soul, which is the nether earth fire, was burned to death by the flames. Swish! With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, 10 soul stones on the altar were summoned into his hands. One altar has 10 soul stones, so if there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes instantly brightened, like the light of 2 stars. Speed up. After muttering, Chu Yan's body turned into a black streamer. It disappeared on the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already on the next island. And on the small island where Chu Yan left, the thick pillar of starlight that went straight to the sky and the earth was instantly extinguished. At the same time, Zhou Chen's figure appeared outside the arena of God. On the large yellow sand sea, there are all kinds of eyes waiting for the big forces, including Mo Gu of the Black Blood Temple, the Lord of Jinyang, and Qin Ruolian, Jian Taishan and Song Lang from the 3 sects of the Zhongtian continent. Lord Xianshi and Lord Long Yuan, including the 4 peak masters, all looked at Zhou Chen in unison. Just now, at the request of Daoist Jinyang, Mo Gu of the Black Blood Temple used the communication jade talisman prepared in advance to send a sound transmission to Zhou Chen, asking him to report the battle situation in the God of War terrace. Hearing the master's call, Zhou Chen dared to be negligent, and quickly used the special power of the deacon of the God of War terrace to teleport it from the 2nd level of the God of War terrace, and appeared outside the God of War terrace in front of the various forces. As soon as he appeared, he waved his hand, and after a large golden brilliance flashed, a light curtain appeared. There are nearly 3,000 names on this light curtain, but with just one flash, the 3,000 names become 2,000. These names are exactly all the arrogant warriors who are going through the second stage of the God of War platform, the Xinglua chess game. And the more than 1,000 names that just disappeared were exactly the more than 1,000 Tianjiao who were eliminated in less than 3 breaths of time. It can be seen from this that the second stage of the God of War terrace is so difficult that it has reached a terrifying level. However, the bosses of the Black Blood Temple and the 2 Holy Lands obviously don't care about this, and their eyes are all looking towards the top few names on the list. The one ranked first is Qi Tianji. After his name, the number 33 is extremely conspicuous, because Situ Yang, who is ranked second, only has the number 14 after his name. The difference between the two has more than doubled. From this point of view, the strength of Qi Tianji is extremely terrifying. Oh my god, Qi Tian is so powerful. This second level has just started for a short while, and he has taken down 33 altars. Damn, this is impossible, there is definitely a problem. Nonsense, you didn't see that Zhou Chen. Before being elected as the deacon of the God of War, the entire Ziyuan sect stood with the Black Blood Temple. From this point of view, after Qi Tianji wins the second level, after obtaining the star fruit, with a 10-star and 9-star martial spirit, and a God of War statue, he is probably invincible. Of course, the level of God of War is a test of talent. If Qi Tianji raises one of the 2 9-star martial arts to 10-star, then his talent may be the first in hundreds of years. Among the crowd in all directions, bigwigs from all sides were talking about it. Although they did not enter the God of War arena, they analyzed the matter just by looking at the light curtain, because before they became leaders of various forces, many people had participated in the battle of the God of War arena as the arrogants. Therefore, I am extremely clear about the various tests and details. Following the discussion and astonishment, everyone turned their heads and looked at Mogu from the Black Blood Temple. Seeing this scene, Mogu looked at Qi Tianji, who was ranked number 1 on the light screen, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, evoking a smile. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Zhou Chen, nodded with a light smile. Zhou Chen saw Mogu, who was the sub-hallmaster of the Black Blood Temple, nodded to himself, immediately smiled coquettishly, nodded and bowed quickly, with a slave look on his face. Originally, his Ziyuanzong, even after being merged into the Black Blood Temple, has been ignored because the sect's strength is not strong, but he didn't expect that this time, his luck was against the sky, and he actually got the God of War order, became the deacon of this year's God of War platform. Therefore, of course Zhou Chen should take advantage of this opportunity to please Mogu, and strive for a chance to stand out in the Black Blood Temple in the future. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed, and the corners of their eyes twitched. At first, they were only skeptical, but now seeing Zhou Chen treat Mogu like a slave, everyone instantly understood that this time, Qi Tianji had Zhou Chenming's secret support and won the first place in the God of War arena. Foregone conclusion. Sect Master Xianshi and Sect Master Long Yuan looked at each other, their faces sank, and their brows were slightly frowned. Under such a situation, if Chu Yan wants to win the first place, the chance must be slim. Thinking of this, the hearts of the 2 great holy masters and the 4 great peak masters felt cold at the same time, and a look of disappointment flashed across their faces. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In mid-air, on the huge light curtain, names one by one suddenly rioted like a fountain, rising rapidly. This sudden change, like a bolt from the blue, made everyone's faces tremble. Oh my god, that's Dang Dang of Longyuan Holy Land, why did she rush to 20 seats all of a sudden? No, look quickly, there is also Situ Yang, who has been promoted faster, and has already reached 32 seats. Fuck, what's going on, how did it become so fast all of a sudden? Look, Chu Yan, my god. #C678 counterattack begins. When the light curtain flickered, the audience screamed, and everyone's complexion changed drastically, and they all turned their heads to look at the light curtain in midair. Seeing this, everyone's eyeballs protruded, their pupils shrank sharply, their hearts were all raised to their eyes, and even their breathing became short of breath. In less than 100 breaths, the number 1 name on the light curtain changed. In the God of War terrace, in the endless Black Sea, there are thousands of islands. The beams of star light connecting the sky are constantly going out, the speed is astonishing. Chu Yan's figure, like a black ghost, flickered back and forth among the islands, and the first island stayed for no more than 3 breaths at most. In every altar of Xingdao, there are not necessarily soul stones, but there are also some rare natural materials and earth treasures, and primordial stones and other resources. In less than half an hour, Chu Yan had swept away more than 300 islands. Moreover, as he got more and more resources such as soul stones, primordial stones, and spiritual grass, Chu Yan's eyes became more and more red. More than 2,000 soul stones, millions of yuan stones, plus 10 high-grade spiritual grasses on the ground floor, and a low-grade spirit sword that transforms the sky, these things deeply stimulated Chu Yan. Especially the heaven-transforming realm spirit sword, which is of extremely strong quality, just what Chu Yanji needed urgently. You must know that Chu Yan's Haoyan sword now possesses the spirit of the weapon, can travel through the void, and kill people invisible. Therefore, when Chu Yan is fighting, he needs a high-grade spiritual sword similar in appearance to the Haoyan sword as the Haoyan sword. The cover of the sword. Of course, Chu Yan also has a spirit sword that can be used as a weapon when the Haoyan sword hides into the void and kills people with flying swords, which is definitely a surprise. But the altar where the heaven-transforming spirit sword is located, and the snow-white sword Wuhun, caused some troubles for Chu Yan. In front of the white tiger divine animal spirit, the 9-star sword spirit was not suppressed by the white tiger spirit at all because it was a weapon spirit, and even fought crackling with the white tiger spirit. In the end, Chu Yan summoned all 4 martial spirits. Unexpectedly, it was Xuanhuan who suppressed this 9-star best weapon martial spirit. Although, the spirit sword Wuhun finally succumbed to the Xuanhuan, and also contributed a heaven transformation realm spirit sword to Chu Yan, but it also consumed Chu Yan's nearly 100 breaths of time. However, during this time, Chu Yan also used his powerful spiritual consciousness to search all the tens of thousands of star islands, and shared all the information about altars on all star islands with Situ Yang and Dangdang. The altar information detected by Chu Yan's spiritual sense is hundreds of times stronger than the map in Qi Tianji's hand. After receiving the information, Dangdang and Situ Yang were overjoyed, and the speed of the sweeping made Qi Tianji almost spit out his shit. Situ Yang is alright, but with a peculiar spirit pattern, he only selects the altar of natural martial arts. Every martial soul, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, is attracted by Situ Yang's blue sky and white eyes martial soul. Suppressed by the might. And that Dangdang is simply a violent maniac. She transformed into a giant purple bear with a height of 70 to 80 feet. Wherever she passed, any beast spirit on Star Island would be smashed into powder with one palm, and the other bear paw scroll to the soul stone and other resources on the altar, and leave. Ziluo Tianxiong's bloodline of the Demon Emperor, coupled with the spirit seal of the demon clan left by Tsang Lei Dao, any 8-star or ordinary 9-star beast martial soul, in front of her, can only tremble. Compared with Situ Yang, Dongdong's speed is obviously much faster than him, who has to turn his hands and make a few handprints to suppress those altar spirits. But for the two of them, compared to Chu Yan's speed, they are insignificant. Chu Yan's whole body is like a black streamer. From a distance, it seems that Chu Yan just stepped on those star islands, and the pillars of starlight on those star islands would automatically go out. Chu Yan's performance in this Xinglua chess game caused nearly 1,000 bigwigs from various forces outside the God of War to open their mouths in shock and drop their jaws all over the place. Mo Gu of the Black Blood Temple, the Taoist master of Jinyang, the representative disciples of the three sects of the Zhongtian continent, Zhou Chen, the deacon of the God of War Terrace, and even the two great holy masters and the four great peak masters, all of them were shocked. All the bosses are all stupid, they can't believe the rapidly changing rankings on the light screen. Especially Xianshi and Long Yuan, the two holy masters, and the four peak masters, behind them. Just now, I was still worried that Chu Yan would be suppressed by Qi Tianji because of Zhou Chen's relationship with the Black Blood Temple in the second level of the God of War platform. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, Chu Yan threw away Qi Tianji, who was ranked number 1 in Yuanben, by a distance of several mountains. Moreover, the speed at which the number behind Chu Yan's name changes, the distance is still increasing. 400 seats. Oh my god, more than 400 seats have already broken the century-old record. Breaking the record. Record S. Look at the speed at which the number jumps. The 100-year record is nothing. I'm afraid the 1,000-year record can't be kept. Fuck, how did Chu Yan do it? Although the altar martial spirits are not strong in attack power, they are powerful and not so easy to kill. You forgot, Chu Yan is a 10-star Big Bird martial soul. However, there are not only beast spirits, weapon spirits, natural spirits, and mutated spirits on Wanqing Island, there are many of them. In front of the arena of God, a polarized situation has formed, like half flame and half ice and snow. The bigwigs of ordinary sect forces never thought that their sect's Tianjiao would be able to break through the third level, so they watched the excitement one by one, and they were very excited, discussing loudly. On the other side, in the camp of the Black Blood Temple, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's face was like a black pot bottom, extremely difficult to see. Especially Mogu, with a face so dark that ink drips out, his cold eyes staring intently into the air, Zhou Chen with his mouth wide open and a dull face, those eyes can delay Zhou Chen 100 times. Zhou Chen, who was slowly recovering from the shock, glanced at Mogu subconsciously, and suddenly, a gust of icy cold air rushed straight from the soles of his feet to his whole body, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. How is this possible? Zhou Chen's face was ashen, and he was so frightened that the hairs all over his body exploded. The conscience of heaven and earth. He had already handed over the distribution map of the altars of the entire Xingdao to Qi Tianji, so he had to go up and help Qi Tianji collect the altars by himself. However, of course he knows that Mogu doesn't care what you do, as long as he wins. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's whole body trembled, and he quickly dodged to return to the God of War altar, ready to implement the next plan. Anyway, no matter what, Chu Yan must not be allowed to win. Compared to Zhou Chen, Qi Tianji in the Star Luo chess game was equally depressed as him. He looked at the light curtain in the sky, and Chu Yan had almost doubled the gap with him. At this moment, he wanted to die. Holding the map provided by Zhou Chen in his hand, he only picked out weak martial souls, and almost never encountered a difficult martial soul, but even so, compared with Chu Yan, he couldn't even compare with Chu Yan. He looked at Chu Yan, and saw the black streamer-like figure sweeping past, like a tornado. Wherever he passed, there was no grass growing, and when the altar appeared, it was empty. By now, his intestines are turning green with regret. If he had known this, he shouldn't have stopped the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards from besieging and killing Chu Yan just now, otherwise, this situation would not have become like this now. At that time, he was only worried about the will of the God of War Terrace, and would find that he was interfering with the fair competition of the God of War Terrace, so he shot and killed himself. This kind of thing has also happened in the previous battle of the God of War. Some of those Tianjiao who tried to kill or assassinate their opponents were discovered by the will of the God of War, directly suppressed, and annihilated into nothingness, leaving no scum behind. Who would have thought that the momentary hesitation would cause Chu Yan to soar into the sky? Now, it is almost impossible for him to catch up with Chu Yan. Humph. Chu Yan. You forced me to. A sinister look appeared in Qi Tianji's eyes. Qi Tianji, who was full of ferocity, had made up his mind that he must get rid of Chu Yan as soon as possible, otherwise, he might not have a chance. For this reason, even at the risk of being discovered by the God of War Terrace, I will not hesitate. #C679, who is the saint? In any case, you must get rid of Chu Yan as soon as possible, otherwise you will never be able to beat Chu Yan in the second level, even if it is the third level that Qi Tianji is most confident in, the talent test of the stone statue of the God of War. You will start to feel a little guilty. Chu Yan really gave him too much fright. Whether it was the big bosses outside the God of War Terrace, or Qi Tianji inside the God of War Terrace, their shock and horror did not have the slightest impact on the progress of the second level of the God of War Terrace. With the passage of time, the second level of the God of War Terrace has been going on for almost an hour and a half. In the case of more than half of the time, the number of altars that Chu Yan has swept up so far has reached 1,300, ranking first. Behind him, the second place is of course not Qi Tianji, but Dingdang. Dingdang has mopped up more than 700 altars, followed by Situyang, with more than 600 altars. Although Situyang and Dingdang are much worse than Chu Yan, they are still better than Qi Tianji. With the help of Chu Yan's spiritual information, the two were much faster than Qi Tianji, who was holding a map. But to Chu Yan's surprise, there was another Tianjiao, called Xing, who was even on par with Qi Tian. The battle for the fourth place between the two was constantly changing, and the number of altars they swept was extremely close. Another half an hour later, this holy finally exploded, throwing Qi Tianji away in one fell swoop, widening the gap between nearly 50 altars, and stabilizing the fourth place. At this point, there is still an hour before the end of the second test. However, at this moment, Zhou Chen, the deacon of the God of War Terrace, and all the bosses of the Black Blood Temple outside the God of War Terrace, were all dumbfounded. They cultivated with all their might. Qi Tianji, who had placed high hopes on him, only ranked 5th in the second stage of the God of War Terrace. How is this possible? You know, before the opening of the God of War Terrace, Qi Tianji was recognized as the #1 genius in Extreme North Continent. But now, it's only ranked 5th. This group of Chu Yan and others in front of him are so against the sky. Outside the God of War. Zhou Chen, get out. Mogu, the branch master of the Black Blood Temple, who endured for 2 hours, finally erupted like a volcano. With a violent roar, the void around the arena of God trembled continuously, as if being struck by a blast of thunder. Swish! Almost at the moment when Mogu's roar sounded, Zhou Chen's figure appeared immediately. When Zhou Chen saw Mogu's liver-colored face and the violent blood-red aura around him, his legs trembled like chaff in fright. Show people the scene inside the God of War Terrace. Immediately. Seeing Zhou Chen's appearance, Mogu's face was ice-cold, and he shouted violently. Yes. Palace Master, I will show it right away. Zhou Chen's face was pale, and he nodded and bowed in agreement. At the same time, he quickly waved his hand and sprinkled a large piece of golden brilliance in midair. As the golden brilliance spread out, the scene of the Star Luo chess game in the Arena of Gods all turned into a light curtain and appeared. Through this golden light curtain, everyone outside the Arena of God can see the situation inside the Arena of God of War. This light curtain is seen from a mid-air perspective, so almost all the 10,000 islands in the entire Star Luo chess game are displayed. At this time, nearly half of the tens of thousands of star islands have been extinguished, and the number of remaining star island altars is only over 4,000. Everyone in the audience looked excitedly and nervously at the light curtain in mid-air. Among them, the most nervous ones were the big bosses of the Black Blood Temple, and the 2 holy masters. However, at a glance, everyone's expression was startled at the same time, and even Daoist Jin Yang, who was originally indifferent, changed his expression. On the faces of all the people in the audience, one after another expressions of horror continued to rise. Oh my God! Looking at the situation in the light curtain, the originally silent scene suddenly became an uproar. Fuck! Look at that black afterimage, that's Chu Yan. Oh my God, why did the pillars of light on those star islands go out as soon as Chu Yan stepped on the mask of those star islands? It's too scary. It takes less than one breath for an altar. It seems that the time for him to move is longer than the time for destroying those paying spirits. Look at Qi Tianji, ha ha ha, compared to Chu Yan, he is as fast as a tortoise. Pfft. Shut up, you're looking for death. People from the Black Blood Temple are watching over there. Damn, look at that gray-robed figure, he seems to be that sage, so fast, even faster than Qi Tianji. Genius, a genius among absolute geniuses. The sound of noise, like a tide, resounded through the entire sky. Now, everyone has seen this situation in the God of War arena with their own eyes, and finally completely believes in the authenticity of those rankings just now. However, what shocked them was that Qi Tianji, who was known as the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, was not only absolutely suppressed by Chu Yan, but also surpassed by the other three. This is unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. It was the sect master Lan Yuan, who saw Chu Yan, Dang Dang, and Situ Yang in the God of War platform, the top three, all of them were two saints, he couldn't help laughing loudly under excitement. At the same time, just as sect master Lan Yuan was laughing wantonly, in the Black Blood Temple camp, the faces of Mogu and Daoist Jinyang turned ashen. They didn't expect that Qi Tianji not only lost miserably to Chu Yan, but also couldn't even enter the top three. This is because Zhou Chen gave him the Star Luo chess game map. Without that map, wouldn't this Qi Tianji not even be in the top 10? Humph. Daoist Jinyang turned purple with anger, glanced at Mogu and the head of the Qi family, and snorted heavily. However, he looked at the light curtain, swept across, and saw 10 familiar figures. Then, his face relaxed a little, and a voice of divine scent shot at Zhou Chen, and a cruel look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Smile. These 10 figures are the Jinyang Daowei of their Jinyang Daozong. As long as they are there, Jinyang Daoist believes that the final result can be changed at any time. Not only Daoist Jinyang, but also Mogu, several big bosses sent sound transmissions to Zhou Chen's spiritual sense. And the content of the sound transmission is almost exactly the same. Before the end of the second level of the God of War Terrace, let's attack together and kill Chu Yan. At the same time, Zhou Chen received several voice transmissions from the big bosses, his whole body trembled in fright, he quickly dodged, returned to the God of War bar, and started to set up the layout, and at the same time conveyed the big boss's orders to Qi Tianji. As Zhou Chen returned to the arena of God of War, he and Qi Tianji began to communicate with each other frequently, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The second stage of the God of War Terrace, the limited test time of the Xinglua chess game, has entered the countdown. A moment later, when the time returned to 0, beams of golden light flashed on nearly 10,000 islands at the same time, sending all the warriors who were not eliminated back to the starting point. At this time, there are less than 1,500 remaining Tianjiao warriors, and among them, nearly 80% are from the Black Blood Temple. However, when the numbers on the ranking light curtain in midair were completely frozen, the 1,500 arrogances looked at the light curtain in the sky, and the corners of their eyes all twitched. #C680 Jinding. At this time, in the light curtain, all the results of Tianjiao have been displayed. Chu Yan, 4,135 altars. Dang Dang, High Priest, 1,461 altars. Situ Yang, 1,026 altars. Holy, 977 altars. Qi Tianji, 794 seats to pay. The top 5 Tianjiao destroyed a total of 8,393 altars, 10,000 altars, leaving less than 2,000 altars. With such achievements, everyone believes that even if they are given another half an hour, there may not be one of the 10,000 altars in the second level of the Star Luo chess game on the arena of war, and all altar rewards will definitely be packaged by them. Go, nothing left. And the most horrifying thing is that Chu Yan, who ranked first, even wiped out 4,000 altars by himself, almost accounting for half of the 10,000 altars. Moreover, his performance alone was almost equal to the sum of the other top 4. This is terrifying to the point of horror. Although they already knew that Chu Yan was an evildoer, this was too evil. Not to mention that Chu Yan will be rewarded with the star fruit for his first grade, but the rewards from more than 4,000 altars alone are probably already an astronomical sum. Outside the arena, everyone looked at the sky, the data frozen on the light curtain, and there was silence. That silence. I'm afraid you can even hear the rustling of a leaf drifting by. Regarding the result ranking of the second stage of the God of War Terrace, everyone was shocked and speechless, and there was a huge wave in their hearts. Especially when they saw the number 1 name and the dazzling numbers behind it, everyone's faces began to twitch involuntarily. You must know that the God of War Terrace has had only more than 300 seats in the second round for hundreds of years. But this time, 5 people broke this record, and the number 1 ranked Chu Yan, with more than 4,100 seats, is more than 10 times that bullshit record. This record has bullshit meaning. Could it be that the difficulty of this God of War platform has been greatly reduced? That's why there are such terrifying results. All kinds of guesses in everyone's minds were just guesses, because the next moment, they saw that there were less than 1,500 Tianjiao left in the God of War bar, and this elimination rate was almost the same as the previous ones. Therefore, what is certain is that the difficulty of the second level of the God of War Terrace has not changed much compared to the previous ones. And what really changed, of course, was the reason of Chu Yan, Dang, Situ Yang, Sheng and Qi Tianji, these monstrous geniuses. Ha ha ha. With a smile on Situ Yang's face, he laughed out loud with great excitement. His heart was beating endlessly, and his face was flushed with the harvest this time. Like him, Dang also had a smile on his face. From time to time, he dug out a few high-level spiritual treasures from the jade charms in his storage, and played with them carefully. This time, with Chu Yan's divine sense message, coupled with Dongdong's violent raids, among the 10,000 altars, most of the higher-level reward altars were swept away by her alone. Among the 5, only Dang was specially selected for reward altars of high-level spiritual soldiers and natural materials and earth treasures. The others, based on the principle of proximity and end time, wanted to increase the number of their altars as much as possible. In this way, among the 10,000 altars, 80% of the high-level treasure rewards fell into Dongdong's hands. As for Qi Tianji, although there were quite a few broken altars, almost all of them were rewarded with primordial stones and soul stones. Regarding this, Qi Tianji felt aggrieved, like a volcano that would explode in an instant. Qi Tianji, whose whole face was twisted into a ball, looked at Chu Yan and the others who were all smiling. His teeth were clenched, and the veins on his face were constantly beating, wriggling like blue earthworms. At this time, Chu Yan directly chose to ignore Qi Tianji's cannibalistic gaze, and he looked not far away at the young man wearing a mask and a grey robe. This person is the mysterious boy ranked 4th. Holy! Following Chu Yan's gaze, Dang and Situ Yang also put away their lingbao one after another, and looked at Sheng curiously, their faces and eyes full of doubts. The masked saint turned his head slowly, and met Chu Yan's gaze. His piercing eyes made Chu Yan feel familiar. I definitely know this person. Chu Yan frowned, with a smile on his face, and said to Sheng. Chu Yan, your excellency is. Hearing this, there was a gleam of joking light in Sheng's eyes, and then he slowly raised his hand and stretched out the mask on his face. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, a familiar face that Chu Yan could no longer be familiar with appeared in front of him. Xinxingjie. Chu Yan was stunned and exclaimed. Brother Chu, that's right, it's me. Xinxingjie smiled lightly, strode out, walked to Chu Yan's side, and said with a smile on his face. Haha, brother Shin. When Situyong saw Xinxingjie, he laughed out loud and greeted him. Dingdang on the other side was stunned, and his little brows immediately frowned. She has known Xinxingjie longer than Situyong, so she naturally knows that Xinxingjie has a very good relationship with Chu Yan, and usually takes care of Chu Yan a lot. Even the 8 animal skin pictures of Tsang Lei Dao Xinxingjie helped to collect it. However, Dingdang naturally knew that because Xinxingjie had not awakened his martial soul, although his physical strength was not weak, he had just stepped into the Xiantian realm not long ago. It stands to reason that with Xinxingjie's strength, even if he participated in the God of War arena, he might not be able to pass the first level of the God of War arena. Moreover, in the second level just now, Xinxingjie even surpassed Qi Tianji and ranked 4th, which surprised Dingdang. Not only Dingdang, but Chu Yan was also full of doubts at this time. He looked at Xinxingjie, pondered for a while, and a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness gushed out to Xinxingjie. Xingjie, your strength. After receiving the sound transmission from Chu Yan's consciousness, Xinxingjie smiled faintly, and said through the sound transmission. Brother Chu, a few days ago, when my physical strength broke through the innate realm, I used my family's secret method to awaken my martial soul. However, my awakened martial soul is not complete. According to Sect Master Xuanchu's plan, I can only follow you enter the God of War arena, hoping to gather all my martial souls. Your martial soul. Incomplete. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right, now, I should tell you the truth. Actually, Sect Master Xuanchu is not Sect Master Xuanchu. What do you mean? Actually, Sect Master Xuanchu is my father, who you have known a long time ago, Pavilion Master Shen of Dishuan Pavilion. What? Sect Master Xuanchu is Pavilion Master Shen. Chu Yan's eyes trembled, and all the colors of astonishment appeared on his face. That's right, and this time, the little golden cauldron that my father asked you to fight for in the first level is exactly the part that my incomplete martial spirit lacks. However, my father never expected that Zhouchen would actually put the difficulty of the God of War passage has been increased by 3 times, and Brother Chu almost had an accident. On behalf of my father, I apologize for this. Speaking of this, Xinxingjie actually bent down and bowed deeply to Chu Yan. It doesn't have to be like this, between you brothers. Chu Yan waved his hand, lifted Xinxingjie up, shook his head and smiled. According to Chu Yan's personality, since he was entrusted by others and agreed to the other party, no matter how dangerous it is, he will do his best to do it. Moreover, now that he heard that the small golden cauldron was so important to Xinxingjie, he couldn't help but feel happy. You know, since I knew Xinxingjie, he has helped me a lot, and the friendship between the two is extremely deep, so Chu Yan is also very happy to help Xinxingjie this time. This small golden tripod is here for you. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan summoned the small cauldron exuding faint golden light from the Rakshasa space, and handed it to Xinxingjie. At this time, Chu Yan finally understood what the big word Shin on the small golden tripod meant. Therefore, this small golden tripod rare treasure, I am afraid that even if anyone other than the Shin family gets it, it will not be of much use. Thank you. Brother Chu. After receiving the small cauldron, Xinxingjie's face was full of excitement. At the same time, golden streamers overflowed from his body. As soon as he touched the small cauldron in his hand, it turned into a dazzling golden light. The next moment, the small golden cauldron turned into a beam of light, shot into the center of Xinxingjie's eyebrows, and disappeared in a flash. Not good. My martial spirit is going to be awakened for the second time. Xinjie's face turned serious, and he said in surprise. It's okay, just practice, I'll help you protect the law. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. Thank you, Chuda. Before he finished speaking, a wave of golden streamer like water ripples gushed out of Xinjie's body, wrapping him up completely. Xinjie didn't dare to neglect, so he quickly sat cross-legged, keeping his mind firmly, and sank into the place where the martial soul was awakened for the second time. Middle. Almost at the moment when Xinjie sat cross-legged, a murderous roar suddenly exploded. Jinyang Daowei listened to the order and immediately acted to kill Chu Yan. Qi Tianji's face was full of anger, and while he raised his finger to Chu Yan, behind him, 10 figures flew away and rushed in front of Chu Yan. These 10 people are the ones whose strength is comparable to the first level of the heaven-reaching realm, Golden Yang Daowei. Qi Tianji. Do you want to die? His eyes swept over the 10 expressionless young warriors in front of him, and finally fell on Qi Tianji's face. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice was like ice. Boom. 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 Before Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards in front of him erupted suddenly, and 10 majestic demonic aura shot up into the sky. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are the one who is going to die. Qi Tianji laughed loudly, and the depression on his face was swept away. Monster Qi. Heaven-reaching realm, level 1 cultivation base. Chu Yan looked at the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards in front of him, his face froze, and his brows frowned. No, Brother Chu, they are puppets of the spirit array. Situ Yang's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously. #C681 shit rules. In all directions, the Tianjiao warriors of various forces, seeing this scene, all of them changed their expressions greatly, and they all avoided it. Everyone looked at the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards surrounding Chu Yan, and felt the terrifying demon power erupting from them, and their hearts were shocked. They never expected that the people of the Black Blood Temple would be so powerful. In order to let Qi Tianji win the first place and kill Chu Yan, they even used the means of Tong Tian, and sent 10 warriors of the heaven-reaching realm to come in without the restriction of the God of War Terrace. One must know that the God of War Terrace is expressly forbidden to enter the heaven-reaching realm. Could it be that they are not afraid of the will of the God of War Terrace to suppress and kill them all? Then, everyone turned pale, and looked at Chu Yan, who was surrounded in the middle, with a trace of regret and sympathy on their faces. Chu Yan just won the first place in the second level of the God of War Terrace. He was about to get the star fruit, but he didn't expect that he would lose it soon. What a pity! How could such a proud person die in the assassination of the Black Blood Temple? How could it not be a pity? At the same time, everyone was terrified of the power of the Black Blood Temple. Outside the God of War, the faces of the 2 holy masters seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and there was a sharp murderous look in the eyes of Mogu. Damn it, Mogu, are you still shameless? Sect Master Long Yuan blushed with anger, and cursed at Mogu, who was grinning. Although, when Chu Yan entered the God of War platform this time, the 2 holy masters also guessed that the Black Blood Temple would definitely attack Chu Yan, but, according to their guess, and the God of War platform restricted the entry of warriors below the heavenly realm. Therefore, the 2 holy masters knew Chu Yan's combat power. During the Zonman battle, Chu Yan killed dozens of Tianjiao with one sword, and his combat power was astonishing. To know Tianjiao under the age of 20, who can reach the realm of transforming heaven, is not a Chinese cabbage. Such a talented Tianjiao, it is estimated that the Black Blood Temple will not be willing to use it to fight against Chu Yan. It is estimated that at most it depends on the number of people besiege Chu Yan. But Chu Yan has the vermilion bird martial soul, and what he is most afraid of is the siege of warriors who are lower than his own cultivation level. Therefore, the two holy masters were extremely relieved at first, but they never imagined that this time, the Black Blood Temple would actually do something. A strong lineup of 10 heaven-reaching realm and first-level cultivation bases came out. No, these 10 warriors are puppets of Taoism. Sect Master Shancher has been looking at the light curtain in midair, his eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. There shouldn't be a small gap between their combat power and the real martial souls of the heaven-reaching realm. After saying that, Sect Master Shancher looked at Daoist Jin Yang behind him. Ogu, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, that's right, their combat strength is a little worse than ordinary fighters in the heaven-reaching realm, but let me tell you, these 10 people have practiced the technique of combined attack. Once the formation is deployed, he. At this time, Mogu's face was full of complacency, especially when he saw the faces of the two holy masters. The depression and aggrieved feelings in his heart were swept away. Qi Tianji, who had placed high hopes on him, not only failed to give him face, but was extremely embarrassing. He was known as the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, but he only ranked 5th, and the top 4 Tianjiao were all from the two holy places. How could Mog bear it? But it's different now. This Chu Yan is about to die. As long as he dies, when he reaches the 3rd stage, with Qi Tianji's twin 9-star martial souls, no one else can compete with him at all. Or Black Blood Temple. Thinking of this, Mogu looked at the light curtain in midair. The smile on his face bloomed like a flower. He opened his mouth and said with a big smile, "This time, we must eradicate all the arrogance of your two holy places, humph. After the extreme North Continent, there will be no two great holy places. Only my blood soul holy land is the only supreme." Ha ha ha. Mogu's wild laughter resounded throughout the audience, leaving everyone dumbfounded and trembling. It seems that this time, the Battle of God of War Terrace is a foregone conclusion. After the loss of Chu Yan, with the current situation of the two holy lands, it really cannot compete with the Black Blood Temple. Soul Holy Land is respected. Damn, Mogu, you're itchy. See if I don't beat you up. Sect Master Long Yuan is very hot-tempered, and seeing Mogu's villainous face at this time, the anger and true energy all over his body erupted like a volcano, and after a loud roar, he was ready to rush up and start the battle directly. However, just as Sect Master Long Yuan moved, Sect Master Shancher stopped Sect Master Long Yuan. With his 4 eyes facing each other, Sect Master Shancher shook his head lightly. Seeing this, Sect Master Long Yuan was so angry that his whole body was flying, but he still slowly restrained his true energy, glanced at Mogu in the distance, and snorted heavily. Sect Master Long Yuan certainly knew that there was no benefit in fighting the Black Blood Temple at this time, and it might even affect Chu Yan, who was in crisis. On the other side, inside the arena of God of War, surrounded by 10 Jinyang Taoist guards with the strength of the first level of the sky, Chu Yan's face was indifferent, his eyes swept across, and finally fell on Zhou Chen's grinning face. "Zhou Chen, I'm the first in this level, and here's the reward for this star fruit." As soon as this remark came out, all the Tianjiao's faces in the audience froze, and suddenly, they looked at Chu Yan dumbfounded. Star fruit. The star fruit that can improve the 1-star rank of the martial soul. However, Chu Yan, who is in a death-killing situation, is still thinking about the reward at this moment, which makes all Tianjia dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, reward. Hearing this, Zhou Chen laughed out loud and shouted with a teasing smile on his face. Chu Yan, stop dreaming. I declare that the top 4 players in the 2nd level of the God of War arena, Chu Yan, Dang Dang, Situ Yang, and Shen Xingjia, all violated the rules. Therefore, the rewards for the 2nd level of the God of War arena belong to Qi Tianji. As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled like a thunderbolt. What? Against the rules. The rewards belong to Qi Tianji. This Nima is too dark. At the beginning of the 2nd stage of the God of War Terrace, that shit Zhou Chen openly provided Qi Tianji with a map of the Xinglua chess game in front of everyone. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. But now, that Zhou Chen actually said that Chu Yan and the others violated the rules, but Qi Tianji did not violate the rules. Against the rules. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Beside Chu Yan, Dang Dang and Situ Yang also turned cold. This week morning, she was so cheeky. Qi Tianji, this is your reward, star fruit. Before everyone could react, Zhou Chen waved his hand, and a thumb-sized white fruit flew towards Qi Tianji. Raising his hand to take the Xingtian fruit, Qi Tianji's face suddenly showed ecstasy, and laughed loudly. Chu Yan, so what if you got the first place? Now that I got the star fruit, after my Wuhun advances, what qualifications do you have to compete with me in the third level? I can't pass the third level, because you are going to die soon. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, Qi Tianji waved his hand, turned his head and shouted to the crowd of arrogants from the Black Blood Temple, behind him. You go up and down, kill Chu Yan, and those three, don't leave one, kill them all. After the words fell, nearly 1,000 arrogances from the Black Blood Temple laughed grimly at the same time, all kinds of true energy and spiritual weapons flickered, and flew out at the same time, rushing towards Dang Dang and Situ Yang. #C682 Netherweaver's Might. At the same time, Qi Tianji remained motionless, his eyes brightened, looking at the Xing Tianghua in his palm, his face was full of excitement. This Xingtian fruit is silver white all over, exuding a faint spiritual light, like the stars in the sky, containing the mysterious way of heaven between the heavens and the earth, which mortals cannot understand. It is indeed a heaven-level spiritual fruit. Seeing 10 Taoist guards of Jinyang and thousands of Tianjiao of the Black Blood Temple attacking Chu Yan and Dang Dang, Qi Tianji grinned grinningly and swallowed the Xingtian fruit in one gulp. A silver-white aura shot up from Qi Tianji's body, like a sharp silver arrow, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, that silver-white spiritual light, like a spark, flashed above the sky, and in an instant, the entire starry sky, countless stars, all sparkled. On the entire dark sky, in the sky that was originally dotted with stars, in an instant, all the stars were shining brightly, reflecting the entire sky into a magnificent world of stars, as bright as day. The sky is full of dazzling starlight, shining on the sky, strands of star power visible to the naked eye, flowing out from each dazzling star, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, quickly blending and converging, condensing into a mass of silver. The cluster of starlight fell towards Qi Tianji. Court death. Black clouds rolled over Chu Yan's body, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and the light of his golden pupils, like a sharp sword piercing through the air, shot out 2 golden lights, piercing 2 cracks in the void in front of him. Boom! Stepping out with big strides, Chu Yan burst out with momentum all over his body, murderous aura like a tide, rushing out in all directions. This time, what Zhou Chen and Qi Tianji did had already made Chu Yan completely furious, so the next moment, they had to bear Chu Yan's endless anger. Roar! Amidst a roar of beasts that shook the heavens and roared, Dang Dang, beside Chu Yan, directly transformed into a Ziluo Tianxiong with a height of more than 100 feet. In a pair of bare eyes, 2 groups of purple flames ignited, and the violent evil spirit rushed straight towards Jiuxiao. Situ Yang, come up and watch the high priest kill all directions. Under Dongdong's roar, with a wave of his hand, he copied Situ Yang to the top of his head. Immediately, the bear's feet stepped out and rushed directly towards the oncoming Qian Tianjiao. Thousands of heaven and earth, no law, no heaven and earth, Lishan shield. Situ Yang stood on top of Dang Dang, who was incarnated as Ziluo Tianxiong, as if standing on the top of a small mountain. He had just stabilized his figure, but his hands flew like flying, and quickly condensed handprints. At the same time, he raised his hand a little, and a yellow spirit pattern broke open void, flying out. The next moment, 8 earth-yellow mountain shadows suddenly appeared in 8 directions of Zilua Tianxiong, like 8 mountain shields, covering Dangdang in all directions. Boom! 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 Hundreds of various fist lights, sword shadows, and saber lights bombarded the phantoms of the 8 mountains, blasting waves of air, but they couldn't break through Situ Yang's 8 Lishan shields at all. Not even a bare hair can touch it. Thousands of heaven and earth, lawless heaven and earth, the sky is full of fire and rain. Hit me. On Situ Yang's hands, a group of red fire marks appeared, and immediately, a fiery red spirit pattern rushed out from the position of his brow, and shot straight into the 3 worlds. Boom! The fiery red spirit pattern, soaring to a height of thousands of feet, exploded with a bang, like a ball of dazzling fireworks, scattering a large amount of red sparks. Immediately afterwards, after the gorgeous fireworks, countless fiery red star points turned into large fireballs, which rushed down from the sky fiercely, covering a radius of nearly 10,000 steps, and smashed towards thousands of Tianjiao of the Black Blood Temple. What? This is the power of spirit patterns. That fat man is a spirit pattern master. Oh my God, what kind of spirit pattern is this? The sky is full of fireballs, flash. Oh my God, how do you fight? Run away. Seeing that Situ Yang cast 2 spirit patterns in a row, the thousands of geniuses in the Black Blood Temple, who had attacked like a rainbow just now, were instantly stunned. Everyone saw the sky full of fire meteors falling overwhelmingly, and the corners of their eyes suddenly twitched. They never expected that Situ Yang, who was as fat as a pig, turned out to be a spirit pattern master. Spirit pattern master. It is the most special existence among other special professions, besides warriors in the Wuhun world. For example, alchemist, spirit array master, and weapon refiner are also extremely noble, but compared to spirit pattern masters, but there are still some gaps. This is also the reason why the identity requirements of a spirit pattern master are more stringent, which determines the reason why the profession of a spirit pattern master is rarer than other professions. This is because, although professions such as alchemist, spirit array master, and weapon refiner are very helpful to the cultivation of warriors, they are basically not good at fighting, while spirit pattern masters are born to assist in fighting. Even if it is an ordinary warrior, as long as he has the assistance of a spirit pattern master, his combat power will at least increase by more than 5 times, and if he meets some powerful spirit pattern masters, it will be terrifying. Down. Therefore, when Situ Yang made a move just now, it was a defensive spirit pattern that completely enveloped Dangdang and himself in the defense of the 8 Lishan shields. With the defense of the Lishan shields, they were in an invincible position. After that, he waved his hand again and it was a large-scale spirit pattern attack. In fact, although this fire shower in the sky looks extremely scary, in fact, most of the thousands of fireballs are illusory, and there are only a few real fireballs. However, nearly 1,000 Tianjiao of the Black Blood Temple suddenly discovered that Situ Yang was a spirit pattern master. Their minds were trembling for a while, coupled with the shocking effect of fire rain in the sky, they were frightened and couldn't react for a while. Boom! 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 The fire rain from the sky fell to the ground, blasting 3 groups of flames, and the other fireballs fell into the ground like raindrops, without any power to explode. Fuck, it's an illusion, I've been fooled. Let me just say, that fat man doesn't look like a powerful spirit pattern master. Dare to scare us and beat him. Kill. The next moment, the thousands of Tianjiao who reacted, immediately panicked and regretful, turned back to fierce and fierce, with shame and anger, turned around one after another, and once again attacked Dangdang and Situ Yang. On the other side, around Chu Yan's body, the endless sea of Rakshasa clouds has spread out for a distance of 10,000 feet, but in the blink of an eye, 10 Jinyang Taoist guards are enveloped in it. For these 10 Jinyang Taoist guards, Chu Yan certainly felt their powerful strength, so without a trace of contempt, he directly used the Rakshasa refining domain to increase his combat power to the peak. Swish! 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 10 Jinyang Taoist guards were shrouded by the Rakshasa black cloud, but without any expression change, they flew up instantly, from all directions, towards the center of the large black cloud. Flashes of golden light flashed in their hands, and golden spears, be copied in their hands. Hashtag C683 Melee. Golden Dragon, Slaying Spear. Golden Dragon, Slaying Spear. When the sound of the 10 roars erupted, golden gun lights shot out like 10 golden meteors, opening a few golden passages in the large black cloud in the Rakshasa refinement domain, where the gun lights passed. Here, black clouds are rolling, sizzling, and melting quickly. Okay? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan raised his brows, and the Haoyan sword in his hand lingered in 4 colors, bursting out a black and white sword light that was nearly 100 feet long. Holding the sword in hand, the intent and momentum of the sword rises, and with a sweep of the sword glow is like a half-moon scimitar, cutting out horizontally, and 10 sword glows suddenly stabbed in the shape of a fan. Boom! 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 When the golden gun light collided with the black and white crescent moon, it exploded continuously, and the golden air waves soared into the sky, and the large black clouds of Rakshasa were continuously dispersed, and 10 vacuum zones were blasted immediately. Rakshasa refinement domain, take it. Chu Yan retreated sharply, raised his hand, and black clouds rolled into Chu Yan's body like a tornado whirlpool, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just now with a counter-attack, Chu Yan took advantage of the increase in the combat power of Luocha's refining domain to fight to a tie with 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. However, Chu Yan knew very well that the 10 golden gun lights were only golden spears. Yang Daowei's tentative attack probably didn't even use 50% of the monster's power. However, when the 10 golden spear lights were blown away, Chu Yan was surprised by the consumption of the Rakshasa refining domain. If he didn't take back the Rakshasa refining domain now, I am afraid that without 5 moves, his true energy would be exhausted. It seems that direct resistance is not enough. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. I secretly said in my heart. With one move, not only is the opponent's temptation, but Chu Yan's combat power against the enemy is also basically clear. Although the combat power of these 10 Jinyang Taoist guards is not as powerful as the Tianjia warriors, they are almost the same as the martial arts of the same level. Moreover, from the 10 spear lights they attacked together just now, Chu Yan, clearly feeling the demon power fluctuations of these 10 gun lights, they are almost exactly the same. Therefore, Chu Yan can guarantee that these 10 people, just like the 3 brothers Chu Yan met before participating in the Wuhun 9 summit of Xianchi Xingzone last time, definitely have the combined attack formation. A red light flashed across Chu Yan's eyes, blood eyes, and golden pupils appeared. Shantian fire body and Raksha demon body were operating at the same time, and the strength of the physical body rose wildly. Swish! 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 The Vientianju was launched, and 9 black figures rushed out of Chu Yan's body, holding a black long sword, and rushed towards 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. Having killing sword art, there is no certainty to return to 1. Having killing sword art, there is no certainty to return to 1. 10 long howls sounded, and 10 sword lights rushed into the night. The sharp and fierce sword energy cut through the void, and with the terrifying sword power that destroyed everything, it slashed out fiercely and attacked the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. The 10 Dao Vientianju avatars all have Chu Yan's 50,000 combat power. With the increase in physical strength of the double body training, Chu Yan believes that even if it is the 4th level powerhouse of the heaven transformation realm, he will not dare to fight under this sword. Hardwired. However, the combat power of the Vientianju avatar can only reach this level. Compared with the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards, with 1st level combat power at the heaven-reaching realm, it is obviously still far behind. Golden Dragon, Slaying Spear. Golden Dragon, Slaying Spear. The 10-gun lights shot out again, instantly twisting 9 of the 10 sword lights into powder, and dissipated directly. Boom! The sword light of Chu Yan's body was collided by 9 spear lights. Although the 9 spear lights have weakened a lot, they are extremely powerful when they are combined. When they exploded, they directly scattered Chu Yan's 9 spear lights. Diantian's avatar, and even Chu Yan's body, were also sent flying upside down. So strong. Chu Yan flew upside down for 100 steps before barely standing still, feeling the blood churning in his body, and said in surprise. Fortunately, these 10 Jinyang Taoist guards are not real warriors of the heaven-reaching realm, otherwise, I am afraid that Chu Yan may not be able to take this blow. Boom, boom. At this moment, in another battle group in the distance, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. No, it's Dang Dang and Xie Yang. Chu Yan's face froze, and he turned his head to look. In the distance, behind Ziluo Tianxiong's body as high as 150 feet, a large mass of yellow brilliance exploded. It was one of Xie Yang's 8 Lishan shields, which exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Under the bombardment of nearly 1,000 arrogances, the Lishan shield finally couldn't hold on and exploded suddenly, while the phantoms of the remaining 7 mountains were also crumbling under the overwhelming attack, as if they would collapse at any moment. Seeing that Dang Dang and Xie Yang were in danger, Chu Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. His whole body was filled with murderous aura. Cross-Dragon Slash. At this moment, 10 Jinyang Taoist guards not far in front of them raised their golden guns at the same time, shouted in unison, and shot suddenly. 10 golden spear lights turned into 10 tumbling golden dragons, roaring into the void. Shining golden light just appeared, but they merged into one, turning into a dragon-shaped spear shadow thousands of feet long and 1,000 feet thick, moving toward Chu. Flame rushes in. This shot obviously gathered all the strength of the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. It was completely different from the previous tentative attack. Moreover, they directly used their ultimate move, using the combined attack formation. 10 people shot at the same time, with all their strength, without holding back a single hand. Under this move, the power is overwhelming. Where the golden dragon walks, the void is completely shattered, and under the friction of the whistling air, there is a piercing sound, which makes people tremble. In all directions, hundreds of onlookers from various factions were stunned by Jinyang Daoi's combined attack. Okay. Such a powerful spear, Chu Yan is going to be finished. Who are these people? This strength is definitely beyond the 6th level of the Heaven Transformation realm. It's terrifying. It's a pity, Chu Yan, such a monstrous Tianjiao, will also be lost. The people in the Black Blood Temple hate it too much, and that Zhou Chen is helping. This is obviously a murderous situation, which has been planned long ago. Hey, look at Chu Yan, is he courting death? Amidst the large-scale discussions, a cry of exclamation sounded, and everyone looked along the prestige. With just one glance, their eyes widened at the same time, and their faces were full of horror. I saw Chu Yan, in the face of the devastating shot, not only did not escape, but flew out directly to meet him. Seeing this scene, not only the other warriors, but also all the bigwigs from all sides outside the God of War stage, were all dumbfounded and their eyes trembled in surprise. However, Chu Yan, who was at the 2nd level of the heavenly transformation realm, dared to fight head-on against 10 warriors who had cultivated at the 1st level of the heaven-reaching realm, and joined forces for a blow. How is this different from courting death? Seeing this scene, Mogu and Daoist Jinyang of the Black Blood Temple suddenly had a contemptuous smile on their faces. From their point of view, this Chu Yan is so arrogant that he can kill the Blood Soul Holy Land one by one, but he doesn't think about it. He can get out alive. And now, in the arena of God, without the protection of the 2 great holy masters and the 4 great peak masters, he is still so arrogant, that is, courting death. However, it just so happens that the purpose of using 10 Jinyang Taoist guards was to kill Chu Yan. Therefore, Chu Yan's death behavior at this time was in line with the wishes of everyone in the Black Blood Temple. Dude, including Qi Tianji, all of them looked happy. However, the next moment, when a large black phantom appeared behind Chu Yan, the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Emperor Xuanhuan, Xianshui shield. With a soft drink, the Xuanhu soul behind Chu Yan let out a roar to the sky, and at the same time raised his right foot dragon foot, and stomped hard. Suddenly, a black streamer shot towards Chu Yan like lightning. I know. Immediately afterwards, as soon as Chu Yan's protective energy was absorbed, within 3 feet of his body, a set of black armor with flowing black light appeared. Back to the water. Before the Xianshui shield was fully formed, Chu Yan roared again, and suddenly, the breath of Chu Yan's whole body burst into the sky. #C684 Battle Situation Mutation. This time, Chu Yan used Backwater Ju to directly draw 50% of his blood essence, instantly increasing his combat power by 5 times. In an instant, Chu Yan's long hair turned into gray and white, and there was no trace of blood on his face. His whole body, with a terrifying aura, set off huge waves and swept across the entire sky in an instant. The 10 Jinyang Daowei must be killed as quickly as possible, and then go to rescue Dingdang and Situ Yang. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chu Yan directly used the strongest Hulk card, and instantly exploded his combat power to the peak state. I'll kill them all. Holding the Haoyan sword, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the Haoyan sword turned into a flash of light, fleeting. Immediately, Chu Yan flipped the palm of his hand, and the Tianhuiling sword appeared, and under the sudden infusion of true energy, a black and white sword glow of nearly 1,000 feet burst out from the Huatianlingaling sword. In an instant, between the heaven and the earth, a sword light that seemed to cut the sky and the spirit earth shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to cut the sky into pieces. So what about the 1,000 talents? So what about the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards of the first heaven-reaching realm? Today, even if there are 100 more, Chu Yan will never back down, and the world and the sky will be stained with blood. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Under a loud noise that shook the sky and the earth, everyone felt the ground tremble suddenly, and then, a huge group of golden light rose into the sky, like a world-shattering golden star, flashing across the sky like lightning, bringing a resplendent golden trajectory, like a 1,000-foot-high golden mountain, ruthlessly smashed down towards the 1,000 arrogances surrounding Dingdang. The golden mountain exploded. Let everyone's face change drastically, and they run away desperately. This sudden change came too suddenly, even if it was Chu Yan, his face was stunned. You are courting death. Accompanied by a roar like thunder, a projection with a terrifying aura rises from the ground, with golden light all over its body, like a scorching sun. This golden figure soared into the sky, rising to a height of thousands of feet, and when he raised his hand, he punched down. Immediately, a fist mark like a golden mountain rushed out again. Who? That person, who is it? Zhou Qian and Qi Tianji's faces were full of horror, their eyes were round and their hearts were shaking. The terrifying aura of this figure is like 1,000 mountains, thick and terrifying, with the power of a punch, even approaching the half-step heaven-reaching state. However, who is this person, who is so bold to help Chu Yan and become an enemy of the Black Blood Temple? The next moment, a name flashed across everyone's minds, and at the same time, their faces froze, they turned their heads suddenly, and looked at the 1,000 steps behind Dingdang. Sure enough, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged behind Dingdang had disappeared. Even during the battle just now, Dingdang, who had transformed into Zilyu Tianxiong, had been protecting the figure behind him, not letting go of his hands and feet, and charging with all his strength, but now, that figure that had been silent all along disappeared, replaced by the figure in the sky. That aura startled the sky with thousands of golden figures. Yes, this person is Shen Xingjia. Although he had been desperately mobilizing his martial soul just now, fused with the golden small cauldron, and completed the second awakening of his martial soul, Xinxingjia's spiritual consciousness has been separated from the outside, and he can have a panoramic view of the battle situation on both sides. Therefore, in order to protect himself, Dingdang did not move an inch, even if he was besieged by thousands of people, and if Lishan's shield was blasted abruptly, he did not give up half a step. This scene moved Xinxingjia and made him feel anxious, but fortunately, this time his second awakening of his martial soul was finally successfully completed, and his strength increased greatly. Therefore, the moment he opened his eyes, Xinxingjia, who was full of anger, instantly erupted. Sanjay. Chu Yan, with white beard and hair, looked at Xinxingjia with a happy face. He never expected that Xinxingjia would complete the second awakening of his martial soul at such a critical moment, and his strength was so powerful. Dingdang and Situ Yang's faces were dull, and some of them didn't react. Not only them, but Qianming Tianjiao, Zhou Chen, and Qi Tianji, who were besieged just now, all had dazed expressions on their faces, as stiff as petrochemicals. No, not good. Xinxingjia's strength is so terrifying after fusing with the golden cauldron. Zhou Chen looked at Qi Tianji and said in a trembling voice. He knew very well in his heart that after practicing the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple, the talents of the Black Blood Temple, although their cultivation base and physical strength were not inferior to those of warriors of the same level, their actual combat power was not inferior to that of warriors of the same level. Phew. Otherwise, it is impossible to besiege Dingdang just now, and it is impossible to fight for a long time without even hurting a single bare hair. Of course, this is also related to Ziluo Tianqiong's terrifying physical defense, but it can also explain the people of the Black Blood Temple. Power difference. Now, Xinxingjia, who suddenly erupted with astonishing combat power, joined the battle, knowing with his toes that this siege would probably be difficult to succeed. Quickly open the third channel, I'll withdraw first. Qi Tianji struggled for a long time, finally gritted his teeth, stared at Zhou Chen with bloodshot eyes and shouted. Huh? The third level, yes. Okay, I'll open it right away. Hearing this, Qi Tianji was startled for a moment, then a look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Now, Qi Tianji has devoured the star fruit, and his martial soul has been upgraded by 1 star. Therefore, at the third level, the talent test of the God of War stone statue, he can definitely win in one fell swoop and win the final reward of the God of War platform. At that time, even if it is Chu Yan, so what about the amazing combat power? With the treasure of the God of War terrace, his strength will be like that of Xinxingjia, who fused with the golden small tripod, and he will soar into the sky. At that time, it will not be easy to kill Chu Yan and others. Swish. The next moment, with a wave of Zhou Chen's big hand, golden light swayed, and a passage light door leading to the third pass of the God of War terrace appeared in front of Qi Tianji. Qi Tianji didn't hesitate at all, just glanced at Chu Yan in the distance with resentful and cold eyes, and then strode into the gate of light, and his figure disappeared instantly. Not good. As soon as the light gate leading to the third pass of the God of War terrace opened, Chu Yan and the others glanced over, just in time to see Qi Tianji's figure disappearing into the light gate. His face darkened immediately, and he said softly. Brother Chu, hurry up and catch up. Here, leave it to me. Xinxingjia said. This? Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled, and then his eyes swept away, and he saw 10 Jinyang Taoist guards, who were gaining momentum, obviously preparing to launch the combined attack technique again. Okay, let me kill them first. Chu Yan sneered, and immediately, the true energy in his body surged out again, and rushed towards the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. Sword to kill heaven and earth, a sword of heaven and earth. Where the sword passes, the universe is formed by itself. The power of a sword, with a trace of sword intent and power of the sword, is dazzling. Within 100 feet in front of him, including the air, everything was reduced to ashes. Pointing at the point of the long sword, the tip of the sword is the edge, piercing the face, with a point, ignoring all defenses. With the 5 times increase in strength of back to water Ju, this sword of Qianquan has become Chu Yan's strongest sword. The Huatian Lingjian in Chu Yan's hand has not yet been cut off, and the powerful sword's momentum immediately attracted all the eyes of the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. Sudden change. Call out. Puff. Among the 10 Jinyang Taoist guards who were still gathering momentum, a flash of blood flashed, and the head of a Jinyang Taoist guard was thrown into the air. Call out. A little cold light shot out from the void, turned around suddenly, and went away again, and when he slashed at the second Jinyang Daowei, he was reacted, and the Jinyang Daowei who turned around one after another raised their guns, blocked the Haotian sword that suddenly attacked from the void. That's right, the sword just now was the Haotian sword that had been hidden in the void before. With the aid of the Jinyang Taoist guards, when they were attracted by Chu Yan's shocking sword, they suddenly came out of the void, and rushed out. Under the attack, a Jinyang Taoist was killed directly. However, when he attacked and killed the second place, he failed because he lost his suddenness. However, at this time, the sword light that Chu Yan slashed from the front, took advantage of this little time, and had already slashed in front of 10 Jinyang Taoist guards. Puff. 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 5 heads were thrown into the air, and the black and white sword lights streaked across a trail of colorful light, flashing past the crowd, and at the same time, the 5 Jinyang Taoist guards died. One after the other, under the combined attack of Haotian's sword and Chu Yan's frontal sword light, the Jinyang Daowei, who was only a puppet after all, had no time to react, and was killed by most of it in an instant. Of course, Chu Yan, who drew 50% of his blood and performed back to water, now has extremely terrifying combat power. What? How is this possible? Zhou Chen's eyes stared like a monster, his face was pale with horror, his mouth was wide open, he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. And the one with the same expression as him was still outside the God of War platform, a group of big bosses from the Black Blood Temple, with dozens of pairs of round eyes, stared at Chu Yan in the light curtain dumbfounded, the corners of their eyes twitched. This is Jinyang Daozong, the famous Jinyang Daowei in Zhongtian continent. What's more, there are still a total of 10 Jinyang Taoist guards whose cultivation level is comparable to first-level skyfighters of the Tongtian realm and who can perform combined strikes. It turned out that Chu Yan killed 6 people in a row with a left sword and a right sword. How can that be? Puff. 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 Just when everyone was in shock and hadn't recovered, 2 more sword lights flashed, and the remaining 4 Jinyang Taoist guards in the God of War stage sprayed 4 bloody arrows from their necks and fell slowly to the ground. In the blood mist that swayed all over the sky, Chu Yan put away his sword and stood there, hunting in black robes, a pair of icy and piercing eyes swept across. Ha ha ha, good kill. Xinxingjie laughed loudly, and then raised his right fist, and the golden cauldron martial soul behind him projected golden lights into Xinxingjie's body. Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, Xinxingjie swung his right fist repeatedly, and golden fist marks rushed out, like golden mountain peaks, towards the location of the 1,000 talents of the Black Blood Temple, smashing fiercely. #C685 Xinxingjie's blood. Boom. One after another, the golden fist marks vibrate the void, passing by, rubbing against the air, making a rumbling sound of thunder. The golden mountain-like fists smashed into the crowd and exploded. Nearly 7 fists exploded in a series of 7 explosions, layer by layer, like waves, overlapping and sweeping away. Ah! Ah! The sky was full of people, some were directly blasted by the fist marks, some were blown away by the air waves, all kinds of screams rang out, and the crowd of Tianjiao in the Black Blood Temple, which was originally imposing like a rainbow, was suddenly bombarded into a mess. Tianjiao, who retreated in all directions, had horrified eyes, tremblingly looked at Xinjia in the distance, with a face full of disbelief. This person, where did he come from? He just had to be a shelter, but in the blink of an eye, he became such a terrifying existence, and his combat power was not far behind that of Chu Yan. All the geniuses in the Black Blood Temple here have seen the scene where Chu Yan killed the Blood Soul Holy Land with one sword, causing the sect to fight. At that time, Chu Yan swung his sword, and more than a dozen Tianjiao were lost, which was chilling. And this one in front of him, with 7 punches, nearly 100 Tianjiao from the Black Blood Temple were blasted all over the sky on the spot, splattered with flesh and blood, no different from that crazy Chu Yan. Although, most of the Tianjiao here are in the real martial arts realm, but there are also a few of them who have cultivated in the heaven realm, but even if they make a move, no matter whether it is the sword light or the palm print, in front of the golden mountain-like seal of the sky-shattering fist, simply can't resist. Powerful. Too strong. Swish. See this scene? Chu Yan nodded and smiled at Xinjia, no longer hesitating. His figure flashed, and he swept towards the portal of light, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the gate of light and entered the 3rd level of the God of War platform. Xinjia was dressed in a grey robe, standing in the air, a pair of golden eyes swept across the scene, the aura on his body was like a mountain, and it also carried a trace of the majesty of an emperor, which made people feel looking up. Are you still fighting? Seeing that Chu Yan had already rushed into the light gate, Xinjia heaved a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the Tianjiao crowd in the Black Blood Temple, his aura continued to rise. Xinjia. A subordinate force of the D-Zone, the only son of the owner of the Dixuan Pavilion, and one of the candidate heirs of the Shen family of the D-Zone. Originally, in the D-Zone, one of the 8 ancient sects in the Zhongtian continent, exiled clansmen like Xinjia and his son had no chance to become the candidate heirs of the family. Especially like Xinjia, who awakened the ancient blood of his family at the age of 6, and was discovered by Tianjiao, the direct descendant of his family, who secretly imposed the spirit pattern restriction and sealed the Sea of Knowledge, so he could not awaken the martial soul at all. At that time, if the direct descendants were not concerned about Xinjia's father, Shindang, who was Pavilion Master Xinjia's life might not have been saved. A sect family that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and ranks among the top forces in the mainland, only this lineage has hundreds of millions of people. Within the family, various factions are intricately intertwined, and conspiracy and calculation are all commonplace. Shindang took Xinjia away from his family, left the Zhongtian continent, and came to the Shen family's remote place, the Xianxi Holy Land located in the extreme north continent. To the Shen family, who are like giants, there are as many as a cow's hair. More than 10 years of operation, coupled with Shindang's status as the elder of the Shen family's family, allowed him to successfully take over the Dixuan Pavilion and become the owner of the pavilion. Controlling the Dixuan Pavilion was not because Shindang wanted power and a comeback. Shindang did it all for his only son, Xinjia. Because the Dixuan Pavilion has a huge plot network that spreads all over the entire extreme north continent, and Shindang wants to use this intelligence network to find something good. It's the golden tripod. The small golden cauldron, whose real name is Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Cauldron, has 9 pieces in total, and they are the 9 spirits of the Shen family's blood vessel Wuhun. These 9 artifact spirits are scattered all over Haotian continent. They have all been missing since ancient times. The Shen family searched for nearly 10,000 years, and gradually gave up, but Shindang did not give up. Because, after Xinjia Liugong's awakened ancient bloodline is awakened, only by merging with these 9 artifact spirits can he complete the final bloodline awakening. And now, Xinjia has finally completed the awakening of the bloodline, the fusion of the power of the bloodline and the power of the martial soul. Once it explodes, it will soar into the sky. And Xinjia became one of the 8 ancient sects of the Shen family. In the past 100,000 years, he was the first member of the Shen family to awaken the ancient bloodline and possess the bloodline martial soul. However, Shen Xingjia, including Shen Dang, knew that all of this was related to Chu Yan. If it wasn't for Chu Yan, who had completed the test of the Master of 10,000 Steps in the first level of the God of War Terrace, with Shen Xingjia's current situation, even if he knew that the golden tripod was there, he would not be able to get it at all. At this time, Shen Xingjia, relying on the spirit of the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Ding, which contains hundreds of thousands of years of heaven and earth spiritual power, has soared to the sky, directly reaching the 7th level of the sky, and most importantly, with the help of the earth element, the 10-star Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Cauldron martial soul, his talent has already reached the level of a monster against the sky, and his future achievements in martial arts are limitless. Together with Chu Yan, conquer Haotian continent. This is Shen Xingjia's next goal. Thinking of this, the corners of Shen Xingjia's mouth slightly raised, and his golden eyes were as bright as stars. On the ground, all the arrogances of the Black Blood Temple looked at Shen Xingjia standing proudly in the air, his face twitched, and his eyes were full of horror. These people were beaten up by Dangdang and Situyang at the beginning, and they finally resisted. Just as they were about to counterattack, they were stunned by Shen Xingjia's mountain-like fist that suddenly exploded. Now, upon hearing Shen Xingjia's words and feeling the aura of mountains and seas in his body, everyone was shocked and their faces changed drastically. Still playing. How to spell. They, the arrogances of the Black Blood Temple, were originally weaker than warriors of the same level, and they were only about the strength of the real martial arts. Now they met a strong man who was at the 7th level of the heavenly realm, and they were a whole world away. It is not the difference that can be made by the number of people. If you continue to fight, you will be sent to death. Moreover, the passage to the 3rd level of the God of War Terrace has been opened just now, so he still has the mind to continue fighting. After all, who doesn't want to go to the 3rd level to try their luck, and, even if there is no hope, look at the final duel between Qi Tianji and Chu Yan, it's better than dying here. Immediately, the situation on Xinglua Island in the 2nd stage of the God of War Terrace, which was still full of murderous aura, fell silent instantly because of the sudden appearance of Shen Xingjia. On the other side, Zhou Chen looked at the background of Chu Yan stepping into the transmission channel, but there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Chu Yan, the battlefield of all demons is your place of loss. Swish. Zhou Chen was full of complacency, raised his hand, and the golden light flowed through, and a layer of golden light flashed through the transmission channel leading to the 3rd level. After the obvious fluctuation of spiritual power, Zhou Chen raised his foot and stepped into it. Just now, he once again used the privilege of the Deacon of the God of War Terrace to forcibly change the destination of the transmission channel. Already changed. As Zhou Chen went to the 3rd level, the rest of the arrogances all flew up and flocked to the transmission channel. Shen Xingjia, Dangdang and Situyang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. With a flash, they rushed towards the transmission channel. Boom, boom. After all the arrogances entered the transmission channel in the 2nd level of the God of War Terrace, the God of War Terrace changed again. #C686 Battlefield of 10,000 Demons. The sand dunes trembled violently. The buildings on the white jade platform are also trembling. In the entire death sand field, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, and the endless yellow sand flowed like a stream of water. Boom, boom. A burst of thunder suddenly sounded, echoing in the sky, and the sound spread for hundreds of miles. At the same time, the defensive formation that originally enveloped the God of War platform, like ice and snow melting, turned into a sky full of stars, flying in all directions. On the tens of thousands of feet of sand dunes, a golden cloud floated up like cooking smoke, gently fluttering across the sky, and suddenly, a golden lightning burst out from the golden cloud, and struck fiercely at the center of the white jade platform. Boom! Thunder and explosions, lightning overflowing. Boom, boom. Countless golden electric flowers, like a group of snakes dancing wildly, penetrated the void, forming a large golden grid. At the center of the white jade platform, a golden statue broke through the white jade platform and rose slowly. This is a humanoid statue in golden armor, holding a dragon-headed broadsword, standing with a knife, eyes like fire, looking into the distance. The whole statue is as high as the sand dunes behind it. The huge human-shaped armored statue seems to be made of gold, but it looks dull and lifeless. Rising together with the golden armor statue are 8 blood-colored sarcophagi, divided into 8 directions, surrounding the golden statue, and blood-red chains with thick waists connect the golden armor statue with the 8 blood-colored coffins. Exactly. It's bundled. That's right, 8 bloody chains, one end protruding into the blood coffin, the other end wrapped around the golden armored statue, tightly binding the 4 feet and torso of the humanoid statue. In front of the God of War terrace, all the bigwigs from various forces in the extreme north continent, seeing this scene, all had a flash of consciousness and remembered the legend about the God of War terrace. Countless years ago, when the God of War terrace appeared in the extreme north continent, a shocking legend spread along the entire extreme north continent. According to legend, 100,000 years ago, a war of annihilation took place in the entire Hautian continent, and the flames of war swept every corner of the entire Hautian continent. And the extreme north continent, located at the northern end of the Hautian continent, was naturally also involved in this terrifying battle. That battle was earth-shattering, the mountains and rivers were broken, the seas were dried up, and more than half of the sects, families, and empires on the extreme north continent were destroyed, and countless powerful people lost their power. Among them, the most shocking battle took place in this death sand field. The two forces, representing billions of fighters, waged a war on the grassland with a radius of 100,000 miles. After the battle, the whole world collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the sky collapsed, causing this endless stretch of 100,000 miles. The Sea of Sand appears. What is astonishing is that according to legend, the top powerhouses of the two forces fell in the death sand field at the same time, leaving behind the ruins of the God of War terrace. Start on time, let Tianjiao youths under the age of 20 enter it, and after accepting the test, they can reach the place of talent testing, the God of War platform. For 100,000 years, the various forces in the extreme north continent have sent the strongest Tianjiao in the sect to the Death God terrace every session, and some sects have even recruited talented youngsters from all over the world to join in the training, just to let them come. God of War terrace completed the final talent test. The reason for this is all because it is mentioned in the legend that all young people who go to the God of War arena for a talent test, as long as they meet the requirements, they can obtain the peerless and powerful treasure that was lost here in the past. For tens of thousands of years, judging from what some Tianjiao have gained in the God of War arena, that treasure may even be a treasure beyond the heavenly rank. Of course, for tens of thousands of years, countless young Tianjiao have entered the God of War arena, and the best ones have only harvested a few heavenly treasures or treasures of heaven and earth. As for the legendary treasure that surpassed the heavenly rank, it has never come out. Oh my God, the God of War statue is born again. It's such a powerful aura, it has been damaged for nearly 100,000 years, yet it still has such a terrifying aura. A powerful treasure. I don't know if Qi Tianji is possible. I think there is hope. The twin 9-star martial souls, Qi Tianji, just swallowed a star fruit, and the martial souls rose to the stars again. I am afraid that in the past 1,000 years, his talent has been the strongest in the extreme north continent. Hey! Look, the Tianjiao have come out. At this moment, on the white jade platform, a teleportation light gate suddenly appeared, and immediately after that, figures flashed out from the light gate, appearing in the vision of all powerful leaders. The two holy masters, the Taoist of Jinyang, Mogu of the Black Blood Temple, and the representatives of the 3 sects of the Zhongtian continent all looked sideways. However, at a glance, the faces of the two great holy masters and the four great peak masters were stunned at the same time, and then the eyes flickered, and they kept scanning back and forth among the heavenly pride. Their faces became more and more serious. On the contrary, the Black Blood Temple and the Taoist Jinyang are full of color and smile. Soon, the complexions of Sect Master Xianshi and Sect Master Long Yuan turned ashen. Even the influential figures in the audience also changed their faces slightly, and their eyes trembled. Chu Yan disappeared. Everyone has just seen that Chu Yan followed Qi Tianji into the transmission channel, but now, Qi Tianji and other Tianjiao are not missing, except for Chu Yan. This, obviously, has a problem. Whoosh! Zhou Chen, who appeared last, jumped up, suspended in midair, smiled, looked at the big shots of all forces and all the arrogance, and announced loudly. The third level of the God of War platform, the test of the God of War statue, prepare. Before Zhou Chen's voice could finish, suddenly, a roar of anger like thunder rang out. Wait, Zhou Chen, where's the Chu Yan people? Shen Xingjie strode out, a pair of golden eyes looked at Zhou Chen, his face was as heavy as iron. The teleportation channel, everyone came out from there, but Chu Yan was missing. If Zhou Chen didn't do it, who would believe it? Chu Yan. Zhou Chen looked at Shen Xingjie, with a slight smile on his lips. Just now there was a turbulent flow in the teleportation channel, he was teleported to the field of demons, he is probably dead. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed drastically, and their minds were shocked. Battlefield of 10,000 demons. According to the legend, hundreds of millions of fighters died in battle, and there are countless evil spirits wandering around, devouring all flesh and blood creatures. Even if they are strong in the heaven-reaching realm, if they step into it, they will only lose their share. The most important thing is that the devil's battlefield is a land that can only be entered and cannot be entered. After anyone enters, even if they are not swallowed by evil spirits, they will be trapped here forever, because they cannot find a void passage to leave. Chu Yan was teleported into the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Is there still life left? And what Zhou Chen said, what kind of bullshit is empty and turbulent flow, is simply a lie to deceive children, no one believes it at all. Qin Ruolian, Song Lang, and Jiang Taishan looked at each other, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Mogu. No need to guess, this was arranged by the branch master of the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan offended the Black Blood Temple, of course they did not will let him go, so set up bureaus one after another, trying to put Chu Yan to death. On the other side, not far away, in the camps of the two holy lands, there was a sudden tremor in the void. Everyone followed the sound, and saw Sect Master Long Yuan, whose true energy was slowly leaking out, was shattering the space with a wave of his hand. It seemed that he wanted to break through the void of the God of War altar and go to the battlefield of 10,000 demons. #C687 Level 3. However, as soon as the black void crack appeared, a golden light flashed across the God of War platform, and in an instant, the void crack was annihilated into nothingness. In the God of War arena, no matter when and where, people under the age of 20 and above the heaven-reaching realm are not allowed to enter, even if they have a trace of breath or true energy. Damn, Zhou Chen, I think you're courting death. Sect Master Long Yuan, who failed to tear apart the void channel, suddenly became furious, his face was purple, and he shouted loudly. Not only Sect Master Long Yuan, but also the four great peak masters behind him also burst into breath, their faces were full of anger, and they looked like they were about to fight. Regarding what Zhou Chen did, through the light curtain, everyone could see it in their eyes. Therefore, the four peak masters were so angry that they had seen Chu Yan and the others keep turning danger into safety, so they temporarily endured it. But now, Zhou Chen's words' empty and turbulent flow made them completely angry. Mog. Sect Master Xianshi raised his hand, stopped Sect Master Long Yuan and the four peak masters, and said coldly. Chu Yan is a disciple valued by my two holy places. How can you be so easily plotted by you? You wait until Chu Yan comes back, and after completing the test, we will settle the score. Chu Yan, come back. Sect Master Lan Yuan and the four Great Peak Masters were stunned when they heard the words, and looked at Sect Master Shancher with some doubts. That is the battlefield of 10,000 demons, can Chu Yan come back? But when they saw Sect Master Xuancher's serious expression, they finally calmed down. But everyone in the audience shook their heads when they heard Sect Master Xuancher's words. How is this possible? Chu Yan was sent to the battlefield of 10,000 demons, how could he come back alive? Even if Chu Yan's combat power is amazing, there are hundreds of millions of evil spirits there. With Chu Yan's cultivation base, even 10 Chu Yan may not be able to survive. Even if Chu Yan defies the sky and can survive, but without a void channel, how can he come back? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Shancher's words, Daoist Jin Yang and Mo Gu laughed wildly, and they looked at each other with a look of satisfaction in their eyes. Boom. A golden beam of light shot up from the golden statue and landed on the central square of the white jade platform. Suddenly, a golden altar appeared in the light. Behind the altar, a dragon-headed golden saber stood piercing the ground. Above the golden saber, there was a small jade statue floating in 7 colors. The appearance of this small jade statue was exactly the same as that of the golden armored statue that was as high as 10,000 feet. It seems that the dragon-headed golden knife and the small jade statue are test items for testing talent. The third level of the Ares Terrace, the test of the God of War statue, officially begins. God of War Platform Jedi, battlefield of 10,000 demons. Chu Yan stepped out of the transmission channel, only to feel that his eyes suddenly went dark, as if he had entered the boundless darkness, and it was still the kind of night where you can't see your fingers. There are no stars in the sky, no lights on the ground, and the sky and the earth are so dark that there are not even some vague shadows. No. It's just me. Without hesitation, Chu Yan spread out his divine sense in an instant, and probed in all directions like a tide. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, his divine sense explored a range of nearly a dozen miles in the blink of an eye, but found nothing. This place seems to have nothing but darkness. This is not the third stage of the God of War Terrace. It didn't take half a breath for Chu Yan to make an accurate judgment, but then, in the sea of consciousness world, a consciousness suddenly appeared, which made his heart tighten suddenly. Yes, this is the warning consciousness of the Qilin Wuhun. Here, there is danger. Moreover, this danger has already threatened me. The next moment, Chu Yan pushed his spiritual consciousness to the extreme, and when the spiritual consciousness was thin, the extension range expanded rapidly. Okay? The next moment, Chu Yan's mind tightened, and he activated the Kirin's eye without hesitation, and looked up. At this glance, his scalp felt numb for a while. A man of 10,000 steps, a large black figure, like a tide, swaying, walking towards him. What is this? Chu Yan frowned slightly, his eyes gleamed with colorful brilliance, turned his head to look in all directions, and found that he was surrounded by countless black figures, like an isolated island surrounded by sea water. Suzaku martial soul, come out. Seeing the tide-like black figure rushing towards him at a sudden speed, Chu Yan yelled, and directly summoned the Suzaku martial soul. Chirp. The loud and clear cry broke the silence of this dark world, and at the same time, the flaming Suzaku bird, like a red sun, dispelled the darkness of the entire world. With the help of the light, Chu Yan raised his eyes and glanced over, only to see that these figures were all dark, as if they were walking corpses, and their bodies were stiff. Moreover, many of the black figures had wounds with flesh and blood on their bodies, dripping with black blood. Walking or running, there is no sound, like a group of ghosts. These deadly evil spirits have only one pair of eyes, which are completely white. When you get close, you can see a trace of off-white. When they look at people, their eyes are empty, and they can't see any pupils, which makes people feel chilly. These evil spirits are all armed with spiritual weapons, or strange treasures. Chu Yan's consciousness scanned them and found that these spiritual weapons and strange treasures are of different ranks. At least they are all real martial arts and spiritual treasures, and many of them are Tianling treasure class. Could it be that this is the battlefield of all demons? Chu Yan's consciousness flashed, but his hands were not slow. During the flipping of the handprints, the true energy guided the Suzaku martial soul, and scattered a large piece of Suzaku Emperor fire from the air. Call. The Xiong flame fell and turned into a big fire circle, surrounding Chu Yan. With the blocking of the Suzaku Emperor fire, I believe it should be able to stop the offensive of these evil spirits. Soon, the endless evil spirits stepped into the circle of fire, and under the burning of the Suzaku Emperor fire, a gray air flow flashed across their bodies, but it was only slightly blocked by the Suzaku Emperor fire, and they were swallowed by the flames, turning into people of fire one by one, burning up. Hiss! 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 Under the flames, the corpses of the evil spirits fell down one after another, trampled by the evil spirits behind them, and screamed in pain. The sound was so eerie that it made one's hair go numb. Not good. Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly found that some of the evil spirits burned to the ground by the Suzaku Emperor fire did not directly turn into white ashes like Chu Yan burned the corpses of warriors before, but turned into charred black corpses. The corpse fell into the Suzaku flames. In this way, with the fall of these corpses, the flames of the Suzaku Emperor fire were also weakened. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned slightly, shocked in his heart. The Suzaku Emperor fire cannot be incinerated. There is only one possibility, that is, these evil spirits, whether alive or dead, their cultivation bases are 5 realms higher than his own. The Suzaku Emperor fire must be specially concentrated and burned for a period of time before it can be turned into black ash. But in the current situation, the evil spirits are like tides in all directions, and there is no end in sight at a glance. It is impossible for Chu Yan to concentrate on the Suzaku Emperor fire and burn the corpses one by one. Moreover, even if it is possible, the endless tide of evil spirits, no matter how many pills I have, it is not enough to consume. The sky is burning. Chu Yan flipped his palm, took out a bottle of Guiyuan pill, and poured all of it into his mouth. With the surge of true energy, he pushed the Suzaku Emperor fire to the extreme. Suddenly, the weakened Suzaku Emperor fire ignited ferociously, burn all the evil spirits that stepped into the range of Suzaku Emperor fire to black ashes. This is troublesome. Chu Yan glanced over, and saw a few spirit soldiers and strange treasures falling out of the flying black ash. However, Chu Yan was no longer in the mood for surprises at this time. Looking at the tide of black evil spirits around him, his brows became more and more intense. Wrinkle tighter. #C688 Amazing Reward. I have nearly 1,000 bottles of various types of pills on my body, but the number of Guiyuan pills is only about 700 bottles. Judging from the current situation, if I always maintain the peak fire power of Suzaku Emperor fire and use up all the pills medicine, but it can only last for 2 days. But, 2 days later, what to do? Heaven killing sword art, 13 swords vertically and horizontally. The mighty sword light rushed out 100 feet long, and swung it out. The sword was startled by the rainbow, and it slashed fiercely into the wave of evil spirits. Clang! 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 However, what surprised Chu Yan was that when the evil spirits saw the sword light coming, they raised up their spiritual soldiers to block it. Where the sword light passed, a series of sparks burst out, killing less than a few dozen people. Evil spirits. Haotian sword, go. Raising his right hand, the Haotian sword in his hand brought out a little cold light, and shot out like a sharp arrow. Laugh. 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 The Haotian sword passed through the bodies of hundreds of evil spirits, like candied gourds on a string. When the sword light passed, a big blood hole was left on each evil spirit's body. However, those evil spirits whose bodies were pierced just trembled, and then continued to charge forward. Even the evil spirits whose heads were cut off by a sword, still charged forward. Heavenly strength. Chu Yan's face changed, and he recalled the Haotian sword. At the same time, above the left fist, the four-color streamer lingering fist glow raised his hand and blasted out. Boom, boom. The silver fist seal, wrapped in four-color streamers, rubs against the void. There were bursts of thunder and roaring sounds, as if rushing to thunder, smashing out. Boom. The silver fist print, with unparalleled power, slammed on the frontmost evil spirit. Immediately, the fist burst violently, and directly smashed a gap in the tide of evil spirits in front of him. Hundreds of evil spirits were crushed by the huge force. The fist prints flew upside down, falling towards the tide of evil spirits behind. However, the next moment, the gap opened by the blast was crowded and filled, and they were thrown backwards. Those who fell into the wave of evil spirits struggled and stood up again. No. The strength of these evil spirits is extremely strong, far exceeding my cultivation base, and it is impossible to bombard them in an area. Chu Yan's face darkened. Up to now, he has tried his best, but he can't achieve the desired effect at all. If there are only hundreds of notorious names, even if it is 1,000, Chu Yan can work hard to kill them all, but now the number of these evil spirits is too much, as boundless as the sea. Plus these evil spirits, the strength is extremely strong. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, it is impossible to kill them all. Don't talk about Chu Yan, even a strong man in the sky-reaching realm, it is estimated that he will be swallowed by this wave of evil spirits. Chu Yan's attack, falling into this black tide, is almost negligible, and it plays a decisive role at all. How to do? Facing the tide of evil spirits temporarily blocked by the Suzaku Emperor fire, Chu Yan kept swallowing the Guiyuan pill to restore his true energy, and the consumption was constantly increasing. Are you really going to die here today? A thought flashed in Chu Yan's mind. On the other side, on the stage of God of War, Zhou Chen's whole body exuded a faint golden light, and his eyes fell on the hundreds of Tianjiao on the white jade platform, and he announced loudly. Start testing. The sound was rolling, spreading across the audience in an instant, attracting everyone's attention. Tester, place your hand on the little white jade statue, and the test result will be generated automatically. Now, start. When the voice fell to the ground, Qi Tianji smiled indifferently, and turned his head to gesture to a Tianjiao from the Black Blood Temple. The young man standing behind Qi Tianji was tall and burly. When he saw Qi Tianji's appearance, he nodded heavily, and then, he strode forward and walked towards the dragon-headed golden knife. All the geniuses here, including Qi Tianji, are all participating in the talent test of the God of War arena for the first time, so Qi Tianji first sent one person to familiarize themselves with the test process. The tall young man stood still in front of the golden knife with the dragon's head, slowly raised his right hand, and pressed it towards the little white jade statue. As soon as his hand landed on the little white jade statue, streaks of colored light kept pouring out, rising straight up, flying to a height of hundreds of feet, twisting and floating in the void. These are a total of 18 small golden armored statues in dark gold, which are almost identical to the giant golden armored statue in the distance, except for their size. Swish! 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 The next moment, the 3 dark golden statues in the front line shone brightly, emitting hundreds of golden lights. 3 golden statues, 3rd-level talent. Zhou Chen swept his gaze, and then announced loudly. Whoosh! As the sound spread, a beam of golden light shot from the golden statue in the distance, falling into the hands of the tall young man. This is a one-turn golden elixir. The tall young man looked at the elixir in his hand, rubbed his eyes, and saw a circle of golden spirit patterns shining on the elixir body. He was stunned for a moment. A one-turn golden elixir is even more precious than ordinary Huatian Lingbao. If an ordinary warrior swallows it, it can directly save 10 years of training time. Chu Yan has always suspected that Yi Feng, who took Yuer away, relied on his identity as a dual cultivator of alchemy and martial arts, and the Jiuling Shantian sect in the Zhongtian continent has always used the transfer of Jindan as a meal. Otherwise, his cultivation base, how could it explode by nearly a world realm in just 1 year? It can be seen from this, that the important role of transferring to the golden elixir is for the cultivation of warriors. When all the Tianjiao saw the one-turn golden pill in the hands of the tall young man, all of them blushed and became excited. This is only the talent of the 3 golden statues, so he will be rewarded with a transfer-type golden elixir. What if it is the 4 golden statues and 5 metal statues? Thinking of this, all the Tianjiao who broke through the 3rd level were in an uproar. With the first heavy panting, everyone's eyes were fixed on the little white jade statue. The rewards of the god of Death Terrace, it seems, are the same as in the legend. The rewarded items are so precious that most of the warriors here may not be able to get them again in their entire lives. Therefore, every time the Battle of the God of War stage in the extreme North Continent starts, all the major sect forces in the extreme North Continent will send their best disciples to participate, precisely because the rewards from the God of War stage are amazing. There are even some gifted disciples who have soared to the sky by relying on the treasure rewards they got at the God of War arena after returning from the God of War arena. Moreover, there are many such cases, and it is not an isolated case. Next, I'll come. A green-robed disciple stepped out of the crowd and strode towards the little white jade statue. This person was thin and not a disciple of the 2 holy grounds or the Black Blood Temple. He should be the arrogance of a certain imperial sect. The lean disciple walked up to the little white jade statue, pondered for a while, then raised his hand and pressed it. Hum. Hum. The little white jade statue made 2 trembling sounds, and then, in midair, the 18 dark golden statues emitted golden light one after another, dazzling. Hardware statue. 5th level talent. Zhou Chen's voice spread throughout the audience after the golden light flashed. What? Hardware-like. Tier 5 talent. Hearing Zhou Chen's voice, everyone was startled, and then looked at the thin disciple at the same time. Just now, the 3rd level talent, which is only 3 golden statues, rewarded a one-turn golden pill. This 5th level talent is a full 2-level talent higher than him, so the reward. Whoosh! On the 10,000 zhang golden armor statue in the distance, a stream of golden light passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the palm of the thin young man. When the brilliance dissipated and everyone saw the items in his hands clearly, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all gasped. Hiss! 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 On the face of the thin young man, the color changed rapidly from horror to ecstasy. The whole face was already red and purple, due to excitement. #C689 10-star martial arts. Burning God record. On a dark red book, for eye-catching characters made countless pairs of eyes tremble. To be precise, what shocked everyone was not the words Fenchen Shenlu, but the relatively small words in the lower right corner of the book. Earth-level high-grade secret technique. That's right. This is a book of secret martial arts whose rank has reached the upper rank of the Earth rank, and it is extremely precious. Compared with the one-turn golden pill obtained by the tall young man, no matter how precious it is a one-time item. After swallowing it, it will be useless after the improvement of cultivation is over. But martial arts secrets are different. They can improve combat power, and they can be practiced and used all the time. Compared with ordinary warriors, Tianjia warriors have higher talents, and of course they also have higher combat power, and even kill enemies at higher levels. If one wants to kill the enemy at a higher level, on the one hand, it is the innate ability of thousands of Tianjiao warriors, and more importantly, these Tianjiao warriors can often be trained by the sect forces, and the skills and martial arts they obtain are all top-notch. Choice. It is precisely because of these skills and martial arts that are better than ordinary warriors that Tianjiao warriors can have the ability to leapfrog the enemy. And the book in the hands of the thin young man turned out to be a rare earth-level top-rank secret method. If he can cultivate to a great success, at least he can leap to the second level and kill the enemy. It must be that the tall young man with the same cultivation level as himself just now, even if he swallowed a rank of golden elixir and raised his cultivation base by 2 levels, as long as he cultivates this high-level earth-level secret method to great success, he can completely kill him by leaps and bounds. This is also the importance of high-grade martial arts to a Tianjiao warrior. Moreover, no matter whether it is a skill or a martial skill, the higher the level, the lower the possibility of secret techniques appearing, and the stronger their power will naturally be. Lean youth. Putting Chu Yan Shenlu into his arms, he stepped off the God of War platform with a happy face, and returned to the Tianjiao crowd, attracting countless pairs of envious eyes. A talented hardware figure has won such a big prize. This arena is too scary. However, these 2 Tianjiao completed the test one after another. The 18 small white jade statues only lit up the top 5, not even 1/3 of the total number. If someone can light up all 18 a small white jade statue, the reward. Up to now, among hundreds of pairs of bloodshot eyes, all Tianjiao believe in the legend about the God of War platform. No one doubts even the legend about the mighty treasure that surpasses the heavenly treasures in the God of War terrace. The higher the talent, the heavier the reward. Therefore, if someone can light up the 18 small white jade statues, it is very likely to get that powerful treasure. More than 700 Tianjiao, including all the powerful figures outside the God of War platform. At this time, the most excited ones are Qi Tianji and Mogu. Qi Tian's eyes were red, looking at the golden statue in the distance, his whole body trembled with excitement. Powerful treasure, ah. As long as you can get the most powerful treasure, with your own talent, I believe it won't take many years to surpass everyone here. What 2 great masters? What Mogu Palace master? Even that Taoist Jinyang will become like an ant. He is equal to the sky, and will become the real #1 person in extreme North Continent just like Nan Gongao 100 years ago. Thinking of this, Qi Tianji became more and more excited. However, he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and rushed to the stage if he didn't do so now. After all, there are now 700 Tianjiao, and 2 more people are tested. As the strongest Tianjiao, of course he can't too early. Compared with Qi Tianji's excitement, in the camp of the Black Blood Temple, in the distance, Mogu, the master of the branch hall, was even more excited than Qi Tianji. A dignified martial venerable realm powerhouse trembled uncontrollably, a pair of dark red eyes stared intently at the surroundings of the Wanzhong golden statue. There was a hint of strangeness and madness in their eyes. Ha ha ha. The treasure of the God of War platform is mine. Finally, Qi Tianji couldn't bear it anymore, turned the excitement in his heart into wild laughter, and laughed loudly. This loud laugh immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience, and at the same time, countless pairs of envious and jealous eyes fell on Qi Tianji. Everyone understands that Chu Yan, who had the potential to compete with Qi Tianji, was directly murdered by the Black Blood Temple and Zhou Chen's tricks one after another. Now, it is difficult for anyone to compare with Qi Tianji's talent. Therefore, among the more than 700 arrogances, only Qi Tianji has the best chance of being the treasure of the God of War terrace. Among the 2 great holy masters, the 4 great peak masters, and among the Tianjiao crowd, Dang Dang, Situ Yang and Shen Xingjia were glaring at each other with cold expressions on their faces. The atmosphere above the God of War platform suddenly tensed up. Fuck, fart, it's up to you to deserve it. A stern curse exploded. Shen Xingjie strode out, stood in front of the crowd, looked at Qi Tianji, his eyes were ice-like. Just you, you're not even worthy of lifting Chu Yan's shoes. Besides, even I have more white jade statues lit than you. Shen Xingjie's behavior immediately attracted the attention of all Tianjiao and the powerful leaders of all parties. Who is this person? It seems to be a disciple of the two holy places. I have never heard of it before. No, he seems to be the Tianjiao who suddenly broke out in the second level of the God of War platform. However, Qi Tianji has twin 9-star martial souls, and one of them has just been promoted to 10-star martial souls. Can this Shen Xingjie compare with him? Everyone looked at Shen Xingjie with doubts in their eyes. You know, although everyone has been watching the scene of the second stage of the God of War terrace through the light curtain in the sky, Shen Xingjie had just completed the second awakening of his martial soul at that time, and due to the sudden explosion, most people, even Shen Xingjie's martial soul, what is it? I didn't see clearly. Hearing Shen Xingjie's words, Qi Tianji sneered and said, If you want to compete with me, are you qualified? How many stars is your martial soul? 8 stars? 9 stars? Hee. Containing a strong look of sneer, Qi Tiancan completely despised Shen Xingjie. You know, I am the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, a genius who has never heard of the name, and I want to compete with myself. This turned out to be a big joke. Yes. Shen Xingjie's eyes turned cold, and his true energy erupted immediately, and a bright golden light, like a round of golden sun, rose into the sky. Amidst the golden light in the sky, a gigantic golden cauldron burst out of the air and hovered above Shen Xingjie's head. An incomparably mighty, imperial aura surged in all directions like a torrential flood, sweeping all the crowd. What? This, how is it possible? This is a 10-star martial spirit. In an instant, the faces of Qi Tianji, Zhou Chen, Zhong Tianjiao and everyone else changed drastically, and their eyes suddenly rounded. In the direction of the Black Temple, not far away, the faces of Daoist Jin Yang and Mogu shook violently. 10 golden lights. This son's martial soul turned out to be a 10-star martial soul. Call. Daoist Jin Yang, who had been sitting in the high position all the time, stood up abruptly, bringing up a circle of violent airflow, which spread like a shock wave. A wrinkled face, with an ashen color, the slightly drooping corners of the eyes, twitching lightly. That Chu Yan was a 10-star martial soul, and he finally killed him. Now, another Tianjiao, with a 10-star martial soul, jumped out. Wow! After a brief silence, the crowd erupted like a frying pan. 10-star martial spirits. Oh my god, I didn't expect there to be a genius with a 10-star martial spirit in extreme North Continent. Haha, look at Qi Tianji, he's so stupid. Now it's interesting, and in the end it's a duel between two great talents. The two holy places are too terrifying. There are so many geniuses here. And this Shen Xingjie has never heard of it before. Huh. No, look quickly, behind his golden cauldron martial soul. Finally, a scream from the crowd caught everyone's attention, and tens of thousands of eyes all looked at the golden giant cauldron Wuhun behind Shen Xingjie. At a glance, everyone's eyes trembled fiercely, as if their hearts were struck by thunder from the sky, their bodies suddenly trembled, and they fell into a sluggish state. #C690 Dihuang 9 Continental Ding. Behind Shen Xingjie and behind the giant golden cauldron, there are 8 blurred black shadows. Although the outlines are not clear, you can basically recognize them. They are the same 8 cauldrons. The 8 seats are completely in darkness, only a large cauldron with a blurred shadow. In other words, Shen Xingjie's Dihuang Jiuxiao Ding martial soul is not a simple 10-star martial soul. It is very likely that among the martial souls, the most special kind of martial soul exists. In the information log of it is called Destiny Martial Soul. In Haotian continent, in the martial soul world, bloodline martial souls are rare, but it's not that they don't exist, it's just that the number is extremely small. But among these warriors, with bloodline martial souls, there are also special existences. These people not only possess ancient, immemorial, and even ancient bloodlines, but also these bloodlines have been reawakened after countless years, and appearing on an ordinary warrior. It is because it carries the mission of heaven. And there is one most obvious difference between a bloodline warrior who possesses this heavenly destiny martial soul, that is, his martial soul is completely different from anyone else's, and most of it is related to the will of heaven in the Haotian continent. And the 9 big cauldrons behind Xinxingjia, according to the historical records of Haotian continent, they are called Jiuxiao Ding. Jiuxiao tripod. According to the legend of the Haotian continent, it is the divine artifact guarding the Jiuxiao continent, and the root of the dragon veins of the entire Haotian continent. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Jiuxiao cauldron suddenly disappeared, which led to the sudden disappearance of the Jiuxiao continent. A vast catastrophe, the entire continent fell into the flames of war, countless sects were annihilated, and countless powerful men were lost. But now, Tianjiao, who possesses the divine weapon of the heavenly way and the martial soul of the Jiuxiao cauldron, is born out of nowhere. Could it be, the Haotian continent is going to be robbed again? The spirit of the heavenly artifact, the Jiuxiao Ding Wuhun. Although Xinxingjia only awakened the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Ding martial soul. But no one doubted that the talent of this Earth Emperor Jiuxiao cauldron martial soul was not just a monster, it was definitely a heaven-defying existence. At the beginning, in the eyes of everyone, Qi Tian's twin 9-star martial souls, and Chu Yan's 10-star divine bird and 6-star beast martial souls, had a 50% certainty of winning the battle at the God of War. Therefore, Qi Tianji and the people from the Black Blood Temple will use all means to get rid of Chu Yan. But now, in front of Xinxingjia's Dihuang Jiuxiao cauldron martial soul, Qi Tianji might not even have a 30% chance of winning. After all, this is the spirit and martial soul of the divine artifact of the heavenly Tao, which gathers the might of the 9 cauldrons and controls the existence of the Haotian continent. Everyone in the audience, the shock in their hearts had reached its peak, everyone was stunned and stood on the spot. Oh my God, Earth Emperor Jiuxiao cauldron, isn't that a legend? Bullshit, God of War Terrace is still a legend, it's different now. It's the end of Qi Tianji. It turns out that he, the #1 genius in extreme North Continent, is really, a bit hypocritical, not to mention Chu Yan, and now there is another Xinxingjia, all of whom are better than him. Who said it wasn't? I really didn't expect that there are so many arrogant people in the 2 holy places. As the discussion spread, except for the people in the Black Blood Temple, who were all slanderers, the eyes of everyone else gradually became hotter. Because it seems to have already felt that today, the 18 small white jade statues on the God of War platform may all be lit up. At that time, the powerful treasure that has been sleeping on the God of War platform for nearly 100,000 years may really be born. One Chu Yan was lost, and another Xinxingjia jumped out immediately, and, at this time, he had reached the 3rd stage of the God of War arena. Even if the Black Blood Temple wanted to attack Xinxingjia, it had no chance. At the same time, in front of the dragon head golden knife, Xinxingjia restrained his true energy, took back the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao cauldron, with a pair of golden pupils, looked at Qi Tianji, who was stupefied, and said with a sneer. Now, who is not eligible? Is it me, or you? As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the Black Blood Temple trembled, only feeling a resounding voice in the sea of consciousness. Snapped. The sound of slapping reverberated in the world of Qi Tianji's sea of consciousness. He could only feel a burst of burning on his face. This slap directly stunned Qi Tianji. He never imagined that the Black Blood Temple finally killed Chu Yanqing, and now another Xinxingjia stepped out. Moreover, it seems that Xinxingjia's martial spirit and cultivation base are much higher than Chu Yan's. You must know that the talent test of the God of War Terrace is not just a test of martial soul, but also includes cultivation base, combat power, martial soul, bloodline, etc., all of which are tested together to judge the result and light up the golden statue. Zhou Chen, when Chu Yan returns, it will be the day you die. Xinjie completely ignored the shocking gaze from all directions, but turned his head, looked at Zhou Chen, who was also dull, and said coldly, "You." Hearing this, Zhou Chen's body trembled, his mind trembled wildly, and a trace of cold air came out, making him feel cold all over. God of War Terrace, if Qi Tianji really lost, then not only would he have no credit for being in the Black Blood Temple, on the contrary, he would also be guilty. At that time, the Black Blood Temple will deal with me, and the two holy places will also deal with me. Do I still have a way out? No, Qi Tian must win. Gradually, a hint of madness flashed across Zhou Chen's trembling eyes, and he secretly made up his mind. Xinjie, don't think that you are guaranteed to win. I have twin martial souls, and our Qi family in the extreme north also has bloodline martial souls. Qi Tianji looked at Xinjie, his face became colder and colder as he spoke. The next moment, behind Qi Tianji, a giant armor with black stripes on a silver background and gleaming gold edges burst out of the air, emitting thousands of golden lights, dazzling. What is even more shocking is that beside the golden armor, a blood-colored halberd stood vertically in the air. On the halberd, bursts of blood radiated out, bringing out a tide of bloody murderous aura. Conferred God Heavenly King A. God-killing Heavenly King Spear. The appearance of the two spirits shocked everyone present, and their faces changed drastically. Fengshen Tianwan Jia is the bloodline martial soul of the Qi family in the extreme north. For thousands of years, only Qi Tianji in the entire family has reached the 9th star rank when awakening the bloodline martial soul, while the others are no more than 8th star. Therefore, in the entire Qi family, it can be said that only Qi Tianji's martial soul is the real, conferred God Heavenly King armor. Among the weapon martial souls, the existence of the supreme martial soul. But no one thought that his other martial spirit would be the God-killing Heavenly King Spear. Legend has it that the Qi family in the extreme north was the family of generals guarding the most powerful empire in the extreme north continent long before the ancient times, and the ancestor of the Qi family known as the general who suppresses the north was born with two twin martial souls. Between offense and defense, countless ancient powers fell into his hands. In the end, when fighting against the legendary god, he was lost and lost. Could it be that, before ancient times, the ancestors of the Qi family in the extreme north really fought against the gods? The appearance of Qi Tianji martial soul made everyone in the Black Blood Temple ignite the fire of hope again, and the smiles on their faces kept blooming. The supreme weapon spirit, the Heavenly King martial spirit, is fully qualified to compete with the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Ding. Therefore, in this battle of God of War, Qi Tianji or Xinjie, who will win in the end, it seems that it is not certain at present. The third stage of the God of War Terrace, continue to, the next one. Seeing this, Zhou Chen's original determination became more firm, and he slowly raised his head and announced loudly. At the same time, on the battlefield of the God of War, on the battlefield of all demons. Chu Yan held the Haoyan sword, and his whole body was full of true energy, like a storm. In all directions, there were thousands of corpses of evil spirits, lying all over the place. However, the tide-like evil spirits seemed to keep rushing past the barrier of the Suzaku flames, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Although the Suzaku Emperor fire burned all the warriors whose cultivation base was below the heaven transformation realm to black ashes, as long as the evil spirits whose cultivation level exceeded the heaven transformation realm, even if they were burnt by the flames, they would forcefully break through the Suzaku Emperor fire. Rush towards Chu Yan. Kill. Chu Yan looked crazy, with a pair of blood eyes, two red lights burst out, and a sword swung at the evil spirits that kept coming. Hashtag C691 Wanzhong Xuanwu. The high-intensity battle has lasted for half an hour. Chu Yan consumed nearly 50 bottles of Guiyuan pill. While maintaining Suzaku Dian, he was still using Zhu Tian sword art and Tiangang Jing to continuously blast and kill the evil spirits of Hua Tian realm who rushed through Suzaku's wall of fire. This battle is probably the most difficult battle since Chu Yan practiced. Now Chu Yan, whether it is true energy, physical strength, spiritual consciousness, etc., has begun to weaken. After all, no matter how powerful a warrior is, such a high-intensity battle will not last long. Feeling that his situation is getting worse, Chu Yan gradually has a bad feeling in his heart. Of course, Chu Yan knew that with his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to kill all the evil spirits in front of him, with over 100 million evil spirits. However, after trying various methods, even if it is the Rakshasa refining domain, the Tai Yuanqi palm, the Vientian art, the Holy Spirit pattern, and any whole cards that Chu Yan has mastered, all of them will not be able to change the current situation. The only difference is that a few more evil spirits died. However, in the face of the tide of evil spirits exceeding 100 million, this change in the number is meaningless. No. Never. I can't die here. The Haotian sword brought out a large piece of sword light, and chopped the 7 or 8 evil spirits of the transformation into heaven into several sections. The unyielding fire in Chu Yan's heart ignited vigorously. Yuer, she's still in Zhongtian continent, she's still waiting for me. Yi Feng. The 3-year agreement, stepping on the 9 spirits, breaking the middle sky, blood staining the middle sky. I want to live. Ah. The cry of the heart. Like a waking lion, it roared earth-shatteringly, and on Chu Yan's body, streams of icy cold air swept across the scene like a gust of wind. With black hair flying, eyes like blood, Chu Yan once again inspired, the way of killing. Last time, in the Zoman War in Blood Soul Holy Land, Chu Yan's monstrous anger awakened the way of killing for the first time. But now, facing the situation of mortal death, the unyielding in Chu Yan's heart actually made the way of killing wake up again. Turning over the palm, a small bottle full of jade appeared in Chu Yan's hand, and poured out a round pill, which Chu Yan swallowed without hesitation. Violent Yuan pill. In the Mitian pagoda in the ancient city of Mitian, Chu Yan broke through the barrier, and the rewards he got could allow the warrior to maintain a state of full energy for half an hour. That's right. Chu Yan, who had no choice, decided to fight. Roar. God of war among beasts, white tiger. The 100-foot-tall black and white tiger body shattered the void with one palm, and strode out. A pair of golden tiger eyes, like 2 golden magic weapons, swept across, and a large piece of evil spirits on the ground burst like watermelons. Call out. Flame Emperor, Suzaku. With wings flapping, large pieces of red flame surged out like huge waves, the sea of flame swept past, and patches of evil spirits turned into burning men, struggling and rolling. Roar. Emperor Xuanhu, Xuanhu. A black figure of several thousand feet slammed into the ground like a mountain. Within a few thousand feet, nearly 1,000 evil spirits were crushed into pieces of flesh and blood, and the black air flowed like blood. Roar. Heavenly Daolingzuan, Qilin. The golden halo, like circles of golden water ripples, rippling like ripples, where the golden ripples pass, every evil spirit's eyes are gray and white, instantly freezes, and stands frozen on the spot. The impact is unstoppable. Even if it is a dead evil spirit, it is not allowed. The moment the 4 heavenly spirits and martial souls appeared, Chu Yan's body, within 1,000 feet, turned into a vacuum, and all the evil spirits were instantly emptied. However, before Chu Yan could heave a sigh of relief, the wave of evil spirits behind him began to squirm crazily, and continued to pounce on Chu Yan. His eyes swept across, and Xuanwu's mountain-like figure immediately entered Chu Yan's sight. Emperor Xuanwu's soul, devour it. Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, his eyes were bright, and the black Rakshasa chi, like a flood, rushed towards Xuanhuan. The next moment, spiritual soldiers and strange treasures all over the ground rose into the sky, like shooting stars all over the sky, and flew towards the Xuanhuan soul. Roar! Xuanhuan martial soul roared up to the sky, stepped on the ground with all 4 feet, the dragon's head opened wide, and the violent air flow flew out, engulfing nearly 100 pieces of heaven-transforming spirit treasures and various exotic treasures in the sky into its big mouth among. Strange lights of various colors lingered on Xuanhuan soul's thousands of feet and body. At the same time, above Xuanhuan soul's head, a vast phantom of 100,000 li mountain came out across the sky and floated above Xuanhuan soul's head. Boom! The 100,000-mile mountain in midair crashed down, as if the black sky had fallen, and turned into a large black tide, pouring into the body of Xuanhuan Wuhun. At this moment, hundreds of heaven-transforming spiritual treasures, together with all kinds of strange treasures, probably as many as 1,000 pieces, were instantly swallowed by the Xuanhuan Wuhun. Finally, the innate spirit transformed by thousands of spirit treasures erupted in Xuanhuan soul's body, and the third black star above Xuanhuan soul's head finally lit up. Advancement of Xuanhuan Wuhun. Boom, boom. When Emperor Xuanhuan broke through 3 stars, its animal body, like a continuous mountain range, continued to extend in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the body of Xuanhuan's soul grew from nearly 5,000 feet to 10,000 feet in diameter. At this time, Chu Yan stood in front of Xuanhuan's body, as if standing in front of a huge black lake. This, so big. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he even stuttered when he was surprised. Boom, boom. The next moment, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded, causing Chu Yan to wake up, and subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. I saw that the unicorn martial soul, like a round of golden sun, is walking through the void, breathing out colorful streamers. Wherever the rays of light pass, the void above the sky emits muffled thunderous sounds, resounding between heaven and earth. A huge door of light, surrounded by colorful rays of light, suddenly appeared above the sky. The Qilin Wuhun stepped forward, and as the Mercedes-Benz accelerated, it turned into a golden light and rushed back into Chu Yan's body. Kirin. Time and space spirit pattern. It turns out, the unicorn martial soul has the ability to control time and space. Seeing this scene, a gleam of joy finally appeared on Chu Yan's sluggish face. With this gate of time and space, Chu Yan can finally leave this void and go out from the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Ha ha ha. Looking at the gate of time and space in the sky with colorful rays of light, Chu Yan laughed out loud, and then suddenly turned his head to look at the large tide of evil spirits. There is still half an hour, let us kill it. Clang. The Haotian sword was unsheathed, like a ghostly light, it escaped into the void and disappeared. When it reappeared, in the tide of evil spirits, the evil spirits in a straight line were continuously trapped in the cave, and a large gray air current flew up. Baihu, Suzaku, Xuanhuan, kill me. Accompanied by Chu Yan's monstrous roar, 3 terrifying beast figures roared towards the endless black tide. The sea of flames shook the sky, the roar of tigers shook the sky, the earth churned, and a huge slaughter feast swept across the world. God of War stage. I'll come first. Jiuxiao let out a long roar, his figure flew past like lightning, and landed in front of the dragon-headed golden knife. Raise your big hand and press it towards the little white jade statue in front of you. Hum. 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 With the frenzied trembling of the little white jade statue, a golden thundercloud suddenly appeared above the sky of the God of War platform. A series of golden thunderbolts continuously exploded in the thunderclouds, like thousands of golden dragons, cruising in the golden sea of clouds. A golden statue lights up. 2 golden statues light up. 3 golden statues light up. One after another, the golden statues changed from dark gold to bright gold, emitting dazzling golden light. 18 golden statues represent the highest 18th level talent. But Xin Xingjia's talent level is far from the 3rd level, and the rest of the golden statues are still lighting up. At this moment, everyone's pupils, following the shining golden statues, continued to enlarge, and their bodies became more and more tense. Everyone's hearts seemed to stop beating, and countless pairs of eyes stared at that 18 golden statues.